Peke, but I've got a feeling it's not over.
Feudal picks up his 4th kill. Gambit looking to close this one out. 22 minutes on the clock.
He connects with it and he kicks it back. This is Gambit actually just outmaneuvering Vulcan right now.
Oh, they throw the command shockwave.
Here comes Zoe. Slingshots in.
This will be Fnatic's game.
Remember, this is a round robin. These guys are going to go against each other again.
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Season 3 League of Legends World Championship. I'm Evie Shock-Supporter coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. It's the last day of the group stage and we are going to close it out in style. Today, all 10 teams take to the Rift as the fight for the quarterfinals heats up. Then, after the final Nexus falls, players from Cloud9, Royal Club, Najin Blacksword, and the Gamma Bears will step onto this stage for the first time and lock in their matchups for next week's quarterfinals. But for now, let's take a quick spin around the League of Legends studio, starting with Joe and Kobe, who are manning the caster desk.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. I'm Joe Miller. My right-hand man for this first 3 games is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
Kicking off here, we've got day 6 of Worlds. It's going to be Group B's European top 2 teams, Fnatic and Gambit.
But for now, let's send it out to Demon, who's chilling in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Joe, and hello everybody. I am Lee Diamond Smith, and this is where we'll be talking to the winning players as they lock in their spots for the quarterfinals. But before the games begin, I'm going to send it over to Riv and the guys at the analysis desk for a closer look at all of today's action.
Thanks, D-Man. This is the final stop on the tour, and I'm Rivington Bism III along with Joshua Jat Leesman, and today we'll be holding it down here at the analyst desk with the help of our esteemed panel of experts, OGN Caster Monte Cristo, Evil Geniuses Crepo, and CLG's Doublelift. Gentlemen, welcome back once again. All right, before we move forward into today's matches, let's first be kind and rewind to yesterday's 5 Group A matches and watch as the 5th and 6th teams qualify for quarterfinals.
Day 5 of the Season 3 World Championship kicked off with the Lemondogs Nukeduck locking in Zed. But SKT's Faker had a plan.
We'll counterpick you with Riven, and Riven's going to stomp on that matchup. Faker's going to want to fight Nukeduck, and Nukeduck's not going to like the results.
Well,
Oh, Super Nugget's caught! Oh no!
Faker's going to get caught out. Can he get taken down? Yes, he will. First blood going down to Taps.
Faker's mistake did not hold his team back as SKT T1 dominated the mid-game to improve to 4-1.
Dexter's going to come back around. He catches 3 of them, gets flunked straight away. Zoro Zero comes in. Can they get the damage down? No, they can't. That's going to be a double for Piglet. Zoro Zero goes down as well. And now Nukeduck's in all sorts of trouble. SK Telecom are cleaning up here. And wow, they just dominated Lemondogs there. SK Telecom taking away their first game of the day here on day 5.
The undefeated OMG were up next, and true to form, they controlled the mid-game through tower dives, this time with some help from Tivers.
Alanir, passive pop, Big Pamela tanking out that turret. The turret itself is low. Oh, perfectly timed. True shot barrage comes across from Sand. Sand comes in just at the end, mop-up duty.
It was a textbook win for OMG, who remained the only undefeated team in group play.
Good shockwave once again pulling him in. Alanir tries to follow it up, but it's not going to happen. Fizz diving on towards the fountain, towards Mazarin. He will lock that one up. Shadow Dash coming in towards Alanir. Oh, taking a pillar laser from the fountain. Not quite going to be enough. It's OMG that pick up themselves the second win of the day. It is day 5, and they are now 5-0.
In the most anticipated match of the day, Team Solo Mid fought for their lives in a must-win game.
He's coming straight in there, uses the exhaust on Impact, but it's not going to be enough. Hasn't got the damage down on Impact. Is the tower damage going to come down? It just might do it. Requiem's going to come down. Yes, he does. Oh. Gets the double down the bottom. Goes down the net. Piglet's also going to go down. A Wild Turtle picks it up.
Every time it looked like SKT T1 were about to pull ahead, TSM would have an answer.
We see one going down. It was X Special. The odd one has to back away from this one. Reggie is in trouble. He's running for his life, but it's going to be a double for Impact and a 3-4-0.
That's a 5v4 team. Here comes Wild Turtle.
Spray and pray going down, but it's not going to be enough. He dodges the counter strike. That's going to be 1 kill. Impact goes down. Mandu's going to be next. Can he get on towards him? No. He's going across Wards. He's visible, but he's going to get away. It's a double kill with a poison tick.
But SKT would finally run away with the win, all but securing their spot in the quarterfinals.
Next Special gets locked up. He goes down. Spray and pray coming across, but the crescendo's going to work out. Reginald does get in. He gets Faker down. That's going to be another one. We see another support dropping on the back there. Wild Turn's getting away. Ignite will finish him off. Impact will pick up the kill. That will be the game for SK Telecom T1. The 3rd match of the day, and they go 2-0 for the day.
The Lemondogs were in complete control against Gaming Gear, and Kassadin's ninja delivery system put this game away.
Nukeduck pops his shield and gets another one.
Seraph's embracing to stand united. 100-0 in just under 2.5 seconds. Mazarin looking to go down here to 2 level 18s that want to party with him. And it looks like they got the Nexus in their eyes. Looks like they got the victory as well to go under the belt.
Lemondogs picks up a clean and decisive victory.
In the last game of the day, Loveland's Volibear got rolling early, and he could not be stopped.
Special tries to get it out. They go for him. He was the one that got the kill. They want the money from him. They flash forward. He gets the roar down, and it goes to San.
Oh, it's passive.
Now Turtle. Turtle trying to get up. No, Turtle baited into the Volibear passive. He looks like to fight this one out chin to chin, but he goes down with double uppercut.
TSM could not steal away a win, and OMG would secure the victory to improve their record to 6-0.
The true shot barrage was very close, but it goes to Loveland. The odd one tries to get it himself in, goes down as well.
This one looks to be over. OMG clinches a spot, I believe, in the quarterfinals. That means they are 6-0 now in the group stage, and this was probably their best game so far.
And with this now 30 games of League of Legends action in our rearview mirror, so let's now take a look at the Group A standings. OMG and SKT1 have locked in top 2 finishes. While their records are not finalized, their spots in the quarterfinals are.
Yeah, rounding out Group A, it is the Lemondogs and TSM tied at 2 and 4, with Gaming Gear still looking to take down their first Nexus.
All right, gentlemen, so give me your thoughts now. We're going to be talking about first the undefeated OMG. Guys, you know, there's a lot to talk about here. We'll keep it quick, but Chad, take it away.
Yeah, OMG plays faster than anyone really expected them to, but more impressively, it's the way they are still unpredictable, because a lot of teams that are just overly aggressive teams can kind of wait and set traps, but that has not been successful for anyone against OMG.
Yeah, and I think when I watch their games, it seems to be the Loveland and Cool show. These guys are really solid, they're consistent, and the most important thing is that they're consistent playmakers. Generally, when you look at people who play solid every game, they don't want to go for those big aggressive plays like Faker does, but these guys, they always do it. Just look at the last game where Loveland just ran a train on Volibear. But I am really concerned for their bot lane. They had trouble against Xpecial and Turtle, who are really good, but if they went up against Prey and Kane, for example, I think they would also have like a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned for their bot lane. Now, they haven't had to pull out any big secrets yet because they've had such an easy time in the group stages, but I'm a little concerned with Go going as well. He's had a fantastic performance so far, but I'd like to see him try and carry a little bit harder out of the top lane. It would dimensionalize their play a little bit. That said, Loveland is just sensational at this event, and his ganks have just been spot on, and he really helps build those early kills that allow them to finish out the game. So he's my guy to watch for sure.
I totally have to agree. OMG is looking really strong. Their average game length is somewhere around 34 minutes. And a lot of these games are actually decided 5 or 6, 7 minutes even before they hit that. They close out the games really steadily, but they get so much advantage early into the game. They're playing so well so far.
All right, and another team we have to talk about, obviously, the second team to clinch that quarterfinal spot, SKT T1. Monty, how are you feeling about these guys? It's been back and forth. You're saying they always have the upper hand in the best of 3, and they seem to fare well in the best of 1s here, so it could be in their favor.
Well, Koma did, we were talking about this yesterday, say that they had fixed their level 1 problems. He was kind of half right because we still saw that really atrocious Faker Bush play at level 1 that set him to an early deficit against the Lemon Dogs, but we'll see how they fare further on. I'm interested to see later today their game versus OMG. They've never actually lost a series except against Ozone. So if they go 0-2 here, OMG would be only the second team to ever beat them.
Yeah, I mean, even though SKT is playing a little bit better right now, I still feel like they have a lot of exploitable weaknesses. They have a long way to go. I know coming into the tournament, a lot of us were thinking SK Telecom is the favorite to win. I'm starting to second-guess that after their group stage performance, but that might just be because they haven't ramped up yet.
They do have a long way to go, but I see their slow improvement from game to game. Especially their first couple games was really shaky. That you saw them lose horribly to OMG in the early game, and then you saw them lose horribly to TSM as well, just strategically. But then I see them fix their problems. You can't make drastic changes game by game, but I see it. It's like still slow and steady. I think by the time they make it to quarters or semis, they're going to be looking really, really strong.
While they have fixed some of their issues, they still drop the conceptual ball once in a while, especially with the 3v1 dives. It's still not on point. And yes, we can say they're improving, but then look at OMG. They don't even have to improve because they're already so good. Of course, Monte Cristo agrees that SKT1 still is the best one because Korean Hype Train. But I believe SKT1 can actually reach a higher level than OMG if they work on all of their issues.
All right, and really moving on here, before we get to SKT and Group A, the 5 teams of Group B will take to the Rift, so let's check out the standings heading into their matches. Up first, in first place, it's European Season 3 champions Fnatic with their EU LCS league mates Gambit, just 1 game back at 4-2.
In third place, it is a tie between Vulcan and Ozone, while Philippines team Mineski round out the standings.
And that's the way the standings look for now. But with 5 more games to go, the team's positions are not locked in just yet. Well, Fnatic needs only 1 more win to guarantee themselves a top 2 finish and a trip to quarterfinals. The race for second place is a lot closer than you might think. So who might be this race for second place, Monty?
Well, we still have, Gambit, Ozone, and Vulcan still up for grabs here, and that's why this first game that we're going to be seeing today is so important. Of course, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but out of the 3 teams, Ozone does have the softest schedule going up against Vulcan and Mineski, just looking at what's happened so far in this group. So I think that they'll be able to force some sort of tiebreaker scenario, but at this point, honestly, for me, I find Gambit's play much more exciting. Everything we've seen from Ozone so far when they've won has been stuff that I've seen them play many times in Korea, whereas the stuff that they've been trying out has been wildly unsuccessful due to just they look very uncomfortable on it. So if for the sake of the tournament, I have to say I'd rather see Gambit in the quarterfinals at this point because I find them more enjoyable to watch.
I mean, especially as far as experience playing on the world stage, Gambit has more so than most teams here. Maybe Fnatic can match them for that because some of them are at the Season 1 World Championships. But Gambit, even though they have a tough schedule today, are the ones that are actually in control of their own destiny right here. If they win out, they make it. Even if they lose and win 1, they will still most likely force a tiebreaker and can win that. And that's actually what I'm expecting them to do and make it out of the group.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any denying that Ozone has kind of disappointed people. Everyone was riding the hype train, oh my god, they're so good, and then they just kind of disappointed everyone. But I do think Gambit deserves to make it out of groups. But realistically, because Ozone is playing Mineski today, and they essentially have a free win from that, they're probably going to go 2-0. They play Vulcan and Ozone today. And then Gambit, I think they're going to go 1-1, which would force a tiebreaker.
Yeah, coming from the European scene, we actually know a lot about ties. I'm starting to doubt my knowledge, though, because Monte Cristo probably surpassing me on the tie knowledge. Other than that, I do.
Oh.
Wow.
I do think it's going to end up in a tie, most likely. Fnatic's looking sharp. They're looking ready, confident. Spoke to them earlier. They're probably going to take the game against Gambit. And looking at the schedule, it's very likely that it'll result in a tie. But then I still think Gambit will come out on top afterwards.
All right, well, if you guys get it right, we actually end up with a tiebreaker match at the end of Group B. I will hook you up with some bonus points in the prediction contest.
I need them.
You do. It's okay. That's why we're giving you the bonus points. So let's take a look at the standings right now. After a perfect day 5 for the analysts and the viewers, congratulations. The fans remain on top with a 25-5 record. Pretty impressive. The casters in Monte Cristo aren't far behind, while Doublelift and Krepo are holding down the bot lane of the standings. You guys.
I'm so sad, dude. I'm so sad.
All right, everyone. Today is our last chance to make a run at the viewers, which is you guys being everyone. And lucky for you, we've got 10 games for you to do it in. So, Krepo, if you can keep the consistency going, you guys can catch up. Up first, it's Group B kicking it off with a battle between first place Fnatic and second place Gambit. Then Vulcan and Ozone fight to keep their quarterfinal dreams alive.
And this is so many games. After that one, we have Fnatic facing off against Mineski, followed by Alex and Gambit taking on MountainCloud and Vulcan. Then Ozone battles Mineski in the Group B finale.
And just a reminder, if there are 2 or more teams tied for a quarterfinal berth, we will be playing a tiebreaker match immediately following the Ozone and Mineski match to decide it. And once the B games are done, it's the A teams that turn to take the Rift, beginning with the Lemondogs facing off against Team Solo Mid.
Then, after we've played our 5th and final Group A match, the captains of Cloud9, Royal Club, Najin Black Sword, and Gamma Bears will take to the stage to draw their opponents for the quarterfinal round.
So make sure you keep that browser locked into this channel after our final game to find out who will be playing whom in the quarterfinals. Gentlemen, it's time for you guys to pick your first match of the day. It's going to be Gambit versus Fnatic. Don't choose incorrectly.
Well, I'm going to pick Fnatic. Mainly because they've beaten Gambit 5 times in a row, and I feel like they're going to be able to take it 6. Yes, Gambit is the team that always surprises people because they had a rough regular season and they were great here, but that one game against Fnatic was not close, and Fnatic seems to have their number.
I mean, I agree with you, Jad. The history, you can't deny it. They looked so dominant in the game that we saw earlier. That said, Gambit does have, something to play for here.
They always do.
But we'll see. But I honestly want to see Fnatic take it and think they will. But I really want to see this tiebreaker just for the sake of epicness.
Gambit always has something to play for. They really dislike losing everywhere they go, so they will always show their A game. But at the same time, I will choose Fnatic, make that clear, because I think Fnatic, as they said, 5-0 in the standings already. And against Gambit, you just have to respect what they play. And if you respect what they play and you don't give them Shen and you don't give them Eve unless you have a plan for it, which I think Fnatic will have, then Fnatic is going to come out on top.
I also choose Fnatic because I think their wins are really overwhelming, whereas Gambit's games are kind of close. I don't think there's really any denying that Fnatic is really solid. Their play is super clean, and especially their versatility. They've shown they can play so much stuff, whereas Gambit, not so much.
All right, guys, so it seems pretty even here on the desk. Everybody going for Fnatic. So now that you've seen their picks, head over to lolesports.com and vote for yours.
All you have to do is go to schedule in the top right, click on day 6, and then just got to pick the winner.
Absolutely. Then when you're done picking the winners of today's matches, hop on Twitter and tell us which matchups would you most like to see in the quarterfinals and why.
Our Twitter handle is @LOLesports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds because we'll be reading our favorite responses later on in the show. And if we pick yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
That's got to be our favorite one, so do a good one. We got to take a quick break, but when we return, Fnatic and Gambit go head-to-head in our first match of the day. Stick around. The Season 3 World Championship, we'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Season 3 World Championship. It's time for our first match of the day as Europe's Gambit take on Fnatic, the EU LCS champions. And with one more win, Xpeke and his teammates will earn a spot in those coveted quarterfinals. And coming into this match, Fnatic has been feeling very good about their chances. Not to mention the fact they've beat Gambit the last 5 times that they've played.
Yeah, they should be feeling good. Fnatic slaughtered Gambit in their first meeting here at Worlds. Gambit tried to go Season 2 on the game and failed. They brought out that Shyvana that Darien was known for, but you know, Fnatic's AD carry Pushu was a monster in that game. His 11 kills nearly tripled Gambit's whole team. Pushu has stepped his game up here at Worlds amidst all the talk of Rekkles replacing him. He's playing like a man that really wants to save his job and impress a future team, maybe.
Well, whilst Pushu and the rest of Fnatic are ready to put that pressure on Gambit once again and earn that spot in the quarterfinals, this time they might feel a little bit bad if they beat their European brethren.
I feel like they were studying sloppy, but they are increasing really hard at the moment. They are really death machine. I think we should play better strategically and play better mechanically and play better overall.
They're gonna be thinking every possible situation, and I think they're gonna be super scared going into that game because it means a lot for them. It means everything pretty much. Winning this game will secure their spot.
If we beat Fnatic, it's almost certain that we're in. This time we're gonna prepare more than we usually do against Fnatic because we can't afford to lose this match.
It's always important for us to win because when I lose I feel a bit ashamed. We really as a team don't like this feeling, so we'll make sure not to lose any game.
When we are at Europe, it's like kinda like if you're with your brother. You mess with each other, you fight each other a lot, but you don't like someone messing with your brother. I don't want Gambit to beat us, but I still prefer them to win every other game.
Some interesting thoughts there. And well, these two teams have a close relationship, but it's definitely Fnatic who have the better of it.
And they're thinking as Fnatic as the death machine now. That's scary.
The death machine. And Alex, you know, he broke that whole thing down there. Like, we have to play better mechanically, strategically. Oh, and just overall, if we're going to win this game. So let's have a look at the starting lineups then. Starting off with the blue side this time around will be Gambit. They are, of course, Darien in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alexic in the mid lane, Genja the AD carry, and Voidal the support.
And in the red, it's Fnatic. Up top is Soaz. In the jungle is Cyanide. At mid is Xpeke. Pushu is the AD, and Yellow Star is the support.
So let's have a look then towards champion select from this one, because there are a lot of champions that cross over, the likes of Orianna and Arya, 2 hotly contested picks between Alex and Xpeke.
Yeah, the mid matchup here is really, really intimidating. Gonna have to see what kind of assassins get through there. Meanwhile, Aatrox, I think, will be make a showing here, either in bans or picks. Whenever you're going up against Gambit, the revive passives are highly prized.
Well, we are going to jump in then. We'll see exactly where the bans fall and where the picks come in from this one. Obviously, Gambit on the blue side, so they get first ban this time around, and the first one coming out there will be Elise. Zed then banned by Fnatic.
The #1 assassin, pretty much. He was let through actually a lot yesterday, which is pretty interesting. You know, SKT coming up with that Riven mid to sort of soft counter him. It didn't really have the biggest impact late game, though, so they're just going to go a safe route, ban out the Zed, also take along that Ahri with them.
Yeah, the Shen taken out there. Aatrox we expected. We said it before that he's been played a lot, whether that's in the top lane or in the jungle for Gambit, and also in the jungle for Fnatic as well. So he's not going to feature in this one. Final ban here for Fnatic, though. Where do they go with this one? The likes of Evelynn, it's something that Diamond certainly isn't scared of bringing out there in the jungle. Lee Sin is another champion that Cyanide's been playing a lot of recently. Diamond as well, but they've got rid of Corki.
Yeah, I mean, Kreppel brought it up, I think, talking about the Evelynn. Gonna ban it out unless you have a plan for it, which is basically the plan is pink ward behind you and on your flanks. But it looks like Fnatic leaving the Evelynn up, so they may be trying to bait Diamond into taking that one. So far, though, you're right, the Orianna, it's been really big for Alex in the past, and it does leave the rest of their picks wide open because she works with a lot of different styles.
So what are Fnatic going to answer with here? That Evelynn is still not really a champion that we see too much from Cyanide. Lee Sin, though, I think may feature here in this Fnatic lineup. If you look down what Cyanide's played so far, Elise, Aatrox, which covers, by the way, every game but one that he's played with Lee Sin. So, yeah.
Yeah, probably either Lee Sin or Jarvan. That combo's pretty good. You've done your work, Joe. Good job. The Aatrox, I think that, it's only banned by European teams so far because he's really big over there, but not a lot of other regions besides China have really bought into that. I'm a believer, though. I love the jungle Aatrox.
Love a bit of Aatrox. So the other pick for Fnatic here was Zyra. Actually, Yellowstar played it in both of their last games. Both of them were wins. 100% record for him on that.
Always nice to pick up that 100%. She's a very highly prized first pick as well among the supports here at Worlds, just because her immense counter engage. She's also a very big presence at level 1, which we haven't talked about recently, because she can snare multiple people. So the level 1 plays between these two. They actually got the combo, the Ashe Zyra, that's been so good for this Fnatic team.
Yeah, and they start to run that in the playoffs as well. We also saw the Fizz coming in for Xpeke. First time that he's going to make an appearance this time around for Peke. Funnily enough, we had no Kassadin ban in this one, which is something that Peke certainly loves to play. Deciding to go, though, for the Fizz. Going back to Gambit here for a second, they picked up Varus and Sona, and that Varus for Genja has been a big champion for him throughout the spring and summer split.
Oh, yeah. Gambit have locked in so much crowd control with their first 3 picks here. They've got plenty of team fighting already. So they'll probably want to supplement that with someone who's strong at dueling, somebody who's going to be able to deal with maybe a Fizz 1 versus 1 here.
Well, we see the jungle pick left till last. What is Diamond gonna burst out this time around? The Renekton was locked in, and it will be a Vi here. And talk about dueling potential, Vi fits that role.
So Vi picking Vi into Fizz is pretty interesting, because Fizz can just hop up on his pole and negate Vi's ultimate. So, the combo we always talk about is Vi going mid for the level 6 guaranteed kill. That's not even close to guaranteed against the Fizz, because he can get out of that gank pretty easily. I do like the combo, though. If you just look at Fnatic's team by themselves, Vi and Orianna is a very strong combo. The only thing that Vi really has to worry about in the end game is how squishy she is if she hasn't been able to build up enough. Orianna definitely helps out with that, with the shield, with the resistances that she gives, and the secondary crowd control with the shockwave that will come in on top of her.
The final pick for Fnatic as well, going into the top lane, a Zac for Soaz. Champion which again has caused a few headaches for Gambit in the past.
I mean, this is really a classic Fnatic lineup. The only difference here and earlier in Worlds is that they were using Ahri much more because it was available to them. Basically, they've just switched out Fizz for Ahri. They have amazing tower defense to let Peke go split push, and then they have an engage for when they want to turn it around. Crystal Arrow into a Zac Elastic Slingshot. They can start a fight whenever they want to.
Scary times maybe here for Gambit on the horizon. But while we're waiting for the players to load into the game, let's take a look at who you guys at home think are going to win this one. And I can tell you, it's a close one. According to LoLesports.com, 56% of you think that Fnatic will make it 6 wins in a row against Gambit. Our analysts all thought the same as well.
I'm happy that it's this close, because I think this game is going to be well fought here by both teams. They actually are starting out with pretty much compositions that you thought you would see from both of these teams. This is very characteristic of Fnatic, as well as coming from Gambit here.
So we should also not forget the fact that Gambit is a team that turns up on the biggest occasions, and this would certainly be the time to do it here at Worlds. But we are in game, Gambit versus Fnatic. Let's see how things are going to go down. We talked earlier about that Zyra and the danger that she really poses at level 1.
Right, it's very, very scary for Gambit to go face-checking bushes right now. So they'll probably just start out really defensively here. If you ever are going to walk into a Zyra Ashe level 1, it's one of the most scary combos, because Ashe has her guaranteed crit, and Zyra will lock you guys down.
So right now the setup pretty even on both sides. A kind of line defense set up across the map on either side of the river, top and bottom. You see there Darian hiding inside of that brush. His opposite number, Soaz, actually on that top side as well. But with a game of this magnitude, this is the the deal for Fnatic. If they pick up this win, they are through no matter what in that first position. So the question is, can Gambit turn it on? Because they're in danger of actually ending up in a tiebreaker here later on against Ozone. So very, very important game from both sides, and you can almost feel that tension here at level 1.
If Gambit are able to turn it on, it's going to look like a bunch of team fights. They've definitely got, they're going to be looking for these team fights around Dragon, areas like this where they can make use of all this area of effect crowd control, whereas Fnatic, true to form, they're going to be looking to split push and pick people off with the crystal arrows and the Fizz damage later once he does get a Sheen into Lichbane. So it's all about map control here for Fnatic, whereas Gambit are going for the large team fights.
Well, it looks like the lanes going to be matched up in traditional style with the Zac versus Renekton on that top side, the duo lanes in the bottom. We can see both junglers starting on the top side of the map here. Cyanide using that smite earlier on, as has Diamond to get rid of his blue buff as well.
Both junglers starting at the top side, so that means both of them are going to end their routes down bottom. And usually when the junglers end their routes near the duo lanes, they don't go for the early ganks because those are the lanes with the most wards, and most junglers have sort of trained themselves just not to go use time down there very early. They'll probably continue jungling or make their visits mid.
So Cyanide gonna finish off this blue. Diamond did the wolf camp actually before he came down onto this bottom side, so he's gonna be pushing down there a little bit later, and we'll see where they make their mark on the map.
Yeah, the reason Diamond used this smite early on this blue is because he's just going for that very quick jungle farm. You notice usually people will go from buff to other buff. That's what Cyanide did. But Diamond, having used his smite, just started clearing out the small camps already. So he is slightly ahead of Cyanide right now in terms of jungle speed.
On this bottom lane. Could be an explosive one with those grasping roots in there. Voidal obviously going to become a lot more dangerous a little bit later on in the game once he gets up towards that level 6 area. This mid lane, Alex on Orianna versus Peke on Fizz.
Right now, since Fizz is pushing his turret too, there's definitely going to be no ganks here in the mid lane from Diamond. He is just going for the power clear. So he'll probably come out of the jungle here around level 5 when he does go for his first gank. And it's actually very hard, all of these lanes, because of the Zyra counter-initiate. Peke, it's really dangerous to go for those CS. And as Fizz, you do get poked down very early, so you have to balance that risk versus reward.
A lot of risk from Peke.
A lot of risk,
a lot of
one
risk.
minion reward.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how that balance all works out in the end, but he's still alive and he didn't lose too much health from it, so we'll let that one slide. Right now, Cyanide actually hanging around here by that middle area. We saw there on the minimap that Diamond is actually headed off home, so he's not going to be in the immediate area in terms of any kind of counter gank. Peke pushing out here though from the turret.
And there are no wards up here for Gambit besides that bottom lane. So Diamond, with his first recall and his hard clear that he did of the jungle, has gotten 2 different wards here, a pink and a green. He'll probably be going to ward up Alex's lane, since Alex is winning his lane right now so easily, and they don't want to let up pressure on Fizz early when Fizz is the weakest. He's going to ward for Alex so that Alex doesn't have to leave his lane at all.
So Cyanide, after hanging around that mid area, did get back off into his jungle and get back onto his farming routes. Alex doing a great job here, more than double the CS right now of Alex. There is Diamond actually pushing up through the Fnatic jungle. Got Cyanide in his sights and he's going to move in there with that Vault Breaker. Actually, the Q will land and Cyanide going aggressive on him here. And just a little bit of a tussle, not really too much damage done. A bit of a power struggle.
Good dodge there for a blind man. And Alex definitely on his last couple CS here. He's run out of potions. His Crystalline Flask is empty. The next chunk of harass that he actually takes from a command attack and dissonance means that he'll probably have to back off after that.
Well, there's the top lane match. Zac versus Renekton, a familiar matchup as Ignite goes down there onto Peke. Not got enough damage to finish him off, but as you said, running out of potions and that Crystalline Flask is empty, he's going to back off.
Yeah, did I say Alex? I meant Peke. Yeah, Peke going to have to recall now, and that means that Cyanide will have to show in lane. So whenever the jungle does show in lane, your opponent's going to take advantage of you. Diamond's already one up on him, taking out one camp.
So back off for the first time here from Alex Ich. What's he going to come back into that lane with? The Chalice picked up there for Orianna, and boots and wards and more potions as well from that one. So that's a nice shopping trip back home for him.
Yeah, he does not want to have to leave this lane early because Fizz, once he does get that Sheen and into the Lich Bane, then he really starts to become a menace. So they want to delay Fizz's items as long as possible. And you do that by having Alex harass him down with Orianna. I really did like also Diamond's placements of the wards. You placed one mid so that Alex could just hug that bottom side, and then you use the other as a pink inside the jungle of Fnatic.
And we just saw Darian actually popping his ultimate there just to put down some more damage onto Soaz. And honestly, this top lane, especially the caliber of the players themselves as well, I don't expect any kills coming down without some interference there from either Diamond or Cyanide. And Renekton versus that could be pretty much a face bashing lane for a long time.
Yeah, the top lane's pretty classic. Everyone talks about it being an island. It's a dangerous island to be on because they are just smashing their faces against each other. Now they're going to go back for their first buys, though. Renekton getting more tanky means it's just going to be more head bashing.
Actually, Peke had a good amount of time here in this mid lane to farm his way closer at least. He's still more than double CS behind Alex at this point, who's just gone back there to pick off that blue buff. And with that Chalice in there as well, he's not going to have any problems with mana for a while now.
And Alex, after going back for that pink ward, he's actually used his pink ward in the jungle up there on the other side of the lizard buff to protect Diamond from any sort of counter jungling from Cyanide. So he's paid Diamond back for the early warding that Diamond got for him. Diamond has been very outspoken. He's one that hates any sort of vision inside of his jungle. If there are any wards inside his jungle, he'll call for his team to grab pinks and clear it out immediately because he doesn't want anyone to know about the secret operations he performs in there.
Well, right now that secret operation is taking his red buff. And we can see that pink actually on top of the red. I'm not sure if it's just slightly around the corner there or whether Diamond's playing this really smart, knowing that that ward's there. He can almost bait Fnatic with that use.
It's almost even better if you have knowledge of the other team's vision so that you can use that against them. So much of jungling is mind games and playing off of your opponent's knowledge and how much you are aware of their movements. So they can actually try and make use of that as some sort of bait.
No, this top lane, not the most thrilling to watch, that's for sure. We see that that ward has allowed Diamond to go through, but he's going to reveal himself here. Gone straight through while the minions were there anyway. Was a pink ward in that, but what are they going to make the play from here?
Yeah, usually we talk about Vi hitting level 6, guaranteed gank. But look at the team that he's trying to gank. It's a duo lane of Ashe Zyra, which is amazing counter engage, and then Fizz is at middle, who can negate her ultimate. Up top, there's Soaz, who has a revive passive. So instead, they just go straight for the dragon, get the global gold, and don't waste his time ganking a lane.
So wards put down, Cyanide going to be hanging off to the side from this one. We've seen him steal before, but not today. Diamond going to pick that one up, and that's the first major arrow in this game. There's a flash away from Voidal. The arrow just flying on by. Alex was trying to keep Fizz there in that mid lane and away from any trouble. Yellow Star here is going to manage to lock up Genja. Stranglethorn flashed away from there by Genja. And there's a flash in actually from Pushu, which not going to get him anything.
Those were both necessary flashes. Those would have turned into First Bloods. That means the duo lane here for Gambit going to have to watch out. They're going to have to ward very heavily. It's a good thing they already have a ward very deep in Fnatic's jungle because Lee Sin is an amazing jungler at coming at you from different angles. He can actually even come straight through the lane. So even if the bottom lane here has good wards around them, they're going to have to play a little bit more defensively now.
Now this top side has not had a jungler up there yet. We're 10.5 minutes into this one, and they've been left to their own devices. Currently, it is Darian that has the advantage over Soaz. Let's call it 100 CS to 80 right now. There's once again that wave getting pushed off towards the turret. Seen a couple of them starting to come back in lane. And look at the AD carries here, because Genja actually picking up that Phage here, first of all. Now, he's been quite happy to go Triforce with champions, which we're not usually used to seeing the Triforce on.
He said that he will go Triforce on every single AD right now, though. So he's very, very big proponent of using that item. And we'll have to say if he actually stays true to his word and does go Triforce on Varus. It actually doesn't build into anything else now, so he's pretty much locked into that. Frozen Mallet item build was changed. No longer Phage necessary.
So, Kobe, do we think it's better than the tier on Varus?
I'd say it's a step up, but just because of the extra mobility that he does get when killing creeps.
Look at this, Fnatic actually walking down towards that bottom side there. Both Lee Sin and Fizz making their way, and a lot of pings going down, and in the end they decide not to go for that one. We're at 12 minutes into this game. No first blood to be seen just yet.
And about that junglers, you know, not going top lane, I guess, for any sort of action up there. One of the biggest parts of jungling is also not getting yourself into a pattern and not being predictable. If you do the same thing multiple games over, then the good junglers will scout you, and they will predict your movements, and they will come for counter ganks, just like the ones that we're setting up here. So it's especially something that I've seen Loveland really excel at. Probably my favorite jungler of the tournament so far. He has not done the same thing multiple times. There's the arrow initiate!
Oh, this is bad news. First blood coming down there to push you, and it happens so incredibly quickly. Meanwhile, Peke here onto Alex in that mid lane. Command Protect comes down, but Peke is going for this one. He's going to flash in. Shockwave comes down, but Peke will pick up the kill. Tower's not going to be enough to get that one back. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Diamond in trouble. He goes very, very low from that one as well, and all close stuff, but that immediate explosion of Voidal there. They were stood in the brush as human was to see that one coming, but the arrow's faster.
We talked about the bottom lane having to play defensively even if they have wards, and they didn't right there. This one was just an outplay in mid. Beautiful job here by Peke. He continues to chase under the turret. The damage over time actually gets turret aggro onto him, and then saving his playful Trickster for the Shockwave to jump right over it.
So incredibly well done there by XPK. And let's have a look where that actually leaves us in the grand scheme of things here. 2-0 in kills for Fnatic, but still behind here on gold technically. That Dragon obviously going overall to Gambit earlier on, and also ahead nicely in the CS on all fronts actually.
Yeah, Gambit, even after losing those 2 kills, Gambit's got a very substantial gold lead here. I mean, it's basically the Fizz versus Orianna matchup that's going the way that it's expected to. Fizz loses very hard in CS, and then comes out with the first kill just because he has that kill potential. Like I talked about that Sheen, he's also rushed Short Boots, so it's an even earlier extra damage there for him.
And his bottom lane, Genja, did come back after seeing his support die a little bit earlier on. The second blue buffs of the game, or third blue buffs I guess we can say, technically going over to the mid laners here once again. Right now though, Soaz is moving down.
He's getting into position here, and it's because they have the flash already blown for Alex that Soaz is very confident making this roam.
Oh, there's the jump in. Oh, this is bad news again for Alex. The ulti coming down. He will Shockwave, but it's not going to save him. Let's bounce was going on there by Soaz as well. And Fnatic executing absolutely perfectly once again.
Yep, good call because of the no flash there. Making Alex pay once again. But a huge creep wave, full creep wave, was lost for Soaz up in that top lane. Darien did at least shove that wave into the turret before he roamed down. So they were making Fnatic pay a little bit.
Oh, arrow coming out again here on towards Voidal. Yellow Star through his full combo out there. Trying to hook him up with the Grasping Roots and then throw the Stranglethorns down on top. Voidal, though, using his flash pretty much instantly as it came on cooldown.
And that gank was a little bit early here. If they had waited, 15 seconds or so, then a dragon would be spawned, and they could turn that large chunk of damage into something else. But because it's going to be another few seconds, Fnatic happy to wait on their cooldowns again. The Ashe Zyra combo of the ultis is very, very important for the Fnatic Dragon fight.
Look at the damage there coming out from Peke on towards that top outer turret. Still no turret's gone down while we're on that front. Peke diving in towards Alex again. Has that Chum the Waters up and available for himself. We've now got that face bashing lane moving over towards the middle, as Orianna and Fizz did a little bit of battle at the top. But, you know, despite the fact that Alex is obviously ahead in CS there, that's really the only thing going in his favor at this stage.
They're happy with the CS leads, though, because money that you earn from CS is a lot safer than money that you earn from killing people, because if Fnatic rack up multiple kills, if there's one more kill on Peke, oh, here we go, Alex taking hits.
Yeah, once again knocked up in the air there by Chum the Waters, and Peke picks up kill number 3 on towards Alex. Meanwhile, down in the Dragon area, we did see the Dragon picked up by Fnatic. There's Let's Bounce coming in by Soaz. Darien trying to get away, will flash over. Soaz going to follow him, but he's now in front of 3 men. Crescendo will lock him up. There's Cell Division going to be popped, but can they finish him off? No, they can't. Arrow coming in from Pushu. There is a Sultan battery, plus the ulti out of Genja. They're going to know. Cyanide flashing away. Soaz dives back in. Flash away on the bottom side from Diamond. Chaos!
Pushu was thinking about flashing over for about 20 seconds there. He was sitting in the back of the Dragon, did not want to come over to join the fight. Then finally does, and his target disappears.
Crazy, crazy stuff there down by Dragon, but crazy stuff that's working out so well for Fnatic. They took down the Dragon. They made it 5 kills now. They take the upper outer turret, the top lane outer turret, and the bottom lane outer turret in one swift sweep.
Right, that top turret, I was just talking about the kill bounties racking up for Fnatic, and Peke does get his 3rd kill. So for Gambit, they're at least looking to get a little bit of extra gold if they're actually ever able to take down Peke. He's now got a bounty on his head.
So let's have a look down some of the items that are now finished after that. You can see that Fnatic gaining themselves finally that gold lead back. Lichbane is done. Peke throwing his ulti out here again, and feels like Chum the Waters has not really been on cooldown.
There's an interesting thing with Chum the Waters that you can actually throw it much shorter. It's not, it won't go the full line of the skill shot, and he just flubbed it on the ground right there.
Well, I'd give him that because that's the first one out of, well, that was his 4th.
He does have 3 kills.
And he's got the 3 kills to show for it with that Lichbane now finished off. The 2 AD carries will look at Pushu here. Got that Infinity Edge now done. Other side, BF Sword added in for Genja.
Genja with the BF Sword after that phage. I guess he's not going with the Trinity Force. Just wanted the extra move speed from the phage, and now he's going to go with a more standard build from Varus. Either that or he's just delaying his Trinity Force a very, very long time.
Well, Fnatic right now are trying to get a hold of Gambit's jungle. That blue buff is up and available. We can see that Gambit moving around as a team as Voidal. Going to take a lot of damage here from Zyra. There is Soaz. He's going to dive into the middle of them. Where is Let's Bounce? He's got it available, but deciding here to probably back away. There are more Gambit members there than I think they expected here, Fnatic. Darien did use that Dominus, and that will force Fnatic at least away for now.
I want to see Fnatic call for a cross-court arrow, but he just used it bottom in the duel with Genja.
Yeah, and it is a duel where Genja's going to flash in. Oh, Barrier Bateson! Oh, he got the kill. He will go down anyway. And that just fits the theme of this game. Chaotic and crazy.
Genja, I mean, everyone always talks about how passive of an AD Genja is. Here we go, Soaz initiates.
Oh, there's a brilliant shockwave. Crescendo follows up. Stranglethorn's coming in. Cyanide trying to walk away as he kicks Diamond off, but Peke is chasing down Alex somehow, getting behind his turret, but he'll get the kill there. Peke falling low, but he's looking for another one here. Voidal falls as well. There is the shutdown, but Peke under pressure gets the double. Meanwhile, blue buff had been started off. Yellow Star now has to back away. They've got Diamond here chasing in as well. They'll be happy, though, to sew up the control of the blue, which might not be quite as controlled as they think. Soaz is waiting.
Oh, Soaz is going to come in for this one. Darien's right behind him. Darien also just got the shutdown gold on Peke. So Darien just got a huge amount of money in all of this scramble down here. He's going to be a very tanky Renekton.
Well, let's have a look at that messy fight again by the blue buff.
Okay, so this was a good shockwave into Crescendo, but Peke was not hit by any of this CC. He gets around behind, and because Yellow Star was able to knock up 3 people with his Zyra ultimate, it gave Peke the time he needed to not only kill Alex, but also get enough damage down onto Voidal. The dot from his auto attack going to finish him off.
Game over there for Voidal for a second time in this game. If we look at Alex, definitely not having the best game of his life at this point. Still holds a 40 CS lead, but is now 0-4-1 there. We can see the gold difference between the two. I don't want to say too massive at this point, but at the same time, we're only 20 minutes into the game, and he's already slipping quite far behind.
The scariest point of any Fizz is when he gets not only the Lich Bane, but also the Zhonya's Hourglass after that, because then he has the burst potential to assassinate someone because of Lich Bane. Plus, he can get another round of abilities off when he comes out of his Hourglass, so he becomes very frustrating to fight because he has two different abilities that make him untargetable, and he can escape after he kills you.
And Genja doesn't want to be the one to probably go up against him at this point of things. We saw him now finishing off that Bloodthirster. As we mentioned, went for the Phage first, then off towards that Bloodthirster. Second of all, seeing another couple of items being picked up. Both top laners got that Sunfire Cape in. We see the Spirit Visage for Darien on the other side, Soaz working exactly the same route.
Yeah, Genja definitely doesn't want to fight Peke, especially having blown his summoners in that 1v1 battle with Pushu down bottom. The Phage is going to give him a lot of extra movement speed that he'll try and use to kite Fizz. Cheeky little steal there from Peke.
That's the problem with the Fizz, right? He comes in, you think, okay, look, he's totally out of position. Let's get him. Oh, we can't actually do anything to him at that point. Peke getting away with completely full health remaining. Right now, they're moving on towards inner turrets here. Of course, all three outers already down for Fnatic. We can see them working away slowly but surely on this inner turret, which is going to move from slowly and surely to just surely here in just a second, with all 5 men from Fnatic there for the pickup.
Gambit are closing in, though, and we do have Vi flanking on the outside. If Vi can get her Assault and Battery onto Pushu with Alex's ball on top of him, that would be the ideal situation to start this off, because he's not looking to ulti Peke. We've already been over the fact that Peke can avoid it.
And has managed to avoid it as well. Dragon is now up and available. We see a lot of pink wards on that side of the map from Gambit here. Fnatic going to be going home, though, and spending a little bit of cash that they've been building up. The men that didn't go back from Fnatic just going to make sure that Gambit can't push this mid lane back in their direction and take out what would be only the second turret of the game. Gambit have started Dragon, though.
And they do have vision of Fnatic. Diamond, though, is the only one in the pit. It's going to take him a little bit longer here to finish it off. It looks like they're going to be able to grab this one. So some global gold back in the favor of Gambit. Still a very close game here.
Yeah, 1,000 gold is all that separates them here, despite that 4-1 in turret leads and the 8-3 kill lead that Fnatic are currently holding. Thanks to the great job that they've done here across all lanes, even in the jungle, being ahead on TS.
As we look later, too, you know, Pushu has just finished his last Whisper after Infinity Edge, getting that one extremely early because he's going to be hitting Darien, and we just talked about how much money Darien got in that last skirmish. Wants to be able to take down the front line. He does not want to get into this team fight at all. Actually, if he builds a third item defensive Banshee's Veil, I wouldn't criticize him too much, because as long as he has that Banshee's Veil to avoid Vi's Assault and Battery, he can stay very far back in this lineup.
So a bit more of a quiet period. We see that Gambit spending a lot of money on pink wards here. We saw the 3 down by Dragon. They've got 3 now on the top side of their jungle as well. They want to maintain complete vision control of their side of the map. And with those outer towers down, the only real way to do that is to get those wards going. Oh, Darien, they're just going out on towards Soaz once again, him back to way. And we've got Boots of Swiftness now picked up here for Darien.
So he definitely wants to be getting back there over to Pushu. Gonna avoid a lot of the slows, both from Zyra as well as from Cyanide.
This could get messy once again, looking almost like an instant replay from earlier on, as Soaz is going to dive in. Arrow goes down as well. Diamond taking a lot of damage. There's a Stranglethorns, knocks them up. Shockwave comes down, but there's the kill for Soaz. Where are they going next? On towards Genji, who has to flash away on the side. There's a Zhonya's from Peke, and right now, all of the men from Gambit here flashing very, very low. Fnatic trying to come in there to keep these ones going. Soaz being protected by the rest of his team, but Cyanide comes around the back, kicks Genja in there. Double kill for Xpeke. Only Alex survived in that one, and Fnatic didn't lose a man.
Diamond getting chunked down very early and having to use Assault and Battery on Soaz to reposition himself and try and get out of that fight meant they had nothing to get down on Pushu, and there was no answer left. Diamond here already down to a quarter life. Then he has to ulti Soaz, nothing left. The Shockwave doesn't get Pushu either. Ashe is free firing from the back line. Then we see Cyanide start to make his move down around behind Gambit as they're already chasing them into their own base. Genja's going to get knocked in the head back. Because Soaz had his revive passive, not even this very tanky Renekton could sustain as much damage as him coming back together with Blobless.
So Baron was done there while we were looking through that replay. And one thing that we saw in that fight there, the crescendo, it hit Yellow Star. Then the Chain of Corruption hit Yellow Star and didn't spread out as they would have liked for them there as well. So they lost a lot of that CC that is so strong, I think, really, in this Gambit lineup, especially when you're fighting in the jungle like that. It's almost, it's harder to miss than it is
exactly.
to hit.
The target they're going for, Pushu. Assault and Battery didn't hit him, Shockwave didn't hit him, Corruption didn't hit him, Crescendo didn't hit him. That's all four. Didn't hit him with any of them.
Something for Gambit to really improve on from this one. They're now slipping further behind in the gold. That Baron on for Gambit, sorry, for Fnatic, going to make them all the more stronger. We saw that Sonya's in the last fight for Peke, allowing him to lose a lot of that damage that was coming his way. And also credit to Cyanide for sewing up that last kill onto Genja as well, coming right around the bottom side of them and kicking him back into the rest of the team. What are we going to see as the next step here? Inventory in the mid and the bottom lanes are still open. We can see that Fnatic just trying to grasp that control with a lot of wards down in the Gambit jungle.
It's exactly what they need to do, because Baron, or we don't have the Baron timer up yet. Never mind, I can't remember. They're wearing Baron. They're going to try and assassinate Darien down here in the bush.
Well, Darien is what you would call far up and maybe out of position on the map here from this one. Going to try and get himself away. Oh, he's missed the jungle waters. The turret's actually hammering away here on towards Darien.
Those boots of speed.
Yeah, boots of swift. Oh, there's Soaz come diving in from the top. Darien does not care right now. He is headed up towards the fountain. And he's still going.
Hey, go back to that.
He's a quick crocodile. He's a quick crocodile, but in this mid lane, Alex in trouble. He's going to get kicked back there. Pushu going to focus. There's a Shockwave. Catches three of them, but will that be enough? Chain of Corruption comes down. Stranglethorns on top of it, and Diamond here at the back, trying to do his best, is now going to be focused down as Peke forgets about Darien and comes to join the fight. 4 men die. Funnily enough, Darien survived.
All right, so they got Pushu this time, but Peke rotated down much quicker than Darien did, because Darien was running for his life and easily turned around there for Fnatic.
Yeah, you have to wonder about that one, really. Darien being the tanky man in this team. Okay, he drew Peke away, but Peke split off from him there at exactly the right time to come in and sew up that fight. Right now, they're focusing on the first inhibitor turret of the game. Gambit will be coming up here, though. And only Genja remains dead at this point. But it's going to mean that that inner turret on the bottom lane is available for the taking now.
Inhibitor exposed, and Fnatic probably going to back off on this one. Spend all that money that they just got. Actually, they have Pushu joining them down here. So they're just going to wait for Ashe to return. This is going to be a semi-Fnatic push. They're trying to use Yellow Star as bait. Don't think Gambit are going to be tricked, though, because they know this team very well.
Oh, Darien will get rooted up from this one, and see, he loses pretty much half of his health there, and he's not really the one.
Genja's up top right now, too.
Oh, arrow coming in, Diamond gonna get focused up there. There's a jump in, the Shockwave, not really doing enough for them. Alex will use his Zhonya's, but as soon as he comes out, he's a focus. He gets popped down. Diamond will face the same, and there is Darien still trying to escape. This time, though, they're gonna chase him down. He's escaped once, but not a second time. Triple kill for Peke. And where is Genja? He's in the top lane. The farm is great.
Genja was showing in that top lane at the very beginning of that fight, and Fnatic have the tower diving team right now. He's Genja's is still pushing up there.
Might want to come back. Just saying.
I don't know. Yeah, treading inhibitor there. He can't defend anything by himself. So I guess he's just decided to get a few more minions, wait for the death timers to come back up.
Well, for that, they're going to lose both inhibitors here, that bottom lane and the mid lane. And this is Fnatic's game to lose right here.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they have, like I said, this is the tower diving team. Start that off with Crystal Arrow into the slingshot. Said so many times, but they just go right for it. Anytime you show it's a 4 versus 5 situation against this team, they're going to pull that dive every single time. The arrow, even though it hits Darien, the tankiest member, Peke got all the way into the back, and Zhonya's the shockwave. So there was no answer here for Gambit. Fnatic clean up, even with Pushu tanking turret hits at the back of this fight. They dive between 2 turrets here and finish off Darien as well. As we know, Genja, not on screen, but he's getting money for the team.
Yes.
1 minion at a time.
1 minute at a time is bringing them back into this one. It's 10,000 gold lead now, by the way, for Fnatic after all that went down. Baron is going to be respawning here in 1.5 minutes time as well. So that's going to be nice. You'd imagine for Fnatic, I can't really see Gambit being able to really fight for this one. If you look at some of the items that have come up recently, it's all very, very scary. DFG added in now for Xpeke, so that's probably the missing ingredient that he needed to finish off Darien earlier on.
Yeah, he can definitely even just burst down pretty much the tankiest member of Gambit now. With that much firepower, everybody's got to be scared.
Oh, Diamond there getting a little bit far out, just trying to push that lane back up. Fnatic squeezing the pressure on every single lane right now. It's going to be this top lane, of course, that's the focus. That's the only one with a turret left in it outside the inhibitor. Let's see what they do. Are they going to go in? Peke just sitting there on the steps, looking generally menacing. And obviously, when you see that on your steps, you're like, we just want to kill him right now. But it's not quite that easy. Peke with that Zhonya's in there now as well. Gambit really holding on by a thread in this game, we have to say.
Fnatic, they have the potential to tower dive just like they did before, but they definitely don't have to because they have 2 lines of super minions coming in. It's Gambit who started off.
Well, they managed to get a 2-man shockwave there. Pushu is going to go down. Let's see if this changes the outcome of the fight. Genja going low with a Let's Bounce on. There's a Chain of Corruption holding up Peke, but he dodges a piercing arrow, dives in on towards Genja, and now Darien will be the focus from this one. We still have a Zhonya's here available for Peke if they decide to keep going. That turret got minions on it. This should be the 3rd inhibitor.
Great job here by Fnatic. I have to say, everyone chose Gambit to win this game because of the record. But it looks like Gambit's win streak is about to run out here as Fnatic have a tremendous lead in this game.
Looking so very good. 23-5 kills. Darien, we know him as a man who gets easily frustrated when his team's behind and just goes for it. Well, he didn't actually die when he was in that position here today. Now he's moving out on towards Soaz. In the end, I think he realized that the rest of the team might be headed back his way. Meanwhile, super minions streaming in from his bottom and the middle lane going on towards those Nexus turrets. Alex managing to save it just about, but it gives Fnatic so much time here to pick up free Baron. Darien is going to face check. This is surely a dead Darien. He's knocked up. He's controlled from all kinds of angles. Oh, flashes away though. And will he live? Will the Crocodile manage to escape this one? Arrow comes flying through, misses everyone. Diamond coming in to help him out. Darien is still alive. He got kicked over the wall. He's alive, and now Diamond's going to pay the price. Great teammate, but Darien somehow lived through that one. There is Soaz. He's going to bounce on in. Good crescendo from Voidal will stop the rest of Fnatic, but they're finally going to get in there. 3-man shockwave comes down. Peke using the Zhonya's. Soaz didn't die because of cell division, and now Darien is healed up and he's back on track.
Yeah, did I say Gambit's on the win streak against Fnatic before? I pretty much
we
meant
all
the
knew
opposite.
what you meant, though.
And they're going to extend that win streak. There we go.
I can't believe Darien actually lived through that.
All right, well, that's going to be 3 inhibitors down, though.
Yeah. He might not live through it next time around. Baron is available here for Fnatic. They took that fight. I say fight, it was just try and kill Darien, really. But this time around, they are going to be settling in on that one. Peke did actually head off home. Picked himself up, you know, just a Void Staff.
Just a Void Staff. All right, even more penetration could be added to that build. But Darren, this is the escape that you're talking about. Good flash over the wall, then this slight sidestep right there. Just barely avoiding. This one was, that one was luck. He just kept running. Straight line right there. Diamond comes in to block this. And the kick over from Cyanide, helping Darien get out alive.
Luckiest Crocodile EU. Not often you see that kind of escape coming in. I'm sure he was laughing at that point as well. So, back into the game then. Baron was, of course, taken by Fnatic while we're having another look at Darien's miraculous escape from that one. And you have to feel that it's a matter of time at this point before Fnatic pile on so much pressure. There are no inhibitors. I say there are no inhibitors left. They've just respawned. So I'm telling a little bit of a lie on that one, but they're open inhibitors for the taking for Fnatic.
And look at this Soaz here. Not only is he a beastly tank at the point on Zach right now, but he also has his Leandries that he got pretty early on. So he's really good at initiating those fights and getting that max health percentage burn on the whole team at the start.
Oh, they're going in on to Pusher. The Shockwave actually locking him up there. Alex going to be focused at the back. Peke is off diving in the back as well. He managed to get both the AD carry and support. This time around, Darien's not going to survive. This should be game right here. There is the Zhonya's. Alex losing 3/4 of its health. There's the last quarter for the ace here for Fnatic. And they will pick up another win here against Gambit and secure their spot in the playoffs as they all dive into the turret just for fun. Zhonya's, and there is the Nexus. Brilliant win from Fnatic once again.
Congratulations. Again, another win from Fnatic. I didn't get enough sleep. Thought the win streak was on the other foot.
Well, if only, I think, for Gambit at this stage. I mean, it wouldn't matter after losing that one whether they'd won the last 10 or 20 in a game in a row. Sorry, it leaves them now in a very sticky situation. They've most likely going to end up playing in a tiebreaker game from this one, but things could still go pear-shaped because Ozone have to play against Vulcan and Mineski as well.
They do. They still have 2 games to play out. Doublelift was talking about free wins. There's no free wins in League of Legends. Got to put in your time.
Got to put in the time, and especially since I think everyone has counted Mineski out at this point. They're like, okay, if we look at our remaining games, Mineski is the win. And that's probably all the conversation that went into those games. And I hope for their sake that it really isn't, because Mineski, I don't know, I've still got a feeling that they could possibly, maybe, pull out something a little bit funky here in the final day of the group stage.
Jungles.
They have nothing to lose.
5-man pushes.
They've earned a lot of experience here from this one. It's been a tough old group stage for them, but who knows? This last day could be when they bring out the craziest upset of the entire Season 3. Either way, we're going to go over to Riv and the guys at the desk for a look at Fnatic's quarter-final clinching win over Gambit.
Thank you very much, Joe. And I think we can really just dive right into this one. In the beginning, Doublelift were very verbal about the possible Genja onto Triforce build, but it was still, he kind of sat on the fage. Just go into this for us.
Yeah, I think there needs to be like some sort of esports documentary on the evolution of Genja's build this game. Because he started off with a phage, and he had a Doran's shield and a Doran's blade, and then he went BT, and then he went like
Zeal,
yeah, and then he sold the Doran's shield to get a BF sword, which doesn't build into anything. He should like and he
had enough money
to
upgrade
finish
to the Triforce, but he instead went for the BF sword.
He should have even gotten like a Lassus or anything. He's like, nah, screw it, dude. I'm just gonna get another BF sword. And my mind was just too blown. Genja's just on another level.
Do you think he gave up like midway to Triforce and like this is not working? We need more piercing arrows, or?
Honestly, I don't try to get inside.
I don't want to bash Genja because he might actually have, but it's really hard to see what his intentions were.
I have a feeling he just got lost in his build.
Because Varus, like a lot of people, yes, Varus is a cost and he will get a lot of those Sheen procs off in theory, but then Varus will stack his passives procs and then pop him with a spell, and then usually he's out of range for Sheen procs. The same, his phage isn't going to really interact too well with him. He wants a BT so he can snipe people down if he runs armor pin. It's called the Legolas build in Europe, where you just go BT first and then Last Whisper and just snipe people.
Yeah, so, I mean, all jokes aside, that money should have gone towards Last Whisper if you wanted more poke, and Trinity Force is a better team fighting item because it gives you so much more mobility as soon as you finish it. I just think he might have misclicked on BF Sword, or I don't really know actually what
and
went
on Phage and on Zeal?
Yeah, all those misclicks.
Jai, you were looking at something different, just the entire composure of the game. It was switched up coming from Fnatic's side.
Yeah, Krepp and I have talked about this a fair bit. Fnatic, they don't even need to win the laning phase a lot of times to be able to come back in the game because their roaming is so strong. They know how to do the Fnatic brush tricks, and this was another game where all 3 lanes were down 30 CS at one point, but they still seem to just crush Gambit.
Especially against Gambit because they're now, I think, 5-0 or 6-0 against
That makes
them.
it 6 in a row,
This makes it
yeah.
6 in a row. If you play against a team that you know you've always beaten in this fashion, even if you're a few thousand gold behind, you just really don't care. You could see at one point Fnatic picking up 1 or 2 kills and they were still behind 2,000 gold, but it doesn't feel that way, and that means gold doesn't always tell you everything about the game.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree that even if they lose all 3 lanes that they're in control of the game. I think that snowballed from the just absolutely dirty play that XPK made on Alex Ich. That really turned mid lane around, and you saw XPK make a lot of plays afterwards, you know, like leading his team in the charge of like Dragon making picks, stuff like that.
That they still have the confidence even when behind, it just shows you that they're really in the zone right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, their composition was great, too, for setting up that picks, and they really allowed XPK to succeed. We can see a 17-1-3 disgusting scoreline after that game. It was funny, too, because we were sitting here and we're close to the player rooms, and, of course, Ozone are Fnatic's #1 fans right now because they kept them in the tournament at this point, at the very least. You know, they needed Fnatic to win. And during the game, Imp came up to me and Krepo, and he just said, XPK is God, with the biggest grin on his face. And walked out,
this little guy with his big glasses walking around so happy. Like, even though they lost, it was legendary to see.
XPK spreading the joy, but not for some. So right now, let's see how the standings look after the first game of the day. With their win, Fnatic locks down first place in Group B, and more importantly, a spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so Gambit is still sitting in second, but because of their loss, the winner of our next matchup between Vulcan and Ozone will actually tie them at 4-3.
So, guys, you all picked Fnatic to win the last game, which definitely came out in your favor, which means you're perfect for the day. But that is only for right now. So let's see if you can make it 2 in a row. The winner of our next match, Vulcan versus Ozone. What are your predictions? Krepo, take it away.
I'm going to go with Ozone here, but it is really close. Because Ozone still has an edge on them, I think if they get their stuff together and they play really, really well. But you can never deny ManCloud. He can carry a game if he gets a lead. Just Vulcan does seem really shaky once in a while, even when they get ahead lately. So the least inconsistent team is Ozone for me, so I'm going to go with Ozone.
Consistency for you, all right?
Yeah, I'm with Ozone as well. I was on that Vulcan hype train, and now I've jumped off because I've just been too disappointed, dude. The service wasn't good enough on that train.
So your pie's all gone?
Yeah, the pie's gone. The apple pie is dead. And like, just in terms of overall strength right now, it is true what Monty said. I gotta admit it. Vulcan does seem to make the same large, like huge mistake early game, and that just puts them too far behind. It's consistent throughout the world so far.
Yeah, I'm going to take Ozone as well, although it's important to note Vulcan is still in this race, right? So they're certainly not out of this tournament, and they've had some time, just like Ozone has, to turn things around. So we could see a very close game here, but I think I want to see that Ozone Gambit tiebreaker.
All right, Jat, how do the casters feel about this one?
All the tension is gone. I'm picking Ozone as well in this one because, like, this is just like the last game between Gambit and Fnatic, where my gut is telling me to pick Vulcan, but my brain is telling me to pick Ozone, just because Vulcan hasn't performed so far in the World Championship. They had the first game that got me all hyped up and thinking Vulcan is going to make it here because ManCloud played amazingly. But since then, it's just been a plethora of errors over and over again. And now with the pressure being even higher, I feel like since they've been going downhill, they're not exactly a team that's going to respond to the pressure in the best way, and I'm expecting them to lose this one to Ozone.
I think Dada is really learning what matchups he can play and what he shouldn't play. They've really learned of their pick mistakes, I believe. I really hope he just takes a champion he's comfortable with, just farms his way against ManCloud, and I think the rest of the team can get him through that early to mid-game, and then Korean mid-game instinct will still kick in.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend that everyone keep your eyes on Dade, because I feel like so far in the tournament he's had one good game, and that was the Ezreal game against Gambit. The rest of the games have been really unimpressive to me, and I hope to see him like step up his game.
All right, so we have a few minutes here, and let's discuss this, because it's been a roller coaster ride discussing these two mid laners. You know, good games here, then both have bad games. What does a team need to do around a mid-centric lane like that to correct that?
Well, I think most of the problems have been Dade's overextensions in lane, where he gets caught with too little vision. He gets a little cocky and goes too far out. Now, the last time they played against Vulcan, he did go down early to ManCloud on Rise, but he actually had a big impact in that game later on when they got to the team fighting phase. His other game on Rise, he just team fought poorly, but he did look a little stronger in that first game against Vulcan. But yeah, I think if he just plays more conservatively, he'll have a much better shot at making that impact.
There's basically two ways to deal with it. Either you put your jungle pressure fully on the mid lane and you go for the epic 2v2, in which Xmithia and ManCloud came out a little too light last time, I believe. I'm not even sure. But otherwise, you can actually just go for a passive lane approach, just farm your way into the game, put your jungle to help your strong players, let them get ahead, and then just have a good utility mid laner. Say Orianna could do really well for both teams here.
Yeah, I'm really just looking at Dade's champion pool this game because he's had a couple really rough games, his Gragas game and his Lissandra game, champions he hasn't played before. Hopefully they're kind of realizing now at this point, if he's not playing part of his core, what I think is 4 champions that he plays, Zed, Ezreal, Jason, Rise, seem to be the 4 that he plays. If he's not on those...
Who's on the blue side for this game?
He's getting destroyed at this point.
Blue side, you got me on that one.
Oh my god.
It's our first team represented.
We should know this. Who knows, dude?
Nobody knows.
But going off what Krepo said, I don't think it's likely that either player will play passively. Just because of the way that they play. They're both like blood-hungry monsters, dude. These guys love getting kills. They love fighting, and it just goes completely against their style to be like, I'm going to split this lane even and try to farm it out.
And it is Vulcan on blue this time coming around. So we'll see what they can do with that first pick, first ban. We have to take a quick break right now, but when we return, Vulcan and Ozone fight for a share of second place in the Group B standings. Plus, Fnatic Cyanide will join us to talk about winning their way into the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Peke here onto Alex in that mid lane. Command Protect comes down, but Peke's going for this one. He's going to flash in. Shockwave comes down, but Peke will pick up the kill. Nice. And they will pick up another win here against Gambit.
Welcome back to Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles, California. Our second match of the day, Vulcan versus Ozone, is just about to get underway. But first, I'd like to welcome Fnatic Cyanide on the interview lounge. So first off, Cyanide, fantastic performance. You now qualified for the quarterfinals. You just went 2-0-17 on Lee Sin up against Diamond in the jungle. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, of course it feels good.
So, I'm seeing Zax, I'm seeing all sorts in the back of the crowd, just off the side of your shot. But in the picks and bans, did you feel you already had that? Because obviously, you know, we've just seen, 17-1-3 coming out of Peke up against Alex Ich in that mid lane. Both these guys have been going at it all season long, sort of leading the kills. But did you really think you guys were going to get such a big lead over Gambit?
Yeah, so pretty much we knew that early was going to be a bit hard since it's Orianna against Fizz. But yeah, I think in team fights we had a stronger comp even if they had Y Orianna. So we just tried to make it to the mid game and crush them.
So you're obviously in dominant form right now. Fnatic looking really good throughout this tournament. What's changed from the summer that's come into the Worlds? I mean, have you guys just literally sat down or worked it all out, boot camped yourself into this?
I think everyone is really motivated in the team right now, and it really helps us to improve. Like, everyone's improved like crazy. Our team play was always pretty good, I think, so now just the individual play is better. So.
And obviously you've seen the other groups go through. You've seen SKT, OMG go through. Looking at the quarterfinals, who are you really looking forward to facing and who are you hoping to avoid?
It's a pretty tough question because we don't really know a lot about the teams, like especially the teams. We haven't seen them play yet. So I don't know. I think Najin Sport is pretty strong, and probably the Chinese team is pretty strong as well, Royal. So we wish to avoid them mostly.
And obviously, as a Season 1 winner, yourself and Peke, you're looking to get your name on that new cup. You didn't get a chance to last time.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing last year, but I hope we can make it this year.
And finally, anything you'd like to say to your fans? Obviously, you guys have been on a bit of a tear lately. Obviously, Europe's all behind you now.
Yeah, just keep supporting us. I know the games, they are really late for you guys, but it's amazing that you are still watching, and just check out the replays if your timing is too bad.
Well, thank you very much, Cyanide, and best of luck with the quarterfinals when they come around. So, next up, we're going to get over to Joe and Kobe over at the caster desk for more group action.
Thanks a lot, Demon. It is time for our second game of the day as North America's Vulcan take on Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Now, the winner of this match will move into a tie for second place with just one game left. Can't stress that one enough. And coming into this game, it's Ozone that are looking to make it 2 in a row against ManCloud and Vulcan.
Yeah, so Vulcan got out to an early lead the first time these two teams met, but squandered it in the mid-game, letting Ozone take control. All week long, Mani and Doublelift have been going back and forth on Dandy versus Xmithie. Round 1 of this matchup easily went to Dandy, though. He was involved in 20 of Ozone's 22 kills, yet he only died once.
Well, even though ManCloud and Vulcan fell to Samsung Galaxy Ozone the first time around, they're pretty confident that they can win the rematch with a focused plan of attack.
Most important thing I learned from SSO is that their mid laner has a kind of limited champion pool. When he's playing champions he's really good at, he does extremely well.
저희가 일단 벌컨하고 첫 경기에서 초반에 많이 약한 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 그 부분을 보완하고 절대 방심하지 않고 남은 경기 잘 마무리하도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
I think we're going to focus more of our picks and bans towards their mid laner Dade, who I think he's only played Gragas, Ryze, and Ezreal. I think our plan is just to force him onto Ryze by either picking or banning the other two champions.
Against Ozone last time we were doing really well before I got caught in mid and they snowballed completely off of that advantage. We're pretty confident going to the next match though that we're not going to do anything silly.
We just need to practice harder and try to think better and not make risky plays early game.
Banning out Dade, a plan laid out for everyone to see and hear there, but was it a bait?
Pretty much everybody's been targeting Dade after this. We'll have to see if it is a bait.
Well, we'll find that out in just a little while, but first of all, we've got to check out the two lineups, starting off in the blue corner with Vulcan. There, of course, Psycho Sid in the top lane, Xmithie in the jungle, ManCloud, the mid laner, Zuna, the AD carry, and Bloodwater, the support.
And in the red corner, it's Samsung Galaxy Ozone. Up top is Looper. In the jungle is Dandy. Dade's mid. Imp is the AD carry, and Mata is supporting.
So we're about to get into Champion Select here, but let's talk about that before we get there, because it's a little bit up in the air, and I want to focus a little bit more on Dade here because he's the obvious choice to really look at. He's played a lot, but not really found his comfort zone yet, I'd say.
I'd say Vulcan's definitely not going to give them Zed. So that's number one, because that's a champion that everybody's afraid of Dade on. They'll be happy giving him, Ryze or Gragas or something like that, though.
Well, we'll have to see. And we heard that plan going out there, they're going to try and focus on Dade and make him play that Ryze. We're going to find that out right now, though, as we get into Champion Select. Vulcan having the first picks and the first bans, and their first ban coming out here will be a Caitlyn.
I think Samsung Galaxy, Ozone as well, they talked about focusing more on their early game mistakes. They might focus on the junglers a bit more, too. Take something away from Smithy.
Well, right now, Vulcan clearly lied to us somewhat in that video.
Clearly.
They've banned out Caitlyn, Lee Sin, and Thresh, focusing completely on everyone, again, other than Dade in this one. So, other side, Ahri, Corki, and that Zed banned out by Ozone.
Yeah, because Vulcan are first pick, and they're aware that Mandatory Cloud has a huge champion pool. Mandatory Cloud can play Zed. They don't want to give that one away, so Samsung Galaxy forced to sort of ban away Dade's best champion here because they're second pick.
Another thing that's left open here is Shen. Now, both top laners here, both Looper, who we also have to add in, coming into this tournament without any experience whatsoever on the pro scene, done really well so far. Has played Shen, has played Singed. Same goes for Psycho Sid, locked in.
He'll probably be doing Singed. Every time that they've gone up against Shen, they've locked in the Singed. They can actually save that one for a much later pick, so they can take two higher priority ones here. They talked about early pressure. Elise in the jungle, amazing at getting that off. A much better early game for Samsung Galaxy. And taking away Bloodwater Sona is always a good idea.
Well, that Elise pickup there is funny. If you look at Dandy's stats, he's only actually played 2 junglers so far. The Jarvan and the Elise. Obviously, a lot of Lee Sin bans coming his way as well. And therefore, he's going to be settling in with the Spider Queen once again. On the other side here then for Vulcan, what are they going to lock up this time? Support already gone, so they can save that for whenever they need to get around there and go for those more hotly contested choices.
With Thresh being banned and Sona being taken already, the support they'll probably go with is that Zyra, but you're right, they can save this one. So Samsung, they can save their Singed pick much later, and then Vulcan can actually save their Zyra pick for much later. They don't want to show the mid lanes very early, though. So those ones probably are going to be relegated to the next round of picks.
Well, we see that Zyra will be picked up here along with Karma, Jarvan, Karma, no, Jarvan is the one that they go for there in the end. Again, a new pick here from Smithy. He's played 4 games of Vi, 2 games of Elise so far. First time we're seeing Jarvan here in the World Championships for him.
Yeah, Jarvan definitely very strong early game jungler. With Lee Sin being banned out, Elise being taken, they are trying to have Smithy, answer whatever Dandy's going to go with here. So far, we talked about, Dandy having the slight upper hand against Smithy, but Jarvan can make those moves very early as well.
So, Ozone here picking up that Singed. We thought that might come in against the Shen pick, and also a Vayne for Imp.
Yeah, and the biggest thing here is that they save Dade for counter picking. They don't want to show that early. Vulcan talked about how much they were focusing on it. They didn't use any bans on him yet, but Mandatory Cloud, with such a large champion pool, can easily use the pick advantage to counter Dade if they actually lock that mid lane in early, so they save it to last.
So, looks like it will be that Zyra-Ashe combo, which they went with against Mineski, actually, in their last game. Ended with some pretty impressive scores for both Bloodwater and Zuna that time around. It will be a Twisted Fate pickup here for ManCloud.
Now, going Twisted Fate against Dade is pretty interesting because Dade mainly plays attack damage champions. He does not play a lot of AP champions. Even though he does main mid, it's mostly attack damage. And they go back to one of the things that was successful for them, which is the mid Ezreal. So they're going to have a double AD composition with Singed as a teleport split pusher. So Singed, try and draw resources from Vulcan up top while the rest of his team takes early turrets. Makes use of this 4-man range squad that they're going to have with the CC of the Crescendo and the Cocoons to try and keep them safe. However, Vulcan, Ashe is really good against that because Crystal Arrow guaranteed engage.
So we've got two very interesting lineups. Let's see what you guys at home think about this game. According to lolesports.com, 60% of you going for Ozone this time around, and our analysts all thinking the same.
I don't know. After seeing this champ select, I'm feeling like Vulcan have a pretty good chance. Analysts went over it, though. Vulcan have been making a lot of sort of careless mistakes that have just thrown whatever game plan they had out the window.
Well, that's certainly something that they need to change this time around. This is pretty much the game now. This is the make or break game in this group. Gambit losing out to Fnatic gives a very big lease of life, so to speak, to both Vulcan and Ozone in this one. But it really depends on who wins this game as to who's going to be challenging them come the end of the day.
Vulcan also, by the way, have said that any team with Shen plus Twisted Fate should never lose. They, however, did lose with that combination in the North American LCS. We'll see if they can actually execute it this time because that combo of the dual globals is one of their favorites. And since they've also added in a bottom lane with Ashe Arrow, another global, they just have so much engaged potential and the ability to turn the champion numbers in their favor.
Well, here we go then. We're going to get into game. It's Vulcan versus Samsung Galaxy Ozone for what is the most important game that these guys are going to be playing, certainly this week. For now, the first week here of group stage here in the World Championships for Season 3. We see Looper there, got his sun cream strapped to his back and not going to be face checking through there. Dade, he's just hanging off to the side here and will actually throw that Mystic shot through, which will connect onto Zuna, but Vulcan playing aggressive here at level 1.
They know that they've been spotted, so they're just going to try and get some wards down on this little excursion and then exit the jungle as safely as possible. They got what they wanted. They've got complete vision of this blue side jungle of Ozone. Now they're setting up something really sneaky. This could be a late invade on the blue buff. Ozone have to be very scary because they didn't get any of their own vision down before the invade came off.
And this is the game to not risk pretty much anything going forward. And we can see that Ozone seem to want to play it very safely as well by sticking to this top side of the map where they know that Vulcan don't have that vision down right now, where they know they've got vision from the two entries on the top and that ramp side.
So if Vulcan play this right and they just take away the blue buff and exit bottom river, then Samsung Galaxy will still not have any idea that they stole away the blue. The ward here from Mata is actually going to tell them a lot, though, because they'll know that Smithy's not immediately going over to his own blue as a second buff.
Well, we do see that blue buff start. Smithy is going to be taking this one away. Why is he going to go from that? You'd imagine straight to his red, but it also allows Dandy the opportunity to get over to his red as well.
Yeah, Dandy can easily go with the counter blue steal here because of the 2v1 lane swap. He has his support up in the top lane to back him up with that jungle invade, and that will probably be just a regular old buff swap here. Both of them taking away the other's blue buffs.
So, Frank Smithy did go over to his red. That's going to be just the exchange of buffs at this point. We are going to be seeing 2v1 lanes in this one, though. We can already see Vayne up top there, so that's going to be Vayne Sona versus the Shen. Bottom side matchup will be the Singed versus Ashe Zyra.
And Singed, true to Looper's strategy before, he always takes a small camp before going into that 2v1 situation, and he times his back return to lane with the minion wave, so he hasn't missed out on much. He's got a couple CS here up already on Psycho Sid because of that strategy, but there's a lot of extra damage going down on this turret.
Yeah, already putting masses of pressure onto that one with Smithy there. Saw in the mid lane that Dade doing good amounts of damage to Mancloud earlier on, which is probably what you'd expect coming out of that Ezreal anyway. Looper right now is stuck to his turret, trying his best to just farm things up. Will actually throw Zuna into the back there as Looper not quite getting knocked up. Dandy coming across, Zuna taking a lot of damage, but they're just outside of that turret range, so the turret really not coming into play at all, and they'll back away.
Both members of the dual lane just got the bad end of the trade right there, and now Smithy leaves the lane. So they actually have to be pretty careful right now because they're both squishy and they're dealing with an Elise here that has flash.
Oh, Danny going very low here. ManCloud going in. First blood comes down for Vulcan. We saw the tail end of that one. And, well, ManCloud, we talked about how much damage this Ezreal's able to put out. Dade dies without even using his barrier.
Dade's going to get so much flack back in Korea. He already has been having a terrible time this tournament. I kind of feel bad for him right there. But ManCloud with a very good outplay. You saw the sidestep there, juking the Mystic shot. Really, really well played there by Mandatory Cloud.
So down at bottom, Looper and Dandy here. Are they looking to get in? No, not quite. Bloodwater and Zuna able to just walk on away from that one. So another early game great start for Vulcan. The question is, can they keep it up? Because that's something that they've struggled to do after being ahead in many games so far throughout this group stage.
Very good point. But we did have the very crucial TF in mid getting that first blood. So not only did he get the gold, but he also has experience advantage. And an earlier 6 for TF means that that advantage in mid lane translates to the side lanes. So if Dade does not ward up his mid lane, now after giving up that first blood, his TF is going to roam wild here. Mandatory Cloud can go gank top or bottom and make the other lanes feel his pain.
Dandy currently doing a bit of counter jungling. I think they saw Jarvan moving into this top lane brush there, and therefore as he backs away, that's free farm for Dandy, who might try and visit this mid lane here against ManCloud Swiss's fate. We are going to see the cocoon coming in. ManCloud flashing out of that one. I actually think he might have dodged that one anyway, but nonetheless, better safe than sorry at this stage of things. Stays up, but without that flash, always a danger.
That does mean he won't have his flash for the first Destiny that he pulls. And the importance of his positioning with that first Destiny are going to be even more important now.
Well, he continues to farm very, very close with Dade, who came back into lane with a second Doran's Blade.
Repeat gank middle. He placed the pink ward, so he saw the ping come down for Mandatory Cloud. He knows that Mandatory Cloud has vision in there, but because the ward was seen being placed, that gank does fail.
One thing that they now know, though, is that Smithy once again has gone down to this bottom lane. Looper just going to back away from this one. They're going to give up this turret. This is going to be the first one of the game for Vulcan.
The duo lane for Vulcan is super scary right now because there's 2 globals to back him up. Mandatory Cloud can come from the middle, and Psycho Sid actually needs a couple more levels, but once he gets his Stand United, then they'll be able to turn everything towards that duo lane.
Speaking of Sid up in his top lane, Wave going to get pushed right underneath his turret, so he's going to have the opportunity to get back on par with Looper in terms of the minions that he's killed. Zuna and Bloodwater not wasting any time here. They're quite happy pushing up this bottom lane with Xmithy roaming through the jungle. There's a taunt actually coming down. Mata takes a blast from the turret, but they are going to lose this outer turret. That will level us up on the turret kills.
Mandatory Cloud going to recall right now, so the extra pressure. Wow, he cancels the recall. They're going to go for this blue steal.
Well, they had it at level 1.
4 versus 3.
They've got the timer on it, so why not? Why not pick that one up? There are 4 men there. Actually, ManCloud did come down here as well. We'll see if he actually goes for it. Dade going to have a look for a cheeky steal over the top. Won't work out for him. And that blue given over to ManCloud. Great pickup.
Yeah, that's dangerous. When you're stealing away a blue buff and your jungler doesn't use smite, you're trying to give it to your mid laner. It's very dangerous because the other team can steal that away. The safer play is to have your jungler smite their blue and then just give yours over to your mid laner. But they've already got a very early blue on ManCloud, and they can actually sit on their own blue buff and basically extend the duration for ManCloud so they can have perma blue buff TF from mid who had first blood. So that mid lane really looking scary.
Dragon. Is that an option here for Samsung
no
Galaxy
6 on
Ozone?
Shen.
No 6 on... There he is. Hits 6 just at the perfect time. Danny actually trying to distract them here in middle. There's the Jarvan flag coming over the top, so they know it's there.
They should... Vulcan should definitely contest this.
They're going in for it. There's the Stand United coming in. They managed to steal the Dragon as well. Xmithy goes low, but we see the ManCloud coming in from the bottom. There is a cleanse used by him, but ManCloud is going to pay the price of his life here. Looper charging on down onto Zuna. Can't get the slow off onto him. Flung back into the rest of the team. He will fall as well. Mata picking up the kill. That will be a 2 for 0, but the Dragon taken by Vulcan.
Shen did not come into that fight, so turned out to be a 4 versus 5, and that turned it around. If Shen had been there, this would have been huge. Smithy didn't go down. There was no cancel here. Don't know what happened with that Stand United. That's very unfortunate for Vulcan.
Well, not picking up any kills from that one, but well, it would have been a lot worse if Xmithy missed his smite and ended up losing out on that dragon anyway. That's a turret down as well here for Ozone. That will put them up in the lead now in gold by around about 500. So let's see how that translates and look down some of the items. The needlessly large rod actually coming out for Mindcloud. On the other side for Dade, he picked up that tier earlier on, not been back since then.
That means that Ezreal is really at a weak point right now too, because only 2 Doran's Blades as far as combat effectiveness goes, whereas Mandatory Cloud, 2 Doran's Rings, plus a whole needlessly large rod up on Dade.
That was the blue buff actually finished off. Looper just coming around the jungle there. He needs to be a little bit careful of how confident he gets with that one. Obviously, he doesn't have that ghost available to him. Does have the Insanity Potion still to run down though, so he can speed up and get himself out of there if needs be. But with Psycho Sid not coming down from that one, something that's probably going to annoy them from that. I'm not sure whether he just said, okay, if I come down, I'm going to die anyway, so I'm just going to leave you kind of hanging in that scenario and just give you that shield. He's now picked himself up the start off of that Sunfire Cape with a Giant's Belt and that Chain Vest.
Yeah, I don't know. We're not sure what happened to that Stand United. The only way to really cancel that is to like burn your flash. And he just, I looked at the replay, he just walked out of it. Anyway, we do have Vulcan here grouping up in the mid lane. Now that they've lost their side turrets, their extra pressure from the double globals actually falls off a bit, and they have to defend their own jungle.
Oh, Mata in trouble here, going to get knocked up. He's inside the Cataclysm. Smithy knocked up and stunned against the wall, but there's the arrow. Mindcloud comes in as well. Turn around here from Vulcan. Destiny going to come down. Dandy stunned up, but can they finish him? Yes! Grasping Roots, the knock up as well. What a turnaround there from Vulcan. It's Smithy that picks up the kill in the end. And they should be able to take this turret as well.
Oh, Mata, it's so dangerous in there. Trying to get the very deep wards down. Great collapse from Vulcan. Also, great arrow right there. And the flash over from Mandatory Cloud. Perfect crowd control. And gap closing at the right time there from both Vulcan members.
That is the mid turret here going down for Vulcan. They will level them up on the turret kills, put them ahead in kills. And a 2,000 gold lead now they have. Let's have a look at that one again.
Beautiful snare out of the bush right there. Mata just got way too close to an area he didn't have vision of, and the arrow making sure Imp doesn't get out. Really, really good stack there. Mandatory Cloud started it off, and Mandatory Cloud's also going to finish it off. He catches Dandy. They come in again. More stuns stacking here. Psycho Sid in the top, able to skirt around that extra little slow pool.
So well done there from Vulcan. But can they keep it up? That's the question that's been nagging them throughout this group stage so far. They've done well in the early games of pretty much every single game, but they've not been able to carry that one through. And this is a game where they need to really to avoid those mistakes. They said it themselves after pretty much every game. We made mistakes.
They definitely have a plan right now, though. They want to get all of the outer turrets. They see Vayne bottom. They send everybody up top. They do have Stand United, and they also have Crystal Arrow. Destiny is going to take a while to come back, but they have the numbers advantage up top. Imp freezing bottom. Vulcan are definitely going to take this turret.
You see that up inside of the brush. They're going to get rid of that ward thanks to the Oracle that he's currently running, and going to move in for another turret kill here. Minions not quite playing in their favor from this one, but I'll get a good few hits off. Next wave, that turret will be going down, and we can see that Ozone actually trying to make a play of their own here, possibly. True Shot Barrage going to come across, only hitting the back end of those minions. The turret does go down. That will put Vulcan ahead on that front, but will they be able to save their mid turret now? Oh, they're going to go for the inner.
All right, this is going to be a race, but Vulcan are one tower deeper than Ozone are right now, so if they continue with this race, Vulcan are just going to go straight to the inhibitor.
Wow, they are going to keep going from this one. We can see the recall coming in there from Samsung Galaxy Ozone. They've lost their inner turret in that top lane.
Vulcan trying to pick them off here. Like we said, Crystal Arrow is up. Destiny, a couple more seconds.
Oh, Sid showing himself there from that one. Are they going to commit to this? To be honest, if those minions can come up, they've got a positional advantage to go at that mid lane. Dragon's coming up here in 20 seconds as well, we shouldn't forget.
So all that Vulcan have to do right now is get in position to contest this Dragon. Because they have vision control with Hawkshot, because they also have an Oracle's backing this up, they just want to buy time for Shen in the top lane. And as soon as someone from Ozone has to go up and deal with that, they're choosing Imp right now, they can make the move, force this Dragon.
Well, Imp is going in there, both Twisted Fate and Zyra went back for Vulcan. They're going to come back into it. Actually, the Zhonya's is now done there for ManCloud. See for Zyra picking up that Sightstone. Got a GP10 running boots in there as well as a couple of loose wards as well. Currently no vision on Dragon whatsoever, which kind of surprises me considering that they were so heavily around that area early on. But Imp did clear out that top, did stop Psycho Sid pushing it down.
Bloodwater had recalled with Mandatory Cloud to go get more wards to set up this Dragon fight. And so they've missed their opportunity where Imp was top because now Looper's up there. He can both interrupt Psycho Sid and teleport himself. So the top lane right now, this duel, just as important as the 4 vs 4 around Dragon, because if these top laners can keep vision of each other, then they can both interrupt.
Crazy, crazy tense game at this point. You can see that they're both backing away from that Dragon area right now. Dandy is going to rappel forward onto the minions. Cocoon sidestep there by ManCloud.
What?
Well, he almost went in for that one. He threw the stun down onto the minion, but they managed to catch out Mata. Are they going to be able to lock him up? Oh, Cataclysm was down. Looper teleported right inside of it. They're going to be able to pick off Dandy here. Actually, he's managed to get himself back there somehow to stay alive. Looper taking lots of damage. Bloodwater will fall down. Zuna now going to be the focus as he gets exhaust. ManCloud and Smithy are both low at the back. Zuna flashes to the backside as well. So very low on both sides of the table. Are they going to be able to chase through? Here come Ozone. There's a stun on towards him. Daddy follows around. Sid will walk away from this one, but Ozone not done just yet. They may be able to get the tower after.
And there's the mistakes that you were waiting for from Vulcan. Little bit sloppy right there. They do stand united extremely early. The gold card had already just come out to finish off a creep. Definitely miscommunication right there. Very chaotic fight, and Vulcan lost their game plan. No clear calls right there. They all split up, and Zuna was very deep in the Samsung team, not able to put out the consistent damage. They didn't set up their battle lines for that fight, and they weren't able to freely attack.
5-4 behind now in kills. You see that the worrying thing, Imp, a sensational AD carry, is 3-1-2 on Vayne right now. Has what is a massive CS lead over Zuna as well. Something that kind of crept up on me. I didn't see that one building, but he's had that time both in the bottom lane and then in the top lane as Psycho Sid pushed that one in, and that's really gained him a nice advantage. You can see that he's approaching 2,000 gold extra over Zuna at this stage.
Yeah, they had him down bottom while they just gave up on that top lane turret. So that free farm did come at a cost. So not necessarily free farm then.
Imp and Mata just headed up towards that top lane. See if they could catch out Psycho Sid, but not going to be falling for that one. Zuna, he's got a mixed bag right now, not finishing off a major item. Got a BF sword, got the pickaxe in there. Is the arrow going to go through? Repelled away from though by Dandy. Great reactions.
Yep, good reflexes, but also firing off that crystal arrow on someone with a repel. A repel.
Not ideal.
Yeah, it's chancy.
Very chancy. And sometimes it'll work out for you, but I don't know. Dandy definitely ready for that one to come his way. Able to get completely away from it. ManCloud here, he's going to play that second split pusher in the team with Psycho Sid pushing top. He will start to move that bottom wave further up the map. He's currently behind in CS as well. As I said earlier on, got that Zhonya's Hourglass finish. Trinity Force on the other side is done for Dade.
It'll be interesting again who Psycho Sid chooses to stand united, because if Mandatory Cloud goes in for the classic Messiah TF initiates and uses the Zanyas, then he'll have to have a delayed Stand United come in and actually try and make use of the shield. Meanwhile, Zuna has had problems with his positioning, so Psychosid might want to save the shield for Zuna.
Well, they need to coordinate it better, whoever that shield ends up going down onto. So in that last fight, that just all a little bit disjointed from Vulcan overall. But now they're pushing up. Good catch from Bloodwater. Saw that one coming a mile away, but didn't quite have the speed to dodge it. And now, Ozone, what is their next play? Pink ward's down, have spotted Smith his position, and he's going pretty deep into the jungle at this stage. Bloodwater and Zuna stood on top of that one as well, so Ozone having complete vision there of Vulcan as they move into the jungle.
Vulcan really, really need to make use of these dual globals that they have. Try and get advantage in 2 lanes at once. It looks like they're going to try and use the Baron Pit as their point of operations here. They're going to clear out as much vision as they can around it. Bloodwater's going to have to recall if he wants to do that because he's out of pink wards.
He's going to be going home there, picking himself up, that Oracle and a pink ward. Meanwhile, Looper actually pushed this bottom wave all the way onto the inner turret. Meanwhile, Sid not really going past that inner turret point either. They've not had the vision control that top side for him to really feel comfortable about keeping going on that front. And it leaves Ozo now able to push out towards this midway point on that mid lane. And then we see Looper just head straight up towards top. He's just going to do exactly the same as he just did at bottom.
We're definitely going to need to see a higher level of coordination from Vulcan in their next team fight if they want to come out on top. Because the 2 AD carries that Ozone have chosen for this dual AD composition are both extremely mobile AD carries. So it means the crowd control is crucial coming from Vulcan. They have to land those abilities to lock down the AD carries, or else they're going to consistently out-damage the team just like they did last time.
So Shen and Cinch swapping up lanes there. Sid headed down now towards the bottom. Looper is pushing that top already at the outer turret area. Bit standoffish at this point. We'll just see farm being given over to those AD carries in the mid lane. The top laners pushing the side lanes out there as well. And once they get to a certain level, just recalling back. You can see it there right now, almost mirrored on both sides of the map.
Yeah, Zuna has really, had a tough time this game. He needs to get at least the Infinity Edge for the next fight, because he's way, way far behind Imp right now. Imp is doing so much more in any team fight that they pull out. Meanwhile, top laner is just pretty much trading side lane farm here. Oh, Madaket's caught again!
Oh, wow. That was so quick, we didn't quite catch it there. And you just can't afford to let that happen. That's something that they can't afford to let Vulcan do. These picks will bring them back into the game, going to make them strong. We see that Smithy actually up inside by that blue buff right now. As Dandy thinking about checking it. He just cleared a ward out there with that pink, but in the end, Vulcan decide to back away. Probably wisely so. They can't afford a repeat of what just happened to Mata there.
Mata's doing his best to try and get vision to avoid these very, very dangerous ganks from Vulcan, but every time he goes a little bit too deep toward a new place, he gets caught out. Zuna smacking him in the head with a crystal arrow right there. They also have the ability for Mandatory Cloud to pop off Destiny. So if Vulcan catch somebody, they can get vision of the entire Ozone team and chase that person down because they'll have confidence guaranteeing vision of the entire Ozone team. Any pick that Vulcan get, they can check to make sure it's a safe one and go for all in on it.
So next big objective is the Dragon, now up and available for the taking as a Cocoon actually landing on towards Smithy there. Tade just off to the side, he's going to throw that true shot. Barrage through again, Bloodwater cashes it again. So Dragon started off for the Koreans. Will Vulcan be able to get their way around and stop this one from being taken? Smithy going to slide through, but the Dragon already taken. There is a Cataclysm going to lock Looper up, but he's not the real target they want. MagCloud coming into the back, using his Zonyas, but he's going to die before the rest of the team can do anything. Now Sid being focused down here. Imp taking chunks out of him will pick up the double kill. Looper will finally fall, but What have they killed? They've killed a Singe. That's not going to matter to Ozone right now as they chase down for even more kills. Xmithie, will he fall? Yes, he will. It's him that picks up another one. Not quite done just yet. I think he fancied Bloodwater. Couldn't quite get in there. It's a 4-for-1. They lost the Singed, but it was just a Singed.
Vulcan are having such a hard time dealing with Looper here. They completely fall apart, and that opens it up for the perfect situation for these AD carries. Mandatory Cloud also engaging from the back right there while the rest of his team trying to deal with the Singe running around. They completely, again, uncoordinated team fight right there. They fall apart, and they lose another one. They're slowly letting Samsung get back into this, and now Samsung with a pretty substantial lead.
That was Mindcloud using Destiny to get up towards his blue buff. Also, the fact that he can see that Ozone have all backed away from where they were. And now, in theory, a good idea. We see that, you know, the Messiah Twisted Fate Destiny, so to speak, where he gets in there and zonies, but it requires your teammates to actually be right there on top of you as well to start the fight from the front side. And the fact was, Looper caught up inside of that Cataclysm, ran around in circles for a while and made a beeline to them. They all just ran away, and Mindcloud easy fodder.
Very, very poor there. But they still have Oracle, so they're trying to get the vision back. Now the gold lead being in Samsung's favor makes it much more difficult for Vulcan, though. They're actually going to rely on picking someone off right now. They're going to have a hard time in those team fights once again.
Well, the only one they've really been able to pick out so far is Mata. He died a little earlier on in that mid lane. Right now, Ozone pushing the waves back, and we get to that standoffish kind of tempo here once again. Fade just clearing out wards over by Dragon. Take that little bit of gold. Actually has his Muraman now finished alongside that Trinity Force. If you look down the AD carry, Zuna finally got that Infinity Edge in there. But look at Vayne. Phantom Dancer, Blade of the Ruin King from earlier, plus that QSS now.
That's a very, very scary Vayne. He's also, the cleanse plus the QSS means that even if Vulcan are able to land their CC that they're looking for on the right target, then he's going to be able to take that right off. Meanwhile, since Zuna was so far behind this whole game, Looper hasn't really had to worry about attack damage very much, and he's built mostly magic resistance. That's why he's having such an easy time getting through this Vulcan squad. The teleport comes in. They're cutting him off.
This could be very, very bad news. Vulcan completely out of position. There's the arrow going back. They try and focus down Dade. Strangled Thorns won't knock anyone up from that one. A good crescendo coming in there from the backside. Mata falling to low HP, but Zuna focused down. Here comes him. Sid's going to fall from this one. Smithy, easy target for the 2 AD carries now. Actually, good damage coming out there, but again, he cleanses it off. And there is Mindcloud going to use that Zhonya's, but will he be able to lock them up? The card, not the right one you're looking for. Double kill for Dandy. It's an ace, and they only lost the support here.
This Samsung team's going to have the advantage in these spread out chaotic fights every time, because that's where Singe thrives. That's where Ezreal and Vayne can make use of their mobility. Really big win for them, and they're going to be rewarded with the inhibitor turret.
Inhib taken down by Samsung Galaxy Ozone, making one step closer here to Gambit. They know that if they win this one, it's pretty much all in their hands going forward. Let's have a look at that fight again.
Teleport there from Looper to cut off Vulcan from the rest of their team. And even though Psycho Sid comes in with the Stand United on top of Zuna, Ashe has nothing to reposition. So she gets flipped in, nowhere for her to go. Mancloud's doing his best to lock down Imp here while still trying to avoid damage from Dandy, but blowing off that Zhonya's and pulling the red card here. He never actually even gets in range to throw the card, so it doesn't matter what color it is, he goes down.
Could have been the rainbow-colored destroyer of all cards, and it still wouldn't have made a difference. Ozone here, turning off towards that Baron. Red buff going to go off towards Imp. More wards put down from Vulcan's side again. And we have to point it out because it's been a recurring theme for Vulcan. A strong start. But where the decisions have really counted coming into this mid-game with the team fights, it's gone horribly wrong for them.
And again, I kind of talked about setting up the battlefield lines there for Vulcan earlier, and they still haven't really been able to do it. Their team is a much more traditional team that relies on Shen and Jarvan in the front, TF Ashe in the back, and Zyra controlling the middle with her Stranglethorns. In the last fight, we saw the team all grouping up, Vulcan sitting on side of Stranglethorns to try and stay safe. But all Ozone had to do was spread out. Nobody got knocked up from that. There was no control being supported right there. And they just burned down Vulcan. Another turret taken.
So, as the average game time for these teams, 30 minutes 29. Actually not an unrealistic target here for Ozone, the way that things are going. Already longer than the average Vulcan game, as we get a short pause in here from that one. That'll be rectified here shortly, and we can carry things on. But it gives us a little bit of time to talk about this game, Kobe, because, again, both teams have their fate in their hands right now, and it's Ozone that are outplaying Vulcan.
They definitely deserve it right now, too. I mean, Vulcan, they got the composition that they want. This is not something new that they're trying. They've said many, many times that they put a lot of emphasis on the Twisted Fate plus Shen combination, and they also were able to get the Ashe Zyra on top of it. It's a very, very global heavy composition, but like I said, you have to be able to set up controlled team fights for it to pull off. And Ozone have played to that chaotic style and really benefited from it.
So apparently there's a slight problem with Zuna's mouse, which might explain that last Ashe arrow that went flying through the middle of everyone off into the distance there. But hopefully that'll be getting fixed up here shortly and we'll be able to get back into it. Don't forget, there's that rule in place. The team's not allowed to talk about the game during these pauses, which you might think, okay, this is actually great for Vulcan. Gives them the chance to think about things, but think is the only thing that they can do. Not allowed to communicate whatsoever in this time that they've got while Suna's mouse has been fixed.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit sad sitting there thinking about how it's turned out because they'll remember the early gold lead that they got and what it's come to. At this point, they've kind of been forced inside their base, which is what you don't want to happen when you have the Twisted Fate plus Shen combination. You want to be out on the map, making use of those so you can pull off picks, so you can extend your vision advantage. But they've been now quarantined in their own side of the map by Ozone. And it's finally safe, at least for Mata, to go warding bushes because Ozone are the ones in command of the jungle now.
And when we think about where, as you said, outside of the base is where those globals really come into their effect, we didn't see too much of it in the period of the game that, honestly, it matters the most, I guess we can say.
It was mostly them making use of it inside their own jungle, you're right, with the collapse onto the Mata, turned into Chain, a few kills on that where they really started rolling, but they weren't able to hold it together.
Well, guys, while Zuna's mouse is getting taken care of up on the stage, we're going to go over to Riv and the guys for a bit of mid-game analysis on what's going on in this one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As they get their computer reset, we're going to take a few minutes to discuss what's been happening. You know, Vulcan, again, on a bit of a roller coaster this time, but both teams have gotten into the seat for this ride. And it looks like towards the end here, coming out on top is Ozone.
You know, I really thought the game was completely over when Dada gave First Blood in such a silly way without using both the summoners. But it's surprising. It surprised me so much when they came back in.
I felt the game was over after picks and bans.
Yeah, I agree.
It's crazy. Like, we saw the very start of the game, Vulcan pulled a strong early lead, but, like, their composition, it's very similar to one they played against Mineski. It's execution-based, and it's extremely low on damage. So if Ozone gets a little bit ahead, they seem to be able to steamroll.
I think any team comp is execution-based, but this team comp has so many more options to beat the other team. Sad that Vulcan got away from that lead.
Another interesting thing is that Ozone chose to put Singed in a 2v1. They actually swapped Vayne to go 2v1 the Shen, who's significantly better than a Singed. Like, because at least Shen can CS and taunt under tower.
Because Ashe Zyra would completely do really bad things to Vayne Sona.
Well, I mean, to go back to the composition from Ozone as well, as Doublelift knows, how much do I like double ADs with a scaling AD like Vayne and Tristan and Doublelift?
We've heard the wrath of Monte Cristo on that. Monty hates pretty much any double AD comp without Caitlyn.
So why is this? Where do you turn to it?
Well, basically because if you have Caitlyn Ezreal, right, you can abuse that early game advantage from the Caitlyn range, and you can close out the game very quickly. But especially if you're playing against Shen, who can get these Thorn Mails in the late game, if you're waiting for your Vayne to scale as well, then it can do really, really awful things to you. Because if Shen hits that item threshold, then you don't have the damage anymore due to too much armor. But like you're saying, Jet, with the low damage on the other side and the fact that Zuna got significantly behind in terms of CS, they really didn't have a lot of damage for a while. They had a Zhonya's first Twisted Fate and an incomplete Infinity Edge on an Ashe, and that was it, you know?
Oh, well, the big turning point was a fight, which will, once this game is over, we'll go into that replay as well, where Vulcan just really was too uncoordinated to bring it home. They had the advantage, they had the possibility to make it happen, and yeah, it just didn't happen. And really, really impressive play by Imp there, no?
All right, guys, it looks like they are actually ready to get back into the game, so we're going to go ahead and send it back over to Joe and Kobe for the rest of the game between Vulcan and Ozone.
Thanks a lot, guys. So we're going to get back in and see if Ozone can finish off the game or whether Vulcan can make a bit of a turnaround from this one and buck the trend that's been happening to them so far. But once we get back into it, I mean, we just heard the analysis, guys, and what they had to say about the whole composition, the whole execution nature of this one, and how kind of fine line it is that you've got to ride to win this one. How do they come back from a scenario like this?
Well, as Krepo said, you know, most compositions are execution-based. It's much harder to execute no matter what composition you have when you're down 6,000 gold. So the options are limited here for Vulcan. Really, they're going to be looking for picks on isolated targets because of their low damage. You know, at least Zuna now does have the Infinity Edge, so his crit will pack a little bit punch. But even with that, they don't have very much sustained damage. And they're going to have to just hope to get small wins and delay the game much further until they can get back to sort of even footing on items.
Well, for now, Vulcan have stopped them going towards Baron. We saw a lot of pings going down there. Pink Ward actually put down by Bloodwater on the ramp down towards Baron from their side. You can see there, Psycho Sid pushing out. This is a Shen that should be feeling most home when it comes to that split push and roll, and didn't even go even to the halfway point of that bottom lane.
Yeah, Singed and even Vayne here. Like, Vayne could now take Psycho Sid. Vayne is a very strong duelist. She has the Blade of the Ruined King, and she also has the Quicksilver Sash on top of her cleanse, so even if, you know, Psycho Sid does get a taunt to try and set him up for something dangerous, Vayne very slippery could get away here.
There is Looper farming up whilst recalling.
I like that.
Classy stuff from Looper. Tade going to be getting himself that blue buff as well. And Ozone here have a very firm grip on the map, or on the match, I should really say. No risks, though. We know that this match means pretty much everything to both of these teams. The winner will have a chance to go through. The loser's going to have no chance to go through, and that's what really counts here. If we look down the scoreboard as well, something that we've not really touched on, Imp is 8-1-3 right now with a good 30 CS lead over Zuna.
Yeah, we've been over how scary that Imp is right now, and he hasn't gotten any less scary. Meanwhile, we still have their tank, just full magic resistor. He's only got a Doran shield to deal with any attack damage, harass. And it's because, again, not much threat from the Zuna Ashe right now. Attacking a Singed constantly is pretty hard for any AD. Zuna's going to have to be sidestepping for his life right now to try and stay in the back. Right now, I'd definitely be watching out for Flash Crescendo if I'm Vulcan, because those three members that were just at the turret right there, if they're all grouped up and they get all three Flash Crescendos, they can't get any of their CC out, and they could easily be bursted down by the amount of damage this Ozone team is packing, just because of the gold advantage they have.
See there, Ozone actually leaving that mid and bottom lane and moving up towards that top side of the Vulcan jungle, maybe to try and set things up, clear out for a possible Baron attempt. Still that pink ward remains as Looper actually going to be getting a little bit closer, put down the glue but couldn't get the fling back onto anyone. Not going to be cleared out from him here, but this is an open inhibitor that's very dangerous to channel. They're actually going to go in here, managing to fling ManCloud back, but the rest of the team not quite on the same page. Looper causing all kinds of problems. There's a Crescendo. The Stranglethorn's not doing anything in that scenario, and Looper still keeps running through the team. They force them completely back. Everyone's around about half HP. They take the inhib and run.
Great trade there for Ozone. They get the inhibitor down. That's going to afford them the extra map control. Now they can take away the red buff and then just ward up all over the Baron, all over the path to Baron. Since they also know Destiny will be down now too, after they return from base, they can either set up siege on either one of the side lanes, or they can force Vulcan over to the Baron area. Vulcan right now, they're going to be relying on that Hawk Shot because they haven't been able to get any wards into the Baron area.
No vision of it right now. And, Andy might get caught out from this one. There's Cataclysm used. Andy, flash available, just flashes out of it completely. And here we go. Ozone, are they going to be able to turn this one around? Imp charging forward, has Cleanse. Also has that Quicksilver Sash as Looper will teleport in. Who's the target? Surely going to be Zuna. There's a flash away from Mindcloud. Zuna left on his own. That's a double kill picked up by Imp. And with those two men down, this could possibly be the finisher for Ozone.
Vulcan trying to catch somebody out before the full Ozone team returns to the Baron area, and they have to deal with that lack of vision. But now, 2 men down, Ozone just going to run straight through this Vulcan base.
Well, there's the second inhibitory of the game going down. Inhibitor will fall shortly afterwards. Are Ozone going to keep going? Nope, they're going to play this one safely, cautiously, and I think this is the right time of the tournament if you're going to be playing cautiously and safe to do it.
Now they make the retreat to Baron with 2 inhibitors down. They actually haven't warded too much up around this path, but they've definitely cleared out all Vulcan's vision. So they can see all the members of Vulcan inside their base with all the minion waves pushed up, and that's just an easy Baron.
Easy peasy there for Ozone, and all going to be returning. What extra ridiculousness are they going to be coming back in with? Another BF sword there for Vayne. Quicksilver Sash for Ezreal. We saw another giant spell added in for the team with Looper this time around. Yeah, scary.
Yeah, if, you know Monty doesn't really like these late game scaling AD duel compositions, but if you get to the late game with this composition, then it's much scarier because Ezreal and Vayne right now are so slippery and they put out ridiculous amounts of sustained damage. This Ozone team right now, because they've gotten this lead 35 minutes in, can really just run anywhere they want.
Well, looks like anywhere. Maybe that bottom lane. Looper's already jogging on down there. And they will be clearing out here very quickly. Zuna now adding in that static shiv to keep these waves back, I think, more than anything at this stage of things. But the fact is, Ozone with Looper up there, the big tanky beast that singes. Gonna go through. There's a true shot barrage. Mindcloud losing a lot of health from that one, and Ozone just waiting for that minion wave to come in. On the top side, they've got super minions actually pushing in on towards the Nexus turrets as well. Vulcan are gonna have to deal with them at some point. Looper actually runs in there, gonna get rooted up. Only lost about a quarter of his health, and he's gonna keep going. There's a taunt. He's now down below half, but he does manage to get the flip onto Zuna. There are the Stranglethorns. Looper knocked in the air. Dandy at the back as Zuna goes down. Double kill. Here comes the cleanup crew as Imp gonna take a lot of damage there onto Psycho Sid, but they turn and burn. They're gonna try and finish the game.
Looper was literally taking damage from all 5 Vulcan members and still didn't go down.
Here we go then. Samsung Galaxy Ozone finish off the Nexus, finish off Vulcan, and set themselves up for a showdown with Gambit later on in the day. Close stuff here in Group B. Still not decided. We still don't know who's going to be joining Fnatic later on, but Ozone doing what they needed to do right now, and that's pick up the win against Vulcan.
Ozone, while they should be very happy with that win, still have some glaring problems. They've had Dade in the mid lane. He got outplayed once again. Mandatory Cloud took him down. No summoners were burned, no flash or barrier. So they still have a lot of things to work on, but congratulations to them. Well-deserved win. Some good outplays in the mid-game team fights.
And I think for Vulcan as well, it's not all bad news. Okay, for now it's bad news, of course, but they've got a very, very solid foundation there. The fact that they're able to go up against the best teams in the world at these certain stages of the game. Okay, mistakes and misplays later on not working out for them, but they're the kind of things that you can rectify over the course of next season and the coming games that they got to become a team that might be able to challenge next time around.
They're definitely going to have to put in a lot of practice. Those kinds of mistakes that they're making are easily fixed, but they have to put in the time for it. And I think it was Double of talking about how Vulcan practice less than even a lot of the other North American teams who get criticism for not practicing that much. I think that they will buckle down, though, because getting a taste of Worlds does a lot to inspire a team.
Well, they're, of course, out for now, but we'll see how they bounce back. Ozone, different story for them. They've got a big road ahead of them still today. We're going to head over to Riv and the guys at the analysis desk for a breakdown on Ozone's clutch win.
Thank you very much, Joe. And a great game indeed. Very, as we said, roller coaster and a little bit of a mid-break there as we were fixing up Zuna's peripherals as well. Coming into the picks and bans, Imani, we talked a little bit about the fact that it was kind of the AD comp with the scaling, and they kept picking more AD. You weren't liking it.
Oh, no. It does make me like tweak a little bit because we saw what the Caitlyn Ezreal combo can do in terms of the early game and pushing down towers. And the composition in general, it really relied on Imp's ability to outplay people on Vayne, which, to Ozone's credit, is something you can bank on, right? Because Imp is an incredible Vayne player. But it's not really the best idea to create your strategy around that kind of assumption. So I really was quite shaky on their strategy here.
Just look at everything Vulcan had. They had a Shen and a TF, both with global reposition. They had Shen Shield to get anybody that gets focused down. Each and every one had crowd control. Jarvan could go in, could have a piggyback Shen on top of him. TF could join you wherever. Ash had arrow to engage. Zyra could flash roots, or just roots and then pop her ulti to knock up. They had everything they could possibly want in a team fight and still had a hint of split push. And then compare that to what Ozone was bringing. Double AD with a scaling AD. Not that much siege potential. They basically relied on Looper getting so tanky that he couldn't survive a rotation, still catch somebody, fling somebody, and get them down.
And I think you have to hand it to Looper and Imp because they played an amazing game. Like, they really, really played solid. I didn't identify any real mistakes. That Looper's teleports, they were godlike. Like, he made so many plays as Singed.
All right, and there is something we have to touch on, Jat. I'll let you hit it, and then we'll get into our replay because they completely flow right into each other.
Yeah, I mean, at the early part in the game, there was one portion of the game where Jarvan jumped the wall and stole the dragon, and then Psycho Sid Shen was trying to teleport in, but we do have to mention that like the teleport failed and it did not come in. It's something that happens on Shen from time to time. After that, though, we'll get into the rest of it. Vulcan was still in the game. They lost actually a big mid-game team fight as well.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. They were able to pretty much come back off of that. They were able to get a few kills there, and then this replay that Crepo is going to show you here as we bring it up on your screen really shows that the global composition wasn't really a cohesive unit coming in on this.
You have to understand that Vulcan at this point in time is ahead.
Pretty big lead.
They have a lead.
Yeah, I just want to point out right now, though, that we're looking at a pretty massive CS deficit here between Vayne and Ashe, and to that degree, too, a big part of this fight becomes just that Zerker and the pickaxe compared to a completed Blade of the Ruined King.
Good for Ozone is that the limited gold they have is spread really nicely on their carries, but even then, Vulcan should be able to win a fight. So what's going to happen here is Mankad, he will think he can catch somebody off guard. He has a backup of his team. He will try to gold card Danny. Danny will just be out of range. A Cocoon will be thrown, nearly dodges, after which Mankad will basically say, oh, well, we missed the window, that's fine, we can try again later. I'll just get this creep and move out. But then, due to bad communication, Shen is going to try an ulti, and if we roll the clip right now, we're going to see what happens. So Mankad gives up on the gank, gets the minion, in comes Shen, total miscommunication. Mankad turns it around, Smithy jumps in, Mara flashes out after the Jarvan ulti, then Looper comes in with teleport. Again, really solid teleport. Dandy gets focused, but flashes. And this is really important. Dandy survives on really low HP. Comes in back, Cocoon, which sets up for Ezreal ulti. And this is where the fight turns around. Imp just lifestealed up from half HP, and he's gonna clean house. Psycho Sid not tanky enough. Looper escaped already, which is pretty damn amazing if you ask me. Imp is just cleaning house right now. Vulcan's on the run. If they didn't kill him immediately, as we said before, one rotation not enough, then the chase composition from Ozone will actually pay off, and this is what swung the game back into Ozone's favor.
Yeah, and it's one of the huge things to mention, too, about Imp's Vayne is no matter what happens, he pretty much always ends fights in front of everyone else. He has this impeccable ability to just be in the front line, but generally not die.
He starts the fight, disengages, gets back health because of really good peeling. I mean, that Dandy play was so good and so detrimental for Vulcan because Dandy got out on really low HP due to a really nice flash. Normal players would disengage, and no, Dandy just turns it around, throws a Cocoon, which triggers the Ezreal ulti, because else the Ezreal ulti wouldn't come. Ezreal ulti then hit two people because that one target was in place, which it makes it easier to aim for the second target. And then, yeah, Imp is like, okay, I'll finish this.
And the most impressive thing, I think, is that he's playing against triple globals. He's playing against TF, Shen, and he's up against an Ashe Zyra, which is an incredible kill lane. And he still managed to pull ahead in lane, which is something that really shouldn't be happening. I think Imp played really well. He's almost as good as me on Vayne.
Go ahead, Kerpo, but I'm gonna press you on that.
I just want to point out that what Ozone did was really well. Singed is considered counter against Shen, but they said, well, I'll sacrifice the fact that I'm playing a counter, put Singed in the 2v1 lane just to allow Vayne to farm, and Singed is actually pretty scary against people who are not used to playing against him.
Right.
As a support, you always have that little bit of zone, because when Singed flings you into a tower in a 2v1, it gets really messy, especially when the jungler shows up.
And with Doublelift, with your AD carry expertise, what is it about that laning phase? You know, you said that he did good in lane against Globals. Globals come at 6, so the lane should pretty much be easy. But what else do you have to do in your lane to make sure you're safe?
Well, obviously you have to keep really, because ManCloud got first blood, he should be really far ahead, not only in XP, but just in terms of like how fast he's going to get his items. TF is always a big threat, and that's why you saw Imp go cleanse this game, because there's so much CC. But even though he has cleanse, he's up against Shen, he's up against Jarvan, Ashe, Zyra. There's so much CC that he has to watch out for, so he has to know when he can play aggressive, and when TF is able to port or Jarvan's able to gank him, he needs to know when to play back. And it's really, really impressed with me that he out-CS'd Zuna by so much, like significantly, like 30 to 40 ahead in the mid game, despite having all these disadvantages thrown at him. And Looper especially, like, it blew my mind that he was 60 CS ahead on the Shen.
The good thing about Vayne is though that all he needs is a Blade of the Ruined King and a Phantom Dancer, and then he can go into a defensive item. Even though a scaling AD is horrible in the 2v1 composition, as Monte Cristo pointed out earlier, the fact that he had those two items allowed him to go in a QSS, which basically gave him 2 cleanses against his mass CC team, and then he just came out on top.
And we were actually hoping that he would go for Trinity Force, only because he moves so much on move speed. We'll maybe see that at some point in this tournament,
please not.
Trinity Force Vayne.
Trinity Force is so good on
We've
Vayne,
almost
dude.
seen Trinity Force Varus.
I mean, after those two items.
It was close.
After those 2 items.
But
Ninja
to finish off with those team comps as well, I think by the end of it, you saw the inherent risk in the Vulcan composition. We mentioned it a little bit during the pause, how yes, everything's an execution-based team composition, but specifically the Vulcan one required so much precision
and communication
that if they weren't hitting the right targets, it fell apart. And at that point, by the end of the game, when Looper was farmed and pushing in the base, he was basically taking on 4 people by himself. And that really swung the game over, because once you can't take out a Syndra, the whole team, it doesn't matter.
Final thoughts, Monty?
Yeah, it just becomes even more execution-based given the fact that Ashe was down, right? Because at that point, she's mostly useful for her CC, and it comes down to really ManCloud to take out the targets. So it was really emphasized right there. And if you stack that CC incorrectly or you use it just slightly wrong, really tough to make it out.
All right. Well, with Ozone picking up the win there, let's look at how the Group B standings are shaping up. With their win, they move into a tie with Gambit for the second Group B berth into quarterfinals with 1 game to go.
Conversely, with their loss, Vulcan falls to 4th place. And while they haven't been eliminated from the possibility of 2nd place, they would need to beat Gambit in their next game, and Ozone would also have to lose to Mineski to force a 3-way tie for 2nd.
All right. So earlier today, we asked you here, as we move on to social media, which matchups would you most like to see in the quarterfinals and why? And here's what you had to say on Twitter. Antagonist LOL says, one matchup I want to see is SKT T1 and Najin Black Sword. I feel both of these teams have huge play potential with every member.
I would rather see that as a possible final. Or let's say make semi-final.
I'm with him.
Of course you're with him. It's 2 Korean teams playing each other.
I think it would be a shame if they met in quarters, actually, because both those teams are so strong. I feel like both of them could potentially deserve top 4. We'll see about Sword.
All right. Doc Soul says, I think OMG versus Cloud9 will be a great game based off of C9 coming in from a great LCS season and OMG with a great group stage. And that's crazy because OMG's right now, they'd be considered cold not playing. OMG is going crazy.
You know, I think that's such a great story, too, because OMG has had such a high level of success in the LPL, and they're kind of like the Cloud9 equivalent, you know, a newer team coming in and really dominating. So it would be super fun to see that matchup, I believe.
It's going to be a lot of action. I don't think any of those teams will be farming for too long.
Oh, I think everybody wants to see that. Barca Josh says, Gamma Bears and SKT1. I want to see if Taiwan can pull another upset over the Koreans. Happened last year.
Yeah, and I really want to see what Gamma Bears really brings to the table, because they were incredibly unknown, but we have to remember they beat out the Taipei Snipers in their qualification matches to beat it. They still had Mistake, and that was really the only returning member potentially of the Season 2 World Championships. And watching those games, they actually seemed like they were fairly strong, but they definitely played slow. So that is going to be, from what we've seen so far in the World Championships, the slow teams are not
slow and steady
working.
does not win the race in the World Championships, not with OMG around.
All right, everyone. So congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mice. Those were some solid tweets.
And remember to keep hitting us up with your matchups all day, because we're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag
Worlds. All right, guys, everyone picked the winner of last game, which means you've all been perfect for the last 2 days. Pretty impressive, but you're still not catching up to those viewers yet. Up next, it's Fnatic versus Mineski. Crepo, what is your pick, sir?
Fnatic. I don't think I need to add much more to that. I just wonder if Fnatic is going to do some more unconventional champions they like playing. I heard they like Yorick, so maybe you'll see that.
Oh, man.
Yep, I'm also with Fnatic. I hope they don't show anything too crazy because they're already set for quarters. I hope they don't do anything to show anything that they're saving for quarters, obviously.
Yeah, I'm taking Fnatic as well. I don't know how much Gambit has to show for the quarterfinals. They could prove me wrong, but I think they've got a style. They came here with that style. They've played that style. It's working great. But Fnatic it is for me as well.
Yeah, I think Fnatic's going to keep dominating this group. They've beaten all the other competition here, and I think they can take on Mineski.
All right, so it seems like the analysts and the casters stick together once more. We've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Mineski looks to make the Philippines proud when they take on first place Fnatic. Plus, Ozone's jungler Dandy will join us in the interview lounge. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
위에. 오케이, 스페. 나이스. 야, 빠지면서. 스페 존나 빠졌어. 스페 나이스. 오케이, 중대형 나이스. 쟤네 아무것도 없다. 아무것도 없어. 나이스. 이거 애쉬 봐봐. 자이라, 이게 자이라. 애쉬 슬로우 코드. 애쉬 슬로우 코드. 이거 나이스. 끝났다. 나이스.
So my first impressions, I didn't know a lot about OMG, but they look really, really strong.
My impressions are Faker is more of a god than I've even thought was possible.
OMG was kind of surprising. I watched their regional finals and I didn't think they were so good, and they come in here and wreck out, so they're doing really well.
像我觉得就是我一开始就是每队伍就感觉他们没有形容那么强，就是看完我觉得欧洲队伍是很可怕，也是FNATIC我觉得他们打得很出色。
유럽 1위 팀이어서 그런지 굉장히 뱀픽도 잘하고 기량이 생각보다 많이 뛰어난 것 같더라고요.
저는 갬빗이랑 프나틱 팀이 되게 주의 깊게 봤어요. 그러니까 유럽 쪽이랑 저는 한 적이 없잖아요. 근데 유럽 선수들이 되게 평가를 저희가 내릴 수가 없는데 월드 챔피언십에서 되게 잘하더라고요.
어제 한국 팀이 되게 우세할 줄 알았는데 다른 유럽 팀이나 북미 팀들이 그리고 중국 팀, 아시아 팀 다 굉장히 잘하셔서 좀 다시 긴장을 하고 다 팀들을 다 분석하고 경기를 계속 보고 있어요. 챙겨보고 있어요.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. We're just minutes away from Fnatic versus FNESC. But first, I'm happy to be joined by Ozone's jungler, Dandy. Welcome to the interview lounge. Congratulations. And let me start by asking you about this Vulcan rematch. Again, they grasped the early game. How did you manage to come back from that?
일단 먼저 그 벌컨과의 경기에 대해서 여쭤볼게요. 이번 제 경기에서도 벌컨이 그 선기를 잡았는데 어떻게 전세를 역전시키셨는지요?
벌컨이 일단 초반에 준비한 운영에 좀 호되게 당한 것 같아요, 저희가. 근데 용을 준비하는 시점에서 한타에서 좀 크게 이긴 것 때문에 역전을 하게 된 것 같아요.
Vulcan's early game strategy really worked well against us, so they got us there. But we kind of turned things around the dragon fight, and from there on, I believe we took control.
I'd also like to ask you about the jungler matchup. We had a Jarvan for Xmithie, you on Elise, and you've actually only picked Jarvan and Elise in this tournament. How do you feel you kind of match up against them in this matchup?
다음 질문은 정글러 이제 매치업에 관해서 드릴 건데요. 그 상대편 스미스 선수는 자르반을 픽했고 댄디 선수는 앨리스를 픽을 하셨는데 이번 대회에서 자르반이랑 앨리스만 픽을 하셨잖아요. 그 매치업은 어떠셨나요?
일단 자르반이 초반에 용한타 때나 그 운영하기에 아주 강력한 갱킹으로 초반을 압도할 수는 있는데 한타 때 앨리스가 할 수 있는 게 자르반보다 훨씬 많아서 좀 그 역할을 했던 것 같고 그것 때문에 제가 더 잘했다고 볼 수 있어요.
Jarvan has a really strong early game, and he can dominate early game, but Elise, I believe, can do more later on, especially during team fights. And I believe I kind of came back and did well during the team fights.
You guys sure did, and clinched that victory, which means you're now tied with Gambit in the group. How do you kind of think that this group is going to play out?
이제 그 승패가 갬빗이랑 같아졌는데요. 이 다음은 어떻게 될 것 같으신가요?
저희가 자력 진출이 불가능했는데 이번에 자력 진출할 가능성이 생겨서 이번에 8강에 올라가게 된다면 그 저희의 실력을 증명하는 거고 못 올라가게 된다면 그것도 저희의 실력을 증명하는 거기 때문에 네, 열심히 하겠습니다.
You know, we weren't able to secure advancement on our own, but now we can. Our fate's in our own hands, and if we win, that means we're securing our own spot for the next stages. If we lose, that means we, lost the spot ourselves. So we're going to try our best and see what happens.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations. A lot to look forward to in this group. So let's head over to Joe and Kobe at the caster desk. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Sharks. And it's time for our third game of the day as Europe's Fnatic take on Southeast Asia's Mineski. And this is a rematch of day one that saw Fnatic put in pressure on the Filipinos squad's Nexus just 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so that game, Fnatic had just come off of a loss to Vulcan, and that really seemed to light a fire under them. But even though they were damaging the Nexus at 17 minutes, Fnatic got sloppy, and despite their huge lead in gold, they got beat in team fights, multiple team fights, in fact. if Fnatic doesn't want to get upset by Benexi, they can't lose focus against a team that has nothing to lose.
Well, and you have to wonder as well how focused Fnatic are really going to be coming into this game, knowing that they've already locked in that spot in the quarterfinals. Either way, let's get started and have a look at the two lineups. Kicking off with Fnatic, who are going to have blue side this time around. Then, of course, Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide the jungler, Xpeke in mid lane, Pushu the AD carry, and Yellowstar the support.
And in the red corner, it's Mineski. Snoy is up top, Kaigu's in the jungle, Yume is mid, Exo's the AD carry, and supporting is TG.
So we're going to be moving into champion select. And for those of you that have keeping an eye on Twitter in the breaks between the games, will have seen probably a tweet by the Fnatic manager that said, I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy this one, which tells me that predicting champion select for us might be a little bit difficult.
So the things they usually mouse over and hover on, they'll actually lock in today? Are you telling me this, Joe?
Yellowstar usually hovers over Teemo. I'm just going to throw that out there. Whether we see it or not is a completely different thing. Right now, the bans, they're bang on the mark. Thresh banned out here against CG, the Aatrox to be taken away from Cyanide.
That's pretty sad, because that's the one I would be hoping for, some jungle Aatrox here. But Fnatic, they're actually taking a long time on these bans. So, you know, they're not doing anything fishy early on here. They're going to keep it strict for the ban phase at least.
Well, Mineski doing something fishy. They've banned out the Fizz. Set me up for that one. Final ban here coming out for Fnatic. Thresh, Ahri. What is the final ban going to be from their side of things? Mineski, you know, they've had a tough time. I think we can safely say. Not won any games, but they're high spirits. There's no doubt about that one. Actually with my headphones on, hear them laughing over on the stage earlier on. So they're definitely having fun to be here. And obviously a game against Fnatic, a team Season 1 champions. You know, they've won everything there is to win in Europe this year, winning both LCS splits in spring and summer. Definitely a great team to be fighting here on stage. Corki was the final ban here from Fnatic.
And Fnatic are at the top of the group right now too. So they're feeling very comfortable.
So Shen.
That's a comfortable pick to lock in. Mineski, the very, very heavy area of effect crowd control there. But man, when has Zed passed all the way to third pick?
Not very often. Wow, Zilean! Locked in there.
And Nunu coming in.
They're not messing around here. Pushu going to lock in Sivir as well. We're going to see a Blitzcrank here. I'm pretty sure about that one. I'd be very surprised to see anything else. There we go, Blitzcrank picking, which means that we're probably going to be seeing Soaz playing the Blitzcrank and Yellowstar playing the Shen in this top lane, as they did earlier on in the summer split.
The crowd is not satisfied, but Joe is.
Soraka. Where's he going to go, though? In the mid lane.
The AD Soraka. Those are going to be some hard-hitting
bananas. Yeah. that joke's been done enough now. But I'm still happy to see a Soraka and a Nunu on one team at once. That makes me a very, very happy person. So thank you for that, Mineski. But yeah, we are going to be seeing Yellowstar taking the Shen. Soaz going to have that Blitzcrank. So Fnatic manager Harry wasn't messing around when he said we're going to see some fun games here.
This one's actually pretty fun to go over too, because if they keep it how it is, mid lane Soraka, strong laning phase, Star Call gets extremely annoying. She can heal herself. They actually, a lot of the time, will just go Star Call early and silence and not even put a point into heal, depending on how aggressive you want to be. That does open up mid lane Soraka for ganks very early, though, because she automatically pushes her lane. And up against Zed, Peke will definitely look for those kills.
I was going to ask you to, you know, break down that lane matchup, Soraka versus Zed, one that we see all the time.
All the time. So yeah, Soraka here, her silence is actually really good against Zed. So, you know, even in the late game, silencing Zed is a way to stop a lot of his damage output, because most of it is from his ability combinations. So if they can, you know, lock him down with that, it's actually pretty good.
So let's have a look then what you guys are thinking at home. According to LoLesports.com, 94% of you chose Fnatic to win this one. This is the most lopsided vote of Worlds so far. All the analysts are for Fnatic. But I have to say that's only 2% more people that actually voted if you compare that to the Fnatic versus Lemon Dogs game in the summer split. So that's an interesting little nugget of information. But here we go then, in-game for Fnatic versus Mineski, a fun one certainly coming our way. Soaz playing that Blitzcrank, Yellow Star on the Shen. We've got a Sivir there for Pushu on the other side. Snow is playing Zilean. Kaigu has Nunu in the jungle. Yume is playing Soraka. And then a normal bottom lane, at least, of the Varus. So
it's a heal Varus, though. So
it is a heal
He's got
Varus.
an extra little flare down there in the bottom lane. And they started off right. Cyanide with 100% Lee Sin Q execution. Soaz with 100% grab.
Oh, Yume. Is he going to get away from that one? He does manage to get away.
He had to start heal, though, so that means he's not coming out with that level 1 star call for the early harass and the early lane shove. That actually puts behind this Soraka solo lane that Mineski were banking so much on. I know that the live crowd here is definitely behind this Mineski team right now.
They are. This could actually be the loudest they've been so far for a team. And we should just point out, for those of you just tuning in that haven't seen what's going on, kind of set the story here as to why we've got some of these picks. Fnatic in first position, Mineski in last position in the group. That's not changing now. So, there's literally a bit of fun on the line from this one. And pride as well from Mineski's side of things. If they can pull out a win with this lineup, they're going to be heroes.
They'll start a revolution, actually. I'm curious to see which one of these champions is going to build damage.
Soraka.
For Mineski. We have one Doran's Blade. Soraka, AP heavy Soraka, is very strong in teamfights, just staying alive the entire time, landing Star Call. I'm sure Krepo will tell you he's a huge fan. Soaz, though, coming in with the bot lane. Blitzcrank. No smite available for him, so he doesn't steal anything.
Sadly enough for him. We are going to be seeing some lane swaps in this one. Yellow Star playing that Shen. Second time this season, technically, that he's played the Shen. Same goes for Soaz, actually, with a Blitzcrank. Actually, it's his third time if you count all year, because he played it top lane in the spring split as well. This mid lane, Zed versus Soraka, definitely not a lane that we see very often. One that, in my opinion, we should see more often, though.
It's an interesting matchup. I think it depends a lot on that early phase, too, where Yume's would like to come out with the level 1 star call and go aggressive early, but because of that Blitzcrank grab, Yume was forced to level up heal, so he's already on the defensive against Zed, and that's really going to be hard for him because Pekka is already warded up in the mid lane, and he's got vision. He doesn't have to worry about that gank.
Speaking of ganks, Cyanide. He's coming around on towards this bottom lane. Meanwhile, there's a 3-man push in the top lane. And Snowy now, he could be in a little bit of trouble here. Chilling on his tower, but he's all of a sudden going to have 3 men coming his way. He's actually sat back from the tower from that
Minion
on Cyanide.
wave.
Going to go in there. There's the bombs down. Snowy hanging on for this one. A lot of damage coming out already here for Cyanide. Not going to go under the turret. Meanwhile, top lane down to about half health already.
All right, Snowy gets away with his life. Zilean lives another day, and Yellow Star is going to want to probably back off pretty soon here as well, as Kaigu bullies him out of the turret.
If he actually taunts Kaigu there, that could be really, really dangerous for Kaigu underneath that turret. But this bottom lane bullied away by Cyanide, who's still hanging around, stealing off some wolves right now as Kaigu going to throw the snowballs out. And Mineski take the first turret of the game. They've got a 400 gold lead now. Yume at the mid lane are playing that gorgeous Soraka. Stealing away, though, stealing away his own wraiths. Still stealing it from Kaigu.
Jungle.
But yeah, he's going to be taking those away. And Mineski are actually going to keep pushing.
All right, they're gonna win this this push race as well. They've actually caused so much pressure here in this top lane that Peke is forced to roam over.
Well, it's going to come in, but will he be able to actually force them back? Pushu did take that bottom turret out there as Peke slowed down. Cyanide now coming in. Fnatic might go for this one. There's a snowball flash talk coming in. Exo down to half HP. Is he going to fall? He's going very, very low. First blood comes in. Peke picks up that one, and that's not the end of it. Cyanide flashes away. Snowball comes around. Yellow Star is now low as well. They're going to keep going. They're actually pushing Fnatic back here from this one. There's a Shadow Dash from Yellow Star. He's away. Meanwhile, Yume pushing down that mid lane as well.
Oh, Yume's got level 3 star call now, too. So because Peke was roaming around, he's got the time to level up. Now he is going to be able to shove pretty easily here. We'll have to see what direction he goes with his first purchases. I mean, the main thing for Fnatic right now is that they do have 3 Ignites because Soaz took Ignite as well on that support. And that's going to help them out a lot against this very heal-heavy Mineski champion situation they've got going on here.
Pushu has continued to push this bottom lane out there. We see that Snowy actually picking up that Doran's ring, plus an amplifying tome as well here at the start. Just to get those bombs doing the damage. There was a grab coming out of the bottom side of the screen. Not quite landing where they would have wanted, but look at this, Mineski, that 3-man demolition squad that they had up in the top lane is now causing havoc in middle.
This is a very good early pushing here from Mineski. They have so much heal. When Ignite's on cooldown, there's not a lot to counter that here for Fnatic. They already used Shen and Zed's Ignite. Since Soaz is not in the lane yet, they can't go aggressive.
Peke going very, very low from this one. And then finally the minion wave goes down and Mineski have to back away from now. But they've already taken half of that turret's health down on that one visit there.
Sona going as well with the Mana Manipulator first item. Just increases the sustain they have.
Ooh.
Oh!
So I was actually missing the grab there, but Pushu going to be coming through. There's a piercing arrow. Peke going very low once again, and Fnatic having to reply with 4 men on that push. Yellow Star has managed to knock that top wave back onto Mineski's outer turret, but they're pretty sure that they want this mid laner turret, I think.
He's also hit level 6, so Soaz is going to be the playmaker here for Fnatic. When he gets a hook under turret, if he gets a hook under turret, is the only time that they can actually go on this Mineski 4-man squad here. Otherwise, the sustain is just going to mean turret after turret. Split pushing Zilean, that's a thing now.
That is a thing. It's a slow thing, but it is a thing. As he managed to get there towards the turret, he's like, well, you know what? I think my run of split pushing is now over. I better go back to lane. What am I going to buy? We'll see from that one. Picks up the lucky pick from that one. So he's going to come back into lane with that one. We got the Chalice now on Soraka, and that pretty much means that Starcall going to be spamming constantly. Peke here is level 6. He's going to go in towards Yume there. Actually, did not use the death mark. Kind of surprised me. Got him down to half HP already. But Fnatic are trying to push back. They're trying to get another turret of their own.
I'd say Peke is a wussy for that one, actually.
Oh, shots fired. I'm sure he'll have no problems in doing that a little bit later on. So, here we go then. Kaigu gets knocked up there on towards Soaz, and well, you can't pull if you silence as well. That's another thing.
Oh, so close. So close.
Yet so far.
Just wanted to shake hands.
So, Dragon is the next target here for Mineski. A pink ward down from Fnatic. That'll be taken away quickly. Are they going to be able to get it, though, before Fnatic come around?
Mid lane, blue buff Soraka turns everybody into a tank. Now Exo, he's going to get, Peke's going to go for it this time.
Oh, he's got the Zilean ult, though. Is Peke going to get baited into this one? Cyanide goes pretty low from that one. We saw the Absolute Zero coming down. The Starcall doing some good work. Soaz is a dead man. Snowy picks that one up. Exo going to fall after. Now they focus on towards Pushu, who's going to have to flash away from that one. Now it's TG who's getting hunted down. Oh, what a flash. Brilliant flash away. Fnatic just like, wow, that was a good one. We've got no flash to follow him. And in the end, it's a 3v1. I thought it was a lot closer, actually.
See, it started out with the initial damage coming from Peke going straight onto Exo. That's exactly how Mineski don't want it to start, because Exo is their main source of damage. And yes, they do have a revive for him, but they don't want to have to use that so early. So starting out with Peke and Exo having some alone time is pretty much the worst way that Mineski can start this one out. Even so, though, they were able to keep him alive for pretty long, and they almost brought it back around that Dragon. Fnatic, though, jumping out to the early lead.
I've still got faith in this comp from Mineski.
Yeah? What about the item builds? Because they're also going heavy gold generation items.
They're going to have a lot of gold. That's what's going to happen to them.
Not a lot of fighting power early,
yeah,
but a lot of gold later, which is interesting because this heavy support team shines early. So, you know, contrary to normal supports, all usually building scaling items like gold items and site wards, if you have a full team of supports, it's actually very profitable to build combat items early and continually shove. That's what we did in the Pros versus Rioters game way back at Season 1. If you all build early items on a full support team, you can roam around and shove down turrets early. They're still doing the same thing, but when they actually get engaged on, the gold generation items kind of hurting them.
That pain train from Mineski moving down to bottom lane. That is turret number 3 of the game. They're still behind on gold right now, but that's just right now. That might change. That's
look at all those items,
change.
man. Those things are ticking away.
It's all going to get better for them in the long run.
Oh,
there we are. They're going in towards Soaz. Can they finish off Crescendo? Absolute zero. Exo picks up the kill underneath the turret. They are not worried about this one here, Mineski. They're going for an inner tower. Oh, Peke coming around the side. Cyanide goes in there as well. The big wish from Soraka will keep him alive for now. Exo got the Zillion ultimate. He's picked up another one. Peke dives in the middle. He's going to die from this one. No! Exo goes down. Well, they managed to kill off Peke. It's a 2 for 2.
Exo was trying to thread the needle there. Stay just out of turret range, but just out of attack range from Peke. And with Pushu on the backside. Oh no! Another one bites the dust.
I think he underestimated the damage there coming out. Oh, there's a flash ball going in out towards Snowy. Is he? They turn it around! To escape here, puts a bomb into Pushu. He goes in, shut down. Now Soaz, he's going to be chasing on towards Snowy, who's trying his best to escape. Soaz going to pick up that kill though.
Good turnaround though. I like that. They never gave up. As soon as you get pulled in, you kill someone on Blitzcrank's team. Then you can cause some strife on the Team Fnatic. Right now, Pushu's yelling at Soaz. You got me killed.
And for me, Yellowstar, as a support player, he's obviously enjoying playing the role of a Shen right now because it didn't even bother to get involved in that one. He's just pushing. He's chilling out right now, pushing out those turrets.
Very calming experience playing Shen up in that top lane, all by himself.
He's focused as well. Look at his player cam right there.
Ooh, really good couple items here though. Mineski just got a nice power spike. The Aegis of the Legion, plus the, what's the book called? The Will of the Ancients? Nobody's bought that in so long.
Well, that's the Finnish Codex, actually. But
well, the Will of the Ancients up top is the...
oh yeah, I didn't even see that one. There's item. 2 books, come on.
Okay.
I don't read a lot.
The Will of the Ancients is a really, really strong item for this team because they're constantly grouping up as 5. Every member going to take advantage of that Spell Vamp aura. I like this. I like this area build here. Now they're going to have to defend a turret, though. This time, Mineski are on the back foot.
This is going to be interesting. There's a pull. Kaigo's going to go down. Chain of Corruption going to line up towards Cyanide, but in the end, only really wrapping Soaz up and the final spread. And that is going to mean that Fnatic have a 5v4 under the tower now.
All right, Snowy did save the revive, though. You don't want to blow that one on the Nunu. Even though Nunu got pulled and he's going to die, sometimes you just got to let him die because they want to save that ultimate for Exo, who's really the hero of this team right now. They're putting a lot on that Varus damage. Oh no, the Varus damage!
There is Exo.
No.
That's when you should have used it, Snowy. We were just talking about that. And as if by magic it happens in front of us. Fnatic actually going to be going aggressive from this one. They're going to go in towards Snowy. He's used his ultimate. He's coming back to life. There's the Crescendo. Yume needs to do the damage. Absolute Zero comes down. Only landing. Cyanide's going to die. The bomb will explode into pieces. Snowy picks that one up. And now they're on Pushu. Can they hunt him down? He actually managed to spell shield. The slow there coming out of Nunu. He's going to take the bomb damage here, but he'll be safe walking away with half one, will he? Here comes Nunu from the side. I'm not sure that Kaigo's going to have the damage to finish this one off, to be honest. He manages to get away. Here comes the heals around. Where's your snowball? Yume, he's going to die in the mid lane. Pushu is still running for dear life. There's another snowball. Snowy gets the bomb. He's going to die from that one. But Peke coming in. Oh, he's buried it. Oh, that's rubbish. Peke now going to get chased down. He manages to pick up one, but he's surely not going to escape this one. Doing a lot of damage. Finally goes down. There's the ulti from Soaz. Now it's going to be Zillion versus Blitzcrank. I didn't think I was going to be saying that here today. He jukes the hook. He's still going. Here comes Exo. Snowy. Run. Oh, he goes down to Soaz, and now Exo's going to chase him, but that's a exercising futility.
This
Actually,
is-
he's going back in.
Hey,
Fancies his
Soaz
chances.
has double buffs here. He wants Exo's head. Oh, fail. Where this is the League of Legends version of King of the Hill. It's whoever can hold on to that double buff for the longest there. It was just traded, and Exo!
Kicked up, knocked up, he's dead. Actually managed to get Chain of Corruption off there, but not really going to serve much of a purpose in the end. Let's take stock of this game, Kobe, because it's very interesting. 16 to 8 in kills. Only a 5,000 gold lead at this point. We're tied in turrets. Mineski are not done yet.
They are far from done. Look at these auras. 1, 2, double on Sona. We also count the Mana Manipulator aura. 102 gold did he just get from that all at once? Beautiful. Beautiful ultimate. That's half. That's almost a kill right there. That's half a kill.
It's half of 200 as well. I actually thought that's what you were going to say.
You don't read
no!
it.
Peke getting caught out here, but he's got the heels of Soraka. He's having a dance, and he lets him escape.
They killed
They
got the Ward Wars 1, too. Everyone talks about the Vision Wars. They've got it over Red Buff.
Well, they got that, but they're losing out on Dragon here. Man, it's a 6,000 gold lead now for Fnatic, holding that Dragon control down at 2 out of 2. Peke's 8-2-2. That fits into that storyline as well. Blade of the Ruin King, Brutalizer.
Oh, no,
lands
another
onto Yume. Oh, he manages to heal there pretty decently. He's going to get brought back to life by the Zilean, but is he going to walk away from it? There's a great shield by Pushu again to stop the snowball affecting him. And Fnatic hanging on. They want this inner tower. They're going to try and set up from the side.
The vision here.
That minion being a scumbag and just revealing them all.
People got to keep track of Soaz. Minions doing their part in the Vision Wars. Trying to lock down that Blitzcrank so no other Mineski members get picked off. Even the minions feeling bad for those.
Pain Train's coming again. Mineski looking for another turret. And look at Fnatic, they're out of position here. Yellow Star's not used Stan United apart from onto someone what was pretty much already dead. There's a hook, comes into Kaigu. What's he going to do? There's Lee Sin. Absolute Zero. Doesn't really do a lot. Crescendo doing similar there as well. Chain of Corruption comes down, but here comes Peke from the backside. Kaigu going low. Peke will take that one. The rest of them be kicked around here. Yume going to try and walk away. Heal's not going to save him. This is surely an ace for Fnatic. TG is walking away.
Let him live!
Fnatic taunting him there, not really attacking him, but Pushu wants to pad those stats out a bit more. 4-1-13 for him right now. That's the first ace of this game. 21 to 18 kills. We're getting close to that 10,000 gold lead for Fnatic. But as they say, Kobe, it's not over just yet.
Fnatic are just ruthless, though. I mean, that Zilean kill was unnecessary. They don't need that at this point. He's just Jamin. Don't you like Jamin too?
Oh god. Wow. So Peke, split push mode. Peke's favorite mode.
It's those double buffs though. You know action's gonna follow whoever's wearing those double buffs.
Yeah, it followed.
Peke's trying to run away, but never mind. Oh, they gave up.
They gave up. Peke's going back home because he wants himself a
BF.
Exo's in trouble here. Oh, flashes away from that one, but Cyanide's going to chase in. Can he juke him? No, he'll actually walk straight back towards him. He's got the ultimate from Zilean. Here comes the Mineski Pain Train. He's backing up again. Pushu gonna go in there. Yume taking a lot of damage. Oh, there was the ulti from Kaigu. Knocked up just as he popped it. Pushu actually pretty low. Snowy speeding himself up to run around in circles. Peke's coming in from the backside. He's going in on towards Kaigu. He's gonna pop here. Actually gets the Zilean ulti again. But is he gonna be able to walk away? Of course he is. He's Nunu. Gets back to the turret. They're safe for now.
Not for long.
I said for now. Now it's not. He's not safe anymore. Now he's
okay. Now it's back on. Safe again.
Yellow Star, meanwhile, in the top lane.
Hey, he's building Trinity Force as well. How do you feel about Trinity Force Zed? I mean, Shen.
It's working out for him.
Zed should build one as well, I think, actually.
He may get the chance, honestly, the way that this one's going. There we go. Turret for Yellow Star. He's certainly practicing up this Shen role nicely. Managing to finish off another turret. They're still holding on to this inner mid turret, which is impressing me. They're going to lose the bottom inner turret, though.
They're focused on the middle, though. The mid lane most important.
Oh,
Snowy does get caught. That hurts a lot. That's painful.
Yeah. I'm not sure who can really challenge Zed now.
Well,
Soraka
Yume is the next challenger.
As good as Soraka is, I'm not sure. Oh, Crescendo coming down. Peke now on a rampage.
A new challenger.
He might be able to finish them all off here. TG goes down, and Peke is still going. And sniped down by EXO. Yellow Star, he's finally got involved in one of these fights, and he might end up paying the price for it. Less than half HP, taunts away. He's living for now. Mineski, they're not out yet.
EXO's wearing a Peke suit right now, though. He just skinned him alive. Now he's the one. Oh, Soaz, come on, don't go!
Oh, Taunt not quite got the range there from Yellow Star, and that is going to be another kill. Yellow Star is now on a killing spree at 3-0-10. Kaigu, honestly, probably want to run from this one. Soaz goes speeding in, knocks him up. Pushu comes around the side. Gets silenced, can't quite finish. Good block there, good spell shield timing, and he's doing a rather lot of damage at this point, and Kaigu has to back away. Flashing red, can't even see his health bar there, he's so low.
If you're keeping track, Soaz is currently the king of the hill. Last taking down EXO, so he's the main target right now for Mineski. As long as they can take out Blitz, mission will be accomplished.
They're still hanging on. Yellow Star in his natural environment. Split pushing. You see he just backs away and he's going to go back in there. Brilliant Shen he is.
It's the Mineski 5-man hugs and kisses train.
No, they're just ramping up, Kobe.
Okay.
They're just ramping up. They're going to explode at some point. Those zillion bombs.
They've got oracles now, so Soaz with his wards over the wall won't be able to get in position for all these picks he's getting on EXO. They're adapting.
Slowly but surely. And
now it's Peke, though. He's waiting in the bushes.
This is
all right,
dangerous.
New challenger.
Here we go. Peke coming in. Yume, he's going to go low.
Silence.
Wish doing a good job of him there. There's the absolute zero coming in. Snowball slows
Double
him down.
buff.
1-for-1 trade. Mineski come out on top of that one.
All right.
He got a double buff.
Yeah, it's back over to EXO. Now he's got to be worried for his life, though. Everyone who's got the double buffs has a giant target on top of them.
So, Cyanide going back for Dragon. Fnatic need it because Mineski is still holding off.
They need that badly. There we go. You hear the crowd? Those are sighs of relief from Fnatic fans.
Yeah. They know how touch and go this one is.
Soaz is just sitting there in front of vision of that ward. Great job by Mineski. Countering Blitzcrank. Hard counter.
Yellow Star, once again, natural environment. Split pushing all day long. No breaks. Blue buff going to be stolen away here. Soaz is going home. Let's see what he comes back in with. An Oracle.
I was waiting on the edge of my seat.
Thought it was going to be something more impressive, but it's an Oracle. At least they can get that vision back that they lost control of earlier with TG picking that one up.
So all that Mineski need now is a Frozen Heart, an Infinity Edge on EXO, a Banshee's Veil on EXO, a GA on EXO, another Frozen Heart probably on TG, and maybe a Death Cap on that Soraka.
So pretty close is what we're saying.
Yeah.
They just need to hold on for probably about 130 on this one. Kaigu goes low, but he's still alive.
Oh, TG's in full view of Blitz. Hey, Soaz does not pull the trigger. Okay. They've only got 3 members here. But remember, that Stand United always available. Yellow Star could make an appearance in this game. You might forget about him, but he could come in at any moment.
Well, he's split pushing top lane right now, so it's not really split pushing because Cyanide's up there with him, but that's what he wanted to do this whole time. TG actually, I spoke too soon. I was going to say doing a good job of clearing out those wards just as he gets grabbed and pulled in. Fnatic, are they going to be able to break through this amazing Mineski defense that they've had set up on the steps of their base and take down this inhibitor? Oh, they're going in. Chain of Corruption goes down. Kaigu pulls the trigger a little bit mistimed, flashes out though, but Peke is going in. Finally, Yellow Star's going to get involved. He manages to get the turn onto Exo. He's tanking up both turrets here. Yellow Star actually going pretty low from that one. Peke takes another blast as well, and look at this, Fnatic backing away to the inhib.
Better back away. Look at the stone cold face there on Kaigu.
They failed it off. Mineski, they're still holding on.
This is a 25-minute game right now. 31 kills for Fnatic, 10 for Mineski. Those are both numbers.
If you're just joining us right now and you're wondering what's going on, we should probably reinforce the whole scenario here. Obviously, Group B right now is still extremely close in the middle of the pack for that second place race. Fnatic are guaranteed the top spot. Mineski yet to win a single game, which is why they're having a little bit of fun up here on the stage. And certainly keeping us entertained, that's for sure. Mineski, also I should add, are still hanging on to this game. It's not over just yet.
You know what they're still also hanging on to? All those gold generating items. They haven't sold away any of those.
Can we just hover over the lucky pick there that's on Kaigu and just have a check, see how much he's actually earning here. Yeah. Not that much.
He said, no. Oh no, Sauce coming in again. He's coming in hot.
He's speeding through. Oh, slowed down there by Exo. Oh, but Kaigu might be a dead man, gets pulled in. And he's got the Zilean ulti. There is the absolute zero coming in as well.
Pushu,
Pushu. He's dead. Pushu's dead. Yeah! Good shot down there. Crowd goes wild. But Peke, he's still in the middle of them.
Exo.
He's still doing a load of damage. Exo is going to die. Yellow Star getting involved as well. Cyanide's in the middle of them. But Cyanide, oh, he manages to get away somehow.
Chase him down.
Mineski, the pain train, he's pushing out to the steps where they're going to kill the minions. Well, they hold on.
That was the best team fight we've seen all day from Mineski. Traded 1 for 1. They didn't come out behind on that one. They took out AD carries. AD for AD carry.
They're doing well.
Oh, the Mikhail's Crucible comes in. You didn't see that one coming? Now they can cleanse Exo as well. He's got 2 lives, 3 heals, a cleanse, and a blood boil.
They got a master plan near Mineski.
How long does it take to set up?
Come on, Fnatic, go for Baron. Mineski will come out and get you. Okay, here we go then.
Kaigu does not have flash or smite. So
doesn't matter.
That's unfortunate. He could probably take Cyanide, though. He could take Cyanide.
He actually could die.
Yeah, he's got to run back to his friends. Oh, they pulled him in. Perfect.
Come on.
Get that Baron.
He's still alive. He's still alive.
He's about to 100%
He's still alive. Come shoot,
do it.
Smite. Come on. Oh. Close, but no Baron.
Pretty close.
And that may just be the step.
You may run for your life.
That may. Oh, yes, great slow from Exo.
He's got slowed down. So it's going to take him on the inside.
Oh, Chain of Corruption not quite got as much train. Yeah, Crescendo, you dance so as. But TG's going to get cornered off here. Go south.
The Jukes, the Jukes. Oh, he can't even punch. He pulls it. Okay.
Peke on a rampage, 18-4-7. They might be able to win the game right now, but something tells me that Mineski aren't going to let him.
He didn't build a Trinity Force there. They're missing 1 force of their Trinity forces. No,
Yume's actually building a bit tankier now. Going up to that crystal sector. Still.
All right, so that means 2 inhibitors down. They still have 1 left. 1 is pretty much as good as 3.
Yeah. We see teams come back from this scenario all the time as well, so it's not really a problem for them. Oh, Yellow Star's going in there. Kaigu gets the heals, and he's actually got...
He's got a bomb on his head right now. He's got to be careful.
Yellow Star should go into the middle of his team with that bomb on his head. That's how it works when you play against a Zilean. Fnatic actually going to go for the finish here. They're going to focus down those Nexus turrets. Snoy still speeding around. Peke's going to go in onto him. Ooh. And he gets back to the fountain just in time. Kaigu actually using the absolute zero in there as well. Nexus turrets are going down though. Mineski have to respond to this one. Piercing arrow coming through. They're still hanging on.
Fnatic
are just looking for kills. And he's dead. He's unstoppable. And then he gets shot down. That might be enough gold there for Exo. to build what he needs to finish off this game for Mineski. Let's see. He's dead now.
Yeah,
Actually,
he couldn't
he's
get to
not
the
because
shot.
Cillian's there. They're still alive. Exo flashes onto the fountain, but Super Minions hammering away the Nexus. Fnatic pick up a very tough game there against Mineski. Hard fought win for them here, and certainly a lot of fun for us.
Great job, Super Minions there for Fnatic, finishing it off.
And it's great to see, you know, how much fun Mineski are having with this one. The fact that they've had a long trip here from the Philippines, they've had a tough time in group stage, I think is maybe even a bit of an understatement for them. But to come up here, put on such a great show for the fans in that one is, I think, really appreciated by everyone.
They've definitely
Having a lot of fun.
earned some fans here, that's for sure.
Yeah. And again, just to kind of go back to the whole what Mineski have got by getting here to Worlds, it's not just about the challenge and what have you, but the experience that they earn from this one's going to help him in the future. It's going to help him in the Southeast Asian region to, you know, who knows, maybe back here once again next season.
I'd actually like to see another team take what Mineski have built here with this full support strategy and take it one step further. I feel like, you know, maybe just without those gold generation items, if they had gone for early pressure, new strategies always showing up big.
Well, I'm actually really curious to see what the guys over on the analyst desk have for that one. So we're going to send it over for a look at what was a very unique game there.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and Joe, indeed, for that toss up to us. So with that game, we definitely saw both teams having a whole lot of fun. Mineski absolutely winning the crowd over at this tournament. Everybody loves what they do, the passion that they come in and that they play with. Unfortunately, obviously not grabbing any wins here, but Crepo, you know, start us off. You had a few things to say about that.
I just like that these both teams are playing pretty much for nothing, and it can either be an incredibly boring game or a really entertaining game. And what it makes so fun is that this doesn't challenge like the competitive integrity of the circuit. So they both teams can just have fun. Mineski goes back to their quadruple support comp, which I think they ran to actually get here. They really enjoyed it. Okay, they made some mistakes here and there, but so did Fnatic. Soaz was playing his Blitzcrank again. They also did that earlier in the season, swapping around. And yeah, you could really see that everybody was having fun, but at the same time, like whenever Soaz missed a hook or people died to force supports, you could still see them like, wait a second. We still want to win this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 4 support comp really reminded me of CLG, the good old days.
But this team actually had an AD carry to carry them.
Oh, yeah, actually, sorry. My bad. I actually want to see Soraka against Zed. That's actually a hard counter that I completely forgot about because of Soraka's innate like 100 armor bonus or whatever you get from W, and just like the fact that she scales, and she has an instant 2.5 second silence for Zed. That's actually OP, dude. Like, not gonna lie.
How
I
did
think people should pull that
see
out.
this coming, Doublelift? Of
Huh?
all the teams in the world with all the scouting, nobody saw Soraka coming.
Yeah, exactly, dude. This is something you gotta steal from Mineski and pull out against Faker. He'll never see it coming.
So with that, you know, how are you guys feeling about the rest of the games that we have to see? We are going to be seeing Gambit and Vulcan coming up here. So what's your idea with that one?
Gonna be a bit less well, trolly, we can't really say. It's gonna be a lot more serious.
All right.
I think both teams really want. I think Gambit needs this win for sure to start tying against Ozone probably.
Well, we'll get into the chat in just a second. Let's update the standings real quick. Yeah. The Group B standings stand like this now. With their win, Fnatic finishes the group stage with an impressive 7-1 record, while Mineski remains at the bottom of the standings, but with a lot more fans now, thanks to that composition. And that actually brought us up to 60 champions used here, as they definitely spiced up our variety coming into that matchup. So now that we know where the teams stand, let's take a look at where you guys sit with 7 games to go. The good news is that everyone at the table has at least a 9-game win streak going. The bad news is that the viewers do as well. So they're voting just as well as you guys. You're still trailing the fans, so it's time starting to run out, guys. You only have a few more games to go.
We still have the playoffs. Come on.
This is true.
Yeah, it's true. And they're going to be a lot closer. And we have Monty.
If you vote with everybody, they'll be closer.
Well, we just know Monty's vote already for every game.
If Korean, vote.
Check.
Hey, I already said earlier today that I didn't want Ozone moving on to the quarters.
But you're still going to pick them.
Wow, that's messed up, Monty.
He doesn't want to, but he'll still pick them.
Yeah.
All right, so our next game, like we said, Gambit versus Vulcan. That means Gambit's on the blue side for this matchup. Doublelift, we'll start with you.
I think Vulcan or Gambit's going to win, but Vulcan has been playing really. They've been playing decently. They did the Vulcan throw bargains again today, sadly against Ozone. But Vulcan throw bargains maybe is not enough. Gambit, it doesn't play nearly as solid well, Ozone played really solid. I think Gambit won't play as solid today. That's just my gut feeling. That's my heart telling me that. But I don't know.
Do you think Ozone played that solid? They gave them
I
such a
think
big lead.
it minus Dade, Imp and Looper are playing really, really good, and I don't think Darien and Genja will have that much game impact. But I still give Gambit the win, but Vulcan will put up a good fight.
But they had a horrible pick phase, so that's not even solid. They already put themselves like half a game behind in pick and draw phase, and yeah.
Wrong game, guys. Wrong game.
Exactly.
God, Crepo. Step it up.
Save it.
Monty?
I'm taking Gambit as well. I mean, I hope Vulcan can take a win here, but I would like to see the tiebreaker, I guess. I don't know. Gambit's just been pretty consistently stronger,
Consistently
I think.
inconsistent?
They're not even inconsistent, dude. Minus Genja's builds.
I mean, we never know.
There's
we never
an
know
evolution
how many
going
components
there.
of Trinity Force
At least Monty chooses his dark horse.
You know what I'm waiting for? I'm waiting.
Yeah, double lift. Where's your Mineski
Shut
pick?
up, dude. Don't call me out like that. I didn't know. But anyways, I'm waiting for Genja to just build like 2 Phages, 2 Sheens, and 2 Zeals and just never finish the Trinities.
Just the recipe, the triple dip.
Exactly.
Jat, where are you going with this one?
My pick is Gambit as well. It's a good thing that I'm trusting my head over my gut in all of these picks because my gut has been wrong twice out of the games today. But definitely the logical pick here is Gambit, only because Vulcan has been making too many mistakes. And Gambit, even though they have been inconsistent, even though they played pretty poorly in some of these games, if you make a bunch of mistakes against them, they're going to capitalize.
We'll see.
I'll have to go with Gambit as well.
Yeah?
I still have an answer, Driv. Can I answer?
Oh, no, I'm
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go with Gambit because I don't think Gambit will give Vulcan such a good pick and ban phase. And then it will be a lot harder for Vulcan to come out on top.
All right, and quick, we have a few minutes to talk here. Coming into this game, Alex Yish in an interview even said that their matchup versus another team was a bit easier because Vulcan shares just about the same champion pool. How do you go into a champion select? You know, Crepo, we'll start with you on this. Against a team that shares the same thing as you.
You end up putting a lot more emphasis on certain picks. I remember when we played Gambit, and we found out that Zac was an overlapping pick when Zac wasn't as nerfed yet. It was really the pick and ban phase revolved completely around Zac. Every team wanted him, no team wanted to ban him, and it got really scary. And then sometimes you get a little too proud. You know, we play such a great Zac, you would say to yourself, and you would risk leaving it open but give it to the enemy. So it just depends on how they value the picks. But at the same time, when you play a pick really well, you also know the counters. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup.
We'll have to see what they can do. How do you think the bottom lane's going to fare in this matchup, Double If? We got Genja versus Zuna.
Well, before I touch on that, I just want to say the community
absolutely.
has given Gambit some flack for losing 8 times in a row to Zac, but I don't think
That's true.
that Gambit is the type of team to like read that criticism and be like, oh my god, we need to ban Zac. Like Gambit just doesn't care. They're like, if I had to describe Gambit in 2 words, it just doesn't care.
But does a statistic like that even stand up though, or is it just like this has happened? You know,
I think it means that strategically, it makes sense for them to ban Zac. It does make a lot of sense because Genja doesn't play mobile ADs except for Corki. He plays like Varus and
MF.
Trinity Force Varus and MF. Yeah, like I can't even think about a champion for right now, but they don't seem to do very well
with Trinity Force.
Zac. Yeah, with Trinity Force. Everything with Trinity Force. But in terms of their bot lane, I'd say they're about even. The last time I saw Genja pull a little bit far ahead. I think it all depends on support play. Bloodwater has not been impressing me. I felt like he was like a strong favorite coming into this tournament. Everyone's like Godwater, 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 and he hasn't been pulling those plays out.
All right, well, as moving on, these guys have done the best to see into the future. Now you have a chance to shape the future of the broadcast with your feedback.
Go to bit.ly/worlds1 and answer a couple of questions like what pros would you like to see on the analyst desk at future events? It's pretty easy.
Absolutely. We've got to take a short break right now, but when we return, it's time for our 4th match of the day, Gambit versus Vulcan. And it's do or die for ManCloud and crew. Plus, Fnatic's Xpeke and Mineski's Kaigu will join us with Shox in the interview lounge to talk about their incredibly fun game. So stick around. The Season 3 League of Legends World Championship. We'll be right back.
I think that they're really a good team, great because they got overall good players, but they do the mistakes they shouldn't do at this level of play. I think that they are really good for their scene, but at the moment they lack a bit of experience.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from the match between Gambit and Vulcan. But first, I'd like to welcome Xpeke and Kaigu to the interview lounge. Welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for giving us an amazingly fun game. I'd like to start by asking you, Kaigu, what was your strategy in that matchup?
When we saw that they banned Thresh, we were kind of happy because Thresh counters that comp really hard because the only objective of that comp is that the mid and bottom, Zilean and Soraka don't die, but Zilean was zoned too hard by the Blitzcrank.
Well, countered by the Blitzcrank there. And Peke, is there anything in the special choices that you say, we might use it because we know Prizu loves that Sivir so much?
Yeah, he really loves her, but we don't let him play her. He's really good with her, but I don't think that hero can be used too much, so it's fine. He wanted to play her, he's good with it, and we let him play this game.
Anything else in that comp, you say?
No, well, actually we didn't pick Blitzcrank trying to counter him. It was mostly about Soa's Blitzcrank, because Soa's placing really, really good, and he wanted to play it, so we were like, yeah, let's play it. And it turned out to be really good to have so much initiation with Sen and Blitzcrank together against them.
Yeah, it was a very fun matchup. On a more serious note, you guys, you're no longer in the tournament. You have still a match coming up, of course, but you're not going to advance. But what have you learned personally, maybe as a jungler playing here on this big stage against all these good people?
Well, as a jungler, I learned that vision control is really important, and it's more. I should focus more on vision control and not on farming.
Okay. And you, Peke, you've really stepped up to the plate here as a mid laner. How do you kind of see yourself going forward and some of the very good mid laners you're going to face? How happy are you with your performance?
I'm happy so far, but I don't know the other mid laners. I haven't faced them. Like before group stage, I was scared that I might not be able to compete with other mid laners or something because I had no idea of their level, only the European ones. But it's fine, I think, and I feel confident that I could do at least decent or equal against any other, so I'm fine with it.
Okay. Finally, I'm going to let you both give a shout-out to your fans because, Mineski, not a victory yet, although I believe, but you have gotten a lot of fans here. What do you want to say to them?
Shout-outs to the fans here and to the fans back at home. I love you.
Peke, is there anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, they are great, but they never sound Fnatic here. I don't know. They always sound Mineski or TSM or something like that. See?
Nah, they're not going to do it now either. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's send it over to Quickshot and Freak for some more group stage action.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and welcome everybody. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry. And joining me in this broadcast dual lane is, of course, David Freak Turley. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing awesome. I'm excited to cast the rest of Group B because we still got some important games coming up,
Looking pretty in pink today. Now, it is time for our fourth match of the day, Europe's Gambit versus North America's Vulcan. With a win here, Gambit will guarantee themselves at least a tie for second place in Group B. While even with a victory for Vulcan, they would need some help from Mineski to stay alive in Worlds. And based on the last time that these two teams met, that's Gambit and Vulcan, things don't look very promising for the North American team.
Yeah, really in the first game between these two teams, it was a 27-minute win, and Gambit just demolished. Diamond was practically flawless in that game, and even though Vulcan has like the killingest player in the LCS, he kept the entire team to only 2 kills there. And for ManCloud, there was no silver lining. He didn't get a chance to turn the game around. He had a pretty poor performance, whereas Alex actually secured a lot for his team. 4-0-1 for Alex TF, 0-4-0, not the best score for the mid laner for Vulcan, unfortunately.
Well, let's get to it and see if Alex and Gambit can trump Vulcan one more time, or if ManCloud and crew can keep their quarterfinal chances alive. It is time to take a look at those starting lineups, and on the blue side, it is going to be Gambit for this match. Darien up in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Alex Siege in the mid lane with Genja and Voidal as your AD carry and support.
And on the red side, it is Vulcan with Psycho Sid in the top lane, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna on AD carry, and Bloodwater on support.
Well, we're about to jump into Champion Select, and we'll talk about the matchup and how the victories can affect both of these teams as the game starts. But one thing I want to highlight about picks and bans for these teams is they share a lot of common picks.
Right.
The supports, they've only played Zyra and Sona respectively. We know that there's a lot of love for Shen, Orianna, TF. There's a lot of overlaps between these two teams.
There really, really are. The only ones that are really different, I would say, is the Shen top lane as a possibility. Sorry, not Shen. The Kennen top lane for Psycho Sid. I think that's a big one. And we've actually seen that banned out a good number of times. But you're right. The Shen up there, the mid laners and whatnot. Even the AD carries are playing utility based, with Ashe and Varus being pretty common. I'm kind of sad that we haven't seen a Zuna Tristana yet that I can recall, because I think that was an old style for Vulcan that worked really, really well and gave them some of that late game security that they've been lacking in this tournament.
Yeah, for those points in time, Zuna's been playing Caitlyn, Ashe, and Ezreal 3-2 and 2 times respectively. So he's trending towards different ADs like you've highlighted. The one thing I definitely want to talk about is Genja's Trinity Force Varus. He almost got it finished. And his build choices have been a hot topic of discussion.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was actually specifically Trinity Force Varus. I think it was actually like Phage to kite people, and he's fighting 2 assassins, so it was like get some health to survive. The Zeal was just there for move speed. He was going to go into Phantom Dancer. It just kind of looked like, I actually don't think he was actually planning on Triforce, and everyone else is crazy.
We'll see. If he locks in Varus, we'll get a second round at potentially seeing how this works out. First ban, Zac instantly removed Gambit, taking the one off the table. Vulcan removing the Aatrox. Now, Aatrox is shared between Darien and Diamondprox. They've each played it twice. But Darien has a 14 KDA with Aatrox.
Yeah, he does pretty well, the champion.
Just a little bit.
It's his style. I actually remember when they first brought it out in the EU LCS, I was casting that game, and Alex said, yeah, Darien dies a lot, so we gave him a champion with a revive passive so that he would die less. And as you point out with the KDA, it has worked well. But here I actually like how, I like and dislike kind of how some of these bans are coming out, because Corki is a shared pick and Kog'Maw is a shared pick as well. We've seen actually a lot this tournament where teams are banning out champs that they're happy to play themselves. And it always is weird to me that they remove some of their own options, because you've got teams like Fnatic who have such a deep champion pool that they don't need to do that. They can play whatever they want.
Well, you see the final ban being Vi, targeting that one at Xmitty. He's played it 4 times out of his team's 7 games thus far. And I think Vi solved a lot of the problems that Vulcan had in that sort of mid to late game phase, singling a target out. Yeah. And once that person's then just removed from the fight, then collapsing in numbers, because earlier today, they weren't able to control team fights against Ozone's double AD comp.
Yeah. And it actually helps their coordination issues as well, really, because Vulcan, as we saw in their loss to Ozone today, they had a pretty rough time, actually, of coordinating themselves in team fights. They were getting split up, they would fail some initiates, they wouldn't all be on the same page, whereas Vi would have had this like bright flashing, I'm going in on this guy, hit this dude, and it would have been pretty obvious. Of course, that being banned out removes the option here. The Shen first pick, of course, just gives a lot of options for Gambit. What else are you going to say about Shen? He's been ubiquitous.
The one thing I do want to highlight, not a first pick Zed or Ahri, both of which have been left up. And in previous games, both of those champions have been left up to sort of counter one another. It normally hasn't worked out for the team that set the trap of picking into that champions, if I can put that politely. Yeah. And then, of course, the Sona denying that from Voidal. He's played it 6 times. So not only is this one of Blood Wars mains, it's denying this from Voidal as well. So that's an important pick to me.
And this champion select, at least as far as the picking phase has gone, has actually been very, very smart because of the denials. The Shen shared pick you talked about, the Sona shared pick you've talked about. It's these teams securing champions away from each other. Of course, there's still plenty of time for Alex to now pick his mid laner, but of course we had ManCloud steal away the Zed. Now, they could pull a Fnatic and suddenly run Ahri Zed themselves, or Kassadin Zed as the case was for Fnatic. I think that's less likely here, but you've always got these interesting options here with Champ Select.
Well, we'll see how Vulcan decide to play that one out. Elise and Varus locked in for Gambit, as you've highlighted, and we'll get to see exactly what Genja's build is. I am fairly certain he's going to go with this Phage into Bloodthirster into whatever. He tends to be quite sticky with that, but I do want to highlight the fact that Gambit trained towards that Orianna, so we may see that for Alex. Over the other side, Crystal Ball working well, Tristana locked in. We are going to see Zuna on his comfort champion.
So I like what both these teams have now done, because we've gotten Gambit into a control composition, which really I think is their strength. They're a very well coordinated team. Aside from the support roster changing twice, this group has been together for almost 2 solid years now. It was beginning of 2012 they started blowing up onto the scene. And there we go, there's the Ahri coming in. So they've got a very well-controlled composition here, as well as the ability for playmaking from Alex, which is important. It highlights the 2 major strengths, team fighting for Gambit and Alex going crazy, so I like that a lot.
And to wrap up the composition, we see Psycho Sid locking in that Singe. So going to try and channel his inner Looper. Looper's been obviously doing very well with Singe this tournament. We'll see how well Sid can do it in this game.
I imagine he'll do well. Sid's a very strong player. He's very adaptable and actually has one of the, I would say, wider champion pools in North America. Plays differing styles of champions, more so than other top laners. And also to round out the rest of their picks, of course, you've got the playmaker for ManCloud as well, which I think is mandatory for Vulcan. And at the same time, you've got Zuna on the Tristana. Some of the pros actually criticize Zuna's positioning in team fights and overall, and giving him a move block that resets on killer assist, as well as the pushback from the ultimate, will allow him to sit there and auto-attack for a full team fight, and that's really good.
Yeah, especially if the game does go later and later with the immense range that Tristana gets into her favor. Will play. I also feel like Vulcan have quite a single target pick focus in mind. So guys, while we're waiting for the game to load up, let's quickly take a look at who the fans have picked to win this match. And according to LOLesports.com, a massive 81% of you guys think that Gambit will lock down at least that tie for second place and actually send Vulcan home packing.
And of course, the analyst chose them as well, so no move in the standings, I think, at all. Today or even yesterday, if I recall correctly. Everyone's now on the same page. I think you guys at home are just cheating and making sure that you keep that +2 victory.
It's research. We've had this discussion.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
It's research, informed research. While we've got a second to actually highlight some of the mechanics here, if Gambit do win, and if Ozone win against Mineski, what it does is it puts them in a tie for second place, and because their head-to-head is 1-1, Gambit and Ozone would play a rematch.
Yes, and they would play that right after the Ozone-Mineski game, so we would see that within about 2 hours. And of course, the other case is if Vulcan wins, then they still need help. Mineski must win for a 3-way tie, and if there's a 3-way tie, that actually is played tomorrow.
And if we are going to be quite realistic about this one, if Vulcan win and Ozone beat Mineski, it means Gambit goes home, and your first and second seeded teams from this group will be Fnatic and Ozone. But that is many games ahead right now. Gambit and Vulcan on the Rift, hanging out in this mid lane. Gambit a little more stacked up, as it were. But I'm not expecting any shenanigans. As you can see, Genja miles and miles away, starting with that Doran shield, which he's been doing several times this event.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's not even against that heavy of a harass lane, but because he has no sustain from his teammate Yordle, it helps him make sure he can survive the laning phase. But as we talked about the sort of level 1 arrangements of these teams, when you've got a line fully spread out, this is sometimes considered a defensive opening, but it also guarantees you know where your opposing team wards, where they ran in to go spot things, and of course as no one plows through the enemy lineup, both these teams now know there's no deep wards, their junglers are actually hidden, and with Elise and Lee Sin being crazy strong early game junglers, no one's going to see them coming, basically.
Well, we'll have to see if that lack of sight will pay in favor of either team, because any early kills onto basically any of these champions could significantly impact that mid-game phase. Genja and Voidal playing defensive duty on this bottom lane. It does look like Vulcan are going to initiate the lane swap, as they've thrown Zuna and Bloodwater up top to deal with Darian Shen. And just interesting to point out, Flash Ignite on Shen, Ghost Teleport there for Singed.
Those are pretty standard pickups right there. Even with the Ignite, Shen has really low kill potential. But the early first 4 levels, if Diamond comes to gank for Darian, they can pick this down. Of course, here comes the invade for this buff, and it's a 2-on-2.
That's a massive amount of damage onto Diamond Prox. We see Zuna. He manages to rocket jump forward. Flash already burned from Diamond. An initial advantage to Vulcan. They forced him away. Now Voidal and Genja trying to play the same tactic, but Xmithie is going to be able to get away with the buff and do pretty well there.
Vulcan played that one a lot better. They showed up in time and dealt the damage before Diamond had dealt enough to the Golem. Whereas on the other side, it was just a quick smite for Xmithie and he was safe. And that's the risk when you go for a buff with your top laner, is you can get 2v2 there and lose the battle. It's just a matter of getting there in time, and as we saw, Vulcan got there first.
Well, Xmithie's now going to try to steal away a buff here. This would be his second blue buff, refreshing that time, and more importantly, denying it from Diamond Prox. There is simply no members of Gambit here to defend or challenge this one, and it does look like Xmithie's going to secure this one. So early advantage to Vulcan, and that's a very good level 1 strat, as it were, coming out of the North American squad.
Very well played there. Xmithie, though, just halfway through level 2 right now, had to share the experience when he took the blue buff down, which, to be fair, does help Psycho Sid. As of course, Psycho Sid actually, as well, got to level up off of some Wraiths. So, gotta say, a pretty nice early start here for Vulcan overall. There's a lot of things going their way.
So what we do see, Psycho Sid's going to use that teleport, regen his HP in the fountain, and he's back in time for basically 2 full waves of minions. He's not going to be able to see us quite as effectively with the Varus and Zara and no minions, but he will at least stay inexperienced.
He sees Diamond.
Here comes Diamond from the side. A very good ward is going to allow Sid to at least get out. Diamond Procs just going to apply some harassment. There's a lot of damage going to this tower very early on.
But compare the location of where Diamond came in behind Psycho Sid to where Smithy showed up. That wave is just now dying, but Alex getting jumped on by ManCloud.
Now ManCloud continues to deal the damage. Alex forced to flash over the wall. ManCloud decides not to chase, but flash burned. No escape mechanism there for Alex as both of the dual lanes plus junglers is hammering away on their solo lane towers.
But look what Darian's going for. He knows he's zoned out of this lane, so he's coming to a different lane to make a play on ManCloud.
We'll see how this works out for him. Darian's hanging out in the river. We can see Xmithy fairly close by, actually, killing off the wolf camp of Gambit. The first tower to fall will be Vulcan, so Gambit with an initial global objective lead, but Vulcan and Bloodwater are not far behind securing that top lane tower.
Here's the chance. There is flash still available for ManCloud.
We do see the taunt does land. Charm pulls ManCloud backwards. Ignite is ticking. He decides to try jump onto Alex. Safeguard comes in from Smithy, and that's going to force Darian and Alex away. Very good timing from Xmithy, and golf claps all around from the audiences. They survived the gank.
That was a great play, and of course Gambit has a numbers advantage on the bottom as well. They're taking a very early dragon out of
As
this.
something that Gambit does incredibly well. 4.5 minutes. Psycho Sid has used that ghost. We see a flash away from Voidal. They fling Diamond Procs out. Smite is going to be enough to secure the dragon. The question is, how many kills can Vulcan secure? Diamond Procs is probably going to throw down this rappel just to survive a little bit longer. Continue to pull the people back, and Darian gets out. First blood is secured. We do see Alex is going to follow suit with the aid of Bloodwater. Vulcan, 2 kills to the dragon and tower of Gambits.
That's a great move there by Vulcan to realize what was going on there, show up into that battle. And Sid, of course, when you fight a dragon that low, that's the risk of a dragon at that low of level, is you don't do a lot of damage, and dragon deals a pretty good amount. So Sid walking into 3 enemy champions, normally a suicide. But that was a great play here. So Vulcan equalized that one out. You can see a 700 gold lead actually for Vulcan due to their superior laning right now. And this is the early game lead that is important for Vulcan because they don't do much without it.
Yeah, this is something that we keep highlighting. It's something that, you know, Vulcan did earlier today against Ozone. They got an early advantage, and it was their team fights that cost them. Gambit will be looking to try to replicate some of that team fight chaos and hoping that some single target focus or maybe better communication can work in their favor, because as it stands, Vulcan do have a couple hundred gold lead and a significant amount of CS between Psycho Sid and Darian.
Yeah, and so basically what Gambit are going to try to do to pull this one back is definitely play make. It is the fact that, oh my gosh, that damage Darian is dangerously low. He's alive. So it's on Alex Itch to hit level 6 and go be useful and roam around the map and pick off kills. It's on Darian to hit level 6 and have Stand United. And it's on Diamond to be the amazing jungler he is and also help make those plays. Vulcan have a very good siege composition and extremely good late game scaling. Gambit probably should not let it get to that.
Well, we'll see how well Gambit can contain ManCloud. Remember, they allowed Zed to go through. It was first pick Shen over first pick Zed. ManCloud snatched that up the moment he got his chance. 500 gold in the lead of Vulcan right now. And CS advantage basically in every single lane. 30 creeps for Psycho Sid to the 9 of Darian Shen. And he's picked himself up a Chain Vest. So it's going to help against 3 of the 4 Vulcan members. But if he gets caught up by Psycho Sid, it's going to be a lot of damage that can't be mitigated.
This is going to be really interesting as these tanks scale out, because you're right that with Sid being so far ahead, even though he got zoned out from his turret very early on, as that turret went down, he's just gotten more time to run around because of that dragon fight is basically what had happened. Because members were off the map and no longer able to put pressure on that isolated Singed, he got time to get levels, he got time to get gold, and now Sid can pretty much do whatever he wants. Because of Catalyst, he's able to run into a 1v2 or run into any of the 1v1s and keep being this annoying Singed with teleport up soon and make plays.
Well, we'll see if we can continue to control the map, because that's really what it's going to come down to. ManCloud is level 6 now, does have that death mark available. There's no one to oppose him in that top lane. He's just trying to CS as best as possible. We see Darian has returned to this bottom lane. A moment or two ago, it was Genja, in fact, that was trying to fend off Psycho Sid. See a little bit of poke going down. Darian taunts himself out of danger. Gambit just trying to reset. You can see Voidal, he's hanging around his own red buff area. Genja's making his way towards that top lane. And with the blue buff respawning, you see Xmithy invading.
Yeah, but he's outnumbered right here. This is not the easiest thing for Smithy right here. This should be able to go to Gambit.
So Gambit have got the numbers advantage. However, here comes ManCloud with his ultimate. There's no crescendo available for Bloodwater. Keep that in mind. Blue buff was actually secured there by Alex, so a little bit close, a little bit scary. But Gambit get out cleanly, they don't lose the buff.
ManCloud was a quarter-second off from stealing that with a Shuriken. He's, of course, looking to flank around the mid lane, but Voidal sniffs that one out. Of course, there's ward coverage here for Gambit. This turret dive shouldn't mean much.
Well, there's still a large number of Vulcan members in that mid lane. They definitely set their sights on that tower. You can see them now splitting up, moving away as they really didn't have the minions to challenge that tower down. 700 gold in the lead. Smithy continues to have some very good vision control. Look at the amount of Vulcan wards on the minimap.
Yeah.
Psycho Sid, he decides to cut this lane, farming between two towers.
And that's exactly what these guys want now, because Vulcan are the team in control, and Singed can free farm this forever and guarantee himself a lot of gold income. And as long as you have ward coverage, you're not going to be that afraid of this, like, not really a gank by Gambit.
So Voidal's just coming to help out. Darien is going to at least lock Psycho Sid for a couple of seconds. The Root does connect as well. Cocoon not in range just yet. Safeguard does come down. Psycho Sid is going to get hooked up, but there's no Ignite ticking, so he's going to be able to use Insanity Potion to survive. Now in the mid lane, ManCloud jumps onto Alex. Deathmark pops. Zuna, in fact, lands a kill, most likely from that explosive shot. And 3-0, Vulcan in a good position to take yet another tower.
The Crescendo actually helped to set that one up as well, and that's kind of what happens when you get that much ward control. That's what you do with the Singe, is you bait everyone to run around and chase you, and it overextends the rest of your team. It allowed Gambit to rush in, flash Crescendo Alex Ich, and chase the kill down. Now, Sid without Ghost or ulti is going to be a bit harder for him to do that, but it's going to be the same thing over and over. Be annoying as Singed and make plays. So watch this. The Crescendo comes out. Alex Ich is going to take so much damage. And look at the engage by ManCloud. The ulti actually tracked Alex Ich through a dash, which allowed him to get a bit more damage across. Very good play.
Well, always got to remember, when you give away that Zed, you have to imagine that your opponent will be picking it up. And ManCloud making good use of it. He's got a 10 CS advantage. 1 kill, 1 assist to the 0-2-0 Alex Ich. And Vulcan, even with 3 kills and an additional tower, they're only about 1,500 gold ahead. So we'll have to see how rapidly that lead can continue to grow if they keep making these plays.
And I want to know how aware of the map Gambit is right now, because in 14 seconds, Dragon is respawned. Vulcan have already sent Sid top lane with teleport, so they've already set up their lanes for a Dragon attempt. Darien, though, is unaware.
Well, red buff is up. We do see Smithy at least lands the Tempest, but Darien got to wait thanks to that Shadow Dash. Really kill potential just yet. It's a fairly tanky Darien. Like I said, is now going to get some damage down onto Genja. Doran's Blade and Doran's Shield not really going to offer a lot of damage to that Singed. Vulcan are going to start off the Dragon.
But they're completely outnumbered. It has to be a steal from Diamond, and that's it.
Well, we'll see if he can make it work. Diamond Procs forced backwards. Root's not going to be able to do anything. Even with the Cocoon, Vulcan secured their first Dragon of the game. Psycho Sid continues to be a menace, and this is something that you always see good Singes doing, just completely controlling the map, and once Singe gets ahead, it's very, very difficult to reel him back in.
Well, we just saw Vulcan fall victim to that, actually, when Looper kind of just tooled them around the map and in team fights here. And you look at what happened right there with the Dragon attempt, is Gambit, with the other 4 members of their team, were like, yeah, we can kind of try to contest Dragon and throw skills at you. The fact that it even tried, instead of pushing or pressuring another lane, says they weren't completely ready for that, because they didn't capitalize on the fact that all of Vulcan was down on the bottom side of that. They just said, yeah, Genja, go farm a little bit. That'll do something.
I imagine Genja had a lot to say in that regard. It's something that he does fairly often. Still trying to work his way towards some different items. Decided not to pick up a Phage as his first big item back. BF Sword in Genja's back pocket, but you're comparing that to a Blade of the Ruined King Tristana. There is a significant amount of disparity between these two AD carries, because Zuna's just going to have a lot more killing and kiting potential in these team fights.
It's an interesting build. With the Blade of the Ruined King nerfs recently, a lot of guys have stopped running Blade of the Ruined King Tristana, but basically this shores up the mid-game power deficit we normally talk about with Tristanas, where you've got early ability power damage and you can kind of build your lane out, and then when you have like 2 or 3 items, you're pretty good again. You can rely on your range as you level up. But at this point, you're usually pretty frail. With the Ruined King active and the base damage on it, it's actually pretty decent for Trist here, so this actually holds over what would have been a weakness for Vulcan.
Well, we'll see how well it works out in the team fights. As Psycho Sid and Darien are just trading a little bit of poke, a little bit of damage back and forth. Darien is 30 CS behind, 35 at this point actually, a level down. He's at least holding up. It was a bit of poke. Psycho Sid did take a tower hit, which obviously is going to help Darien's cause. Now Vulcan getting ready for this next blue buff spawn. It will be in the next couple of minutes, hence the ring of vision wards or sight wards being set up. ManCloud and Smithy now trying to apply some concerted focus onto this tower, and Alex takes a massive amount of poke.
Yeah, he is. And honestly, Vulcan are doing a very good job of being controlled in this game. You mentioned the Ring of Vision wards that are out here. They have 3 around the Dragon area and another 3 around the Blue Buff and Baron area. There is no vision allowed for Gambit. The buffs are starting to get stolen time and time and time again. Psychosid's able to roam around whatever he wants, cut behind a lane, fight Darian whatever he wants. He knows there's no threats here. Vulcan are just in control right now.
Yeah, doing very, very well. Psychosid once again popping that Insanity Potion. Just going to heal himself up. Here comes Zuna. We do see the Ghost coming down from Psychosid. He's getting in range, tanking up the tower, flings Darian backwards. Buster Shot throws him against the wall with the Poison Ticks. Couple more auto attacks. Psychosid and Zuna make that look easy.
They did, and that's, again, no wards spotting them coming down. Just a well-played fight, of course, as well. The Goo, the Fling, even the Ruin King active helping to guarantee. Just a well-played fight. Mancloud's forced to run, though.
Ignites his pop. We do see Spirit Rush coming in. Alex is going to try and track him here. Deathmark has just been used a moment ago. Spirit Rush, one last proc. Mancloud does get taken down by the last bit of damage there. They trade 1 for 1. We do see a tower falling in the bottom lane as Zuna and Psychosid extended to 3 towers. Now, Diamond picking a fight with Zuna. This is a fight he's going to lose if he sticks around. He's decided to back out cleanly.
It's just a fight where he's not really going to win. Even though the Ruin King active is on cooldown, Zuna is able to lifesteal between the harass attempts from Diamond, get his health back up. There's no way in for the Russian jungler, so nothing there. And we're back to the control game. Now, for what it's worth, those wards have now all timed out for Vulcan. Vulcan has to reinvest in that ward control game. And keep in mind, those vision wards cost 125 gold. Those 6 cost them 750. You look at the gold lead, it's not that massive. If Vulcan don't capitalize more off of all those expenditures, they will fall behind.
Well, we'll have to see if Vulcan do continue that vision control, because it has been very, very good this matchup. There's been a number of pink wards in the pockets of Gambit for the last couple of minutes, but they haven't necessarily deterred the amount of vision from the Vulcan squad. Now, with that extra kill on the board, Alex Sich does have his Sorcerer shoes completed, as well as the Arm Guard and that Fiendish Coda. He's going to be trying to work towards either the Hourglass to cancel Mancloud or the best defense of a good offense and going for a Deathfire Grasp. We'll see what he does decide towards, both of which needing Anita's Lodge Rod as his next component.
Yeah, my guess is actually going to be the Deathfire Grasp. Alex got the Seeker's Arm Guard very, very early on as, okay, I need armor to survive my lane, but otherwise I'm going to go for my build. Because then from there he went for the Codex. From there I believe he's going to go for some more damage output. We'll see if he has to make adaptations, because as we just saw, he did basically trade in a duel against Mancloud. That option is still here just to fight for Alex Sich.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can make it more than that right now. Charm does catch onto Zuna. Good damage from that Orb of Deception. Spirit Rush is available for Alex, but without his Ignite, maybe playing it a little bit safer. You can see the rest of Gambit roaming around to the river. Cocoon does catch Bloodwater out. Here comes Darian. Stand United is being channeled. A very good Dragon's Rage kick. Shen does not get delivered. Those are flashes away. A great crescendo. Locks up 3 members in the background. We do see Mancloud diving onto Voidal. He's going to get knocked up into the air. Darian is now in a little bit of trouble. They're going to trade support for support. His Bloodwater does get dropped, but Zuna is able to pick one up. He stomps down onto Darian. Goomba stomping in with the slow. Darian is now in a massive amount of trouble. Genja nowhere to be seen, not involved in this fight. Psychosid is going to try continue chasing on the side, and Mancloud with a Shuriken does pick up the kill, and that ends up being a 3-for-1 exchange that Gambit started.
That Gambit did start that fight. It was a great kick back by Smithy to make sure that Shen was not on top of his important carries. Bloodwater actually got a beautiful crescendo onto 3, and even at the end there, Smithy peeled off from the chase to try to stop Alex Sich's recall to get his team another kill. Didn't quite get there in time, but with people still dead here and no Stand United, this is a Vulcan-controlled dragon, so they are rewarded from that fight with a dragon here. The playoff hope's actually still alive for Vulcan.
And what this reminds me of is the very first time Gambit and Vulcan played. However, the roles were reversed. I recall Gambit starting off Dragonfight, being in the river, Vulcan initiating fights that they shouldn't have initiated, and it backfired. Gambit did exactly the same thing in that situation. They're now 4,000, 5,000 gold behind. And just to touch on what Freak was saying, if Vulcan win here, and if Mineski win, it'll be a 3-way tie for second. However, if Vulcan win and Ozone win, it means that neither Vulcan nor Gambit will make it into those quarterfinals. So even more pressure on both Ozone and Mineski in the very next game.
Let's see where this ends up panning out. Of course, we've seen miraculous comebacks as well. We can't discount the fact that you never know with Gambit. They're so experienced, you have to think there's the option they find something special here. So, at the beginning of the game, we talked about the Genja build. The Bloodthirster's there. He didn't rush Phage. Maybe he decided it wasn't worth it. Maybe he's got other plans. We'll keep track of that as it goes through. But of course, you keep looking down at the items. the Zuna power spike is coming very soon. He's getting closer and closer to Infinity Edge. Of course, that Blade of the Ruin King done a while ago. There's a lot that's stacked against Gambit.
Diamondprox once again starting a fight. He's jumped on top of Xmithie. Here comes Alex from the side. Spirit Rush has been used. The charm does not connect. Second proc of Spirit Rush goes out the back. Mancloud with his Death Mark has been able to completely remove Voidal from the map. Now Diamondprox is in trouble. Genja is finally in a team fight, but he's alone. We do see a great kickback. Genja gets taken out as Mancloud goes for the double kill. And Vulcan, Turntail, they might even be considering a Baron right now. They do have a numbers advantage. Instead, they're probably going to roll onto this blue buff.
This is a very risky Baron, though, because their health bars are fairly low, even with the Blade of the Ruin Kings. Alex can actually, he will know that people were there because he would have gotten stacks on his passive from the Q, even without vision. So they know not to run for this.
Genja was caught out. Now Vulcan have started off this risky Baron. They have 4 members on there with Psycho Sid. Gonna run a little bit of interference. Xmithie is gonna have to try and dance some of this damage. Mancloud is dropping low. There is a smite available for Diamondprox if he decides to go in. Baron is at 3,500 HP. It's at 3,000 HP. Diamond needs to go to Spider Form to repel in. Baron gets dropped. Crescendo does actually catch him. I think he repels in. Baron's still alive in the background. It's hammering onto Vulcan. Stranglethorn throws him up in the air. Baron secures 1. Alex secures a 2nd. That's a 2nd kill now for Alexich.
And they can go for Baron!
Here comes Darian.
Oh,
He's
it's a ball!
standing lighting it in. That Baron is so incredibly dealing so much damage as Mancloud is hanging around the side. He manages to use the shadow out. Alex is in a lot of trouble, but this is risky.
This is incredibly risky, can you believe it? So 2 members of Vulcan alive, Bloodwater's out of mana, his recall's cancelled, Genja's going for this fight!
The barrier is up, we'll see if it blocks some of that damage. He's going to try and lifesteal a little bit off the ward. Baron continues being focused. Alex gets the shutdown kill onto Mancloud. Baron is going to be secured. Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit turned this game around. They are 2,000 gold behind, but with the stats of Baron, this is an even game.
I can't believe this just happened. At the beginning of the game, it was, you guys tried Dragon really early, and Sid managed to punch with a couple of kills and some map control. And then Vulcan tried Baron really early, and they got punished. Alex Ich putting out enough damage there. All right, I just got to stop and think about this because there's a lot now to think about in this game.
That was a massive misplay from Vulcan. The Baron was a risky decision. You highlighted it before going into the pit, and Gambit able to just dance around Vulcan. The repel so impactful from Diamondprox. Now, all 5 members of Gambit with Baron on their backs. The item advantage, the HP advantage. We'll see what they do with it because they are still 2 towers down and they're still 2,000 gold behind. They've stacked up in this mid lane. They want the mid tower.
And they've got the people there first. Sid's at the very, very bottom lane. Spitting's up at the top. This will be a turret going down to equalize the gold a little bit more. Vulcan is still not collapsing back for this fight.
Teleport is not available for Sid for another 10 or so seconds. It will be up shortly. Gambit continue to focus this tower. 4 members bashing away as Voidal hanging out in the background, putting some vision down. Xmithie does get taunted up. No root lands. The charm connects. That is him deleted from the fight. Massive damage from the piercing arrows as Genja continues to spam down. Alex jumps in. He just melts Bloodwater. And now Gambit are onto the inhibitor turret.
Sid's teleporting back to join the fight. He's got to defend this inhibitor.
This is a massive defense here for Vulcan. They flung Darren in the background, but he's their tankiest member. He's just going to taunt out the background. Deathmark is available as we see Psycho Sid gets taunted in. Darian the focus of the Deathmark. That's going to pop. We'll see if he survives. Darian survives. That's Deathmark did nothing for Vulcan. The rest of Gambit now focusing the tower. A snipe from the background, and all of a sudden, Genja and Gambit take the gold lead.
This all just happened. All right, and here's another attempt. No, they don't catch Zuna. So Sniper Genja right there making a lot happen. Chunked Bloodwater to help guarantee the Baron a little while ago. Had some really good team fighting here. And Vulcan, it happened they lost to Ozone. It's uncoordinated fighting right here. I think their defensive Baron, I think it was called well to kind of go back a little while. Psycho Sid tried to buy time, tried to zone out Alex H, did a good job of that. The Crescendo had barely missed Diamond, and so the team stopped hitting Baron, said, let's kill Diamond first, then go for it. But Gambit tooled them around in that fight too much. But then this battle was horribly uncoordinated. Pick after pick after pick, one at a time, people saying, I can get a kill and get out. Nope, it didn't work. I can get a kill and get out. Nope, it didn't work.
I tell you what, when you're focusing your ultimates and your damage into Darian, you're going to have a bad time. Vulcan right now need to get on the carries. They need to deal damage to the people in Gambit that are threats right now. Baron is slowly wearing off. It's down to about a minute left on the clock, and we see a repeat of this potential river fight.
This should be decent, though, for Vulcan. Their major cooldowns are coming up in about just a very, very few seconds. The problem is, though, this Alex Ich split push, he's actually now hard to deal with 1v1.
Oh, he lands the charm. He manages to dive back with Zuna. It's going to knock him back. The Ignite secures the kill. That was a point-blank charm. Is now all of a sudden, Alex Ich is off to the side. There's no AD carry for Vulcan if Gambit stick on the tower.
They've got to wait for the wave right here, but they have a 5v4 with no AD carry. None of their... I mean, the ultimates they need for the team fight are available, but they can also make the safe play and just go for Dragon here and get farther ahead in gold.
It does look like that is the decision. ManCloud now thinking about jumping onto Diamond Prox, decides to just clear out that Wolf camp after Diamond secures the big Wolf. Now, second Dragon of the game for Gambit. Remember, they had a 4.5-minute Dragon. This is definitely a heavy Dragon control from both of these teams. And once again, Gambit, 1,500 gold in the lead. Diamond almost connecting with that Cocoon.
Okay, so right now Vulcan needs to just calm down for a little bit and realize they have a Tristana on their lineup and the Baron buff has just timed out. Playing a full-on defense game and letting Singed, Zed, and Tristana go infinite is a good fallback plan for Vulcan. They just have to defend right here.
Well, we'll see if they can. You can see that the recalls are coming in. Sid is back in base, but it's late as ManCloud finally returns. Home Guard boots are available. The rest of Gambit hammering away on the inhibitor. Now, Insanity Potion is not available for Sid, so that burst of speed that it gives him on an initiation potential is not there. Flash Crescendo not available either for Vulcan, so this is going to be a hard-pressed defense. But remember, there's no Baron.
There is no Baron buff, but here we go. Gambit in the front. Darien tanking very, very well. Look at Genja. He is so safely positioned that no one can get on him easily. Fight starts. Psycho Sid down a half.
That's a lot of damage. I think that was the DFG thrown onto Psycho Sid. Alex saving his Spirit Rush right now. They've chunked down the main tank to 50%, and they're burning out the timer on that Insanity Potion. So Gambit, happy with the damage they've done to the inhibitor, not feeling comfortable sticking around, back out cleanly. Baron's going to respawn in 2 minutes, and with the way these teams are playing, it may actually be our next team fight.
And it's worth pointing out that the texture of the map has changed a little bit. Just a minute and a half ago, Zuna finished Infinity Edge, which is an incredibly important power spike now, because even though there's a Sunfire Cave, a Spirit of the Ancient Golem, Zuna will be able to chunk down the front line of Gambit. It's something that the Russians need to be concerned about. The push coming in too quickly for Vulcan. They should get this turret, but it's going to be close if they don't run soon.
Yeah, Gambit nowhere near, but look at the Chain of Corruption. Psycho Sid is the first target. We see ManCloud and Bloodwood knocked into the air as the Crescendo does stun them up for a second, but not going to be enough. Genja should just get popped by this Deathmark. They trade mid laner for AD carry, but now the rest of Gambit are on the hunt. Spirit Rush was used. Stand United will be available soon, so expect Darien to split push before the next fight.
That's going to be an easy option, though, but remember that Psycho Sid will also have his teleport up, and as we've seen time and again, Sid's really built for that fight against Darien. He's built early magic resist, he went Mercury Treads as well. He even went for the, I forget the name of it, Distortion Boots that lower the cooldown of your teleport and Ghost. So for the rest of this game, Sid will actually be able to match Darien and is stronger in the 1v1. That is an advantage for Vulcan. We just saw Alex Ich just completely solo Zuna, and we saw ManCloud solo Genja. Both these AD carries can get deleted. There's a lot of variables to account for that the gold lead won't tell you in these fights. It's actually how the fights are played out that means a lot in this game.
Whoever's able to focus down the damage after bursting a single target down. Ari and Zed both so incredibly good at doing that. We see a Void Staff has just been completed there for Alex Ich in conjunction with his DFG and his Zhonya's Hourglass. Over on the other side, ManCloud with his Last Whisper, Brutalizer, and Blade of the Ruined King. Very standard items, but we do see a Warmogs in the back pocket there for Darien. It's something that we don't see all too often. It has sort of fallen out of favor a little bit.
Yeah.
Genji, of course, working towards an IE of his own.
It's interesting that he went for Warmogs because you can build Reno and Zoman against this Vulcan lineup. You're mostly concerned with Zed and Tristana, especially Tristana, to be honest here, who's already got % health damage, so adding armor and an attack speed slow is nice. But Darien's, Shen in general scales off of health. The Key Strike and the Vorpal Strike heal actually scale off of max health, so he's actually getting some teammate or offensive scaling through his choice of Warmogs.
Well, it was just that little tidbit of information that popped up. 2 games on Ari for Alex Ich, 2 victories. And as an aside, he's only got a 15 KDA on that champion. Keeping not quite as high in this game, 7-3-3, but definitely the lead in kills for Gambit. 10 out of the 11 kills Alex Ich has been involved in, and he secured 7 of them. So he really needs to pick off a high priority target in these team fights. You see Gambit and Vulcan trying to find opportunities to battle as both of their solo laners continue the split push game and relying on their global presence to join a fight when it does occur.
But what I'm concerned about with these two split push top laners is their difference in builds, because Darian's works. He's going to be tanky regardless of the fact that he went Warmugs versus Randuin's, whereas Psycho Sid is building like full magic resist. He is so worried about Darian, Diamond, and Alex that he's not built to survive Genja if Genja gets time to shoot that Shen over and over. It's a concern that might just bite Psycho Sid in the end.
Well, we'll have to see if it does. As it stands, 29 minutes on the clock. We're getting closer to the time frame when both of these teams have actually been wrapping up their games over the course of the Worlds tournament right now. Once again, Sid and Darian, they're actually swapping sides. They're basically just, it's almost a gentleman's agreement. We'll see them trading back and forth, continuing to farm. Now, Baron is up. You can see Vision being denied. Mancloud may eat a charm. This is going to be scary. We flicked over to fight to Baron. We do see the charm landing. Alexic Spirit rushes out. That should be Mancloud going down. As the Stand Tonight comes in, that's going to be enough to survive the Deathmark damage. Alexic still surviving in the background. Sid and Smithy taunted up by Darren as now the Strangleforce will only throw up Sid. But that is great. You cannot, if you lock up Singe, you can kill him. 2 kills for Gambit, and now they turn their sights onto Baron.
And there were a number of outplays there. We actually missed an attempt in the Baron pit by Vulcan. They jumped onto Voidal as he was sweeping out a ward, but Diamond showed up to defend him as well. You saw Alexic win the duel in the mid lane. This gives Gambit control over the base. They'll be able to take the inhibitor down, and they've still got another 15 free seconds. They don't have to risk for Baron. They could take the safe Dragon, but it's probably going to be okay for them no matter what Gambit chooses.
Well, Zuna's deciding to try and play this split push game. There's a line of minions on this bottom wave. We'll see him most likely clear that out and try to get some damage onto the tower. While he's doing so, avoid the idea of stealing one of those double golems as well. The rest of Gambit still stuck mostly around the top half of the map, and Zuna, if he gets enough uncontested time, he may be able to get the tower down.
This is really smart. This is the Vulcan that I've been waiting to see throughout this tournament, is the Zuna split push, because in 1v1s he does very well. He's mechanically very proficient, and on a champion like Tristana, he pushes quickly and gets away very well. And because Triss can kill a base so fast, Gambit doesn't get to Baron without trading out an inhibitor, without some very serious outplay against their opponents. The Zuna split push is actually a very important mark here for Vulcan.
Well, we managed to secure the 5th tower of the game for Vulcan, keeping them within touching distance of the goal. That's 2,000 difference. There's a ring of wards sitting all the way up that north part of the river for Vulcan towards the Baron pit, and the rest of Gambit, they're sort of trending upwards while Vulcan are going to take the safe Dragon.
This is a risk here for Vulcan. They've got to get back to the Baron pit soon, because Gambit gave up going for Dragon entirely. They gave up even pushing more turrets down, let Zuna kind of rest map control, but it let Gambit say, we've got ward coverage over Baron. Our play, look, you got 1,000 gold, you got another 750 from a turret. Our play is for this Baron setup. We can fight you at this and win.
Well, we do see a Cocoon catching out onto Psycho Sid. The taunt doesn't land, nor does the charm. DFG still available for Alexic, but I think that was the first proc of the Spirit Rush. We'll see if he continues to throwing that out. A little bush, death bush, not working out for Gambit. And now Vulcan, they think they've got positioning on this mid-inner turret. They're challenging down.
There's a number of important cooldowns down here for Gambit. This is actually a pretty good play for Vulcan with the Singe still up.
Well, we'll see once it does get popped. In the background, Cocoon catches out Psycho Sid. Smithy only managing to catch that Sonic Wave on one of the little spiderlings. Not able to jump onto Diamond Procs, but we do see Vulcan playing a little more passively. They're not rushing the tower.
They're not rushing the tower, but they've got momentary map control here. They'd pushed Gambit back. The problem for them was Vulcan didn't have an Oracles. They couldn't re-sweep Baron control, because that's a big play here. Psycho Sid gets caught, though.
Massive charm into a root. Now Psycho Sid dropped to about 1,400 HP. He was forced backwards. In the background, though, Mancloud does have a Deathmark available as him and Zuna are now backtracking away. Darren is trying to get in range. Diamond Proc sinks his fangs into a minion to close the gap. Now we'll see, can the taunt land? That is the question. Safeguards to a ward, and it does allow Smithy to get out cleanly, but a red buff is available. So Gambit going to decide what they want to take, because basically everything is available to them.
Yeah, and Gambit are individually more powerful, so when an Elise walks at you or a Shen walks at you, Vulcan has to respect those champions. That allows Gambit to split up the Vulcan lineup and then collapse on a target they need. That's why you saw, even though the fight was reasonably close, Gambit really take control of this one. And now it's again, what plays will these guys make? Gambit are the ones in control. Voidal has an Oracles. He can make sure there's no wards and no vision and play the Baron dance game. And on top of that, Gambit can all jump over walls. They've got flashes or dashes off cooldown. They can bait Baron and start a fight.
Well, for anybody that has watched a number of our games here at Worlds, we talked about the Baron dance in European teams. It's something that they are proficient with. It's like ballroom dancing. in Europe, and we see that right now. Vulcan deciding they want to play the pick game. Smithy jumps onto Voidle, forces the flash out. They're a little bit split. Psycho Sid is in the bottom lane. The rest of Vulcan toying with going down the mid lane, while the rest of Gambit are stacked towards this Baron pit.
Darian's been forced to recall back, though, because the mid lane pressure is too high from Vulcan, but they're setting up a play right here. There's a surround from Gambit.
Well, we'll have to see who goes in first. This is the question. Both of these teams are split. We do see Diamond Frost caught in a little bit of trouble. Stand United was being channeled. He repels forward. A kick back, but Darian is in position. The question is, where is the taunt going to land? Psycho Sid is the first focus here of Gambit as a 3-man crescendo locks him up. Genja in the background continues laying down the damage as Zuna forced out the fight. Gambit with an easy 2 kills on the board right now as Diamond Frost is the only one in danger of going down. A root into a taunt kills Mankind, and now Gambit 3 for 0, and Diamond Prox gets away with his life.
And in that fight, both the Assassins focused their efforts on a frontline tank, where while Diamond refused to go down, all of Gambit made sure they killed Psycho Sid. In the resulting 5v4, they just outfought Vulcan. And now with this number advantage, this will be an incredibly difficult Baron steal by Vulcan. It's likely to go to Gambit.
The question is, can they do what Gambit did? Zuna just gets chunked down. Barrier's going to allow him to survive a little bit. 110 HP, flashes the piercing arrow. Alex flashes over the wall. He's going to be able to secure the kill. Smithy forced backwards, decides not to go in 1v5. Another kill on the board for Gambit, a second Baron of the game, and a convincing lead. Smithy's in a little bit of trouble now. There is vision here. Darian, Alex, and Voidle are going to try chase him down. He's got decent move speed, but Smithy, with that Sightstone, he should be able to get out. Diamond Prox, can he land the Cocoon? He's going to flash forward, a great Dragon's Rage kick. We do see Alex here, that's Spirit Rush forward. Charm doesn't connect and it's basically running.
Oh, man.
That's basically just popping the ex-Smithy Lee Sin.
Yeah, he is now 12, 3, and 5. Alex Ich, he's on a playmaker, and man, is that guy making plays. Alex really trying to get on in this game right here. And this game is just a reverse of what happened in the beginning. Vulcan made all the best plays early on. They picked up the straggling kills. They took control of the objectives. But with a couple of good fights, Gambit said no. Gambit took vision control. Gambit are forcing all the issues, picking all the fights, and then winning them.
Let's not beat around the bush. It all changed at Baron.
It did.
This entire game swung at Baron, and Gambit just took the reins and have not given it back. We do see now Darren working towards what I believe to be Arandian's Omen there. Got himself a Giant Spout, the Warden's Melt, and another Chain Vest. Definitely more afraid of the physical damage of Vulcan than he is of Psycho Sid's magical damage. And when you consider the immense amount of HP that he's got, I think that's very smart itemization. Genji as well, he's got himself that Chain Vest. I wouldn't be surprised to see that becoming the Guardian Angel, as it is something that we know the Gambit players do like to do very often.
It's one of the ways they've sort of evolved against teams that have really good late game that defend their turrets well, is let's just build enough defense that we can turret dive you and not get punished for doing so. And honestly, when you're in this game, when you look at Vulcan's wave clear with the Tristana, with the Zed, that's pretty decent actually. And so Gambit, they either get a pick or they just do a very elongated siege, or they just straight up dive with defense.
Well, we'll see how this works out. Alex throws out the Charm, just missing Xmithy on the side there. Darian now going to be in position to tank up not only all of Vulcan, but the tower if needs be. Zuna eats himself a piercing arrow in the background, and the tower is secured for Gambit. Vulcan do not contest that at all. Gambit 6 towers to 5 now. They now set their sights on the bottom lane inhibitor turrets.
And here we go. Damage is coming through. Of course, they still have the Baron buff as well, Gambit. So Vulcan, even with the turret, will have a hard time fighting this.
Psycho Sid, the tankiest tank on Vulcan, is just going to get melted under all of the damage. He does survive thanks to the Insanity Potion. Alex Ich caught out thanks to the Crescendo. In the background, Bloodwater dropped to 200 HP, and a very good Zhonya's Hourglass allows Alex Ich to stay alive. Genja has not been attacking the tower just yet, as Xmithy is now low. Piercing arrow from the side as Genja plays the marksman that he truly is, spamming out those Qs. The tower is going to drop in the next couple of seconds. There's no death mark available. Now, Psycho Sid has returned with max HP, and the rest of Vulcan trying to set up a fight. I believe that Charm caught a minion, not catching any of the champions of Vulcan, and right now, Vulcan have not given up kills, but they've lost the tower.
And Gambit are still regenerating, coming back into this fight to continue the inhibitor push.
Psycho Sid, 1,500 HP. You see Zuna smashing away with that immense Tristana rage. Slowed down by the hail of arrows, and Darren's just waiting for a setup. He gets caught by the Charm. Safeguard's not going to be enough, and Alex with his 13th kill of the game. That's unlucky 13 for Vulcan, as it's going to cost him 2 inhibitors.
And Alex just needs 2 more assists to make his score elite, which he deserves here. So hopefully his teammates can steal some of them out. Smithy lands a Q though. Vulcan are not done with this.
No, they're not. Look at that long-range resonating strike. Smithy realizes Lee's Syndrome cost him his life. Now Psycho Sid in trouble as another Deathmark was used it by ManCloud. It's not going to be enough to pop Diamond Proxes. ManCloud's the man that's running right now. We do see it once again. Piercing Arrow spam from Genja. He flashes for the lost auto attack kill. Vulcan are 4 members down. Bloodwater has to defend against 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit are going to win.
This is going to be the end game push here. Gambit with an impressive comeback victory. Very well played team fights, good coordination, good control, and Gambit's chances at the quarterfinals stay alive.
And while Gambit maintain a hold on making it to the playoffs, Vulcan are definitely out. Unfortunately, with that loss, there is no mathematical way for them to advance. It's all on Ozone and Mineski. If Ozone beat Mineski, you and I will be casting a Gambit versus Ozone rematch to determine who makes it into the World Championship quarterfinals.
That will also be an incredible showing, but of course you still have to sort of look at this game and say, all right, Gambit, there are some issues you got to work out, but also things to praise yourselves for, because that early game was honestly quite rough. Vulcan had some good reads in that game. They made some really good early game plays, and it took a very miraculous Baron fight to turn Gambit around. They've got to make sure they stop making these kinds of mistakes, because they've still got to win another game.
Yeah, there are no other words for it. There are no other words for it. Every single time this weekend we've seen a team that far behind. They've made that, I'm going to call it a desperation play. I think Gambit going in on that Baron, they were so far behind that if they took it, it got them back in. And if they didn't, well, they were so far behind anyway.
Yeah.
And Gambit made it work. They ran enough interference, and Vulcan just didn't have an answer.
They played the fight exactly correctly. They did not get too aggressive. And yeah, they knew if Vulcan got that Baron, it would be game. So the mechanical plays by Diamond to dodge the crescendo, because that crescendo would have guaranteed Baron flat out. Yeah. They would have smited it down in time. So great plays by Gambit, and they have potentially a couple more games, or one more game ahead of them.
All right, well, let's send this one over to Riv and the analysts to see what they think of Gambit catching a victory from Vulcan, because I'm definitely looking forward to hearing what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. And again, Vulcan takes us for another roller coaster ride. But as well, on the other side, Gambit made sure they were right in the driver's seat as well. And at the end of that game, you couldn't help but see Alex E shaking his head. We've seen a lot of times that teams win games, but they're not satisfied with the win.
Yeah, Gambit looked really out of sorts after that game, and I don't know. You have to really avoid that kind of mentality, because they still have to play for this potential tiebreaker if Ozone beats Mineski. So
it almost felt like at one point in that game, just based off of Alex's reaction after the game, that he had kind of resigned himself to being like, "Holy crap, we just about got eliminated from the World Championships."
Same time, if you're here playing at World Championships for staying into the game and against an opponent that on paper you're a favorite against, and then you have such a horrible game and you basically win because of, let's face it, a really poor decision by Vulcan, then you're not going to be happy, especially because you still need to play against somebody that's getting better and better and is a lot more collected.
This is just heartbreaking, too, because Vulcan did such a good job in the early game, and I mean, it comes back to it. We've all been impressed by their play in the early game, and, oh, man, we were all sitting back here. We thought they had this one in the bag.
I was doing the Zuna dance already for calling like Vulcan. I was so close to voting for them, and then I was so happy for them. They were doing so well, and nope.
Out there, I heard Ozone kind of cheering. They're like, yeah, go Vulcan, because obviously they really wanted Vulcan to win, because that would make it so they wouldn't have to play a tiebreaker match. And I was actually sitting with Kenma, their coach.
And how did that go? Yeah, Vulcan's coach.
It was absolutely hilarious when they threw like a 10K unwinnable game for Gambit, essentially, right? Okay, so there's like 12 different decisions you can make at that time. And there's only one of them that even gives you a tiny chance of getting outplayed and throwing the game. And Vulcan chose that one. And it was just, his face was just like completely plain, like, oh, just another day with Vulcan. But like, what was coming out of his mouth was just like, complete, like, he was just so angry at his team because this happens so much. You know, this is Vulcan Throwbargains at its finest.
And, you know, coming into this, it's an intense moment. The stage is one that puts the pressure on high, and we'll actually put the replay on your screen of this Baron attempt here that really, Crepo, you said you should never 50-50 a Baron when you're ahead.
Okay, basically, I hail from the level of Europe, in which we do too many Barons that just don't work out. So we're getting the hang of it when it's wrong to do a Baron. Basically, if you're 4,000 gold ahead with this composition, and the worst thing you can do is give them a 50-50 chance on Baron, especially when people are low.
It's weird, too, because we were both watching this together, and I was thinking this is where Vulcan wins the game, because I was expecting them to actually burst down the Baron and then turn, but they froze in the Baron pit because they're afraid of the steal, obviously.
I felt really glorious because everyone's like, they're not going to do Baron. No reason. I was like,
Yeah.
Yep, it's going to fail, it's going to fail, it's going to fail. But yeah, if we roll the replay, let's see now. Who's able to contest this? Psycho Sid's coming. They're going to add Sist on the Baron. Only Elise and Aries. Look, right now, Zyra's in the base. Still in the base. They started Baron. Bloodwater's not tanking. Sona should be tanking there. Sona should be on 20% HP instead of Mancloud and Xmithy. Psycho Sid tries to peel, stopping Diamond. Diamond doesn't care. He has vision. He knows when to go in. And he will dodge pretty much the crescendo a little later. This is really good. Elise keeps them busy. They're all dancing around, getting chunked by Baron. You have to know at this point, Gambit still has a Shenalty. It's even worse because they're going to use the Shenalty on Zyra right now.
And by the time they peeled Crepo, they were already all sitting at about 20% health. They sat in there for too long. They didn't make the decision. They either kill Baron or they peel, and they froze.
You really, if you're going to make a call like that too, you have to know whether you're going to just burst down to Baron or whether you're going to turn. That has to be clear in the team's mind when that objective comes up. And there was just a bit of a split decision right there.
So you have to realize once this Baron drops, we're going to see have a look at the gold values. It's going to be a little later now, so Gavin will finish this. You have to start. They started around 24,000 gold, which was 6,000 gold down. Right now they got Baron. They're 2,000 gold down, plus Baron buff, which is, I don't know the math, roughly 4,000 gold worth of stats, plus the momentum you get from that. Like, you're back in the game, they're going to be crushed.
Well, that also transitioned into turrets as well.
Yep, exactly.
Jack, coming in time after time again with Vulcan having that kind of thing weighing on the back of their mind, the fact that these games don't go in their favor after a mistake, how does that, play into your game?
So I feel like a mistake of this magnitude only happens after an incredibly trying mental week for them, because after the victory, and you could disagree with this if you want, but after they had that first game victory over Fnatic, it almost seemed like every Vulcan game we saw was a little bit downhill from there, because I don't think they were mentally recovering from any of their losses, and it affected their decision-making.
Then again, this is something that should be textbook for a team. Like knowing from a team that wastes so many games on Barons myself, you have to really realize, like, if you will never go for a Baron that possibly is a 50-50 when ahead, then this situation doesn't occur. You need to know whether you're going to rush the Baron down or stop them. There can't be an in-between, and if there's an in-between, you're strategically wrong, even if it works out in the end.
Well, the most consistent thing about Vulcan throughout LCS and even in my personal scrims against Vulcan, it seems like they will either make this horrible throw happen, or mistake happen, I should say, and then they'll go completely on tilt and lose the rest of the game, or they won't make it and then they'll just crush. But most of the time what happens is when they do make this mistake, they go definitely on tilt. You can tell by the way that they're handling the game how many, like, rookie mistakes, I guess you could say, people getting caught, bad team fights, bad engages, like even poor warding after they make the throw happen. They're not even out of the game at this point.
Right,
They're just a few thousand gold behind. They don't have to lose all these towers. They don't have to lose all these fights. I feel like whatever happens after they do it, they're just mentally like, oh my god, it happened again. Like, this sucks, and then they can't really think about the game properly.
And the reason we're so adamant about this, because we don't want to bash Vulcan, is just because they play the game so well in the early game. They have really good picks all around. They catch people off guard. Mancloud's been playing phenomenal mid lane at times, and then they just don't transition well. There's always that little communication error in the mid game that has such a huge impact on them.
So let's talk about that little communication error and something that comes off of a lot, and that's going on tilt. It's something we don't talk about a lot. Monty, feel free from the outer perspective on your team as well. The highs and the lows of tilt, how does it affect the game? Either one, Doublelift, go ahead and start for us, but what are the kind of factors that you lose out when you start going on tilt?
One of the biggest things that you can't really tell is communication. When you're in like a bad mood and you're just tunnel vision on, wow, this sucks, or like, I'm feeding, or, oh, we just threw the game, you're not really inclined to communicate as much as you would if you're like positive, like, oh my god, we're in the control of this game, I feel so good, we just need to snowball this momentum. So when you're feeling down, communication is bad. Mechanically, I don't think there's any difference being on tilt, but just in terms of like synergy with your team, making decisions and communication, it all goes down the drain.
Yeah, and specifically what I've noticed, because I'm in a lot of the CLG games to listen to their voice comm, what specifically happens is that the planning falls apart. So it's not necessarily the fact that the players are not giving each other the same information, but it's difficult to formulate a plan of action in order to retake control of the game.
Somebody calls blue 42 and nobody moves.
Same thing. What you have to avoid is scapegoating. Even if somebody face checks a brush on level 1, it happened. There's no way you can turn back the game. Even a good Zilean will never be able to turn back time. Bad pun. But yeah, anyways, it's really hard, and it's so hard if you're playing, and especially in these high-pressure tournament matches, everything's on the line. You prepare for weeks, and then somebody makes a mistake, and a good team will not blame him for that. A coach will blame him after the game, but not during the game.
Final thoughts? I think you can sum up tilting a little bit with the difference between forwards and backwards thinking, because after you make a mistake, you're so inclined to say, we shouldn't have done this. If this wouldn't have happened, we'd be winning. Man, why did we do that over and over again? That is completely irrelevant within the context of the game, but so many teams I listen to constantly play the blame game within the match. You have to drop that immediately and always be forward thinking in every aspect of every game, and that actually doesn't happen once you make mistakes.
Monty, I know you're itching, then we got to move on.
I am itching. I just want to say, and something that's been impressing me, yeah, thank you for the nice scratch there, but it has been Fnatic, because when we've seen them behind early, they have a plan about how to get back into it, especially that game that they played against Ozone, and it looked like Ozone was cruising, and yet they set up those brush picks, and they find ways to win. They always have their little Fnatic brush hiding plan, and I think that says a lot about the team and how deep they can go here.
Alrighty. So with that, let's check out the standings heading into the 5th and final regularly scheduled game in Group B. With their win, Gambit is guaranteed at least a 2nd place finish in Group B, while Vulcan has just played their last game of the Season 3 World Championship. So gentlemen, it's time to pick your winner now coming into the 5th game here. Ozone versus Mineski. We're going to start with you, Jat.
Yeah, I mean, we see Mineski's 0-7 coming in. We know that Ozone needs this game. Even though Ozone's been a little shaky this entire group stage, I absolutely expect them to win this game and force a playoff game with Gambit.
All right, Crepo?
I'll have to go with Ozone.
Ozone as well?
Yep, absolutely, Ozone. I'm really excited to see what happens after this match, actually.
I concur. Ozone it is for me as well.
All right, safe picks on this side. Gentlemen, with the 0-7 here for Mineski, do you feel like Ozone could really try and formulate something for themselves, see if something works for themselves here?
I think they're going to play really secure.
Secure game?
They have to have this win. They know they're better than Mineski. We'd always pick Mineski, but Ozone is better. They just need to watch out so they don't get a curveball thrown at them.
And here's going to be the actual interesting wrinkle we have here. At no point during the group stage has a team played back-to-back matches. But if Ozone wins this, they're going to have a back-to-back game. And it shouldn't be a big deal for Ozone because they've done it so frequently in the OGN League. But I also think that means they're most likely to play as standard and as safe as possible against Mineski.
And let's be real here. They've been planning for Gambit in this eventuality as well. So it's not like this is a surprise. They've got their game plan set up already.
You know, there actually is an advantage, well, at least in my opinion, on playing back-to-back matches, especially if you're going to win the first one, because, like you said, forwards thinking really helps you drive momentum. And if they win this match and they're warmed up mechanically, and also they've had their communication down, they have good, they're just, morale is really strong. They should be looking really strong going into the Gambit match, especially because just look at Alex's face after they won the Vulcan match.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to take a short breather here, but when we return, Ozone and Mineski close out the schedule portion of today's Group B action. Plus, Gambit's Alex Ish will join D-Man in the interview lounge to talk about their epic comeback win. So don't click that mouse. The Season 3 Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
사람이랑 생각을 많이 하잖아요. 저는 그냥 생각 없이 살아요. 근데 되게 게임할 때도 그런 생각 없이 하는데 그냥 딱 보고 이거다 아니면 이거다.
Welcome back to the World Championships, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, it will be Ozone taking on Mineski for a shot at the quarterfinals. But first, I'm happy to be joined by Gambit's Alex Ich. So, Alex, let's talk about that match versus Vulcan, Alex, because I feel there was a bit of a gift given to you there and around that Baron pit. What was going through your mind, A, towards the start of that game, and then B, when that Baron fight started out? You just told me you were really nervous at that time.
So, like at the start of the game, I tried to fight Zed and that failed because Zed is a really strong champion and Mandatory Cloud playing really good. So after that, they got a lot of transitions over the map because it was 2v1 lanes and we couldn't react on time. And they picked up like several frags and we were falling behind. And like at the moment, like we fall behind, we try to do our best and like getting the picks. So we were falling behind even harder. And when there was Nashor fight, I understood that it is like the last chance. So, you know, like watching the fight there, you know, I played it so bad, but still like we got the Nashor, and after that we could snowball the Nashor.
And that snowball certainly happened because I think you were 0-3-0 at one point and you ended up at something like 15-3-4.
I was 0-2-0.
0-2-0. You got one just before it, did you?
Yeah, I killed Mandatory Cloud at top and then Listen coming from our jungle.
Okay. So obviously we just saw the team going off stage there. Some smiles coming from Diamond and Darian and Genja, but yourself, you were not happy with that performance.
I don't know. I would never be happy with like the gift. The only way we can like fulfill this gift is winning the tournament.
And obviously, if Ozone do go ahead on this one, how confident are you feeling up against them? You won one in terms of sets, but obviously you've not really, as a team, been playing great today.
I think that our main problem is our early game, but Ozone's early game is shaky too. And after that, I think that will all depend on the transition into mid-game. So we will see who is better this time.
And has Groove backstage been giving you any words of wisdom? I know you just said he was a little bit older after that match.
I haven't seen him after the game, but I think he's 10 years older now. So if we lose one more, or we'll be close to lose, you know.
And how do you feel, obviously, you know, you've gone 0-2 against Fnatic. Obviously, you've seen these guys playing all season. What do you think has been the turnaround for those guys? Because they had a shaky season, I think it's safe to say. Managed to get second place after, ironically, beating yourselves in the last game of the summer split. Do you know, what do you feel has been their turnaround? And is there anything that you guys can take from that?
I don't know. I think that Fnatic is playing really good. Like, they're a really strong team. They fixed like all their problems during the LCS. I don't think that they paid that much attention to LCS. They only needed like to get through. So now they are really strong, and I think that they can be even like the strongest team of the tournament because of their play style that is different from all other play styles, and like their map transitions, they are totally most of the time unpredictable. And I feel like it's even if some team wins Fnatic, I think for us it would be easier to play that team than Fnatic.
And finally, obviously, you guys, you've got a lot of fans staying up here. There's also fans here for you as well. Anything you'd like to say to the fans back home in Russia?
Nah.
Nah.
I don't know. I think that the only thing we should say to our fans is thanks and don't flame us that hard for our super games. And I hope that we can show that we're like, we deserve the place here and we can still win and like get to the quarterfinals and show good games there.
Well, best of luck. If the tiebreaker is to happen, best of luck against the Ozone and with possibly the rest of the tournament. Right now, though, we are going to head back over to Quickshot and Freak for the Group B finale.
Thank you very much, D-Man. It is time for the 20th and final scheduled match between the Group B teams, and it features Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone taking on Southeast Asia's Mineski. If Ozone wins, they earn a tie for second place, and they trigger a one-game playoff with Gambit for the second Group B berth into the quarterfinals. If Ozone, however, lose, their time here at Worlds is over.
And I agree with the analyst desk here. I think we're likely to see Ozone pull out the most standard, safe, and comfortable composition possible. They need to win this game, but at the same time, they don't really want to reveal whatever they've been planning for Gambit, because they know that was a likely eventuality here. They knew their opponents coming into today and had their plans. On the other side, for Mineski, this is their last game of Worlds no matter what. And this is their last chance to make an impression. Now, the last game they played against Fnatic, they put down a really interesting composition with 4 supports and a Varus, but they could also go down in history books as we stole your quarterfinal spot away from Ozone. Like, you know, this was Doublelift's dark horse, and if there's ever a time to come in from the very back 3 furlongs away, it's right now from Ezreal Mineski, but that said, EXO is an Ezreal player himself. Now, they've given Mata Thresh. This is pretty rare for the Ozone squad. He doesn't get to play that all that often because he's freaking good at the champion, but at the same time, actually stealing away the only really successful mid laner from Dade outside of Zed is a smart choice for Mineski. They know they gave away Thresh. Stealing Ezreal removes some options from Ozone.
Yeah, and just to highlight this fact, Ezreal, when he's been played by Dade, has a KDA of 11 in that mid lane. His other 2 champions, Lissandra, 0.6, Ryze, 1.8, Jace sitting similar numbers as well. Dade has not had the same level of success, so we'll see what he decides to replace. Both Dade and Yuma are both actually Ryze players. They've played them pretty much exclusively, actually. I don't think any other mid laners have played that Ryze at all.
Yeah, these are the guys who run it, and the interesting thing is, though, is there's a couple of mind games available here. So you're right about the Ryze steal being a possibility to remove even more comfort from Dade, but at the same side, there's also the slight chance that actually becomes Ezreal mid, because what Imp has already done is picked up Vayne, knowing that Ezreal's not a lane bully, that Imp and Mata can lane together with Vayne Thresh and straight up win their matchup. And so you've got Mineski saying, okay, well, we're going to go aggressive here. We're going to lock in Leona. We're going to try to bully out Imp. We're stealing away champions from Dade. And Mineski are putting together a very real composition that is looking to play very aggressive.
All right, we'll see how this works out for them. If this is going to be a jungle Eve, it'll be Dandy's first different jungler that is not Elise or Jarvan the 4th. Elise was banned out, Jarvan was taken, so natural transition to go to another sort of early game, strong ganking jungler, especially without Lee Sin being in there. We do see that Leona and Karma have been locked in. Maybe a top or mid lane Karma.
Well, I've actually seen a fair amount of top lane Karma. She's been actually picking up a fair bit of steam and works pretty well. She's actually very good at dueling. And is deceptively, like, trolly at low health, because if you empower the W, you get, I believe it's 15 or 20% of missing health back immediately, and then again at the end of the tether after about 2 seconds. So there's actually a lot of power there in the Karma matchup, and then also can help the team initiate with the empowered Soul Shield, and there's a lot of interesting gameplay there. So I'll let them chant, I think.
I think it's worth it. If anyone's going to let them chant, it's going to be Freak. Mineski have to round out the composition. The rest of Ozone, though, they've locked in the Orianna, they've locked in that Zac. So you've got a little bit more of a standard composition here from Ozone. They've got very clear initiation. They've got a ball delivery system. They've got a stealth ball delivery system in the form of Eve, which can work out very well if they decide to go that route. On the other hand, that's a lot of sustain and utility and mobility.
Yeah.
Is this a kill lane?
Oh, no. Oh, I've seen this before. This is old school. Jarvan Leona. This is a possibility. We still have to make sure we see what's going on. Yeah, Jarvan Leona is an old school kill lane, and man, can you dunk on people with that. Now, the 2v1 matchup is not great, because he's sitting there on top of a turret, able to get harassed away by the opposition. Leona's especially bad at 2v1s, but if they find the 2v2, it's gonna require some ward control early game, but it's a fun lane.
Well, the 20-second countdown has come into play. They cannot swap it. It's going to be a kill lane, ladies and gentlemen. And while the teams take to the Rift, let's check in and see who you guys predicted to win this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 87% of you guys think that Ozone will earn a tie with Gambit and force that one-game playoff for that spot in the quarterfinals, and all of our analysts agree as well.
It's the likely setup here, of course. Ozone they won the last time these two teams met. Ozone has the better record overall. Meneski, unfortunately, are yet to win a game, but they're pulling out something different. They're pulling out something special. It's hyper-aggressive, and you never know.
Well, let's talk a little bit about this composition. Mundo in the top lane. Karma in the jungle, channeling his inner Diamond Prox, as it were. Leona Jarvan as your kill lane. Meneski are pulling out an oddball composition in their very last game here at Worlds.
Yeah.
And if we've seen anything from the Koreans at the beginning of the tournament, is that they weren't necessarily maybe as prepared coming in, at least as a general consensus. They didn't expect it. And if they don't expect this or don't know how to play against this comp, this is Meneski's way to maybe pick up a victory.
Well, keep in mind where a lot of these champions came from. Diamond was the first guy that we saw in competitive bring out jungle Karma. And what he basically did is have really good gank pressure, really good wave clear if you wanted to defend a 2v1, and then just kind of became a mage halfway through the game. And that actually worked pretty well overall. Now, top lane Mundo, I actually see a fair bit from the Chinese teams, from actually the two that are actually in this tournament here. And I don't see them really cross over a lot into the Korean scene. So these are champions that SSO has to kind of respond to on the fly and hope they have the right read on what they'll do in this game.
Well, we'll have to see how well Meneski control vision in this game. Whenever you're dealing with a jungle leaf, those pink wards become so incredibly important. And we've actually seen Ozone fall prey to a jungle Eve once this tournament already. Mata not really keeping up the amount of pink wards he needed to. As it stands, Meneski, a little bit of an early hunch, as it were, just to get a slightly deeper ward, but they aren't going to push further. As it stands, Meneski back away. Both teams fully aware of their opponent's positions.
And the interesting thing is about this, because we talk about being aware of positions and trying to find the matchups you want, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for Ozone to actually forcibly 2v1 mid, because or just put their dual lane mid, because the lane is so short, it's very hard to chase down champions with Jarvan Leona. There's not a lot of room to force ganks in there either. And I think that's really the only way Jarvan Leona would succeed. Honestly, it'd be a decent matchup for these guys, but it looks like instead Ozone are sending Vayne to the top lane, and that's going to be a 2v1 against Mundo if there's no swap here from Meneski.
Well, we'll see how well Snoy can handle that lane. Going to be relying on that infected cleaver spam to keep himself topped up on HP and trying to last hit. Right now, Meneski going to start off this blue buff. Mystic shot into the backside of the Golem, and the rest of Meneski sticking together. Now, we are going to see EXO and TG, this Jarvan and Leona, going to be battling off against Looper. So it's a kill lane against a champion with a built-in Guardian Angel effectively. This could be difficult for them.
It really could be, and already you're seeing life be difficult for the 1v2 for Meneski. Snoy actually, instead of the tricks we saw happen from Looper, where Looper went and killed a bunch of monsters at level 1 and showed up late to his lane, Snoy had already spotted out what matchup he was against, and we actually initially saw a quick recall. I saw both Snoy and the dual lane for Meneski recall back, but it looks like they're waiting to push the lane out before they do this because they're looking for that 2v2.
So Kaigu at level 2, he's starting off that red buff. Going to try get himself towards ganking potential. And this is very useful for EXO and TG. Some alone time in the lane can allow them to hit level 2. And that's really the go signal for these kill lanes, making sure they land their CC and get all of the damage down together.
But unless Looper massively misplays, I don't see Meneski really making this happen against a revive passive, with all their damage being melee ranged, forcing them to leave the gank early to not die to a turret. I think if the lanes stay like this, you just see Ozone snowballing ahead in the early mid game.
Well, as it stands, no player has got a significant advantage over their opponent. We do say Yume hanging out in that mid lane against Dade's Orianna. Snoy takes a little bit of poke through that flay. And of course, keep in mind that Orianna versus Ezreal, the auto attack damage is actually pretty good for Dade thanks to the passive of Orianna, that clockwork windup. It hits pretty hard.
Yeah, so the one thing that there is that defends Meneski as well, despite the fact that the mid lane is going to be pretty rough, and I think life will be a bit difficult for Yume, is that, as we spoke about earlier on, Karma's pretty good at 2v1ing actually, kind of like how it functions with a Nasus. You have really good area of effect damage, you can swipe away minions, and generally keep your turret in pretty good repair. So there's a potential that there's some parts of this that will work in the 2v1.
Well, we do see that TG's decided to roam. He's trying to help out Dade in the mid lane. The question is, has the Zenith Blade been used? Does land a stun onto Dade. They're dropping him low. 50 HP. Yume secures first blood. They picked on Dade. Dade's a member of Ozone that's struggling. EXO and Looper now trading knock-up into knock-up. But there's no mana on Looper, so so he's going to continue spamming those abilities while EXO has to manage his resources.
And this is a great adaptation by Mineski. They swapped their lane out knowing there's no kill potential here, but EXO forced to run, he'll survive. Okay. They forced the lane swap then from their support, saying, we can't kill the Zac, there's no point camping him. Let's find someone who we can kill, like Orianna. And with Kaigu camping for his top lane, they're actually sort of winning all their lanes now.
Yeah, like you said, if things stay as they are, Ozone will pull ahead. However, Mineski pulled the wool over Ozone's eyes and were able to set up that roaming support. I distinctly remember Season 1 when roaming Alistar was the thing and something that works in their favor. If Mineski can keep TG roaming and finding kills, it's a great way to accelerate the position in the game. Look at TG's position right now.
This is great. They've actually kind of put the lane swap back into place. It's actually fortunate that EXO took so much damage from Looper. In fact, the flash was burned as well to force that one. So basically, you've got the 2v2 that Mineski wanted here with some extra gold. Here we go!
Oh, the Zenith Blade lands, but Imp was able to click the Lantern, gets out cleanly, and TG was hiding for a while. This time it doesn't work out.
And look at the immediate recalls coming in from Ozone. They're wasting no time in getting out of those matchups. And look, there's Thresh and Vayne on your minimap running down to the right-hand side of the map. These are the matchups that Ozone wants. They want the 2v1. Here comes the Gengar to Dade.
Kaigu is flashed for this one. We'll see if the Inspire speed buff will help. Dade is going to fall prey, but Kaigu Ignite is going to go down to those hate spikes. Up in the top lane, it was a kill as well. Actually, no. We do see Dandy trade 1-for-1. It's mid lane for jungler.
And ultimately, the kill, though, has gone on to Yume again. This Ezreal is now 2-0, is getting what looks like a very fast Manamune. 2,200 gold on him. He is well ahead of his opposition. So it's actually on this Ezreal right now to make mid-game plays for Mineski when fights start happening.
And Kaigu flashed for that one. Right now, Snoy in a little bit of trouble. We see Mata is going to use the Flay. Condemn slams him into the wall. Death Sentence connects. Imp continues to land damage, and Snoy is holding up relatively well, but that's a lot of harass. Down to 35% HP just after a couple of combos.
Yeah, thankfully for Mundo, he's got a lot of regeneration. In addition to that Doran's Shield and Ruby Crystal, I feel like he'll be able to survive this matchup, but it's still the case of Ozone getting the matchups they wanted. It's not a case of surviving, it's about Vayne free farming and not facing a kill lane here. So it's still on Mineski to make plays because Ozone can just scale this map out.
Well, we have to keep an eye on how the CS numbers are being affected by these rotations. Remember that every time you recall and move around the map, you lose that crucial experience and gold. As it stands, top lane is 34-26, 80 carry versus EXO's Jarvan, 50-36. Keeping up, TG's hanging around. Zenith Blade does not connect. That means Dade is going to be able to walk away cleanly. A little bit of a weak attempt.
TG kind of needs level 6 to make this happen anymore. As long as Dade doesn't stand near any of the brush, pink wards or not by Mineski, he just won't be in range here. It's ultimately just a game of Mineski looking for the openings and not finding a lot of them. He looks at the top lane now. TG's been seen by a ward. There's a chance here they still find.
There's no flash available. TG only level 4 right now. 2 Loopers level 6. So that Let's Bounce plus the Tenacity. No, Tenacity was removed. The Let's Bounce will allow him to at least bounce away and get out cleanly. TG's going to have to probably stick around in the lane, get closer to that Solar Flare, and really allow those roaming ganks to have much more impact.
That's very, very important. But as soon as you've got those combos together, here's the push on a Looper. I feel like he's going to live.
Yeah, his Cell Division is still available. He's got that Ruby Crystal available. Dropped to a couple hundred hit points, but a lot of damage. So Looper, he's going to stick around and going to be relying on that passive to try and help him sustain. He does have an additional potion as well, so he should be fairly okay. We'll see whether or not Mineski are brave enough to dive.
But the plays are really going to happen for Mineski when that Leona hits level 6. Unfortunately, only barely 5 right now. Looper actually goes in with Dandy.
Oh, we'll see how this goes in. Looper gets knocked up into the air. Cataclysm comes down. Dandy is forced backwards as a flash fall from TG. He's trying to get in range. Takes too many tower hits, and all of a sudden, Looper and Dandy pick up a kill. Snoy is in trouble. The Silver Bolt picks up a kill. Imp is going to get away, but they do trade 1-for-1. Mineski, 3 kills to 4. But 1,300 gold behind.
And good guy Mata tried to shield his teammate right there and give him a lantern instead of putting the lantern onto himself, which might have just been enough to have him survive the turret shot. But either way, it's Imp getting ahead. 73 minions as well as a champion kill here. He fought against a kill lane sort of, but managed to dodge it and is just scaling up, as well as the fact that Ozone as a team have more gold.
Yeah, the very, very first gank from TG worked out for them, but he has not been able to replicate it, even with 1 or 2 Zenith Blades connecting. Dandy was in a very good position to counter gank that top lane when the dive happened from EXO and TG, but something Mineski will need to be aware of. There are a bunch more pink wards being picked up. And we'll have to see how effectively they can control the movements of Dandy as he's 2-0-1, getting closer and closer to having that Elder Lizard completed.
And that's when it really turns on for Evelynn. She's already got the ultimate available as well. So Dandy will just be a menace on this map. And aside from really Ezreal, there's not a lot of escape for these Mineski lanes. He can chase down Leona, he can chase down Dr. Mundo, maybe even the Karma as well. So life is going to be difficult here for Mineski. You see Dandy already looking for his way in.
A couple auto attacks landing onto TG. He's only got that Sightstone completed right now. You see Dandy walking over, but that's not a pink ward. He's not been spotted. TG's gone in. Zenith Blade lands, but here comes Dandy. That is TG just removed from the map. One more hate spike will secure it. The rest of the team continues to dive as Dandy is going to be tanking this one up.
Here comes Kaigu.
Exo is going to get the shield here from Kaigu. Imp is going to get rooted in place. Exo has flashed out cleanly. That's the first kill into Dando. Exio is still alive. That's a double kill for Kaigu. The shield of the Inspire able to keep him alive. Yume trading with Dadi in the mid lane, but a great counter gank there by Kaigu.
Very impressive right there. The play by the jungler, the turnarounds for Karma, and that's what you get for biting off more than you can chew. Now Mineski, with Smite available and pink ward control, are looking to push forward in this mid game. It's control over Dragon. Should be theirs.
Exo is very low on HP. Dade and Mata do have the Shockwave available to make use of. So if Thresh lands a hook, that's your ball delivery. Come on, attack. He flashes away from the Shockwave. Dragon is still up. The knockup does not come in. Now Exo forced to back away. Solar Flare lands but doesn't connect with anybody. They trade one for a Dragon. I think in the grand scheme of things, worthwhile.
That is worthwhile for Mineski. Good flash to dodge the Shockwave. Unfortunately, too much damage for Exo to deal with. But yes, Mineski holding on to an equal gold game now, but they've got to worry about the fact that Imp is on Vayne, and it's going to be hard to deal with that, man. I don't think the Mineski comp is really amazingly suited to deal with Imp getting huge in this game. They're on a bit of a clock here, Mineski. They've got to keep looking for those openings, use the Leona, use the Karma, and make things happen.
Well, we'll see how well they can manage that clock. Snoy in this top lane, 45 CS to Lupa's 72. The Mundo hasn't really had an impact yet. He has been in sort of the 1v2 lane. He has been ganked a little bit, but we'll have to see when the roaming and the team fights start happening, whether or not Mundo's immense regen is going to be enough to control Imp, because I feel like that's going to be his job as this game progresses.
Mundo will actually do a very good job of messing with the front liner, but Snoy's getting jumped on first.
Yeah, we do see the Ignite going down. Snoy is in trouble, down to 100 HP. He is going to land a slow onto Lupa, but he burned his ultimate a moment ago. Didn't have the regen, and Lupa just combos his Let's Bounce plus Ignite to pick up a kill.
Watch out for this, though. Dandy's going to turn this around if Kaigu goes aggressive.
So Lupa is going to charge. He manages to land the slow. Here comes Dandy. A knockup lands onto Kaigu. He's got no flash. He's going to throw the shield down. The root is available. Not going to be enough. Dandy just melting Kaigu's HP bars. Another kill for Ozone in this top lane.
It did not require a lot of effort right there. Unfortunately, Karma's squishy early on in this game. Just has the Spectral Wraith right there, which is not a lot of durability, and of course with the shield burn, it just makes life difficult. The crowd control chain, great here. And now you've got the 2v2, finally, for Mineski. Unfortunately, I feel like it's come in a little bit too late. I think the Ozone duo lane here is so powerful, they'll be able to deal with this matchup straight up now.
There is a 30 CS deficit between Exo and Imp. And so it's doing some pretty decent damage, actually, with that Dragon Strike. So hitting pretty hard right now. He's got that Brutalizer completed. We'll have to see whether or not he can 100 to 0 Imp, because I feel like if they don't, then that's basically going to be a lost team fight. As it stands, Yume rather, moving towards his blue buff. Going to maybe get helped out by Kaigu, and we'll see where he decides to roam. He's got the makings of a Trinity Force first. He didn't actually rush that Manny Moon like we were expecting.
Yeah, I actually read that run wrong. I forgot that the Longsword is part of the standard build now for Ezreal. So there's a bit of a gank coming in from Kaigu. He is going through a pink ward. Just won't get spotted. We'll see how well Mod and Imp play through the engage of Mineski.
Solar Flare is so important in the setup, but you can see Imp and Mata realizing something's up. There's a number of pings onto the bottom brush. Dandy has now been called in for backup, and Imp and Mata now playing bait duty. We'll see him coming in. Zenith Blade doesn't connect. Mineski still continue this one. The box is down. Solar Flare locks up Dandy and Mata. A knockup, great coming down from Exo. He's removed from this fight, and the supported Mata is down. Now we see Imp has not been touched. His Kaigu is killed. That's a double. That's going to be another kill for Dandy. That just was too easy. A 3-for-1 with Mata locking him in the box.
Yeah, in this case, imping is easy because all the damage went through onto Mata. He valiantly takes it up for his team, and the Vayne was just left untouched, able to just deal damage to that front line. Even Yume tried to help. He tossed the True Shot barrage down, but it's just Ozone are too scaled up at this point. These fights need to be lopsided in order for Meneski to win them.
Yeah, Meneski committing to the fight even after missing the Zenith Blade. I have to feel that maybe it was a little too gun happy. We do see Lupa now jumping onto Snoy. Snoy's dropped low. There's no sadism available. Bounce is going to throw him up in the air. He's going to continue to use that percentage HP damage and picks up yet another kill on Snoy. This Mundo pick really not working out for them in the early stages.
Unfortunately, no. Looper had a much better time of this. Was never under pressure in his lane. You actually had seen TG roam out. So Looper's been in a 1v1 almost the entire game. But goodbye, Yume!
Yume going to go down. Dandy with the hate spikes is definitely going to lay down the pain. Now we see a flash forward. He manages to get another kill onto Kaigu. TG forced out of the engagement. The Haunting guys plus Elder Lizard and all of the damage on that hate spike. Dandy 7-1-3. He's a scary, scary Evelyn.
He is, and unlike what we've seen with Lee Sins and utility junglers getting ahead, where they will buy a Sight Stone or they'll buy an Oracle with mobility, Dandy's like, my utility, my crowd control is death. If you're dead, you don't deal damage, you don't run away, you don't cast spells. I'm just going to get some Magic Pen and crush your faces, and that's just fine and dandy for the Ozone squad.
Well, it's the most uninterruptible form of crowd control, the death.
Teleport.
Imp right now.
Revive Teleport, that one works.
Revive Teleport. Right now, Imp, he's going to focus down this bottom lane tower. Is another minion wave conga lining its way up. He's deciding to just focus this down, picking up the CS as and when he can. With the aid of Mata, going to be able to at least defend any sort of counter engages. Now, Ozone, 7,000 gold in the lead. We do see a Lupa invading. He's managing to force away Exo. Exo does smite that red buff, but it doesn't go to a more priority targets.
And at least he got to secure it, though. And another fight coming up. Actually, Dandy walking right in there. And you can just tell how much presence Dandy has on this map. Everyone's got to fear just the Evelyn being there. She will win any 1v1 on this map.
This is officially Dandy's map. He can go and come as he pleases. There's a little bit of pink wards down for Meneski, but there's actually more pinks on the map from Ozone than from Meneski. So Meneski aren't even aware of Dandy's movements across the map, which is why he's had such great success on his kills and managed to get himself into this very powerful position. 14 kills to 6 right now. Dragon will be respawning in 10 seconds. Ozone waiting on the doorstep. And happy to greet this Dragon and secure yet more global gold.
Yeah, and the trademark Ozone play really is controlled play. You're going to find a pick here, though.
Oh, we do see Solar Flare. That's going to at least lock up 3 members of Ozone, but we're not going to see TG doing much more after that. Lupa was able to zone out Exo and Kaigu's Shockwave, pulls 2 of them in. We do see the distance going down, but nobody else from Meneski decides to engage on that one. They'll be happy with the kill and the damage. It allows them to pick up Dragon safely.
Absolutely. They're gonna be controlled in this game. They know they don't want to put any major risks in there. I don't expect the Baron when the enemy team is alive. I expect them to make sure that this is a, as I said, controlled game. The pink wards pretty much guarantee that there aren't any pinks up from the Meneski squad, and Luper's going to find another catch.
Does manage to knock up Yume. He's going to Arcane Shift over the wall. That's going to only scare them away. Mata flashes for this one, pulls the Flay backwards, now pulls Dandy in. They're going to jump on Snoy. Sadism's giving him the HP. It's not going to be enough. Exo now puts himself in trouble, gets knocked up in mid-flight, slammed into the wall. He can't even get the slam dunk down as Dandy takes him out mid-flight.
That was just a really, really good play there by Mata. Put the lantern down, got the flag, got the hook, got everything he wanted right there. Really nice moves, and it's just continually the Ozone ability to make plays off of their wards, and they're not even risky plays. They're just obvious plays that they've created through their ward control.
Dandy just doing such great work, being pulled into the fight by Mata's Dark Passage there, and it's part of the reason that we've seen so many Thresh bans against Mata. His Thresh play is very, very good. Yume in this mid lane now does have that Trinity Force completed, still working towards the man. I mean, only 10 CS behind his opposition, Dade, but it doesn't matter when he can just be melted by Dandy. He's got himself the makings of a Deathfire Grasp now, so to add to the penetration and the damage that Elder Lizard's giving him, he's just going to be able to insta-give people very, very shortly.
He will straight up 1v1 them before they get the ability to respond. There's so much % health damage available, and then just the constant train of hate spikes coming through afterwards. It's just Dandy taking control of this game. He's really... I mean, I guess it's pretty fair to say he's kind of the reason Ozone is winning, because the game started out with Meneski making the first moves. Meneski got first blood. Meneski had some pretty good lane rotations and ultimately built an early advantage, but Dandy turned so much around, and here's TG in a really bad spot.
TG's going to die. Solar Flare does land, but the on-hit damage from Dandy's just going to be able to melt his HP. True Shot Barrage trying to clear out the minions here on this mid lane tower, but without Solar Flare, without TG available, Ozone are just going to shove this down. Exo gets pulled back by the Shockwave. That's a lot of damage onto Dade as Yume continues to spam out those Mystic shots, but it's not going to be enough. He gets caught by the Death Sentence. They pull him in. He's going to be able to arcane shift out cleanly as now Kaigu forced to flash over the wall. I think Yume does not have his flash available. He's going to get dropped. And Snoy just throwing out those briefcases. There's not going to be enough. Snoy, unfortunately, your homework isn't going to slow Ozone down.
No, the briefcase is not powerful enough. Lupert is jumping in on top of a turret. This is a little more than he needs to do. Forced to flash away. Oh, MSK going to go back in for this, though.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up a counter kill here. Lupa definitely biting off more than he can chew. However, here comes Dandy and Dada. They're going to re-engage with Imp as well. They actually pick up the first kill onto Snoy. We do see Zach going down in the background as it's flag and drag from Exo. Tries to get him out, but a triple kill for Dandy.
Yeah,
they got give me enough gold for his DFG for sure.
Yeah, they got 4 kills for that, Zach. I don't think that was really the plan to bait it out, but at the end it worked. The rest of Ozone came down, and they're just ahead by this point. This was Ozone, and specifically Dandy, completely controlling the first 10 minutes of this game, and now he's just being rewarded with sacks of meat that are easy to kill. Evelyn are making widows.
Even catches Yume in the background.
Yeah.
Dade almost able to pick up the kill, though, but is going to back away cleanly. With the blue buff and the cooldown reduction from Athenians, he's going to be able to at least get that back up and available in the not too distant future.
Yeah, Evelyn really doing her job there. The Widowmaker just killing people over and over and over again. You're seeing the score lines just look worse and worse for the Mineski squad. Now keep in mind that Dade had started this game 0-2 because of 2 very successful ganks. Yume started the game 2-0 because of those moves made by TG, and then nothing's really happened since for these guys. Everything's been a reaction from Mineski. They've been unable to find and pin out Dandy. They've been unable to force any more issues here. Ozone are just completely in control. I want to know how long they take to close one out though, because they don't have to do much.
Well, not much longer by the shade of things. Dade in the background. He's going to survive. Command Protect is going to keep him up. We do see the first 2 members of Mineski being dropped. Kaigu is going to be the 3rd. That's a triple kill for Dandy. We do see Dade securing the 4th kill as now Snoy is forced back into the engagement. Snoy's going to go down. And that's Mineski trying to pick a fight, thinking they had the numbers advantage. But their opponents had a 10,000 gold lead. They didn't even get Dade.
Not at all. 13,000 gold now the lead. They're going for Baron as well. And at this point, yep, that's a safe Baron for you guys, Ozone. It's impossible, literally impossible for your opponents to steal it. That's going to be another secured advantage here for Ozone. And I think we're pretty secure in saying they're looking forward to a rematch against Gambit for the final quarterfinal spot.
Dade even using his Shockwave there to apply more damage to the Baron. And as you mentioned, Freak, once Ozone decide to push down the Nexus, it is going to be a best of 1, Ozone versus Gambit. The winner of that match advancing to the quarterfinals. We do see Exo is caught between a Vayne and a squishy Lupa. And you see Lupa doesn't manage to land the knockup. Exo gets out cleanly. 120 CS, and this kill lane of Jarvan and Leona really not working out for Mineski. They got first blood, but it didn't work out from there on out.
Yeah, I gotta still hand it to TG for that mid lane rotate. It worked very, very well. But the problem was Ozone outplayed the lanes. They managed to hide the Vayne Thresh lane. The aggressive wards didn't really come out from Mineski. They didn't spot where the dual lane was going, and they didn't really get to ever push and recall and find the matchup. When they did find the matchup, Ozone recalled within a single wave. The counter pick never existed for these guys, and Dandy just kept making everything happen. Ozone's got a Baron buff. They've got a lot of gold. This could be the game-winning push.
Well, Yume is still in that bottom lane. He's recalled now. Does not have Home Guard boots available. Going to make his way to the lane. We do see Lupa. He's pulled the trigger. He's gone in. Let's Bounce is now available. The Shockwave pulls him backwards. That's going to be enough damage to remove Kaigo from the fight. Now Exo's in trouble. He tries to slam dunk once again. Cataclysm does not get down as he's killed mid-air. Snoy is going to be dropped now as another double kill for Dandy is secured. They pick up the inhibitor turret. They're on the Nexus turrets. And Ozone are going to close out this game right now.
In just 23.5 minutes, 19-1-6 for Dandy's Evelyn. That is a freaking massive number of kills here. And this is it, guys. This game's going to be ending. Ozone are looking for the last quarterfinal match in their rematch against Gambit.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. A best of 1 between Europe's Gambit and Korea's Ozone. And the winner will be advancing to the quarterfinals. Serious looks there for Ozone. And just to touch on something that Chat was mentioning earlier, this is going to be the first time at this tournament where teams play back-to-back. Yeah. And I feel after a very convincing win, Ozone are going to be fairly happy coming into this match. They're going to be comfortable, and I think they're going to be aware of what they need to do.
I think so as well. Especially Dandy here came in playing it basically perfect, and that's what you want to do when you're against a team that is honestly objectively weaker than you. You say, look, we shouldn't make any major mistakes. We should be in control of the game from second one. And for the most part, Ozone was. The only thing you've got to be concerned about is Dade. Didn't get Ezreal, gave up 2 early kills, and kind of gave the glimmer of hope there for Mineski. And you've got to be sort of concerned. We've been talking about him all tournament long. Can he perform on not Zed and not Ezreal?
So the one thing that did stand out for me is that Ozone were able to mitigate further deaths by Dade.
Yeah.
We've seen, a couple of ganks, a couple of counter ganks from Dandy. We've seen Dade play very passive and safe in that mid lane. And I think if Gambit are unable to capitalize in what is essentially a weak link in Ozone's team, that is Ozone's way in. That's their window of opportunity. Can we contain the damage that could possibly be done?
And this is actually something that I know Monte Cristo talks a lot about with Dandy, where he will research opponents and basically guess their jungle routes or their gank routes. And when you know that, okay, people are going to probably gank Dade a lot, and he can know that Diamond tends to like to gank for Alex, he can see those coming, and with Dandy's smart play, they can turn those 2v2s around. In fact, both of those games, the first and second game between Ozone and Gambit, had a double kill in the mid lane for one of the mid laners, and that turned out to decide the game. So I think it's a very likely point of contention in the next game we see.
Well, we'll see who can win that mid lane matchup. We're going to send it over to Riv and the guys at the desk for a breakdown of Ozone's win and a look ahead to the tiebreaker.
Thank you very much, guys. And really, it's Gambit versus Ozone. I'm going to throw it to Jat to start this one off. Break it down for us.
Well, both teams still looked pretty shaky. Ozone wasn't performing all too well, and I don't know if they have what it takes to beat Gambit in the tiebreaker. What do you think, Rib?
Well, honestly, mentally, it's
Rib, you sound a lot like Douglas today.
Yeah, it's a cold. Mentally, they're going to be really at an advantage here because, they just went off of a nice win. It was a little rough, but mechanically, they're going to be shaped up. Their communication is going to be solid. I really got to give it to Ozone.
Absolutely. And, Jat, to expand on that, please.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what I just said. The big thing about this game is I just can't keep it together.
Sorry, I was running late, Jat. Thanks for filling for me.
That's the beauty of live.
Yeah.
So coming into this one, obviously, we just saw Ozone play. They're going to have the back-to-back game, Jat. As you said before, that's momentum for a team.
Yeah, and I actually remember way back in IEM Katowice, Gambit's been in a similar situation before where they kind of got a second life. They were in a group stage where they needed to win a game exceedingly fast in order to actually make it out of the group stage. They did. They had a night off, and then the next day they beat the teams that ended up becoming CJ Blaze and Frost in the same day in the semifinals and finals. So, I mean, even though Gambit looked a little shaky in that game, they have turned around in the past on an incredibly short time frame and just looked amazing.
Well, it's also worth noting as well that Gambit has never placed below bottom 4 of the LAN. Why would they start now, right? They're always that clutch team. So they're one of only, I believe, 2 teams in the world that's ever done that, them and Frost. So, I mean, it's an important streak, and
yeah, that's true.
I think that it's unlikely they're going to break it here, but we'll find out. And especially, we look at that, and Dade continues to have problems. It's like he can't conceptualize that there may be somebody else to come and gank his lane. I mean, he got surprised by the Leona rotation right there, but he seems to play as if it's just him and the other mid laner, and even then sometimes he still loses. So it's quite puzzling.
Yeah, the thing that strikes me the most about Dade is he doesn't really respect Fog. The thing that loses him against Fnatic so much is he will die when people hide and brush for an extended period of time. All you have to do is have patience, really, against Dade, and it seems like he'll fall for your gank or he'll fall for your little gimmick, and it's concerning to me that just consistently happens throughout the group stage.
I do think Alex Sage is on fire as well. He's going to be really motivated coming into this game. He doesn't want to lose like the way he did. He always gets really passionate once Gambit actually starts playing a little poor. And I think it was a wake-up call for them. I think they're definitely going to be the favorite for this match.
And Monty, I kind of want to poke you with this question of the junglers. It's kind of been on your mind. You're always talking about Dandy and how he's been doing, kind of, as we just heard, Smithy Light coming in, but Dandy huge that game. How is he going to fare up against Diamond, who tries to be even more aggressive in his game?
Well, I mean, to look back at the couple of games that we've seen so far, we had a 1-1 split between Gambit and Ozone, and each of those games was very one-sided for one of the teams. Now, Gambit, I don't think, was ready for a double AD composition in the way that Korean teams play it, particularly a team like Ozone. And so I don't know what tricks Ozone has left, though, right? Now that Gambit's seen it, they should be feeling more confident. And that game was less about that jungle presence. Now, when they were trying to have heavy jungle presence in that first game, it kind of did go horribly awry, and they ended up handing over that double kill in mid lane. So unless they have a very specific strategy in store, in spite of Dandy's skills, Diamond's also one of the best junglers. So I think it's hard to call.
And Doublelift, what do you think they're going to have to do about the bot lane? You've been saying Imp is really on a roll right now. How do you think Gambit can shut him down?
Well, Imp is on a roll, but Mata seems to be getting caught a decent amount. I think it's a really big toss-up because Genja has been playing too bad, minus the the builds, joking around with that. Like, honestly, Genja's been playing pretty decently. He's been playing solid. Imp, on the other hand, he's a big playmaker. I think he's a little bit like he'll have high highs and low lows, whereas Genja is a steady, more steady kind of player.
And Crepo, voice in. Let's take it to the mid lane. Dade versus Alex Ish coming in. What are your thoughts on that? Dade's been kind of up and down on that roller coaster, as we've seen and heard from you guys that Alex is kind of on a rampage right now.
We're probably not going to see a Zed here. I wonder if they're going to give an assassin to probably both players like assassins. And last game they actually gave Shen to Darien, to Vulcan rather, but they might give it to Darien again here. And an assassin with a Shen backup on a team that's on fire might actually be really dangerous to play against.
And I know we've talked about it all the time, but we need to kind of just double up on it. Dade's champion pool, which is increasingly small, I think is going to be attacked by Gambit if they've really thought about this game. They're the ones who had the game off, technically, when Ozone was playing Mineski. And I think it's attackable. Even on Orianna against Mineski, Dade was not able to have a performance. Everyone else on the team is who did fantastic there.
And the weirdest thing about Dade is that when he played Ryze and Lissandra and like Gragas, and then now he played Orianna, those were not good games for him. And so mentally, what happens, well, to me, is when I have a bad game in a tournament on a certain champion, I'll just immediately be like, well, I guess I either suck at this champion or we can't run it as a team or I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to stray away from this champion. But it seems like he's had bad games on pretty much everything that he's tried, so I don't really know. Ezreal seems to be the only champion where he's had like an exceedingly good game.
His Jace went all right, so he might opt for that again. And then again, I think Gambit is pretty used to playing against Jaces, so it'll be definitely tricky to see what Dade comes up with.
And Doublelift, what leads the team into that choice? Is it premeditated? Like, at an MLG choice, when you played Urgot and you were like, man, this Urgot 6 item isn't something I want to play again before. We need to win early with that. What goes into the choice of saying, we want to play Urgot this game?
Well, generally you just consult with each player on your team and you're like, hey, what are you comfortable with? What do you want to run? And what champions do you want to run with this, like, for example, an Urgot comp or whatever they're going to run for mid, an Ezreal comp, a double AD comp like that. And the person will tell you, I'm either A, comfortable with this, or B, uncomfortable with this, and let's like do something completely else and change the team comp because I'm just not comfortable. So it just depends on whatever Ozone wants to do. And I think it has a lot to do with their coaching.
And let's talk a little bit about the team comps, because a big thing coming into Worlds now is the 3.11 patch, 3.11. That Triforce coming in. We've seen Corki use quite a bit in the early part of this tournament, but then it's kind of fallen off and people are trying to put Ezreal mid, so it's still trying to get that Triforce in.
Yeah, I want to see how the build paths affect the bottom lane here, only because we've seen a whole bunch of variants, specifically from Imp and Genja. Genja's building, almost picking items from a hat at this point, it seems. Like, he does the Trinity Force build, or he went Bloodthirster Infinity Edge on Varus, even though I expect that to be a Bloodthirster Last Whisper build like anyone else would do. And Imp has not played the Trinity Force carries at all in this patch, so I think there's a big thing to watch there. Whether Genja builds properly or if Imp plays the... He's played it once, I think.
Once, yeah.
But that's not his core champion pool coming in either, so I really want to see how that matches up.
I really hope Genja will rather go for like the BT builds, because generally he does really well. If you look back half a year ago, for example, he was playing a lot of Misfortune, and he would even go up to 2 Bloodthirsters and just wreck with the AoE ulti. That's actually something they might actually bring back for a concise team fight.
He has tried the MF so far.
I think the strangest thing about Imp is the fact that people regard him, well, at least me and pretty much everyone I've ever talked to, has regarded him as the best Caitlyn they've ever laned against. He's really, really good at Caitlyn. And he had a really good game coming into the group stage on Caitlyn too. And he's obviously a contender for like top Vayne in the world. So I don't see why he doesn't just stick to those guns. He's really straying away. You saw him go like Trinity Force Kog'Maw, kind of copying Genja, and he's just had a lot of variance in his champion pool.
the whole team has had a whole bunch of variance. I mean,
Yeah,
I almost want to say
absolutely.
both teams have had a whole bunch of variance. I'd say Ozone has been the shakier of the two because Gambit is always unpredictable and just does crazy things, which consistently leads to a lot of variance in the games, but that's not what we were used to from Ozone.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, we've got to take a quick break. We do have that game coming up. When we return, Samsung Galaxy, Ozone, and Gambit face off in a one-game tiebreaker with a trip to the quarterfinals on the line. But first, we turn up the sounds of the game and listen in as Ozone tries to hook up Dandy with the pentakill.
펜타 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 아 좋아 펜타 펜타 먹는 건데
뭐아 좋아 펜타가 어딨어
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship and bonus coverage of the Group B tiebreaker game. It is time for the winner-take-all matchup between Korea's Samsung Galaxy Ozone and Europe's Gambit. The victor will become the 8th and final squad to earn a spot in next week's quarterfinals.
Exactly, quick shot. If Ozone take down Gambit, they're going to be the 3rd Korean team in the top 8 at Worlds. On the other hand, if Gambit can smash a Samsung Galaxy Nexus, they'll join Fnatic as the 2 European squads in the quarterfinals. And now, this is also the 3rd time these teams have met. They played twice before, split 1-1, so this is basically a very belated best of 3. Now, in Game 1, Gambit had Ozone pretty much the entire time. They had a 2-for-1 trade in the mid lane, and they snowballed from there. Genja's Trinity Force Kog'Maw pretty much dunked everybody. AlexH's Ahri also went 9-1 and 8, and Gambit had a pretty good game. Now, in the other game, Ozone, Imp and Dade, they went pretty crazy. They had a double AD comp, Caitlyn and Ezreal, and they got the early game lead and played a very controlled push game with double AD, gave up very, very few kills, and just controlled the game out the whole way through.
Yeah, they completely set the tempo of the game. Just before we look at the lineups, I want to let you guys know that the coin toss was done just off stage during the ad break, and it was Ozone that actually won the toss and elected to be on blue side for this matchup. So let's get right to it and check out those starting lineups. On the blue side for this tiebreaker, it is Samsung Galaxy Ozone defending their Samsung Galaxy Nexus. Looper in the top lane, Dandy in the jungle, Dade in the mid, with Imp and Mada as your AD carry and support.
And meanwhile, on the red corner, it is Gambit Gaming with Darian up top, Diamond in the jungle, AlexH in mid, and Genja Voidal on AD carry and support. And you know, quick shot, looking at these lineups actually, think back to the games that they played, and the first win that Gambit got was Diamond dunking people on Evelynn, and there was very little ward coverage, and the analysts were very surprised that no one really warded against the Eve. We just saw Dandy say, I can play Evelynn too, and so you've got a lot of contested picks on both sides now.
Yeah, and not only that, they have to be worried about the Ezreal pick for Dade. Do they want to let that through? Or does Genji want to play? He's not traditionally been the Ezreal kind of AD carry. He has trained it towards other champs. On the same token as well, we'll see how well that Evelynn gets contested. Who's going to pick it up? Right now, Ahri and Caitlyn immediately removed. Zed is still up, and I feel that the onus is on Gambit to ban it out, being on the red side.
There's actually a lot of really crazy things going on here. You're right that Gambit's probably got to ban out Zed, but it's interesting because with just the Caitlyn ban, they have a lot less to worry about from Ozone's side because when they ran Ezreal plus Vayne, it was kind of awkward. And it was only because they managed to kind of snowball ahead and make some really good moves that Ozone had a really good game of it. I think just with the Caitlyn ban, they are less worried about Ezreal, and they can give that away to Dade without much concern. The Zed ban, of course, is going to come through, though.
So we do see Sona instantly locked in. The one thing I want to highlight here, Elise still open, Aatrox still open, Evelynn still open as well, and I think Orianna deserves a mention because we have seen both Alex and Dade playing that Orianna. So there's a lot of champions that these teams have played, and it's like, well, which two do we want? We have to cherry pick here.
And Twisted Fate is also one of those champions. Now, I think both these guys love the Assassins. Their primaries are definitely like, you want to see like Alex on Ahri if you're a Gambit fan, because he just does so much with that champion. He made it happen against Vulcan, he made it happen against Ozone as well, and playing those Assassins is so important. But, of course, Twisted Fate and Orianna, less impactful for both these teams, but still the ones that end up getting played because their top tier ones get banned out.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they mitigate this. We do see that Aatrox and Evelynn have been locked in for Gambit, so most likely going to be seeing Diamond running that jungle Eve. However, keep in mind that Alex has run mid lane Eve before. I'm not expecting it. I'm just saying keep it in mind depending on how the rest of these Ozone picks decide to wrap out. Ozone really taking their time here on the countdown to see who their second and third pick will be.
And I was just about to actually mention the fact that he was hovering over Elise, because Elise and Lee Sin are both available, and honestly, I don't expect either to be stolen away. The odds are that it is a jungle Evelynn from Gambit, and that you can take as long as you want for Ozone to pick the rest of your champions here. But there's actually a lot of interesting things coming through with these lineups as well. The Sona Steel, for example, is a contested pick as well that you talked about. Both teams actually won when they ran Sona. So you've just got a lot of high priority champions being taken away, just like this Varus being stolen away from Genja.
So in the bottom lane of Gambit, currently sitting in Ozone's back pocket with that Varus and the Sona. We'll have to see, most likely going to see Voidal trend towards that Zyra. It's what he's been doing all tournament long. He's only played those two support champions. And you can see Genja scratching his head right now, definitely thinking about what they want to play. Is it going to be Kog'Maw? Is he going to go Misfortune? He has done it once already. He did that against Fnatic. It didn't work out in that game. but it is a champion that he has immense amount of experience with.
And the thing is, the bottom lane is fully revealed for Ozone. Gambit can lock in their duo lane fully and know what their counter pick is going to be, and leave the mid lane there for last, and also let Alex Ich counter pick. Just because they blind pick their top laner in jungle, Gambit have now given themselves full control over the rest of the lanes here. Zyra, as you mentioned, yes, of course, is going to be that other support coming through. The Kog'Maw coming back into it as well. It's pretty comfortable picks here for Gambit, and they're coming into this knowing what they're facing. So it's got to be the right call for them.
My question now, what does Dade lock in for his mid lane? Is he going to take Orianna? And if that is the case, how does Alex respond? I was going to suggest maybe a TF, as you've already highlighted. We'll have to see how this pans out because, you know, Gambit's going to have this option to counter pick, and there we go. This is going to be a top lane Elise, maybe?
Most likely.
With jungle Lee Sin.
Most likely. We do see top lane Lee Sin once in a while. We haven't seen Looper play either of these champions, if I recall, so far this tournament. And of course, we've never seen Looper in competitive play before this tournament, so you never quite know. But basically, Ozone have now come in and locked in a heavy utility composition. Varus ultimate, Sona ultimate, Twisted Fate gaking around the map. It's a lot of stuns looking for picks.
So I'm just going to go on a loop, and I love seeing Alex Ich on Assassins. I'm not expecting this, but I would love to see the likes of a Kha'Zix against what is actually a very squishy lineup. It is a champion that fell out of favor. We'll most likely see Orianna, but we'll see what he decides to go with.
The problem with Kha'Zix is you need an area of effect team to set it up because you're very reset based. You can't like burst one target and hope Kha'Zix works out. So instead you get one of the age-old counter picks. This Kassadin had only been banned against the European squads, if I recall correctly, and Alex is a very good Kassadin. And when we consider how rough Dade's laning phase has been, and you're giving Alex a champion who just has to get past the laning phase and then thrive, this is putting a lot of cards in the Alex Ich deck and saying, look, it's on you, make it happen, and I think he's been set up here to do a very good job with that.
I'm happy to see Alex on an Assassin. I do feel it's his strongest suit, and the one thing you've got to remember as well is the nightmares that Ozone are going to be having of Xpekia's Kassadin. When they were, you know, absolutely decimated by Fnatic's dual assassin combination, and you've got, you know, very mobile. I mean, Eve can assassinate from the blind. You've got Aatrox that can dive in there, and if they do get collapsed upon, well, we'll buy some time. We've got Zyra for the knockup.
And this is so, I think, really good from Gambit overall. I think they've done a much better job in Champion Select with this one, because think back to the first win they had. Mata failed to ward properly for Diamond, and stuff got turned around. Now, to their credit, if Dade ever looks for a gank, his ultimate will reveal Evelynn, so he knows he won't be jumping into a trap, but that ultimate can also be counteracted by Alex Ich's teleport. So you've basically got more map mobility by Gambit, the chance of sneaking by sight wards from Ozone and making more plays, snowballing an early game lead, which we've sort of identified as a sort of a need here for Gambit, and then they're going to be in really good shape.
Well, I definitely want to highlight for both of these teams that early game is important because we've seen both of them falling behind. I mean, Gambit were dead to rights in the first 15 minutes of that matchup against Vulcan, and because of a counter Baron play, they were able to bring themselves back in it. I don't feel like they can afford to have that same... Neither of these teams can afford to have that same sort of start to this matchup because with so much on the line, with so much more pressure on your back, this is the game that decides. There are no more chances. Win here or go home.
Exactly. It's win here or go home, and neither of these teams are really known for giving away advantages once they've built up a real lead. Again, these guys went 1-1 throughout the group stage. The team that got that first lead was the team that won the game. Convincingly, I might add, with very few mistakes on both sides. These guys have gotten comeback wins, but they've never given a game away. So I think you're right that the beginning of this game matters a lot. The first 10 minutes is incredibly important. And what's going to be fun to watch, though, is that Dandy on Lee Sin can make moves early on. Evelynn has to capitalize on his lane's crowd control to make stuff happen. So there's a bit of a mismatch there, actually.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. There is a fair amount of crowd control. Knock up and slow from Aatrox. Root from Zyra, of course. And, of course, if Diamond is able to read Dandy's movements and counter-gank, it can work in their favor. There is a peripheral plus power plus problem in Imp's computer right now. You can see the referees and the technicians busy working on it. So we do have a very brief pause before we get into this tiebreaker. And we talked about it, Group B. There was enough European teams present to give us this tiebreaker match. So +1 on our total number of games.
+1. We're casting 3 today. It's going to be awesome. And I like looking at these two lineups because they function in oddly similar ways. I think I would characterize both of them as sort of pick compositions where you're trying to find some kind of opening. It's just sort of, or at least you're trying to split up your opponents and then make things happen. So Kassadin, right, such a good duelist, has teleport to help teammates out, can split push constantly and teleport to a team fight. And there's really no good duelist to deal with Alex such as Kassadin. And so Gambit actually, if Alex gets out of the laning phase successfully, Gambit puts a lot of pressure on Ozone. But on the same side, Ozone has a lot of ways to force lopsided engagements. They've got the Twisted Fate ultimate. They've got Lee Sin coming in very early on. You've got Varus and Sona with crowd control. Both these guys can make things happen at a moment's notice and then hope that they don't get countered on quickly.
Gambit get locked up, they're going to be in trouble. So we are into the tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. This is genuinely the last game here in Group B, and the winner will be advancing to the quarterfinals and having a shot at the Summoners Cup. As it stands, Dade is going to go head-to-head against Alex Session. Alex on Kassadin, a known counterpick to Twisted Fate. This should be a lane that he should be comfortable with, but we'll keep our eyes on his CS as the game progresses.
And I always like talking about the 2v1 mid lanes because it doesn't really hold down the mid lane. We saw Ozone 2v1 Peke's Kassadin and said, yeah, you got less minion kills, but you still got full experience. You got to teleport around the map and make plays, which is all that Kassadin really wants to do. So Alex sitting here with a Doran's shield, happy to fight against Twisted Fate, won't get pushed out, okay, fine. But I want to point out Looper's item build as well. He's actually looking for what I believe to be a 1v1 matchup. He's gone with the Flask, which does not have good combat stats to survive a 3v1 dive. Looper's trying to be safe and have a more secure lane.
And we'll see if they can find that secure lane. There's no, what we've come to call the Ozone Ward. It's basically the ward that reveals where the lanes are going if you place it by basically the inner turret on the top or bottom lane. So both of these teams are going to have to do their best guesswork, and as it stands, Gambit have thrown their duo lane up top. I also want to highlight the fact that Genja has started with a Doran's Blade in this matchup. He went Doran's Shield on Varus in the previous game, so we may be seeing maybe a more standard start here.
Yeah, this is confidence in Gambit that they're finding the right matchup for themselves, that they're getting the 2v1, because Sona Varus has a heck of a lot of poke, and there's no sustain in that lane for Gambit. Going Doran's Blade means he thinks he's not going to fight those guys, because he's happy to go Doran's Shield when he thinks he is going to do that. And Gambit, I think, have actually won that lane game unless Ozone does something crazy here. So it's the 2v1 in the bottom lane, and Darien is defending. It's the 2v1 top lane with Looper defending. And already some early ward control for Gambit to make sure they don't get surprised by Dandy's Lee Sin.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. Darien has secured himself that wolf camp. Will be recalling to heal up and then moving his way down to most likely this bottom half of the map. Has actually cancelled the recall. Is now moving his way towards mid lane, in fact. Yeah, going to be Wraith Camp, jumps over the wall. So Darien's turning himself into a jungler, relying on that that blood price to keep himself topped up on HP.
This is incredibly smart by Gambit. It's a really good play. Darien's taking a bit of damage here. He should be all right. But at the end of the day, look how much that bottom lane has been frozen out by the dual lane of Ozone. It's just now reaching the turret. Now, it does reach early, actually. This experience is going to waste right now by Darien. He's not getting any of this. But what's worth remembering about this is also some money that's kind of trading hands here. Because Mod has been forced to pink ward the gank path to look for an Evelynn, whereas a much cheaper green ward's been used by Voidal to make sure that Dandy's not coming up.
We'll see how it works out for them. There's a very large minion wave against Gambit's mid lane tower as well. Alex is doing the best he can to farm up under tower. 5 CS behind already, as we do see now Darien making his way to this bottom lane. The cannon minion does look like it is already down, and he's going to be in range for at least a good number of these caster minions. He's got a 9 CS to 3 advantage, as well as getting much closer to level 3, so he's got a full level over Looper, but the last hitting of Looper should be a little easier thanks to those ranged auto attacks.
And I actually like to point out as well that Ozone pushed that lane a little bit faster than you would otherwise need to. You can push it slower and push with a cannon minion, as you see right here with Gambit. But of course, that gave Dandy enough time to show up and defend this lane, whereas for Ozone, they got a lot of those minions to die to the turret before Darien showed up. So Ozone, realizing how slow Darien was showing, denied some experience there.
It's also something that we've seen Vulcan doing to Ozone earlier today as well. Yep. It was Looper that fell prey to that little tactic, as it were, and managing to incorporate it in their early game. So no massive advantages across the board here. 5 CS in the lead is Darien. We do see it's basically evened out by about 6 CS in the mid lane, as Dade's Twisted Fate is naturally going to pull ahead. But this tower in the bottom lane has taken a lot of damage. It's down to below half health, and we see Diamond setting up in the mid lane. We do see pick a card has been used. Here comes Diamond. He's going to get some hate spikes down. There is no pick a card available, so now he's going to get out cleaning. Gold card catches Alex. He's actually going to flash the Sonic Wave. Very, very scared of the burst and damage that could come down from Dandy and Dade.
But that now opens up a huge window because there's 5 minutes without teleport now for Alex, as well as 2 levels until he gets Rift Walk back. Dade Dandy can easily get another gank there and put heavy damage onto Alex, potentially kill him, but at least force him out of lane.
Flash plus Ignite is available for Dade, so we'll see if he decides to use this one. And I keep topping himself up with those blue cards in the mid lane and continues to control this lane out, pushing it into Cassidy as much as possible. Farming under the tower is a little bit easier thanks to that Nether Blade, but still taking a lot of harass from Dade without reply.
So this is going to be Alex forced to recall back. What's interesting, though, is there's that turret going down. The 2v1 was much more successful, but Dandy's looking for the top lane, spotted by a ward, and Diamond already recalled.
So Voidooz goes down. Here comes Looper. He's ignited Voidal. Voidal's going to at least flash away. It's a successful gank. A lot of damage being applied to Dandy. And we do see that Voidal gets out cleanly, but Ignite burn for Looper, flash down for Voidal. So that's 2 flashes down for Gambit in the early game.
So some pretty successful ganks here by Dandy. Ultimately, Looper did not quite land the cocoon, though that is what Voidal had flashed. But it still means that there are openings now for Ozone. And remember that Dade is about to hit level 6. This wave will give him Destiny, the ability to force one of those flashless lanes into death.
Well, we'll see if he can make it work for him. Those first couple of Destinies really so impactful on the tempo of Twisted Fate's mid-game. He's already got himself a 20 CS advantage.
He's top lane.
Let's start to recall right now. He does have it available, and Alex is doing the best that he can, and we've talked about this. If Cassidy can make it out of the laning phase, he can do well. Imp has already rotated to the mid lane because, of course, that tower is down in the bottom, and they're now going to set their sights on this mid-outer turret. Without Alex there to defend it, Diamondprox may try to close in, but there's going to be a lot of damage being applied.
There's one weakness to this lane rotation, though, is that they've actually left Darien alone to farm and shove down. So he's at 31-something minions, and Darien has the potential to fully carry a game as an Aatrox. And Ozone has to be careful that they can still control Dragon as well as still control Darien, who is going to be a scary force and one of the major damage threats on this Gambit lineup.
And I definitely want to highlight the build that he used against Mineski while playing Aatrox. After going Blade of the Ruined King, he ended, Ravenous Hydra rather, he picked himself up a Guinsoo's Rage Blade. So really just synergizing with everything else that Aatrox synergizes with. Level 6 right now does have Massacre available, so if a fight were to break out, that's a lot of attack speed.
Now, it's unfortunate for Gambit as well, when we kind of look at these champions, that they didn't take down this turret because it's going to be a clean 1-0 turret lead for Ozone. Gambit can't send their dual lane top without giving away Dragon, so instead, they've sent their dual lane mid, somewhere else that they can put some pressure on the map, and leaving Alex top lane, who's still got teleport available. So even though a bunch of crazy things happened, to Ozone's credit early on, Gambit have the map mobility advantage over Dragon if Looper stays up here.
Well, we do see Alex getting jumped on. Cocoon lands. They trade some poke back and forth. And at the end of it, we do see Looper coming out a little bit ahead. He does have some potions and that flask to rely on, as well as those spiderlings to help give himself some HP back. And he should be okay in that lane. Alex also doing the best he can, once again, to continue CSing. Now, Genji and Voidal set their sights on Dade. They're going to try and decline his amount of CS, but thanks to those wild cards, he's doing a good job.
But I actually like this lane assignment by Gambit, because Voidal plus Diamond can give them a kill on the Dade if Dandy doesn't turn this gank around. He's looking for the top lane, though. It's bad for Alex.
Gold card does land into a cocoon immediately. Alex gets dropped down. First blood goes to Looper. Dade and Looper just chaining that CC so incredibly well.
And, of course, right there, the ulti also revealed Diamond's location. They know he's on the top side of the map. Ozone actually started pinging out the Dragon, saying we should try to get control over this one. That top lane kill, of course, very well executed. Good job chaining their crowd controls at the right times to pick up this kill. And suddenly, Gambit got a little bit less of a leg to stand on.
And as it stands, Ozone now stacked up the numbers in the mid lane. They already have a tower advantage, and Ozone are going to try to take down this tower of Gambit. Genji and Voidal do have a little bit of AoE, so they can throw out their spam to try and defend it, but as it stands, Ozone back off. Not willing to risk sticking around, knowing that at a moment's notice, Diamondprox could actually jump on them.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary thing right here, and I want to just keep track of where Vision Wards actually are for Ozone, because last time they lost to an Evelynn, they weren't respecting it enough, and Diamond got in some really good sort of free ganks from Fog of War, and right now there's really only one. It's only spotting the left-hand side of mid. Any other gank path that Diamond goes for will succeed and be invisible.
Well, Imp gets caught out, and here comes Dade from the side. Instant Voidoo's there from Genja to slow the path down from Dade. He does have those boots of speed on his back pocket, so he needs to move a little bit quicker. Now, teleport is available, but there's no wards in the river here for Gambit. I think they're going to be aware that Dragon's going on, but if they respond, it will be too late, and Ozone should secure this one uncontested.
Very well done, well controlled. In fact, there were actually pings in the top jungle saying Diamond is up here, and they pinged that without it really walking through a ward. They just knew where Diamond was headed. They said, okay, the jungler's on the wrong side of the map. Alex can't get out of range of Cocoon in time to teleport into the fight, and so Looper could have stopped them. Just a well-controlled game. That is Ozone. They know what's available on the map and are very good at taking riskless objectives, saying, yep, you cannot stop Dragon. We have more members than you. This will be fine. Over and over again, that is how Ozone builds a lead. The rotations are good. Their lane assignments have actually been pretty remarkable as well.
Well, one tower, one Dragon, bunch of CS, and 2,500 gold in favor of Ozone right now. Genja, 96 CS on the board. He is ahead of him. However, he hasn't gone back to spend any of that money just yet. He's finished off his Berserker's Greaves and Double Doran, so a little bit behind the BF Sword and Vamp Scepter that Imp has currently built up. We'll have to see where he prioritizes. Currently sitting at about 1,400 gold in his back pocket.
Yep, Imp is going to spike first in this game, which is great for Ozone because mid-game's going to be the important part here. Darian's going to get out of this one. Okay, so the mid-game's going to be better for Ozone. A wasted TF ultimate, not that scary. Imp will have enough to complete his Bloodthirster in about 600 gold, whereas Genja's got a while to wait till he finishes any major items. So you're going to see a lot of control here for Ozone, and they'll likely snowball more of a lead here.
As long as Genja has that mana available, he seems to be keeping Imp at least at arm's length, using that Bio-Arcane Barrage and getting some good damage down. Dandy is waiting in the wings. He's hanging out in the bush, just looking to see. Flash Crescendo could be the way into this fight if Genja and Void will just overstep past that safety line.
And we'll see, of course, Dandy happy to wait around. The pink ward control is there. And now look actually at the vision ward control for Ozone as well. They've got one top lane, they've got a couple near mid, they've got one near the Dragon as well. There's many less opportunities for Diamond. Diamond can run around and farm minions, and to his credit, he's farming really strongly, but he won't have any pressure on the lanes.
So they get a root down onto Mata and Dandy. Chain of Corruption is going to lock Genja in place, so he can't apply damage to the squishy targets. Imp is going to be able to continue to land down the damage on Genja. He's forced out of the fight, and a little bit of miscommunication there. Agony's Embrace was thrown down by Diamond, but there's not enough damage on the Ozone members.
Unfortunately, no. The Zyra ult came across. They tried to make that happen, but no, there aren't people here. Darian, though, well caught out.
He's going to use that Dark Flight to get out. Piercing Arrow is going to connect onto Diamond, and now Ozone have got so much HP to work with. They're going to stick on that mid outer turret. They're going to be able to secure this one as Gambit took too much poke, and this is exactly what happened to Gambit when they lost to Ozone in their second game.
Yeah, and Ozone are really just getting there first over and over again. They made the... They forced the issue in the mid lane. Again, a low-risk issue, but they made it happen, saying we've got the numbers advantage. We know that Diamond is not flanking us, so the fight is ours. Alex still needs to power up before he's useful in this game. Has a Catalyst. Alright, he's got some mana, that's nice, but he's still waiting on levels. He's still waiting on items. The Gambit power spike is still not here. Ozone are still clawing farther and farther ahead with this mid-game lead.
2,500 gold, approaching 3,000. At this point in the matchup. Dade is going to be able to eventually pick up that blue buff, as Alex will do the same. This will allow him to at least fill up that tier a little bit more efficiently. You did see Looper was trying to steal it away, but obviously realizing he was behind enemy lines without support, he got out cleanly. Alex getting closer to level 11, so that Rift Walk is going to hit a little bit harder. And as it stands, Gambit, I guess they're trying to just hit the pause button right now.
Yes.
They're trying to farm this one up, trying to get to an item position and then deciding to fight.
Yes, and their split pushers are fairly safe. We did see a gank work on Alex Ich. That was the first blood. All right, good job there by Ozone. But generally speaking, it's pretty easy for Darian to run away. He's got move blocks, he's got slows, he's even got the revive passive. They sent Alex Ich bottom because he wanted to control this, but Looper finds Alex.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Destiny is available. We do see the repel coming in from Looper. He's going to continue trying to focus down. Flash is up. Alex not going to need it. Rift walks out and really testing the limits of that Sonic Wave.
Yeah, ultimately, Kassadin's a pretty good matchup against Elise if TF doesn't show up. You take less magic damage from the passive, which is really all that Elise does right here, and you've actually got more mobility as Kassadin. Alex will still be okay to run this one as long as he doesn't get surprised. I want to keep looking back at these wards, though. It's still about how well is Diamond's Evelynn controlled. Diamond is stuck here just farming his jungle over and over, which is giving him some golden experience. but the Vision Ward control is preventing any ganks at all. It's just Gambit forced to pause and hope to outgold their opposition.
All right, we'll see if it can work out for them. Ozone now moving their way towards this bottom half of the map. There's a minute to go until the Dragon is up, so look at all of these wards in the river towards that objective. There's not enough members of Gambit here to defend this tower, and a 4-man Ozone is going to be able to apply a lot of damage into this inner bottom lane turret. Imp and Mara just landing auto attack after auto attack. We do see Agony's Embrace going in. That's a great Stranglethorns. Going to knock up nobody actually from Ozone as they manage to get out. Now Voidal kick back into the fight. The rest of Gambit are untouched though. This is the second kill for Gambit. They now turn their focus onto Imp. This is going to be a triple kill for Genji. In actual fact, Alex secures it. They only lost their support. Ozone focusing, not the damage dealers.
Without hesitation, these guys just went in for that one. Amazing initiation right there. Genja was untouched off on the side, just raining down punishment with that Phage first build. You've got to watch out though. Diamond and Co are looking for Looper.
Oh, that is a dead Looper. Now they jump onto Dade. Flash has been burned. Diamondprox is thinking about the dive. He continues to land the poke. Genja with max range Bioarcane. He lands the gold card into Alex. While this is going on, this is the second tower that Darian's going to take.
Exactly. He has been untouched there. Dade was not available for that fight on the right-hand side of the map, and Gambit knew about it. They saw Dade recall and leave that top lane, knowing it's a 4-on-4, an untouched Darian. What a good fight there. Gambit finding the mid-game battle they needed.
They find themselves so many kills, 2 towers, a dragon. We've got a saying when you watch the EULCS that if you give Gambit a finger, they'll take your whole arm. And that is exactly what they just did in this fight.
That was incredible. Just landing all the area of effect. It actually reminds me of a game back in the spring split of Marn versus CLG. Watch this engage. 3 people by the Evelynn, the ulti from the Zyra, and the slow in there from Kassadin. It's a lot of early damage, and now look at Genja. Has a lot of low health targets that he can freely attack here. And keep in mind that by hitting 3 targets with Diamond's ulti, he gets a big shield out of that one, absorbed a lot of the early punishment, and let his team follow through afterwards. Gambit initiating is actually what their comp is really about with an Evelynn. They're the ones to force the issue because they can make those fights work.
Yeah, and even though that knock-up from Voidal Stranglethorns didn't catch anyone, just the zone presence that it had simply forced Ozone to split up and basically straggle for targets. Now, Genja, Trinity Force is completed on Kog'Maw. He's got those double Dorans as Ozone are now stacking up in this top lane. Darian is in a lot of trouble, but Gambit are trying to respond. We'll see if they decide to dive before the rest of Gambit can get here.
It's going to be an interesting one right here. Darian is pretty much safe to defend this one. Of course, Diamond gets revealed. Pretty much they're not just able to push.
Darian's actually jumping in, does get the knock-up onto Dandy, realizing that he's got the support from the rest of his team. Cocoon goes out from Looper, almost catching Diamondprox as he did walk across that pink ward, but he gets out cleanly. Now, Alex has his Rod of Ages completed. He continues to split push, and he's not used his teleport just yet.
He still has not had to burn this at all. There's no one even trying to stop Alex here. No one is looking to defend this turret whatsoever. Ozone can try to force a play somewhere else, but the thing is, without ward control, they can't bait Baron. Gambit sees them.
Well, they're going to play the Baron game with the European team. They're going to be aware of how this works. They are going to stick around. Remember, the teleport can come in. Now Darian's caught out. That's a lot of mobility. They dive onto him. Dragon's Rage comes up. His Bloodwell is available. Hasn't been popped yet. That's Destiny into Gold Card. Now the Hex Drinker shield will wear off by the time he respawns. Darian failed flashes into a face plant. Alexich is now alone, trying to single out Mata in the background. Voidal gets caught up by the Gold Card. Stranglethorns has not been used because it's not available. In the background, Genja is left alone. Alex has got a double kill onto both Lee Sin and Sona. Now he's running away for his life. Rift walks out cleanly. They've traded 1 for 2 in a very sloppy fight all over the place.
Those kills were incredibly close right there. I can't believe Voidal lived either, but Diamond's getting chased by Looper. This would be a close battle.
The question is, can the crowd control land? Diamond gets a lot of damage. He sidesteps out of the way of the Cocoon. He may actually want to return, decides against it, backs away to his tower, and Genja is going to secure that red buff. A 2 for 1 after Darian was caught by Ozone.
They burned a lot of cooldowns for that one, Ozone. They got a little bit out of position and the re-engage came across. Look at that fight. So they burn a lot here for Diamond. The Lee Sin kick, the ult as well from Twisted Fate, and this puts a really good position now for Gambit. Watch them pile in. Look how easy it is to land the rest of the CC. It separates the team in half, letting Alex and Diamond put free damage here into Mata and Imp. You've got Dandy at no health either. Genja actually solos people off on the right-hand side of the map as well. He's able to survive that fight cleanly. basically, Ozone aren't able to fight as a group. The individual plays by Gambit let them separate and pick up kills there in that battle.
Too much damage from too many assassins paying dividends here for Gambit. They're now 7-3 up in kills. They now have a 3,000 gold lead. And Alex is just going to return himself back to that bottom lane, going to try and push down the tower as best as can. The rest of the Gambit team are now actually stacking up in this mid lane. But Darien, without his Bloodwell, they may want to play a little passive until that's available again, get that revive up and running, and then pick another fight, knowing that he can come back to life, be a nuisance, put more damage down.
And I'm actually glad you mentioned the Bloodwell there, because it speaks to an interesting quirk with Gambit's sort of lineup. Everyone on this roster, literally all 5 members, are damage threats. Okay, support Zyra not a ton, but with plants and time, all of these guys deal real damage in a team fight. So if you dive the Kog'Maw, the rest are still hitting you. But even though they're not real tanks, the Evelynn and the Aatrox, they're deceptively tanky. You've got the Evelynn ulti shield per target hit. You've got the Bloodwell and the lifesteal on hit from the Aatrox. So Gambit crush you while not really dying that fast. It's a really cool comp.
Well, we'll see if it works out for them. Alexic is well aware of Dade taking out this ward. Remember that of these team's 7 kills, he's been involved in 7 of them. They trade back and forth. There's a lot of HP on Alex though, so definitely coming out ahead in that situation. The rest of the team has come to join him in this bottom lane, and the pink ward war is in full effect as this is just pinks for pinks.
And Diamond's actually hiding in the corner where this all happens. The plants from Voidal will keep him pretty much safe here as he sweeps it away. Uh-oh, this could be risky. Dade wants to look for something here.
Yeah, there's no Aatrox. Aatrox is up in the top lane. The question is, where is Dade going? We'll have to keep an eye on the gate once Twisted Fate lands. It actually fizzles. He decides not to use it. But cooldown blown. Gambit will be happy with that, especially with Dragon coming up.
And that's a good play by Gambit to make sure they were all grouped up there. Dade did not have the ability to hardcore initiate without dying immediately afterwards. He went for a fast Abyssal Scepter and Mercury Treads. He went for a build that would let him survive and actually dual Kassadin in a 1v1, not hardcore engage Zhonya's for his team and kind of show back up. Because Dade went for an alternate sort of tanky build, he couldn't just jump in and start the fight, which is a bit of a risk when you consider the fact that Darien got a Hex Drinker, which is fine. It's tankiness and damage. And Alex Ich is just getting Roa, which is tankiness and damage. And it plays right into what these champions want to do.
Well, we'll see if it works out for them. As it stands, Dragon is alive. We do see Diamondprox eats a Sonic Wave from Dandy. Dandy follows this one in. He does get silenced up though, so not going to be able to deal more damage as Diamond gets a massive shield from Agony's Embrace. Stranglethorns in the background has already been thrown down from Voidal, and this is another one of his mixed fights. Alex is going to get one. Both supports are down as Alex tries to focus off the backline. Dandy, Lupa, and Dade sticking towards the Dragon as Imp was able to get away. They've traded 1-for-1 in that fight.
If there was a little bit more ward coverage by Gambit, they could have chased down Imp, because there is no way the rest of Ozone could have helped the Varus. An AD carry getting separated is the worst thing that can happen to a team right here. So, okay, yeah, Diamond took a bunch of damage, had to tank it out. But Gambit, in a way, won that fight by out-positioning Ozone afterwards. It was just unfortunate their health bars weren't high enough to capitalize with a lot more after it.
Well, what Ozone are going to have to be aware of is in these fights right now, it's both times they've actually been able to jump onto somebody, but haven't been able to close it out effectively. It's something that they're going to have to rectify in this mid-game if they want to become more of a threat. Alex, once again, continues pushing down the wave as the rest of Gambit are going to secure themselves their Dragon here right now and just extend that gold lead that they currently have.
They need to wait for Diamond, though, because Dandy could always steal this away. He's got the reveal as well. Now, do they wait for the Q to time out? Flash is available for Dandy. He can always W over and go for it.
He is going to W over. The Flash is available. Flash is out. Now, Darien has thrown down the Massacre. He's going to take a little bit of damage, but Dragon was secured, and I think trading that for the Flash of Dandy plus Massacre cooldown, and Gambit are going to be very happy with this trade. Alex continues to farm up. He now has a 30 CS advantage over Dade's Twisted Fate, and they pick up the 3rd tower of the game to go with that Dragon they just secured.
Great play there, Alex Ich. You give him a playmaker, and he's going to make the plays 6-1 and 2, doing everything right. 9,000 gold total he's earned. He's about a quarter of his team's gold. Dandy makes a play in a Voidal, though.
He's going to kick Voidal backwards. Here comes Mudda and Imp in the background. You see Diamondprox zoning them out. This is basically 1v2. That is Home Guard Alex Ich coming in. He's picked up 2 quick kills as Dade and Dandy are sitting on the sideline. Here comes Darien, though. He gets a knock-up. He secures the 3rd kill of the fight for Gambit. All they've cost was a Voidal. Now we see Alex with the Rift Hook in. He's going to eat a gold card, but Dade's been silenced, and Darien and Alex should be able to close this one out. Alex will get the kill credit thanks to the damage he's putting down, and not even going to make it to the tower, and that is a 4-for-1 convincing teamfight win for Gambit, and still 100% kill participation for Alexić's Kassadin.
And Ozone are not respecting the teleport. There's the play. They've got what they think is a numbers advantage, but they don't. Diamond separates the back line, and here comes Alex. The burst is so high from a mid-game Kassadin. Once you hit level 13, you just do that much damage. The re-engage comes in. And again, it's in the first game it was not respecting Evelynn. Now it's not respecting the teleport.
Well, in this particular matchup, Alexić using a very cheeky teleport to a Zyra plant in that team fight. A very nice play, and those home guard boots really allowing him to just cross the battlefield at a moment's notice. Once again, Alex returns to the split pushing game. 9-1-3. The one thing Gambit have to be very aware of, if Alex is the target that goes down, if he is caught by a Dragon's Rage into a Cocoon, Crescendo, Chain of Corruption, all of that CC, that's where all of their teams, you know, kill gold has really gone. So
yes,
it's very much an all eggs in one basket, and this is a pretty big basket right now.
Yeah, and it's like one big egg and 3 kind of smaller ones there. Just to sort of clarify the numbers, 10,000 gold on Alexić, 9,000 on Genji is pretty good, but then it's only 7k on Darien. There is a pretty big drop-off after the 2 squishy targets kind of running around in the middle of the fight. So there is some real potential there for assassination. Dandy, Looper, Dade, Imp, they can all snipe one guy, and it is a concern here. Alex, though, realizing some of this, had already gotten Mercury Treads, is also going towards Azonia's Hourglass to help guarantee he doesn't get killed too fast. So I think Gambit are covering their bases pretty well. They've got a 5,000 gold lead, and now it's Gambit with control, and I want to see what they do with it.
Well, we see Gambit setting up around the Baron pit right now, getting some wards down, clearing out the Ozone wards. I want to highlight the fact that Lupa has gone for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter, going for that HP. He's got a Negatron Cloak, plus more HP and penetration from their Haunted Guys. You know, in conjunction with the Abyssal Scepter that we see Dade picking up, that's some very defensive items against this all-damage Gambit team. Now, we do see that Seraph's Embrace has been completed for Alexić. It is fully stacked up, and he's working his way towards the Hourglass. So, as if it wasn't difficult enough to lock him down, it now becomes incrementally more difficult to actually kill him.
Oh, it absolutely is. This is just going to be... I feel like it's going to continue to be an Alexić field day unless he massively misplays. And you'll notice the sort of gameplay that Gambit are going for is they're actually playing around their cooldowns very, very well. Despite the fact that they're up 12 kills to 5, never mind, they're going in on Imp.
Oh, Imp's in trouble. Take a look at that. Agony's Embrace comes down. They're leaving the kill for Alexić. He even rift walks the Chain of Corruption. Massive play. And that's Alex picking up his 10th kill of the game.
I was literally about to say that Gambit aren't taking a lot of aggressive moves there. They're playing between their cooldowns, but when you got a free kill like that, you go back to the old Gambit style of see hero, kill hero. And 5v4, they can take at least a turret off of this.
Well, they're going to pick up their 4th tower of the game. That is now all outer towers down. 15 seconds left on the clock before Imp is alive, and Gambit toying with the idea of mid lane, but you hear the fallback ping. They're saying, let's back off, let's play it a bit safer, get away, and here's a replay of that mid kill.
And it's just easy crowd control here. They stack the slows together. Diamond knows that the Varus ult is available, and he doesn't want to get rooted in place, so let's Alex go for it. Here's the play. Sees the cast animation, sees it come out, just jukes it out. I like that play from Alex. And of course, the rotation doesn't come in time for Ozone. Those kills come so fast from these assassins.
Yeah, we see that Sorcerer's Shoes plus the movement speed that Diamond Prox gets with that Evelynn just closing the gap too quickly. And we'll have to see how Ozone respond to this, because we don't see a number of pink wards anywhere other than sort of the entrances to that mid lane tower area. We do see Dandy's running around with an Oracle's Elixir, but I feel like if you need to spot Diamond with an Oracle's, it's already too late.
Well, the problem is Ozone has been pink warding. That's kind of been the issue the whole time. There's dive in the top lane.
Oh, we do see Darien. He manages to get away from the Sonic Wave. He does have Blood Well available, so he's going to get popped into his passive. The rest of Gambit are trying to respond as now Dandy is running away. Darien has managed to survive. Sonic Wave is up. Dandy jukes backward. Here comes Alex with a Rift Walk though, and Genja continues to try to get in range. Darien is alive though. Genja is probably going to be able to pick this one up. Kill credit goes to Genja. Assist to Kassadin, but you got to give props to Dandy for at least planning that almost escape.
That was a cute move at the end right there. I want to see if Gambit keeps chasing. He actually tried a move that would have worked about a year ago, where you put a ward down and turrets would target wards. They no longer do that, but he was trying to tank a little bit of damage and get out. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Some good moves in general. But yeah, you sort of look back at this game, and Ozone, yeah, they're trying to pick off individual targets, but those individual targets are no longer really killable. You can pop Darien's Bloodwell. Okay, You can pop the Evelynn ultimate and let her run away really fast with the giant shield, and it's probably not going to work well for you either. And Alex Sitch, of course, we've seen him get away from this one. So Gambit are playing around the TF, Lee Sin, Elise really, really, really well. And now with teleport back up for Alex, he can split the bottom lane and continue to stretch out Ozone's lineup.
Now, one of the things that Gambit are going to know very, very well, all the champions that Ozone are playing, these are main champions for Gambit. They've played them all. If they're going to know how to deal with them, how to run rings around, how to avoid them, they've thought about it. They know the weaknesses of these champions, and it's showing in every single one of these team fights that Ozone has started. Gambit has come out ahead.
I feel like Gambit's probably played this exact lineup at some point before, like literally all 5. So I completely agree with your point that these guys are playing pretty much from home, whereas Kassadin, not that common in Korea. Kog'Maw, we haven't seen at all until this tournament. Aatrox, only really seen in Europe for the most part. Or at least, not in China. So it's Gambit playing totally with home turf. We talked about how well could Ozone adapt. Dade's main champions getting nerfed out, not finding anything new, and they're playing just a strategy that Gambit knows so well, but it's not the same on the other side. Ozone are trying to stop the bleeding now, but it's been moves made by Gambit over and over.
Well, let's see how well they handle their position right now. Genja once again securing that red buff for himself. Bloodthirster is getting much more stacked up. He's gone for those distortion boots once again. We're going to see lower cooldowns on his flash, being able to avoid the CC that Ozone wants to be putting down. And Gambit with a 9,000 gold lead. Deathfire Grasp completed for Diamondprox, and we'll see them starting to group up. Voidal clearing out wards around Baron Pit, and if there's one thing that you can do as a European team is play the Baron card, because if anyone's done their research, you know how Baron-centric the EU gameplay is. And right now, Gambit trying to almost bait this fight.
And the thing is, Gambit, I think, have done a better job of ward control, which is, of course, what you need when you do a Baron dance. But think back to how much money Mata has had to spend on pink wards, and compared to how relatively few Gambit has bought. And you actually mentioned how hard it would be for Oracles to spot the Elise roaming around. They had been putting pink wards down. The problem is, Voidal's been wearing an Oracles for a while now and constantly sweeping them away. And unlike Sightstone wards that you can refresh and just not really pay anything, those Vision wards cost 125 apiece, and there have been a lot of them bought by this Ozone lineup. Even though the gold lead is 8,500, in terms of actual items and inventory, it's much higher because there's been a tax placed upon Ozone just because Evelynn exists.
Well, let's see how well Gambit can continue to make advantage of it. As it stands, 0-1-9 on Diamond's Evelynn. If nothing else, he's played the perfect initiator here for Gambit. Every time a fight has erupted, that ultimate has come down, that massive shield has happened, and Diamond has basically actually just run in and run out because the rest of Gambit have just cleaned up. Aatrox has done the damage, Kassadin has done the damage.
Gambit can force a move now. They just spotted Imp in the bottom lane because Alex forced him there. Gambit have ward control. They can force a battle here at Baron.
Genja, Darien, Diamondprox, they've jumped onto Baron. There's a million pings on that mini-map. Ozone are aware of this. They're trying to respond. Now, Destiny is available here from Dade if they want to get
Gambit are staying.
The Destiny has been popped. We'll see how Dade rolls with this one. Teleport is available for Alex. The question is, what time does he come in?
Got it!
The question is now. We do see a steal from Dandy. That has been enough, but the question is, at what cost? The first victim of the fight is Dade, as now Genja, full HP. Voidal still alive in the background. We do see Dandy securing a kill onto Diamondprox. Genja still untouched. Dandy jumps back in. This is a triple kill. Now Genja's the last target. He's doing the best he can to pick up kills. A Captain Surprise available. This is an almost ace for Ozone and the Baron. Have they just pulled a Vulcan?
A 4-for-1. I was surprised that Gambit stayed for that fight. They had deep ward coverage. They knew that Ozone was coming in, and they said, all right, you can do two things. You either get there to Baron early and you fight for it, but Alex teleported late, or you get the heck out of there and let Alex kill a free turret, and Gambit did neither. Alex teleported in late, was not there for the start of the fight. The Baron got stolen before Alex dealt any damage, and he didn't even get the turret for it either. Ozone get a huge amount of objectives off that fight.
Inhibitor is exposed. 4 members of Ozone with the tower. Here's a replay of the fight. Talk me through this.
Teleport comes in late, Voidal forced back, and the ulti only hits one man. The initiation from Darien is great. It's a really nice opening, but Alex is forced to Zhonya's out early and just can't make the same plays. Genja is forced to try to hit the right target and just keeps spreading his damage apart. Look how low Mata gets. Look how low Looper gets. Genja never finds someone to actually finish off. Too many low health bars and that is because Alex came in late, did not get to put down early burst, and was not able to help chase down kills. Not a good fight for Gambit.
And you have to give props to Mata. He managed to get the crescendo onto Genja in the pit, prevented him getting those auto attacks down with the Bloodthirster, Trinity Force, and his Bio-Arcane. Maybe those couple of auto attacks could have turned it around.
Yes.
A minute on the clock now for Dragon to respawn, and look at all these pink wards on the map now. After that Baron and the gold that's just been secured, plus the power spike that Ozone have, these teams are playing for their lives. Remember, the winner of this game goes to quarterfinals. The loser does not. And Ozone have just been given a second lease on life.
2.8 thousand gold now separates these teams. Gambit need to keep their head in this one, though, because by all rights, I think they are still ahead if Baron buff times out here. 6-4 in turrets, though. Ozone have now gotten 3 turret kills, at least, off of that Baron buff so far. Yes, they are very well back in this game. They've got 30 seconds left on Baron buff. Sorry, 30 seconds till Dragon comes up, and a minute and a half on the Baron buff. You will see this score get closer and closer before that buff times out. Gambit needs to wait and fight when it's gone.
Once again, want to highlight a slightly different oddball itemization here from Dade. Not only has he got the Abyssal Scepter, Lichbane TF, he's picked up a Magi Soul Stealer as well. After going down in that previous Baron fight, this is an all or nothing item if ever I've seen one. And in a game that means this much, that counts this much, that could be game changing if it manages to get those stacks, if he manages to get all that ability power and that cooldown reduction, if he manages to get all the way to 20.
That is a surprising amount of confidence. I've got to question that a little bit because power now matters a heck of a lot. I don't know if Ozone can force a whole lot more kills to stack that Magi's up, but we'll see if he proves me wrong. TF ult has been popped. Ozone just looked for the mid lane turret, though. They wanted to make sure they didn't get flanked on their way in.
Well, we do see Gate has been used. The rest of Ozone trying to get in range. Lupa leading the charge here. They're now onto the inhibitor. It's getting dropped very, very quickly. If Dade gets some Lichbane procs on, it's going to go even quicker. Now, though, the rest of Gambit have been able to group up and force Ozone back. But remember that Ozone have that inhibitor, the Baron buff available if a fight were to break out.
That's a surprisingly gun-shy move there by Ozone. They had the ability to spread out, not get mass ulted by a Zyra, not get mass ulted by Elise, and that's Ozone saying, look, we'll just play it slow. We could have gotten an inhibitor, we probably could have actually won the team fight, but we'll make the safe play. We'll take the safe Dragon, get the gold a little bit closer, lose our Baron buff, but have the confidence to just win it later on. We'll see if they can do it. They lost a giant minion wave in the top lane, no one cleaned that up. There's some things they're leaving on the table. In fact, they gave up the blue buff as well from Gambit.
So the Baron has pulled Ozone back into this game. There was a near 10,000 gold difference less than 10 minutes ago. And I think everybody that was watching anticipated Gambit to close this game out. But a risky Baron, maybe not quite as risky as what we've seen elsewhere, but a risky Baron led to some amazing dandy plays. He got 2 kills in the fight and a steal, has kept Ozone alive. The question is, who can dig deeper? Who's going to be able to fall back on their experience and their ability to close this game up? Because it's either team can do it.
Either team can do it. I just think Gambit has more to fall back on. They've got more damage threats. They've got an Aatrox who's going to be so stupidly hard to kill in a team fight. He's got basically 1 million magic resist. The actual number is 185, but he's sitting on 2,900 health. He's sitting on extra life coming back in with his W thanks to Spirit Visage. He's got the shield as well from the Maha of Malmortius. If Imp sits there hitting a frontliner over and over and over again, I feel like it's a difficult team fight for Ozone to win. I still think Gambit have the right players here and the right champions to make a fight work.
Well, they have to make that fight work because Ozone right now trying to set one up. They continue to stay grouped together as a 5-man unit. The Baron has worn off about 1:20 before it respawns. And you can see that Gambit definitely slowed down the pace of this one. They are actually 2 towers behind thanks to that previous Baron play. And I imagine Gambit just looking for an opportunity. We do have teleport back available for Alex, though.
And similarly, Ozone also slows his pace down a little bit. They go for the play here in mid!
Oh, we do see a knock up there onto Dade. That's a crescendo, locking up the backline of Gambit. Dade's the first victim to fall. We do see the Zhonya's Hourglass from Alex's. The chain of corruption is spreading. Diamond Prox has fallen. Genja is untouched in the fight. Genja's jumping onto him. He's squashing him down. Lupin now trying to get backward. The Force Pulse doesn't connect as Darian with a Bloodwell is going to be able to solo out him. Genja gets a massive amount of damage. Lupin is that is going to be a massive win for Gambit. The crowd erupts The ace is secured, and now Gambit are chasing down the base.
They've got 30 seconds to go and enough health bars to make some headway into this one. Baron is up in 20 seconds. They might make the same risk. They could probably do it. They've also got minions to push down mid. It's up to them.
20 seconds on the clock, and remember, Bloodwell is still available for Darien. They've got the inhibitor turret 5 seconds before Matas respawns. The inhibitor is going to be secured, and Gambit are going to back away. A massive turn once again.
That was absolutely huge right there, to quote you. Gambit going to recall in time. They will not get spotted by anything else. Dade realizes, you know, I might have got confident there. I'm going to sell that Magi's real quick. I don't think that was worth it.
That is a massive, massive change. No more ability power from that particular item. And all of a sudden, Gambit now, with the super minions in the mid lane, they've got a 5,000 gold advantage. The question is, what do they do from here? Where do they go? They could push down the lanes. They could once again make a play on Baron, but it's just a ticking time bomb for them.
So I think a real Baron play is not the right idea for Gambit there. If they actually hit that thing at all, it's the wrong play. We've seen it twice now in the last hour and a half. That's the wrong play. Instead, security is the play for Gambit. Get a Guardian Angel on your main carry. Get tanky on the frontliners. Or in Darian's case, screw it, just buy a Bloodthirster. That's tanky enough for you. And it's just have the threats. It's been the game plan all along. It's just have real team fights with really powerful champions. Now, the split push game will be hard because Dade has Destiny and Alex does not have Teleport. And Dandy can make a play with this.
Oh, Dandy's picking a fight. Gold card goes down. Massacre is up. Darien kick backwards. Remember, he's melee. He needs to be hitting to getting that lifesteal back. He's doing the best he can, but on top of that hail of arrows, it's not going to work out. Voidal gets caught by a cocoon in the background. That's going to keep him backwards. Darien is taken down, but Kenja wants to play. He's going to be in range for that Void, who's been not going to be enough. Now, without Darien, Ozone are turning towards Baron. This is going to be risky. Smite is still up for Diamond Prox.
And they've got all their important ultimates available as well.
How many wards?
A lot. They're going to need them. A pick means everything right here. 45 seconds without Darien. Ozone might just be too gun-shy for this one, but they could push mid. 5v4 is an inhibitor.
Gambit will play interference as long as they can. There are super minions in the base of Ozone. You can see that stream of red lights pouring down. The longer Gambit can keep Ozone back, the more damage they can possibly do to those Nexus turrets. Ozone going to try to reply here with an inhibitor, but there is a Stranglethorns available. We'll see if Gambit can go in.
They've got to be careful of the engage. It catches Voidal!
Voidal's caught. Stranglethorns goes down. Crescendo has been used already. Alexich in the background. They've traded support for support. Where is Genja? That is the question. He's backing away. Dandy's doing the best he can to survive, but the inhibitor still stands. Alex and Genja close it out. Now Dade is going to be hit. That's a flashball from Diamond. They've got him. They've got Dade. They're on to Lupa. Diamond Prox still alive. Hate spikes going down. And I tell you what, Lupa hates Elif right now. He's get taken out. This has to be the game. Gambit are rushing for the Nexus.
There's 30 seconds until any respawns are back. The inhibitor is dead. There are super minions coming down the mid lane. This could be the quarterfinals for Gambit.
They are rushing this one down. Keep your eyes on those death timers. Genja is untouched. Darien has respawned and is running down the lane. There are no minions here. They have to tank this one up. But Genja's got that Guardian Angel as well. They should be able to finish this game. Gambit, after almost throwing this game, look to secure the spots in the quarters.
There's a super minion still. 1 second. There's Sona. 13 seconds left on Lee Sin. They might have just enough damage. Everything is burned. This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals.
Ladies and gentlemen, in dramatic fashion, after stealing a Baron to defeat Vulcan to force the tiebreaker, they lose Baron against Ozone and bounce back. The crowd is cheering, and this performance deserves it. They definitely made it exciting.
They really did. I mean, the Baron play was scary. Gambit, I don't know why you did it, but at the end of the game, the plays that they made, they fought 4v5 inside their base with 15 seconds until Darien respawns, saying, you know what? You caught Voidal. It's basically 3v5. Screw it, we think we can do it. And Gambit made the play happen, undermanned. That just shows you their confidence, their individual skill, and their preparation for that game.
I have two last things to add about this. 13-2-9, Alexich Kassadin. 10-1-10, Trinity Force Cogmore for Genji.
Yeah.
What a massive game impact those two had. And you know what? I think the fact that there were so many damage threats, it didn't matter who you focused if you were Ozone, because Gambit would just say, hey, I tell you what, I'll tap somebody else in to kill you because we can all do it.
And they could, and you actually saw how well Gambit even danced their aggro, because every single person who was a damage threat late game had 2 lives. So we talked about the Bloodwell. We talked about the Evelynn ultimate. We talked about actually eventually Genja adding a Guardian Angel to make sure. But then as well with Alex Ich, instead of doing the Rift Walk in, flash out, it was the Rift Walk in, oh, they're hitting me, Zhonya's. And then by the time Zhonya's had come back up, he could Rift Walk back out or onto another target. And it was this 2-stage sort of engage where they got the initial burst, took no damage in return because it was shielded or something else, and then came in again for a second kill. That comp was genius by Gambit, and the play was perfect.
I cannot wait to hear what Riv and the guys at the analyst desk have to say about breaking down Gambit's incredibly clutch win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And there is quite a bit to talk about here just from the start. Picks and bans, seeing Imp on Varus, the gold sways throughout the game. And we are going to start in picks and bans. You know, Jat, what were we looking at and a little bit more?
So this thing that happened with Ozone in the World Championship is I felt like they had a 2-pronged attack initially going in. It was Dade and Imp. Dade played off the entire World Championship, and he was on Twisted Fate. And even though in the context of their overall composition, Varus made sense, in the context of the team, it does not, because he can't make the plays that he's accustomed to making when they win. And I just didn't like their overall composition because of that fact.
Well, of course, and I mean, who's been coming up big in these wins for Ozone when
It's
they have
actually
won?
Looper a lot of the time.
It's Looper, it's Dandy, and it's Imp. And Imp has had just immensely good teamfight presence on Vayne over the last couple of games, but they decide to put him onto Varus here, which is a champion he is very comfortable with, but without another kind of big carry right here. And they had to put Looper on Elise, that meant, to get some more damage output, but then that left them without much of a tank. And against Kassadin, Kog'Maw, that's going to cause you huge problems in the late game, which is pretty much exactly what we saw.
Varus is also incredibly weak against assassins, and Gambit ran 3 assassins, Aatrox, Eve, and Kassadin. Especially Kassadin, it's just really awful because Kassadin, as you can see this game, he built Merc Treads, he was unaffected by Varus' ulti, and he can just dance around the fight while Varus is a very immobile AD carry. Imp had to really carry this game because Dade didn't play the best game of his life, and obviously he couldn't do anything, just outmatched.
Prepo, thoughts about it?
I just think the Varus pick could have worked, but only up to a certain point in minutes in the game. And if you make one mistake against a Kassadin, as you saw, like Froggen tweeted that earlier as well, you can't get there. It's really hard. Like Kassadin snowballs so hard. That's why so many people in mid lane in Europe are so scared of it. That's why that's actually one of the reasons why the mid lane metagame in Europe evolved to having lost pick mid lane. That's why some people actually consider picking purple over blue. First pick isn't as important because it basically removes Kassadin as a ban, and Kassadin is a counter pick to a lot of the favorable mid lanes.
And you know, Mani, to direct this at you, how do we feel about Ozone coming in here using Looper, the entire time with the option to be in different positions?
I mean, I'm just kind of incredulous after their repeated performance. Is here. Is in this building right now, and they chose repeatedly not to use him, even though they did look quite weak. They were exposed very early on in this tournament, and it's somewhat baffling to me. I have no idea the reasoning behind it, but.
Although
you gotta wonder.
We still have to say that Looper played really good games.
He did.
Although he played a lot of champions that he overlapped with home on his champions pool. Maybe in particular for this game, knowing that Gambit had a really bad track record against Zac, 0-8 now I believe the last few games.
Right.
Maybe they should have put in home and just let him play Zac, because as far as I know, he's a really strong Zac player.
He is, and in fact, his synergy with Dandy earned them a lot of first bloods in Korea in that lane, even against very strong top laners like Flame from CJ Blaze. So it is kind of a mystery. And I mean, what was also mysterious about this game a little bit too, we were looking at that bottom tower fight when Ozone had a lead of a few K, and coming into that too, at the second tier, that's going back to the Kassadin snowball as well. That's really what started getting Alex Ich rocking, right? And they kind of just sat there, took a lot of damage, didn't trade a lot back in return. Dade, after most of his team was dead, poured it into that lane, allowing Darien to split push. So they gave up 3 or 4 kills, tier 2 top turret, and a dragon all at once.
4,500 swinging gold there.
Yeah, and not only was Dade not there, and I feel like this may be beating a dead horse, but you really have to point out that Dade was nearly 100 CS down as a TF, which is not normal. Against a Kassadin, you should be greatly out-CSing him. He ended the game with around 380 AP at 46 minutes, or 45 4 minutes.
Partly
I should say.
due to a misclick on
Yeah,
on
that
Mage
we
Ice
talked
Soul
about
Stealer.
tilting earlier, but nerves also fall into that, buying items that
Yeah,
you don't
that was
need.
that was definitely a big nerve thing. When he bought a Magi's Soul Stealer, got 0 stacks out of it, based, and then sold it and to buy an Hourglass, that was like a huge waste of several hundred gold. That really could have changed the game.
I really think that overall here, throughout the entire World Championship, Ozone just never had synergy. Not once. Coming in, maybe it was because Ohm wasn't reliable for them. Maybe it's because they had to change their roster. Maybe it's because they hadn't traveled before. But just looking back at this now, the fact that 2 European teams are moving on from this group, not a single one of us predicted that. And I don't think many people online did, as far as maybe like a crazy European fanboy would have. But it's
Crazy
ridiculous.
European fanboy? Educated European fanboy. I just still want to go back on that tower where everything went wrong and Cassian started snowballing. Actually, I don't want to point the blame on Dada there. It's just his team was pushing without him. We clearly saw he based and he was walking towards the race, and then he did a maximum range teleport to the lane, which basically ended up being useless. They tried to hide in the brush. They tried to pull a Fnatic on Gambit and got caught out, took another two people down and got the tower there. So that was like a multitude of misplays. The first one pushing without TF, which is horrible. This early siege will only work if everybody's there and they can just push, because Darian, he was stuck in the top lane. He had no possibility of coming close to helping, and you just gotta. They could have sieged really easily with their composition, with the lead they had, but they just gave Cassidy a chance to jump in, and if you're not with enough people, you will not punish Cassidy jumping in.
So as teams see, what happens and how the game has been absolutely swaying so much at Baron, I think within the last few games, people are taking it way more into consideration. Do you guys think it's going to change the games as we move on in the groups?
I think a lot of that has to do with the shot calling that's going on. When you start an objective like Baron or Dragon, immediately the shot caller needs to say, we're turning or we're actually finishing it, which would result in a 50-50 smite war, which is exactly what you saw. If the call was to turn, which is the correct call because you don't want to get in a 50-50 smite war when you're that far ahead, there's almost no way you can lose the game when you're that far ahead, except as you see at these Baron 50-50s. And you can completely avoid this. You can A, not do Baron, or B, just bait it so that you can start a team fight. And you just see the same mistake happen, I guess, twice in a row.
We have to give props to Dandy, though. That was a flash, max range smite steal at the right given time. He was absolutely amazing. I think Money even had a nickname for him.
Oh, yeah. Doe and I call Dandy the King of Thieves because this is not uncommon for him to do. He's had numerous clutch steals.
Yeah, in fact, even to get them into the second seed, the third place game in Champion Summer, he had a smite steal in Game 5 against CJ Ench's Frost. It's an incredibly clutch move, and it's unfortunate. I mean, here at the World Championships, not every team gets to move on, but I mean, with all the mistakes Ozone made throughout,
they
regardless of how well Dandy played, they did not really deserve to move on.
No, they definitely did not deserve to move on, and I said earlier, I'm happy Gambit's moving on because I find Gambit the more reliable team to watch right now, and Ozone came here, they look unprepared, they decided to use substitute players for good or bad, but they don't deserve to move on to the quarterfinals.
I really hope a lot of teams, including Gambit, will now start using Baron more as a tool to bait enemy players instead of actually going for that Baron. Hey, can we finish it? We don't know. Oh, well, let's try it anyways. Worst case, you back out, because that just doesn't work. A lot of the times you start a Baron thinking, yeah, if they know or if they realize we can back out, but by then it's so late that people are like, yeah, why not try and finish it? But then you're essentially giving the enemies a 50% chance to steal. And a lot of junglers actually tell me that it's easier to steal a Baron because you have no pressure. You don't. The Baron's technically in your head. The Baron's lost, and you can only win it, as opposed to the under jungle. He can only lose that Baron, because if you get your Baron stolen from you, you're the mocking spot. If you're the steal, you're the hero. It's a little weight difference on it.
All right, so we have Fnatic and Gambit moving on. How do you feel that these guys are going to weigh in coming into, Najin Sword, Royal, Cloud9, and Gamma as well with these matchups?
Well, to be honest, I think Gambit has been looking a little shaky. I mean, yeah, they did pull out the win against Ozone, but they didn't have a spectacular score coming into the group, or coming out of the group, I should say.
Right.
And I feel like they're going to have a hard time unless potentially if they draw Gamma Bears, who people kind of immediately discount because, they're not very well known. Their top 4 finish may be in jeopardy. They're consistent top 4 finishes at every lane.
I think especially with Gambit, more so than any other team, they turn it on at the very last minute.
Yeah.
They wait until they're down a game. Like, if they move on, it'll be 3 games, they'll have a 7,000 gold disadvantage, and then they'll come back and win. That seems to be the way it works.
Still really late. Waiting for that tower push for the enemy team to turn it out was pretty late. I would have liked them to turn it out a little earlier.
I feel like their manager, Constantine, would also like them to go a little sooner. But, oh man, it's exciting to watch at least.
I'm actually interested to see how Royal is going to show up. I'm not even sure. Have they traveled before to international events? As far as I know, they haven't. So they're gonna come in cold. They haven't played any games here. They scrimmed and warmed up and all. But these teams coming out of group stages, they do have the edge because they warmed up. They're used to the crowd. They're used to the setting. They've played on these PCs, for example. They know how hard this desk is. It's all these little things that, as a pro player, affects you a lot more than you would think.
I'm not sure for the entire Royal team, but I know Tabe was in WCG 2011 in Korea, so he's actually traveled long ago, and then he actually retired for a time, and now he's back in competitive. But he's definitely seasoned in that regard. Hopefully, he could transfer some of that knowledge to the rest of his
Whites
team.
may have been on that team as well. Both Tabe and Whites have been around for a long time, so...
All right, gentlemen. Well, believe it or not, we have more games to go. And with that, this means 21 of the Group B games are now in our match history. So let's take a look at the final standings. In first place, it's Europe's Fnatic with a 7-1 record, while Gambit takes second thanks to their tie-breaking win.
Yeah, rounding out the final Group B standings are Korea's Ozone in third, North America's Vulcan, and then Philippines' Mineski.
All right, well, Group B is officially finished here at Worlds. We still have got 5 more games to predict as we go on in the competition between the analysts here. That is the word. Let's take a look at the standings heading into the second half of the day for you guys. Sitting at the top of the pack are the viewers with an impressive 30-5 record. Pat yourself on the back. In second place, it's a tie between the casters and Monte Cristo at 28-7 with Doublelift 3 games back and Crepo 4 games out of first, with only 5 more matches to go. You guys.
To be fair.
Okay, we're going to be fair for you.
The only way I can get back is by having 2 correct predictions and beating the viewers, which only means I need to get 2 different games. So it's not the 4 games.
You can do it.
Wait, what is 4?
That logic.
Nice math, dude. You have to win 4 and the viewers have to lose 4.
God damn it, Double, if you ruined my point.
All right, everyone, we need to take a break, reset our game lobby for the second half of the day. But when we come back, Group A takes the stage for 5 more matches, starting with the Lemon Dogs taking on Team Solo Mid. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship will return right after the break.
Diamond coming in to help him out. Darian is still alive. He got kicked over the wall. No! Peke is going for this one. He's going to flash in. Shockwave comes down, but Peke will pick up the kill. And they will pick up another win here against Gambit and secure their spot in the playoffs. They want Backcloud coming into the back, using his Zhonya's, but he's going to die. Here comes Peke from the backside. Kaigu going low. Peke will take that one.
Are you serious? Ladies and gentlemen, Gambit turned this game around.
Gambit with an impressive comeback victory. Very well played team fight.
Genja gets a massive amount of damage. Lupen, that is going to be a massive win for Gambit.
This will be Gambit into the quarterfinals.
the road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
Welcome back to the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry and co-piloting the analyst desk. With me is, of course, and going to be helping me steer you through the second half of the day, going to be David Freak Turley. Plus, joining us on the journey through Group A is OGN's caster Monte Cristo, Evil Genius's Crepo, and of course, CLG's Doublelift. We are halfway through the final day of the group stage, and if you just joined us, you missed an incredible photo finish to Group B. It had tiebreakers and everything. Let's actually take a look at the standings. First and foremost, Fnatic dominated Group B. They only dropped one game all week on the way to a first-place finish and a spot in the quarterfinals.
And securing the second spot in the quarterfinals from Group B is Gambit. After finishing the scheduled portion of the day in a tie with Ozone, they won a one-game playoff for their spot into the Final 8.
Well, it's time to talk a little bit about Group B just quickly before we start with Group A. So, guys, how do you think the Group B teams stack up heading into the quarterfinals? I want to start this one off with Fnatic, because I think they're a little bit easier to talk about. Crepo, what's your thoughts?
I think they're looking really strong. I don't think anybody would have expected it either. Like, there's a lot of people that put them in their top 2. I thought maybe they could be top 1, but definitely not having this strong performance and just basically towering over all the other groups all the other teams in this group, rather.
Yeah, I think they really turned it on in the group stage. They definitely had good strategic awareness. They had good champion select aside from one of them against Vulcan. But what really surprised me was their comeback potential, because I remember this desk actually talked about it a couple games ago about teams going on tilt and regaining your composure in the middle of a game when you're behind. And you guys talked about the most recent game against Ozone where they got behind but immediately made plays, made calls, and said, "We're back in it. We made a play."
And one thing that strikes me about Fnatic and Gambit is the fact that they're so solid and Gambit is so clutch, because I think they've had so much tournament experience, nerves don't get to them anymore. You see a lot of new teams coming in here. This is for some teams it's their first LAN ever, and it's on a world stage. These guys don't care. They're playing really solid, and they're not affected by the nerves at all.
And there's a reason they call it, like we call it in Europe, pulling a Fnatic. They're renowned for hiding in a random brush, a random place, just making the comeback. They don't care. 2,000 gold behind, 3,000. They will keep trying and they'll keep fighting. And if they lose, so too bad.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy that Doublelift brought up Gambit, because, of course, Gambit, they've also qualified for the quarterfinals after beating Ozone. I know that, Monty, you picked them as your dark horse in the group. They came out, they ousted Ozone, who you were also considering. What's your take on Gambit?
Well, I not only picked them as my dark horse, but to exit the group as well. So, I mean, I said this at the beginning. You can never count Gambit out. They are a clutch team. You can't underestimate them. That said, they did look still weaker than expected, and I think a lot of people said, you know, we had pretty good ideas about who was going to be going out of this group. We all thought Ozone, and then we had some differing picks on that second team. But I came in thinking that this group would be pretty hotly contested. Fnatic has just cleaned up, but for me, Fnatic's been playing great, but they also, I feel, haven't faced the best competition because the other teams really failed to live up to expectations here.
Yeah, I think Gambit gets a lot more recognition because other teams failed to meet expectations and they exceeded expectations. People don't expect a third seed from Europe to put on such a show, but I don't think they'll be able to. Maybe they won't be able to put on such clutch moves and just turn out at the very last second against more solid teams.
I think it's in some ways unfair, in some ways unfair, because last year CLG EU was the third seed coming out of Europe, and you guys took top 4, Crepo. Of course, you guys did amazing right there. And I think it speaks to the sort of
late in the season turn on by Gambit. They had a really rough season the whole time through, and then the boot camping kicks in. And you're right, Monty, that they're not really completely up to form, but you're still seeing a lot of those amazing plays. Like the last 5 minutes of that game against Ozone is the Gambit that took top 4 last year, that never finishes outside the top 4 at any LAN ever. You see glimmers of that Gambit. They just need to shore up the rest of their gameplay.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit just quickly about the games that Gambit played today, because first of all, they almost lost the first 20 minutes. They lost the first 20 minutes of the game versus Vulcan. Then Vulcan made a play on Baron, Gambit got back in it. They were playing against Ozone. They had an incredible lead, and they almost lost it at Baron. So they have managed to pull out, but what's your take on those mistakes, just very quickly?
Like, oh my god, these guys are so clutch. And especially, I just want to point out, Diamond and Alex H, they're just so clutch. It feels dirty, almost. Like, I don't want to put salt in the wounds, Crepo, but like, when they played EG in the third game, yeah, I'll just do it anyways. When they played EG in the third game, when they made that flash play, I don't know if people watched EU playoffs, these guys are just clutch at the very last possible moment, they'll just pull it out.
Well, we'll have to see if they can keep doing that, because they're living life dangerously. That does bring us up to speed as we get ready to rocket into the 5 remaining Group A games. But first, let's take a look at those standings. China's OMG and Korea's SKT are locked in as the top 2 teams in the group and guaranteed a spot in next week's quarterfinals.
Which means that Europe's Lemon Dogs and North America's Team Solomid can finish no higher than 3rd, while the Wildcard Gaming Gear EU only has 2 more chances to take a game here at Worlds.
All right, I do want to talk a little bit about the 2 teams that qualified for the quarterfinals out of Group A, China's OMG and Korea's SKT1. So how do you guys see them stacking up against the other 6 quarterfinal teams? I'm going to list them off. China's Royal Club, Korea's Najin Black Sword, Taiwan's Gamma Bears, North America's Cloud9, Europe's Fnatic, and Gambit. Let's start with Monty.
I feel like we have a pretty good read on Royal and Cloud9. We've seen a lot of their games. We don't have a lot of information about Najin Black Sword or the Gamma Bears right now. And I'm going to go ahead and start selling tickets to the Najin Sword hype train now. But from what I've...
Surprise, surprise.
I mean, just if you look at the team in the past, yes, they haven't had the best placement. They finished effectively 5th in the last 2 seasons of Champions in Korea after taking that first place victory with a different top laner, Moknoon and Winter. But that said, this is a great patch for Najin Sword. You have Prey, who's an extremely solid Trinity Force AD carry player. You have Expression, who is a carry top laner known for his Jax and Aurelia play. They have 2 mid laners here, one of which is Nagne, who's an assassin mid player. And I hear nothing but praise from the Korean pros about Watch and solo queue these days on his jungling. And not only that, but the scrim records that I've been hearing about coming out from China and Korea as of late. IG has said they went 0-10 against Sword and scrims. And then couple that with the fact that Najin also brought their sister team, Najin Shield, to America to practice strategies with. They're really making a push here. So we haven't seen them in a while. Will they be able to live up to this? But I think that if you look at it from the perspective of the patch, the team, their infrastructure, their scrims, have a little more faith.
Yeah, I think you're right that they're definitely a strong team and a good challenger for the throne here. The only thing I can really say to this point as well is that they had been playing, though they didn't get very far in Champions Summer, they have been playing the NLB tournament, which is something that's going to have VODs. Am I wrong in this one? Yeah, Sword's been playing televised matches. They at least have matches there that teams can look at. They had a final against LGIM, so there at least are televised matches there that teams can research to look at their champion pool and see what they can do.
It has been a while since those games, though.
Yeah, and I've played against Prey multiple times across my career, and this guy is really, really good. At first, I disrespected him, and I was like, this guy's not very good, but it turns out he's actually a really strong player. He's versatile, he's really lane dominant, and just everyone on Shield, or on Sword, it seems, people say that they're actually even stronger without Moknoon because Expression is just so godlike. I mean, this team, they can't be underestimated if you're coming into the quarterfinals.
We've spent a lot of time talking about Najin. Let's start to roll this one along. So let's touch on Royal and how, we've compared them to the likes of OMG. I know, Freak, you had some thoughts on this one.
Yeah, so I think they're a very similar team in terms of they play a similar type of game where they're very aggressive. They're going to look for dives, they're going to look for plays. They've got an assassin mid laner. But their actual their playmaking comes from different roles. I know you talked about this to me a little bit, Double Lift.
Yeah, so Royal is especially a CLG-esque team where their bot lane is basically just the centerpiece of their team. You see them send their duo lane a lot mid. Twitch Annie is kind of their signature from playoffs. They really like to just get their... they say that when Uzi gets fed, they win. If Uzi's having a bad game or if he goes on tilt or if he just doesn't have a good game, they always lose. It doesn't seem like their champion pools are very good. Whites is known for his fizz. He can play like TF and Zed, and people basically just undervalue the rest of the team and say Uzi is the star of the show.
Well, I know we're going to be getting back to this a little bit later today. We'll touch on, of course, Gamma Bears and Cloud9. But for now, let's take a look how you guys stack up against each other on the analyst desk standings. Sitting at the top of the pack are the viewers with a massive record of 30-5. In second place, it's the Trinity Force of Casters and Monte Cristo at 28-7. At the bottom of the standings are Doublelift, 3 games back, and Kripo, 4 games off of the first. All right, you guys have 5 more chances to predict correctly, which means you might not want to choose the same games as the viewers if you're actually hoping to win this thing. And I think Group A is going to be a little more difficult. But before you make your picks, we need to go over the games that are coming up, guys. Up first, it's Europe's Lemon Dogs taking on North America's Team Solo Mid in a grudge match rematch. Then, Gaming Gear EU fights for the first win on the world stage against SK Telecom T1.
After that, it's a battle between OMG and Lemon Dogs. Then Team Solo Mid takes on Gaming Gear. And finally, we close out the group stage with an epic battle between the 2 top teams of the group, Korea's MVP Faker and and SKT1 versus China's MVP Cool and OMG.
Going to be a massive matchup. And once that final Nexus has fallen, please don't go anywhere because the captains of Cloud9, Najin Black Sword, Royal Club, and Gamma Bears will take to the stage to choose their quarterfinal opponents. All right, before we get to the selections, we get to watch some more games, which means, gentlemen, it is time for you to make your 36th prediction of the group stage. The Lemon Dogs versus Team Solo Mid. Freak, who do you have coming out of this match with a W?
I got to go with TSM. They won the first time around, and I think that from what we saw of their games yesterday, they still look pretty strong as a team. They make some good choices. Their conceptual play is good. And just to get some extra pride for them, I think they want to win this match pretty strong.
I agree with Freak. I think TSM, for the pride factor, and, I mean, we have that history as well. They really shut down Nuke Duck in mid lane. Faker had a great game on Zed last time around, so TSM it is.
Faker?
Oh, Faker.
Reggie.
Reggie.
It's getting close.
Wow.
Major Faker.
Yeah, it's getting close.
I'm going with TSM as well. They're just seeming really solid. It's a shame they didn't make it out of the group, but I think they're playing really well right now.
I'm going to rep Europe and go for Lemon Dogs here. I'm predicting that the fans are going to go for TSM, and if I want to make it back into the standings, I'll probably have to go for Lemon Dogs. Although, I still think Lemon Dogs can take this win regardless of the analyst race here, because I think Nuke Duck didn't respect Reggie enough. They let him have Zed. They got shut down by Vigangs repetitively. Same mistake over and over again. At least they will realize what a threat Dyrus' Vlad is. I think they made too many obvious mistakes that they can easily avoid right now, and I just want to see the power of Lemon Dogs come out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a matchup that these two teams, either team can win it. And I think for Lemon Dogs, they may want it more because of how badly they were beaten last time. You know, we were theorizing a little bit about picks and bans, and I want to see what's better, the apple pie hunger or if it's going to be the revenge hunger. If you guys think you can do better than these guys, and based on the standings you can, head over to lolesports.com and make your picks for all of today's matches.
Just go to schedule at the top, go to day 6, and make your predictions.
Then hit us up on Twitter and let us know which matchups would you most like to see in the quarterfinals and why?
We are at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading our favorite responses and massacring your Twitter handle later on in the show. And if we pick yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
That's my job to destroy them. Guys, we do need to go to a very quick break, but when we return, the Lemon Dogs and Team Solo Mid face off on the Rift. The Season 3 World Championship will be back in 3.5 minutes.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and joining me once again is Joshua Jat Leisman. It is time for our 6th match of the day. Actually, technically it's the 7th match of the day because we had that tiebreaker situation. Yep. And first, from Group A, of course, it's going to be Europe's Lemon Dogs versus North America's Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, so these teams coming in are technically eliminated from the top 2 spots, but there is the Europe versus North American rivalry. There also is the fact that TSM had a, what some would call an upset win, the other would call the fan-predicted win over Lemon Dogs. And I feel like both of these teams are actually going to want to play this one out. There's a lot of pride on the line. TSM especially is an incredibly prideful team. And Dyrus is having a really hard time here at Worlds. You know, he's given up First Blood 3 games in a row, and he's been the first 2 fatalities in a couple of those matches. So it's definitely not the performance he expected to have here in the group stage, and he's going to want to improve because Dyrus doesn't want to end Worlds on a sour note.
A sour note on Vladimir yesterday against OMG as well.
A little rough.
And even though Dyrus has had his struggles, Team Solo Mid earned the respect of the European opponents after their Game 1 win. But for the rematch, Tabs and the Lemon Dogs have vowed to turn things around and not underestimate TSM's wealth of experience.
TSM, I think what makes them really strong is their experience. Like, they have so much experience, and that makes them a good team. The most important when we play against TSM is going to be that we don't underestimate them. Some of us did last game, and we need to focus on the pick and bans.
There's been some attitude that every region, including Europe, underestimates North America. They don't watch our games. Our region's just really underestimated. Like, Fnatic lost to Vulcan, and we beat Lemon Dogs, so I think they're going to be more careful in the future and actually study us.
We shouldn't be cocky about picks and bans, pretty much. Like, overall, we had like really weak matchups. Our plan was to win the early game pretty hard and then roll over them.
Well, I think our loss against TSM was mainly caused by just poor strategizing and a bad draft phase. I think Dyrus is their best player. He plays very consistent and usually brings them to victory.
I'm not sure if they weren't taking us seriously, but I feel like that would be a lot harder next time we play them.
And it's funny because, I mean, is that the arrogance of youth, the fact they underestimated the North American scene? Is it because Cloud9 rolled over everyone? And I guess you could say, you know, the same goes back to Europe because of the 4-way tie draw. Everyone's thinking Europe's useless. Nobody counted them into this one.
Yeah, I actually kind of feel like both of the LCS regions got underestimated a little bit coming into this one. We're yet to see what Cloud9 ends up kicking out to the rest of the world. Vulcan showed a lot of potential as well as a lot of mistakes, and I definitely think TSM was looked at as the weakest North American team here, and I think it was the inexperience of Lemon Dogs that took them for granted.
Indeed. So let's take a look at the starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is going to be the Lemon Dogs. So Zoro is in the top lane. Dexter, you just heard him there in the jungle. Nukeduck in that mid lane. Tabs as the AD carry, and Mithy as the support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Team Solo Mid with Dyrus in the top lane looking to bounce back. The odd one in the jungle. Reginald in mid lane. Wild Turtle on AD carry. And of course, as always, X-Special on support.
And it was interesting the fact that we highlighted Dyrus and how he's had struggles throughout this tournament. And yet you just heard there Lemon Dogs basically saying they believe he's the best player on that team.
And so far in the World Championships, teams have actually been focusing Dyrus rather than focusing Reginald. They're generally leaving Reginald to try and play his own game. And Dyrus has been getting camped. He hasn't responded well to it, specifically early on in the laning phase. I think Dyrus was so used to just kind of being ignored that he was just pushing up, playing his own game, thinking he was on an island, and he absolutely was not.
Realizing that they focused him, just like, I guess you could say, you think back to last year, Evil Genius is wicked in that top lane. That's pretty much what happened to him. Focused him and targeted him out. This time Dyrus is feeling that same effect. Shen and Zed, the double ninjas being taken out of it this time around. No surprise there. It's actually TSM that banned out Zed. So a bit of a respect to Nukeduck, just simply the champion. They didn't want to let him through.
Yeah, Nukeduck did play Zed yesterday in Lemon Dogs' loss to SK Telecom. He didn't have the best game there, but especially in this matchup, these guys respect each other's Zed play. Nukeduck plays a fantastic Zed over in Europe, and Reginald has an incredibly impressive record on Zed as well.
Full respect bans coming out here. Corki taken away from Wild Turtle has been very strong. Vi taken off from the odd one as well. This time around, Kennen being taken away from Zoro Zero. Actually, I believe they banned that last time around as well against Zoro Zero.
Yeah, they actually, yeah, they must have banned it. And it's been picked away from him as well a couple of times. Zoro Zero seems to actually be someone who's most comfortable on Shen and Kennen. And then his Zac, at one point, he had the Sorcerer Shoes instead of Mercury Treads in a heavy CC game and could not get into teamfights. I know the analyst desk had a lot to say about that one. He hadn't adapted to the 3.11 patch, and I think that was more inexperience from Lemon Dogs coming in, just kind of taking things for granted and not really realizing how far they'd come.
And Thresh was the final ban from TSM, which does mean that Elise has been picked up by Dexter. Now, Dexter's had some fantastic games on Elise in the past. Absolutely destroyed Gambit Gaming, who've just qualified for the quarterfinals single-handedly from the jungle with Elise.
Yeah, and I talked to Nrated about them first picking Elise because they do it so often. And they just think it's because Dexter is so absolutely comfortable on it that his comfort on that jungle is more important than other roles. For instance, Ahri is still available. Nukeduck could have played Ahri. They could have taken it away from Reginald. Now it's up for TSM. In Lemon Dogs is one of their games against OMG in the group stage. They let OMG take Zoro-Zero's Ken in the way just so they could pick that Elise. That's how much they care about that pick.
TSM have been left pondering, it seems.
Sona
with 10 seconds. Sona is going to be in there. That's going to be for, of course, X-Special. Dyrus the last man to make that selection. It's going to be Ezreal, actually, for Wild Turtle. That's going to leave Ahri open.
So, coming into the World Championships, I was expecting the two Trinity Force AD carries to see a lot of play in Corki and Ezreal, because those were traditionally the AD carries that we saw build Trinity Force. Didn't expect the Trinity Force Kog'Maw to make such an impact, but still, this is Wild Turtle, I think, living and dying by the Triforce. Picking it early. I'm very surprised that we didn't see an earlier Ahri pick, but I guess the teams are just ramping down on that hype train.
So this is interesting. If Nukeduck does go for that Diana, which has now been switched to Garen.
If he goes for the Garen, though, then all hell's breaking loose.
Oh.
That makes more
I
sense.
think this is Nukeduck saying, look, I want to respect Reggie for this time around. I don't want to get counterpicked like I have been in the past.
I really wonder, though, because Reginald, when he plays Ahri, I don't think he cares what he plays it into. But Krepo was also talking about how the European game had changed a lot around mid lane, where oftentimes the last pick would be the mid lane, and it just depends on a giant game of chicken at this point. Does TSM want to have Reginald's pick saved until the very end, or do they want to lock down the rest of their team comp?
Well, it is potentially going to be Ahri Renekton in that top lane along with Zyra. Could be seeing Ashe come along with that Zyra, by the way. That's a potential change around from Lemon Dogs. Is Reggie going to go for this Ahri and the Jarvan, of course, for the odd one?
It would make the most sense, but they're definitely taking their time with this one. Yeah, because the odd one having no access here to Elise, which has been previously his favorite jungler, and obviously having the Vi band away, which was so successful for TSM the last time they were victorious over Lemon Dogs, does make a lot of sense for them.
There is the Fizz. So, trying to go for that counter, it's what worked so well for Peke earlier on. 17-1-3 on Fizz. That was destructive.
Well, to be fair, Peke got like 17-1-3 on whatever he was playing.
He has played very well this tournament. That's one man that stepped up. Caitlyn is the choice for Tabs. I don't know how I didn't even count that one in. It was the champion that, honestly, from the very start of the European Super Summer Split back in DreamHack, we were saying, can he play any other AD carry? Because all he seemed to play was Tabs. You banned out Caitlyn against him and seemed to struggle. So interestingly, he did leave that one till last. But the final pick for Dyrus is Rumble.
All right, it's kind of just comfort right now for both of these guys, because TSM has the Rumble Ahri combination with a little bit more lockdown this time for Dyrus's equalizers. That was one of the issues earlier when he played Rumble, is there was nothing to keep the enemy team inside of it. Now they have the Cataclysm, maybe comboed up with X-Special's Crescendo, and then we look across at Lemon Dogs. It's the strong laning of Tabs and Mithy looking to completely shove out Wild Turtle and X-Special in that lane. Strong laning up top for Zoro-Zero, and hopefully that is enough setup so that Nukeduck's Fizz can go fishing.
So the champions are locked in. So let's check out what you guys at home, you are winning this tournament. You need to make sure you can keep winning it. Let's take a look at the fan votes for this one. According to LoLeSports.com, we've gone with the Americans. It's TSM, 67% voted. Let's see if that works out for them.
Well, Krepo has stuck true with his European pride here, and he has also picked the Lemon Dogs. He has to find some way back here. And honestly, I think this is a very close matchup. Both of these teams, despite how well TSM beat Lemon Dogs coming in, are in very similar situations. And if we look at the actual seeding, TSM was the number 2 seed, so was Lemon Dogs. Not really sure if the European or the North American LCS is stronger yet.
Well, we will see, because they're about to get underway. Remember, TSM won Game 1. Let's see what they can do in Game 2. I spoke to Lemon Dogs just before this game. They are taking this absolutely seriously. Of course, OMG and SK Telecom T1 have already qualified through in this group. So this is all about pride on the line. North America versus Europe.
Absolutely. And North America and Europe is a very deep-seated rivalry.
Yes.
In League of Legends. We can say that for sure. I know all throughout the LCS season there was constant banter about whether North America or Europe was better. I gotta say, first split, Europe definitely had the edge on them, fan perception-wise. Then the All-Star game happened. North America took a little step back. Then we had Cloud9 going 30-3 in the regular season. But now, Fnatic and Gambit have both moved on with 2 teams into the quarterfinals here of the World Championships, where North America just has 1. Still means these guys got to fight it out for pride.
It'd be sweet irony if Cloud9 does draw one of those European teams as well. So, Lemondogs as the blue team, TSM as the red team. They are 1-0 up in this matchup. Let's see if they can make it 2 as they go for this red buff invade going around. Going to get them ward placements in there. Will they stick around? So far in pretty much the group stages, we haven't seen too much crazy aggression. Generally only to come out from maybe OMG. Lemondogs, of course, themselves did set something up against OMG, but against TSM this time around, they are being very passive.
Yeah, Lemondogs had the very clever play in their very first game and then kind of ran out of ammunition for it. Now they're just running away. There's not very much that can actually do stuff here at level 1. If Mithy landed a Grasping Roots and Lemondogs was actually down for a fight, they could maybe engage. But walking into a danger-zoned Rumble Flame Spitter is a lot of damage to be walking into in any type of level 1 fight. So I think Lemondogs is smart to just keep their distance from TSM right now.
Nothing crazy coming out from the opening starts. We do see Reggie with that Doran's Ring and Nukeduck gone for the Crystalline Flask. So they're just going to be chugging on down. I guess we're going to see a fairly passive Nukeduck on Fizz to start with. Tends to be traditional, especially against Ari, that long-range champion in the mid lane up against the melee. So Nukeduck's going to be looking to stay his distance on the tower, I think, at the start of this lane.
And something that Nukeduck has done well on Assassins all throughout the regular season, not so much at the World Championship because of the quality of mid laners in this group and he's struggled a little bit, but it's keeping his farm up against almost any mid laner, even when he's playing an Assassin. I really want to track how well Nukeduck can farm against Reginald, knowing Reginald is generally surprisingly aggressive to most players and should be looking to completely shut down Nukeduck in mid.
And it is an interesting balance between these two teams because you've got TSM here, 3rd World Championships in a row, not going to go out of the group stage, but it doesn't matter. They've got that wealth of experience behind them. Now, bearing in mind, Dyrus was with Epic back then. The Odd One was around, Reggie was around, Wild Turtle is obviously the new member in there, and Xpecial was in there, so they've got a wealth of experience. Up against Lemondogs, they only got into the LCS back in the summer split. You know, they changed in there from Sinners Never Sleep, qualifying through against All Authority, and then came in saying, we're going to get #1 in this league. Sure enough, they did, and now here they are on the big stage, and it seems that a lot of these teams, we heard Monty talking about it, the experience on the big stage. Some teams just can't quite take it early on because you don't understand the pressure that is on them on this big stage with the crowd staring at them.
Yeah, and for a while it seemed like TSM lived for that big stage, but especially if we are to believe their scrim claims, where every time we talk to them, it's like, yeah, we're winning 90% of our scrims. I was talking with Darius backstage. He said they went 5-0 against Fnatic in scrims as well. So I'm not saying it's true, but if those are true, then playing on the big stage is actually a huge problem for TSM if they were that good of a scrim team.
Yeah, maybe seems that way. I know Fnatic were having good results against Lemondogs coming to this one, so it seems that the pressure is on both of these teams right now because it's all a battle for Europe. Odd One trying to set something up here, this time against Nukeduck, who playful tricksters away. Doesn't look like he's going to get too close. Nukeduck's pretty much sitting on that tower as I expect.
Yeah, that lane is in a perfect place for Nukeduck right now. He's been last hitting very well at turret as well. He's actually going to jump ahead of Reginald and farm once that wave hits the turret. So Reggie's definitely not doing much to shut down Nukeduck here. Missed that last one, they're dead even at 23.
And speaking of farm, that top lane where we see the Odd One trundling off to is actually in favor of Zoro Zero so far. 28-19 with that wave pushing in, but this time he's very deep. He's going to have that slice and dice, but he's going to make sure he gets it across a minion because he is far too deep. And Dyrus is trying to set this up.
It is so hard to gain connecting with slice and dice. If they could get Zoro Zero to at least partway engage, he gets the slice, has dice and flash if he wants to try and jump away.
He's going to use that flash just to dodge out the Odd One. Hasn't got that Cataclysm, remember, he's only up to level 4, and the Dexter is going to come around the side there. The Odd One continuing to give chase. Now they're going to turn it around. around. And in comes Nukeduck. Is the bait going to be deep enough? They're split targeted, though. They're going to come in around. Reginald's now the focus target. Nukeduck's going to go on towards him. Dyrus taken very, very low by Dexter at the top there. He may get dropped down. First blood's going to come in. Dexter will take it. And would you believe it? Lemondog's turn around a gank attempt to a victory.
And that fight was really decided by the mid lane. Nukeduck had actually managed to shove Reginald back a little bit and then beat Reginald to his own jungle while having a level advantage. That's the reason that Dexter and Zoro could turn back around onto Dyrus in the odd one and turn around that kill. And it's really unfortunate for Dyrus, who's now given up first blood in his last 4 games.
Oh, very deep stuff from Nukeduck there. He's going to take the ignites, ticking on him, but he will get away from that one. Took too many tower hits, and Reginald will come out on top of that one. A very even lane in that mid. The top lane massively in favor of Zoro after that kill on Dyrus. And of course the bottom lane, well, that's slowly being clawed out by Tabs as well.
Yeah, this is across the board right now going well for Lemondogs. The top and bottom lane were given slight edges based on the action that happened in TSM's red buff of the jungle. But then it's just a Caitlyn Zyra lane. Tabs lives for a 2v2 lane with Caitlyn. That's exactly what he wants. And he's just doing all he can to push back Wild Turtle and X Special.
The differing of items between the two mid laners, Nukeduck and Reginald. Nukeduck gets himself double Doran's ring. We'll see how that works out for him because it's a fiendish codex for Reginald. So he's going to be rushing that Deathfire Grasp out as soon as possible, whereas Nukeduck comes a little bit more sustained. But look at this, Dexter going top.
Round 2 right here, and the Odd One is even farther away. Odd One's even walking through a ward. They know the flash is down. If he lands a blind stun, Dyrus could be in a bit of trouble.
He's going to land that cocoon. He's got the slice, gets the dice on him. Dyrus is going to go in towards that tower. Zoro happy to tank this one up. Now he's going to switch the aggro across to Dexter. But you can see the damage, the focus is there. Odd One coming in past that tri-ward. They realize they've got to back out.
Zoro wasn't quite level 6 on Renekton right there, so he could not pop his Dominus, and they did not have enough sustained damage to take down Dyrus. Dyrus with an extremely defensive build already coming out, really knowing he's had a bit of problems dying in the last few games, and at this point, he's just looking to survive.
And that helped that Zoro had that farm early on. He went back and got Giant's Belt very early on, so we do see the fact that the pressure was laid on that top is going to lead to Dexter going for an invade here, but he's going to have the Odd One coming around in a moment as we have a pause. So that looks like it's Mithy that scores the pause. He's talking to the referee. You can see him on the backdrop. And looking, it seems like it's actually, it looks like it's a light on Tabs' face, judging by the way he's holding his arm up.
A light on Tabs' face, that would be very interesting. Tabs is doing a little bit better right now. He had a very unfortunate time.
Put him in the dark.
With the spider bite the other day.
Nocturne's made an appearance.
Yeah, it's getting better. We'll get that resolved nice quickly.
We'll get that resolved. It's easy enough. There's a lot of lights, ladies and gentlemen, in the studio. We have them all over us. You know, normally I look very tan, but right now I'm looking very pale.
Are you sure?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure. Thanks, the makeup.
I can't keep track of your skin tone.
Does it change every day? It's called makeup.
Bit.
It's called makeup. It happens, guys. We have to have it on, otherwise we'll just listen at you and shine. But right now, it's Lemondogs that seem to be shining in this game. We're back into the match, ladies and gents, and you can see the red buff has gone across to Dexter, so Lemondogs once again do take a little bit of a lead in this game. You can see gold-wise, they're about 1,000 ahead. Nukeduck goes a little bit aggressive on towards Reginald, Urchin Strike in there, and then just playful tricks us away.
Yeah, it does seem like Dexter was a little bit scared off after he took a red buff for himself. Odd One getting a little bit counter-jungled now. The first pick, Elise, working out fairly well for Lemondogs right here because they seem to have kind of gotten the rest of the picks that they wanted after that anyway.
So pressure on TSM right now. That bottom lane is continuing to be pushed up. We've seen this actually, and how do you stand on this one? Because there's been a right and a wrong stage, and you know, I've heard Doublelift talking about, I've heard Crepo talking about like the bottom lane. It's like shoving it versus holding it.
Oh, I feel like shoving is almost always the right choice if you think you're safe to ganks. It's always a push-pull with how much you gain from having the lane shoved. So the things you gain having the lane shoved is A, obviously turret damage, but the bigger thing is versatility, because if there's ever a fight that breaks out in Lemondogs' jungle, they'll beat TSM to the spot. Even if there's a fight in TSM's jungle, TSM would then have to choose between the creep wave that is shoved to their turret or actually helping someone. So if you're the team shoving, you always have the freedom to go somewhere else, but you have that inherent danger of someone like the Odd One coming straight through the lane and trying to kill you. But since Tabs and Mithy are such long range on AD carrying support, it's one of the big reasons this lane is so vastly popular, is because it's mainly safe to brute force ganks through the lane. And they also just, since they're pushed up so far, don't really need wards behind them. That's why they only have that plant, actually, because their ward is expired right off on the left side on the river there. And then as long as the mid lane wards the other jungle exit of TSM's jungle, they're effectively safe with just the 2 wards. They don't have to worry about warding brushes or anything as long as they stay pushed up like that.
And this is actually, you know, talking about the team compositions, this is a team composition that Lemondogs have actually played a number of times in Europe. TSM themselves, they've played a fairly similar composition to this a number of times in North America as well. So both on comfortable compositions, but it seems that Reginald's going to aggress on. Earth pops up there. Nukeduck's not going to manage to get this one down. Has to use that Spirit Rush Reginald to back away.
Nukeduck's doing a good job in that lane against Reginald as well. He's only 9 minion kills down on Reginald Zari, gets the Spirit Rush out of him, and is also forcing him back to base, so that actually allows him to catch up nearly even, and Ahri should be winning that matchup early on in the game if he wants to have that chance later on. And because that gank of the mid happened as well, it means Yawdon has to hold mid, and it means Dexter gets a free chance to gank Dyrus.
He just simply comes in and puts free damage on Dyrus. Dyrus is just stood around that tower using that range that Dexter has. Going to be the wave shoving in there in a moment, and he's just thinking, have I got my chance to back away?
We missed it on the camera there, but the equalizer cleared the wave, and that's effectively what saved Dyrus' life. While he was toying and trying to dodge Dexter's Elise spells, he cleared the whole wave and prevented the Renekton dive.
So working out well for him, but he has fell 20 CS behind the lane against Zoro. Once again, back in his mid lane. We are seeing Nukeduck coming in. He's just picked up a Sheen, so he's going to be looking maybe to go a bit aggressive on Reginald. He saw that Dexter was waiting in the wings. Reginald has different ideas, looking to try and make a play down the bottom, but it's all warded out.
Walking right through a ward here, so Tabs and Mithy staying safe while pushing up. Nukeduck going in!
Manages to dodge it with the Playful Trickster on the charm. Forces Reginald to flash away. They may continue to pursue this one down the bottom. We do see X-Special coming up to help out.
Looks like Reggie's just going to have to back away again. And that's the second time he's kind of been caught off guard by Nukeduck. At this point, Lemondogs may just start taking their slow but overwhelming advantage onto TSM. This is the type of game that Lemondogs has wanted to play in the World Championship and has generally been blocked away from playing this because other teams have found holes and gotten kills, like maybe this one in the bottom lane.
Crescendo, True Shot Barrage, and Arcane Shift finishes it off. Wild Turtle goes big on Mithy, and that's the danger of those supports when you're so weak on those hit points. If you can land a good combo, which they seem to be willing to do, it will pay off.
Yeah, the True Shot Barrage did full damage there to Mithy, and that spell hits like a truck if it doesn't have to suffer any pass-through. It's, for some reason, 350 plus 49 plus 23, so it's about 400 plus damage ultimate right at rank 1 there. Wild Turtle shredding through Mithy, and this may very well give TSM a jump on the Dragon. Looks like Lemondogs is trying to collapse in and put some big harassment down, though.
Putting a lot of pressure on that odd one, and he was tanking the Dragon at the same time, so good work there from Tabs, and that's going to force them away from this one. That's going to hold off the Dragon for now.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that stopped TSM from backing off, or from staying there, was the fact that Zoro had roamed down from mid lane. Since they were able to get that first blood on Dyrus, Zoro has stayed ahead in that lane and went very tanky on Renekton, opting no boots so far in the game, just resistant health. About as powerful as he can be right now with just cold components.
This is a 4-man push from Lemondogs. We've seen SK Telecom running his exact same type of style. I think Ozone tried to earlier on as well. Just switching around, not really creating the pressure. Bam, 4 people in the mid, try and take down that turret. But Lemondogs not really committing to it this time around.
Yeah, these are the rotations from Lemondogs trying to make something happen. Since they were able to take down that lane 2v2 in the bottom, they're trying to kind of just add on to their increasing advantage right now. But because TSM was in position, it ends up backing them away. The longer Lemondogs stays in mid lane without getting anything done, the more wasteful that becomes and the less it matters that they were able to take down that first TSM turret.
Zoro immediately going aggressive on Dyrus, but realizing, wait a minute, he's overheating. That flame spitter kind of hurts and had to back away. Zoro doesn't want to take those tower hits either. He has got a big minion lead over Dyrus, but Dyrus now coming back into that lane. He's prepared to defend it and will do. That ultimate of his will hurt, but it is down for the moment. He just gets those ward control down. And Lemondogs, again, trying to position for something here.
Yeah, they shoved the bottom lane so quickly and then spent the time to run back mid lane as well. I think one of two things can happen here for Lemondogs. They can either catch TSM in a bad rotation while Wild Turtle is shoving the bottom lane, and in that case, Lemondogs would get the mid turret, or they can hope to catch probably a Shark onto Reginald, get a kill, and then go for a Dragon. I think those are the two options Lemondogs is going for. And since Lemondogs has kind of won all the lanes, or at least had control over most of them, TSM is forced into a very reactive state of play.
Well, Nukeduck hasn't gone back to buy for a while. He's just picked himself up a blue buff. Looks like he may go towards that top lane. Looks like the focus is going to try and get on towards Dyrus. He's going to Urchin Strike, slide across, Playful Trickster in there. And he has going to have a clear run on towards Dyrus here. We'll see where this works out for him, though.
It's very difficult to dive Dyrus sometimes, but that might be a Shark land. He's got Flash Up.
Equalizer is just available. You can see he uses it, but he's not going to catch onto either Lemondogs. The Shark misses as well. Zoro taking a lot of damage, but that Dominus should be enough to survive, and Nukeduck picks up the kill.
Especially with Zoro having rank 2 in Dominus. He is just a behemoth for that turret to try and take down. Dyrus played that pretty much as well as he could, as far as being caught under a turret by a Fizz and a level 11 Renekton, but the brute force of that gank from Lemondogs was just enough to take Dyrus down.
But it was enough for TSM to go in and take that Dragon down, and now going to put some pressure on towards this mid lane turret. So all square, I guess, in terms of objectives.
Yeah, it's actually Lemondogs getting caught in a bad rotation because Tabs is on that wave of shoving, and it's Wild Turtle near the mid lane. TSM going in!
Flash Crescendo, they're going. It's Mithy, they want to get down, they get him. Stranglethorns will pop the odd one up. A lot of tower hits on towards Xpecial. Nobody's going to collapse on towards him, though. And Reginald keeping the pressure down. They don't get the tower, but they did get a kill.
Yeah, I gotta say, game on. Lemondogs did take down 2 turrets, but the mid turret is the most important one, and that's the one TSM has almost conquered right now. And since TSM picked up the Dragon, the objective differential isn't that bad for them at this moment. Lemondogs, however, knows that TSM dove as they were respawning or running back to mid lane, and they're getting a push of their own.
That's going to be the mid lane turret going down. Nukeduck now picked up the Lich Bane, which is a big power spike over Reginald so far. Yet to go back and get the Deathfire Grasp. We may coming out now. AD carries, you can see Trinity Force from Wild Turtle, expected that one, and Bloodthirster actually from Tabs. He's going to go for that, what's he call it, the Legolas build.
Legolas build is what Krepo calls it. I call it the spell build, but I think Legolas is probably a cooler name, personally. Tabs actually only goes for 4% lifesteal on his rune page. He likes that little extra bit of armor penetration. It's his trademark for those builds.
Well, Reginald wasn't able to complete that Deathfire Grasp. We do see Nukeduck potentially going to come around the side here. Wild Turtle and Xpecial in trouble. They're going to have to back out from this one instead. Choosing not to go for it. He's hanging a long way back. The odd one's going to spot him. There goes the warning signs. He dives across. Xpecial's going to be the target. They want to pick up a nice, easy kill on one of those supports. He's going to get locked up. It's Dexter that picks up the kill. I think they've made sure he fed that one towards him.
Well, Dexter there picks up 2-0. Another missed Shark, though, for Nukeduck. Got to get a little better aim with those things. It's an incredibly tough spell to land, but he was trying to point blank it onto Xpecial as he flashed away. Wasn't quite able to get it in at the right spot. And the Lich Bane had been completed for Nukeduck before that. A lot of the analysts joke that Fizz's build is done as soon as he finishes the Lich Bane. It's just kind of happened from there. I'm actually not entirely sold. I feel like he needs either a Zhonya's or a bit of extra ability power before that really kicks in. Nukeduck caught farming on the side lane. Reginald trying to roam to mid.
Reginald looking around there is actually caught between there. Wasn't sure where he was going to go. He was going to try and get round to the back of Mithy, maybe pick himself up a free kill on that support. Instead, it wasn't to be, and he does back off. We also see Nukeduck. He's backed away. Got himself another Amp Tome, just to get that little bit of extra ability power on there. How do we match up these two AD carriers? First round obviously went to Wild Turtle. He was in dominant form in the first game, if you can remember that one. Tabs, meanwhile, has started to settle down in this tournament, but unfortunately, it's just a little too late.
Well, Tabs is definitely very comfortable on Caitlyn right now, especially because he's going with his trademark Bloodthirster to Last Whisper build. But at the same time, I respect that Wild Turtle is stronger at this moment in the game with that Trinity Force. I feel like Trinity Force, if you're an AD carry who builds it, you are at your strongest comparable moment in the game the instant you complete it, because it has such efficient stat growth, but not necessarily great multipliers with the rest of your attack damage itemization. So right now, if Wild Turtle can force fights or the rest of TSM can, despite their 2,000 gold disadvantage, they might actually have the upper hand.
Looks like Zoro's potential target. He walked past that Tribush Ward, and you can see everybody flinching towards him from TSM. Now they're going to start collapsing. They do see the Tribush Ward though of their own, which will force him to back away into that lane. While this is all happening, it's giving Nukeduck a lot of time in that bottom lane.
Yeah, this is one of the ways that Nukeduck always has so much farm on Assassins, even when it seems like he doesn't have any business getting it, is because Lemondogs, like most European teams, I think Fnatic is probably the best at it, loves to just hide in brushes while they're pushing up lanes and wait for the other team to unsuspectedly roam towards them. Is Reggie being unsuspecting right now? Is there going to be a shark that comes out here in about 2 seconds? No.
Nope.
All right. That's anticlimactic.
Very anticlimactic, it seems. TSM do clear out the way with that True Shot Bravo as well. Just off the side, though, Dexter's taking away the Wolves from the odd one. So countering the counter jungler instead. They're going to jump on Tabs. You can see the equalizer landing across. Has to force the flash out. Tabs with the barrier as well. They could focus on towards him. TSM may have caught Lemondogs out of position. Nukeduck just takes the blue way. Zoro has to slice and dice in towards the pit. And they will escape. This may give TSM a rush in the mid.
It's very interesting right now because Tabs has burned barrier and flash and doesn't have anything to lifesteal off of with this Bloodthirster. But at the same time, they know there's no Cataclysm or Equalizer for TSM. So if Lemondogs can catch the right fight from behind TSM, we could see a bloodbath.
Reggie going aggressive around the side. Ace in the hole's going to be used to fire off there instead. He does get out of vision range, and Lemondogs managed to get round and defend that middle turret. A couple of wards being placed by TSM there. That's going to be great full gold for Lemondogs. But they got that mid turret. That's their first turret of the game, by the way, for TSM. 3-1 in turrets.
I was kind of hoping that they would fight there. But they've got the smart turret. Both teams were down some pretty key things, and it was a high-risk fight. Lemondogs as a team is an extremely low-risk team, the most low-risk of every European team. It's definitely been to their detriment thus far at the World Championships, whereas TSM at this point I feel like is hesitant more than anything else, is because philosophically TSM has been actually better in a lot of these games than even the Korean teams, but execution-wise they've made a lot of mistakes, which is actually, I think, just making TSM substantially more cautious with the way they make moves.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be that way. Darius, you can see it 0-2-0 behind on farm towards Zoro 0. They have been up against each other pretty much most of this game. Nukeduck, again, like you mentioned, just like Peke does, laying in wait in that jungle, hoping that he'll catch an unsuspecting special roaming pass just to try and get one of those ward placements in there. Instead, it's not going to happen, and TSM, once again, 5-man in that mid.
And Dragon fighting against a Rumble that's level 12 is very dangerous. But at the same time, Zoro is level 14 Renekton, and that's his strongest point in the game as well. So much could teeter on this next fight, only because it seems like Lemondogs is quite far ahead, but based on the way they're playing, they're giving TSM a lot of respect because they understand the power of Rumble and the power of Wild Turtle's mid-game Trinity Force.
Well, he has got that Spectral Cowl already, Zoro, so he's certainly going to be the one that's going in. Dyrus caught out with the Cocoon there. Not a great deal of damage, really being completely locked up in that bush.
Both teams are waiting for the other team to commit so that the Assassin can go in for their intended target. Nukeduck was around the back, and at this point, Dexter may finally be committing. Equalizer goes down. It's going to draw a line there, and they're not going to cross it.
Yeah, that's TSM putting that line in the sand, and Lemondogs thinking, fine, that is Equalizer down. We're going to have that Dragon, and TSM realizing it's like, we can't fight for this anymore. They've already backed off.
Yeah, Lemondogs could have rotated mid there. They actually baited TSM because TSM was already moving to defend their middle inner turret, and it just ends up giving Lemondogs a quick Dragon. That was a little bait and switch right there by Lemondogs.
True Shot Barrage did come in. Dexter does smite out that Dragon. So, first Dragon of the game for the Lemondogs, and that's going to make the gold 3,000 in their favor or thereabouts as it just ticks them out away. Still no wards really out on the top half of the map. A lot of wards around that Dragon area, so not a great deal of vision for Nukeduck, who heads towards the top wave to clear it out.
Yeah, Nukeduck is probably sitting on a bunch of gold, exactly 2,000 gold right now. He's going to want to maybe farm up a bit more so he can buy Zhonya straight up and then really have a large impact on this game. He's actually the top gold earner amongst everyone. 7,500 gold already on Fizz, and I personally feel like Fizz, while he's an assassin, is also a hyper carry. If you combine his total AP ratio, it's over 3, meaning he'll get 3 damage if you run his full spell rotation per ability power, which is incredibly high for most assassins, as well as just being so mobile and generally low late game cooldowns as well. He's quite the force in the late game, and so many of these European mid laners and now world-class mid laners from everywhere have learned how to get to that point with Fizz, which is, I think, one of the big reasons we're seeing his competitive resurgence.
Yeah, you do tend to see them, as we found out earlier with Beckett, just popping people where they stand, even when it's against one of your European counterparts in Alex Ich. As it stands, Lemondogs are so far looking strong, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're only at the 24-minute mark. TSM have been to this stage with SK Telecom T1. That was the key deciding turn. But as of yet, neither team have really been looking for that 5v5 fight.
Yeah, SK Telecom definitely puts more pressure on TSM to force decisions. Because TSM in that game against SKT was constantly fighting off their back foot and barely winning a couple fights with Dyrus pressing his Requiem on top lane Karthus and just picking up a kill here and there. Whereas Lemondogs is kind of just prancing around and looking for opportunistic fights instead of forcing TSM into really difficult decisions. Maybe now that they have a bit more confidence in an Oracles onto Mithy, they might start denying more vision on TSM. You can already see a bunch of wards in TSM's jungle that Lemondogs has placed down. A pink in TSM's blue buff as well, and maybe this is Lemondogs forcing TSM more so onto their back foot.
Nukeduck goes back, buys himself his first tier 1 boots, and he gets himself a Zhong Zagras, as you mentioned. Boom. So now he's going to be incredibly strong and very hard to hit. Playful tricks to hands on his Zagras. Going to be keeping him fairly immune. Look at Lemondogs. So 5 mana in towards this mid lane. We do see Zoro0 just keeping his eye on this bottom lane, but it's Lemondogs shoving back up, TSM reacting to that. They've secured their blue buff, and now they need to defend that turret.
And this was just Lemondogs' playstyle here. Even though they went for the pink ward in TSM's blue buff, they didn't defend the pink ward in TSM's blue buff because they're still respecting Dyrus' equalizer. Even though Dyrus has fallen twice in this game, he's still respectable on Rumble right now. And instead, Lemondogs is just avoiding conflict, running all the way up to the top of the map and just chipping away at turrets ever so slowly.
You see Dexter Cataclysm on towards Tabs, but he backs away from it. Equalizer gets used out. True Shot Barrage comes across Wild Turtle. Doesn't find his target. Tabs taken very low. Crescendo not really finding his mark. Mithy's going to go down unless he's got Flash available, which he just about has. Zoro0 going very deep alongside Nukeduck. Nukeduck does get a special down. Zoro0 tanking up that turret. He's got so much hit points as well. Reginald now is going to be the focus target. You see Nukeduck, that glistening Lich Bane, ready and waiting to go. Ooh. You can see the Piltover Peacemaker not finding his target. Zoro0 will get the stun, the lockdown onto Reggie. Gets that charm on Zoro0. Has he got enough to get away? He hasn't got enough hit points to burn him down. While this is all happening, we do see Nukeduck chasing on towards Wild Turtle, chucking him down, but it's going to be Reggie. Still continuing to try and take down, but Zoro0 will pick up the kill. Back in the top, the turret goes down, and Lemondogs take everything away from TSM.
The whole time Reginald was getting ran down, Xpecial was respawning at the base. That was a clean set of low-risk takes by the Lemondogs. They set up a safe siege on one of TSM's outer turrets, and TSM tried to force and engage through Lemondogs, but typical to their style, they reactively responded to TSM and got a couple kills.
They got themselves an exit frag. TSM, with that singular ward in that river, managing to get themselves a kill. And the turret in the top, but it's going to be to the detriment of Xpecial. Nukeduck picks himself up an easy kill.
Xpecial's not even phased at this point as a support. It's just the worst environment right now for support players on the world stage. So many mid-lane assassins are just picking on supports. Nukeduck surprised him entirely with that because by all means he should have went back to base. He was at 1/3 health in the enemy jungle. Xpecial thought he had safe ward clearing, but he didn't know.
Zoro0 is so strong in that top lane. He was happy to go in there with his turret and just 3-man defend it. No problem. 3v1, I got this. I can clear this wave, and you're not going to do anything about it because he's just a big tank right now. Level 16, highest on the map as well, causing all sorts of problems for TSM.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit grim for TSM right here, only because Wild Turtle's Trinity Force build, while he's farming very well, doesn't necessarily scale at the level of what Tabs is going to be building. Tabs actually opted out of the Bloodthirst Last Whisper build, and Reginald gets a little bit caught. Can they get him? Nope.
Well, Xpecial standing by with that Crescendo. It's not up yet, actually. It's up in a second if it was required, but instead.
So, Nukeduck boots mobility home guard as well. Instead of Magic Pen boots on Fizz. That definitely tells me, not much actually, it tells me he's looking to split push as much as possible. Because it's weird. I build home guard boots when I'm behind. Nukeduck builds it when he's ahead.
Shark, it's going to be another free kill. Let's take Xpecial going down, and Nukeduck continues to pad those stats. The odd one caught out. Cataclysm is out of it. That's a very good equalizer, actually. Killed it all across Nukeduck. You can see the damage doing a lot on towards him. Wild Turtle trying to get in there. The pressure on towards Zoro0. Not really the focus target he should be going for. He's happy to tank up all that damage. Grasping Roots comes in. Arcane shifted out of by Wild Turtle. Fairly even exchange, but it was 2 deaths for TSM.
Zoro0 is playing a tank like an absolute beast right now. He is soaking up so much damage from TSM, and it's allowing Lemondogs to really have a solid 2-threat team like they usually do. Nukeduck on his hypercarry assassin and Tabs on his reliable mid lane AD. That's the way Lemondogs plays. You can even see it with Dexter's build. He does this all the time on Elise. It's Spirit of the Ancient Golem, Locket of the Iron Solari. He doesn't even have magic penetration thus far on Elise because he is there as a peel tank for the two main threats of Lemondogs.
Zoro's about to get that Randy and Omen, I believe, in as well. So we'll see. It's just going to be the full front line. There's not a lot they can do against him. They just got to ignore him in there and try and get past him. But the problem is they can't get past that front line because Nukeduck's just assassinating the back.
Yeah, and at this point, Zoro Zero is almost just trying to body block Wild Turtle's Mystic shots. Without a Last Whisper being completed onto Wild Turtle, he's not able to touch Zoro Zero. And if Zoro Zero is always in the way, he's not able to get at Tabs either, and that's going to give Tabs a lot of freedom to kill the Odd One, who is effectively trying to be the only true tank for TSM, and it will leave the rest of TSM squishies effectively vulnerable to anyone on Lemondog's tank or dive line.
So we do see Lemondogs grouping up in this jungle area. Remember, Dyrus does have his ulti back. It's a pretty quick ulti. He's already up. Oracle in there. Ward gets cleared. We do see Reggie's going to pick up his own blue buff as well. So the lanes are all being pushed, so bottom, top, and the middle, all being shoved in by Lemondogs. Lemondogs seem to be rotating and focusing a little bit more towards this top half of the map, which is why Dyrus has got to be careful because there is a shark waiting in the brush.
Nukeduck hasn't caught many sharks this game, aside from the ones on X Special. I feel like these the majority.
It's the slowest target on the map. It's an easy one.
Yeah, squishiest target.
Yeah.
All the assassins always pick on him. Really is a difficult life for supports so far in the World Championship. And Lemondogs is in a very large amount of control right here. You can see Nukeduck taking advantage of his home guard boots mobility, trying to fly out to counter push that Reginald lane. While the rest of Lemondogs is really just maintaining a presence in the mid lane here. They're definitely setting up for a potential Baron ploy right now, because you can see Lemondogs has 5 wards in the TSM jungle, very far beyond the Baron. And this at least looks like the smart approach to a Baron, because they're only looking for TSM to basically force a face check at this point. They want to catch a fight of Lemondogs. Anytime X Special goes with an Oracles into one of these brushes, he is risking catching a fish.
Just like that, Dyrus chunked down, half his hit points goes down, and that was only the support and top laner, I believe it was, doing the damage there. You can see Dexter in there. Zoro Zero's going to go in. There he is, that fun blocking damage, and now Nukeduck joins the party. The fish gets thrown out. X Special will be the focus on the sidelines, but Wild Turtle's in all sorts of trouble. Reginald taken very low. That's a really good ultimate from Dyrus. Is it going to be enough to slow him down? No, it will not. Wild Turtle just at the back. Zoro Zero will finally go down, but it's going to be Reginald that follows. Mithy gets in there. The Odd One gets locked up. He gets taken down as well. And it was another 3-for-1 for the Lemondogs.
And Nukeduck arrived right at the end there on Fizz, able to heavily dive in. He actually did pick up Reginald with an extended Ignite kill, and now it could just be a Baron take by Lemondogs. There is only 2 up on TSM that would try to stop this, and Lemondogs can take the Baron fairly quickly despite them being low. Surprisingly, though, that ward is still giving TSM a bit of vision, and Dyrus, nah, he can't get that.
He can't. He hasn't got Equalizer available. Nukeduck's got to be careful tanking it up. That it will be the Baron. Zoro Zero did not get it. They couldn't have the time to wait for him to respawn, and Nukeduck's going to continue on actually farming. He's going to have a lot of gold right now because he's been farming waves before that again. 2,300 gold on him. Tabs, 2,700 gold. Big stacks.
Yep, those mobility boots for Nukeduck have allowed him the ability to push up side lanes and then still participate in team fights. Nukeduck had been underperforming a little bit so far from an endgame scoreline, but that's generally because Lemondogs relies on him to do so much. Dyrus has got those senses right now.
He's just going to keep that lane pushing. He knows he's there, misses the harpoon. But I want to draw your attention to Tabs' build. While this actually gank is not going to happen, I think Dyrus should be able to get away from this one. No, he won't. There's going to be a nerve popping out. He's going to get locked up there. And Equalizer comes out, but look at the burst damage coming out from Nukeduck. Zoro Zero comes around. They step around the Equalizer. Urchin Strike comes in. Nukeduck picks another one up.
602 on Fizz, and Dexter
going down to a jungler.
Damage?
That's not what you need.
Tabs also had Ace in the Hole on Reginald there, which completely swung the tides. Haunting Guys actually picked up on Dexter before Sorcerer's Shoes, so always picking up a little bit of health whenever he picks up his offensive itemization. Gives Lemondogs even more control in this one.
Tabs was one I wanted to talk about because he hasn't gone Legolas. He's gone for that Phantom Dancer straight afterwards. That Spectral Cowl. Now he's just picked up the extra BF sword as well. And he's putting a ton of damage on these turrets.
At this point, he doesn't care much about the armor penetration because TSM doesn't have armor. Odd One, the only armor he has is the little bit he gets from his Aegis of the Legion, and now has recently completed Ninja Tabi, but the rest of Nukeduck is diving through so heavily that at this point, Tab's just looking for the straight-up AD. Ouch!
Fire Grasp doing some damage there. Nukeduck's picked that one up, and you just saw Wild Turtle. If that Earth would have landed, it'd have been dead.
Yeah, that's the hyper carry Nukeduck coming through right now. Lemondogs, with Tabs and Nukeduck being their two main offensive threats, are doing quite well because they have TSM effectively contained to their base right now. Nukeduck has been doing so much roaming around and running with his home guard, boots of mobility. Once again, zippity-doo-dah-day and down to that giant creep wave in the bottom lane. It's going to pop him over 300 for the game. And this Dragon could be another big fight.
They're going in for Dexter. He repels away. We do see a very good Cataclysm coming out along with the True Shot Barrage. Dexter will go down. Midney will follow. It's 2 kills for Dyrus there. Now Zoro Zero is going to be the focus target. Are Lemondogs feeling cocky here? Ace in the hole. Finds the odd one.
It's strange. Lemondogs has a lot of power up right now. The 3 strongest people are able to fight this one if they can get some type of engage.
The charm lands on towards Zoro Zero. TSM try to turn it. I'm not too sure they realize Nukeduck's coming around. It's Wild Turtle. They catch on. Flashes in towards the pit. Zoro Zero follows him straight in there. Equalizer comes in. Reginald just gets melted where he stands. And it's going to be Zoro Zero that gets the kill. Tab's doing work on Dyrus. X-Special the next focus. You do see the crescendo, but it's too little too late. 90 caliber net. Sonya's Hourglass baited in there. Urchin strike through. It's a 7-0-4 for Nukeduck.
Wild Turtle mistiming his Mystic Shot post Sonya's onto Nukeduck, getting outplayed by the moves from Nukeduck's Fizz right there. It's 1, 2.5 seconds that Sonya's Hourglass is under there, and it got miscounted. So here, it's that 3v4 we talked about. Nukeduck blowing up Reginald because Deathfire Grasp was before all of his magic damage. At that point, Zoro Zero, the tankiest of tanks at this point. Supports have a hard life. And then specifically the Zhonya's timing after getting Wild Turtle to turn and send off an entire auto attack really secured that kill for Tabs and Nukeduck at the end.
Destructive forces of Lemondogs. TSM managed to get first blood in this game, but it seems that Lemondogs are looking strong.
Dyrus.
What I mean is the first game. 1-0.
Oh, in the matchup.
Give me a chance to finish there, Jack.
We'll
get there in the end. Well,
it's kind of a taken turn.
First blood, taking a kill. I want to see a third game now between these. I want to see who's going to go in a best of 3. But at the moment, Reginald takes that ace in the hole and is forced to back away. Oh, it's going to be a flash. Dyrus is going to get caught. It's Reginald they wanted to get on. They've actually caught up Nukeduck very nicely. Sonya's Hourglass not available, and that is going to shut him down. Wild Turtle gets the kill. Tabs now have to use the barrier to get away. Charm does not land. The rest of Lemondogs are closing back in, but they have to back away from this one. TSM are going to be chasing the kills. Cataclysm locking up Zoro Zero, and Dexter Tabs comes around them. He's getting 3 hits to the back. Can he turn the damage around? Manages to get a 90 caliber net on Dyrus, and they lock him up. They should be backing away from this one. Both teams very low.
Yeah, Lemondogs with only 2 main damage threats. If Nukeduck goes down, they don't got much left.
All about the base. You can see the super minions getting in there. TSM having to deal with this one. Lemondogs are just going to rotate around, keep those lanes shoved.
And TSM is completely constrained to their base as well. 6 turrets to 2. The gold lead has extended to 11,000, while the shutdown was beneficial in keeping TSM alive and in this game. It also makes sure Wild Turtle has a bit more time to scale up, now having that last Whisper. It's going to do wonders and maybe hurting Zoro Zero at least a little bit as he tries to block all of the Mystic Shots, but Nukeduck's up now, zipping back, trying to push up some lanes, and TSM basically is trying extremely hard to force fights before Fizz gets back into business.
Yeah, we're talking about sprinting to that top lane, realize he needs to come around. The rest of his team thinking they may get focused on with TSM, but instead, it's all free damage. So let's take stock of the situation, Jack, because it's been a little while, but these guys before we've had a chance to check the items, because been a lot of action going on.
Yeah, there's really been a lot of fighting in this game. It started very slow, but it has accelerated greatly since then. And it's been all about Nukeduck at this point. Knowing that Tabs has also completed his Infinity Edge means that the 2 threats are very real threats right now for Lemon Dogs. The control is still apparent in TSM's jungle. It means TSM can't look out towards the Baron. Lemon Dogs has already picked up 1 Baron so far this game. They're going to be looking for number 2. And it's a very Lemon Dogs style game as far as the overall late game has been going.
Yeah, Nukeduck running off the stage there, so we'll see what's up with that at the moment. They have a big advantage in this game, though. Let's talk about 18-7 in kills, 59,000 to 48, so it's a 10,000 gold advantage so far. Lemon Dogs in control.
Yeah, right there, obviously, as you mentioned, 0-0 ran right off the stage. Hope he's going to be all right for that one. He's having a pretty good game.
He's having a very good game,
considering he had to go
he's
run off the stage.
219 at the moment,
Yeah,
and
he's so tanky.
a movable tank. I think he's got about 4,000 hit points.
Yeah, let's check that, actually. Right now, 0-0 is, 3,966.
Pretty good guess.
Intuition is fantastic. And more importantly, 216 armor to block those Mystic shots that Wild Turtle's been trying to hit him with.
It's all about that awesome patch where the little markers stand in there.
You
Pretty
counted
good
40.
for us. Pretty good for us. We can see the four knocks in there, but we're just waiting to sort things out. Of course, the pause is on right now. This is the first game of Group A, and there's another couple of games to go. OMG coming up, and SK Telecom will be facing off the final game of the day as well. And after that, the quarterfinal draws.
That quarterfinal draw that we're going to have at the end of the day is going to be so key because we already know the 4 teams that are moving on so far from the group stage. 2 teams from Europe, Fnatic and Gambit, SK Telecom T1, and OMG, who is currently undefeated. We'll have to see if they can stay undefeated and be the only undefeated team in the group stage. And they're going to be drawing for their chance to play Cloud9, #1 seed in North America, Royal, #1 seed in China, Gamma Bears, #1 team from the Southeast Asia region, and just trying to list all these off. There's got to be one more. It is obviously Najin Black Sword, who is the #1 seed from Korea, but not necessarily thought of as the strongest Korean team coming in.
Which is interesting because we don't know a great deal about them. Najin Sword, they didn't qualify for the summer season of the champions. However, they have flown in Najin Shield, the Najin White Shield, their sister team, to practice. So effectively practicing in the darkness.
Yeah, and that could be the surprising thing. A lot of those players are also making a return appearance here to the World Championships because aside from MacNoon, 4 of those returning players are going to be back here at the World and they've been, you're absolutely right, they've been dark essentially in Korea. They've been playing in the NLB, which is essentially the sub-league there over in Korea, and picked up the last few of their circuit points by winning that league. And from some of the games I watched, they hadn't been looking that strong, but word on the street is that they've been improving greatly. So we'll really just have to wait and see once those matchups come down.
Yeah, there's definitely the 2 surprise packages is Sword and Gamma Bears. Gamma Bears, we watched the TPS matches. They look pretty good.
Yeah, Gamma Bears, though, does play slow. Yeah. And we have yet to see a slow team actually succeed here at the World Championships. Lemon Dogs is a bit of a slow team. When TSM methodically dominated Season 2, they were the fastest of the slow North American teams, but they are nothing compared to how fast some of these Chinese and Korean teams have been playing.
And speaking of that slow play, it blends perfectly into exactly what we're seeing from the Lemon Dogs in this match, because you can see it's coming up to the 40-minute mark. They have a big control. They have that 10,000 lead, 6-2 turrets, inhibitor down, and yet they're not going for the jugular. They're taking their time because they realize actually there's still a lot of big danger from TSM.
And they do know that they have a hyper carry in Nukeduck, who is very close to finishing his Rabadon's death cap. They're actually trying to burst down that Baron before TSM can get into range. TSM's running at it, but a couple people are bait. Here we go.
Peel out. Stranglethorns gets down. His Wild Turtle's going to get locked up. He's going to go down very, very quickly. Can they focus the next target? Dyrus seems to be the one. Zoro getting in amongst the team. Reginald's going to get locked up. He's taken down. We see a crescendo coming across, locking up 4 members of Lemon Dogs, but there's no damage left available. We do get 1 kill. It's Tech Special on the extra support. Zoro gets on towards Dyrus. Odd One's going to be the next focus target. We see Nukeduck trying to slide in there. Urchin Strike will be available any second now. Locks on towards him. Doesn't have the damage. Can he hop in there? Ace in the hole comes out. Playful Trickster still can't get the Urchin Strike. There it is. Manages to lock down the Odd One. It is simply going to be X Special left to fend off alone.
And knowing we're 40 minutes in, once the 5th kill comes down for the Ace, Lemon Dogs has the middle inhibitor exposed. This could be the Ace and the game for Lemon Dogs.
That is going to be the inhibitor going down. It's simply the Baron Peel from the Lemon Dogs. And 40 minutes gone into this game. It will be Lemon Dogs closing it out. TSM will unfortunately go down to them. That's actually going to put them, ironically, equal in the group. It's 1-1 between these 2 teams.
Yeah, that actually puts Lemon Dogs ahead of them in the group overall standings, I believe, but tied in their head-to-head matchups. It's a bit of revenge there for Lemon Dogs because they absolutely didn't like losing to TSM early on. The NA versus EU rivalry here. Number 2 seeds coming in from both the European and North American scenes. Lemon Dogs ties it up.
And that's got to feel good for Nukeduck because he's not had a great tournament. He's been fairly focused. He came into this tournament, you're seeing there on your screen, fairly well publicized, it feels. You know, the strong, the mid laners in the middle. You got to look, he's up alongside Peke and Alex Hitch, who both have had some fantastic tournaments so far. Finally goes 8-1-6 in this tournament up against Reginald in that mid.
Yeah, Zoro0 really went back to his core style in this game. He was able to make his own set of decisions and really just look for the Sharks, hide in the right brushes, and then make plays on his own accord. That's not something he was allowed to do in a lot of the other games.
Yeah, big tank. So, Lemon Dogs do take the first game of Group A. Of course, coming up, it's going to be OMG. It's going to be a very strong game for them. We'll see how fast it is going to be. We saw the odd one talking about, we were mentioning how quick it was, making me look bad, man. But, you know, they have played really well.
Yeah, we got a few things coming up. I mean, we want to see if Gaming Gear can get their win, see if they can make the big impact that they wanted to, or at least make a stamp on the World Championships. And then we also got to see if OMG can be the undefeated 8-0 team throughout. So there's a few little storylines we got coming up.
Yeah, Peke and crew will be waiting. They've got a 7-1 record. Can OMG beat it? But right now, we are going to get across towards those guys on the analysis desk. It will be Quickshot and the boys to take us through that last match.
Thank you very much, T-Man. Well, let's start by giving credit where credit is due. This is to Crepo. Congratulations on being the only one who correctly predicted the Lemon Dogs to win. You're still tied for last. Let's talk a little bit about the game. Do you want to kick us off with some thoughts?
At least Zed didn't make it through pick and ban phase, so that's interesting. Ariel was open surprisingly long.
I mean, it wasn't that surprising. They had the Fizz
yeah, because they had the
stored
Fizz.
up.
Okay, surprisingly for the tournament so far, Ariel made it a little longer than usual. Definitely was Fizz counter was open, so TSM must have known that would have happened. Nukeduck played a little more reserved on its Fizz. Still aggressive, but not as really, let's go past the tower to get the summoners. I actually talked to Nukeduck. If people remember that that little throw people used to call it, why he went in so deep, it was basically him saying, well, I wanted to get the guy's summoners, but my team somehow got baited into it. So that just tells you how much Nukeduck just doesn't care. He just
how brave he is.
How brave, yes. He plays without any remorse, without any regrets. He just goes in and sees what happens.
Yeah, and this game just showed very uncharacteristic game of TSM where Xpecial missed a lot of crucial crescendos, just kept whiffing them, and Dyrus, he got camped again and he fell prey to it again. I would expect for him to have learned from the past few games.
I mean, he didn't so much get camped as they overcommitted to that chase around the jungle there with their... I mean, he did get camped eventually, but that was caused by an overcommitment on TSM's part and an aggressive use of Flash that didn't pan out for them.
And I don't want to bash on him too hard, but I didn't really like the Leandri's rush. I felt like once he was a little bit struggling, he should have just got his double Magic Pen items and then went to the little more tanky build, so he could at least do some peeling and then work toward our allies.
Yeah, and I think coming into the team fights in general as well, I didn't see the TSM synergy. As soon as they had locked in Sona and Jarvan, I'm like, oh, they're setting up for Rumble, of course, because they have so much crowd control and location controls that you'll sit in the Equalizer. And I think in every single fight I saw, Equalizer led the charge and missed most of the champions. Then like Crescendo comes out later or the Cataclysm comes out later. And none of that TSM team fighting that I expect to see from them came out at all in this game.
One of the things that I want to highlight if we step back and look at the macro game is that, first of all, Dyrus struggled again. It was one of the things that, Lemon Dogs, they put some concerted effort into shutting him down. On top of that, it was a slower paced game than what we've been seeing. And slower paced game plays into Lemon Dogs' play style. It's something they're comfortable with. They like getting to the mid and the late game. And time again, we see Nukeduck finding picks before objectives happen. And I think Jat actually said during one of the fights, he's like, well, that was like really clean, easy objectives because Nukeduck just removed that dude from the map, and there was not enough defense from TSM.
Yeah, and TSM really couldn't afford to let Fizz get into like the mid-late game where he's incredibly strong with his Zhonya's, and he gets enough CDR so that his Playful Trickster is always up. And the difference between TSM and Fnatic, I've seen the biggest difference is that when TSM gets behind, they like to turtle, they don't want to make the plays, they don't want to take any more risks to put them more behind. But Fnatic is willing to take those risks and actually turn the game around.
I actually want to give props to Dexter as well. He played a really good Elise. He actually went for a really tanky build with Spirit of the Ancient Golem and Locket of the Iron Solari. And then even after that, he only started building his double magic pen. So he really didn't care about any damage. He was peel, crowd control, which was enough. As long as he stuck in there long enough, he actually baited a lot of charms and dodged them with Repel. And then every time, Fizz would just come in and clean house.
Yeah, and I think just to give some credit to TSM, though, their bottom lane had a pretty good showing overall. They actually got the first kill on lane in a heads-up 2v2. And then Wild Turtle in general went like 4-1-3 at one point in that game. So
he ended the game with 4-2-2.
Yeah, so okay, so he's 4-1-2 at that one point. Lost, of course, died in the very last team fight there. But yeah, being on a losing team against Assassins, having an Elise, a Rekt, and a Fizz all coming at your throat, and then surviving all those and putting out kills, I've got to give a lot of credit to Wild Turtle. He's had actually a really good run individually this entire World Championship.
He was one of the better players on TSM for this World Champions for sure.
So I want to take a step back and go all the way back to the beginning. I know we were talking about the picks and bans, and we've briefly touched on it, but I want to ask about the thought process when it comes to letting Assassins through, letting certain picks through, because I feel this matchup really exemplifies it. In game one, Lemondogs were on the red side. They allowed some bans to go through. We've seen Reggie picking up Zed, and Nukeduck went, I'll play Ahri. It's going to be, Assassin versus an Assassin, which, you could argue is a skill matchup, depending on how it goes. In this game, we've seen a similar situation where TSM, they banned out, they did ban out the Zed, then a Cannon and a Sona. Yeah, that's right. Thresh, thank you. I'm going around. And Thresh, but they left open Ahri, knowing Nukeduck is a Fizz player. So talk to me about, first of all, the decision to actually leave those champions open, and then if you agree or disagree with that mindset.
I think it was actually a bit of a misstep, because even I could see coming into that they wanted to pick Rumble into that composition, and they saved Rumble for last. Like, as though it was some kind of counter pick, even with Renekton already showing, and that sort of opt-in by TSM already obvious. They showed the Ahri, they picked that for Reginald, and Reginald's a good Ahri. He's made pretty good plays in the champion, but I know we talked about Fizz being a pretty good counter pick to Ahri specifically and having a pretty good matchup there, which we saw throughout the mid-game. And so the fact that TSM kind of expected Ahri Fizz to happen, but didn't wait to force Lemondogs to pick a champion first, and was like, yeah, we'll just give you the counter pick and then show Rumble anyway. It was really weird, the last three picks coming out for TSM.
Well, I think they were kind of stuck there, because we thought if we talk about Zed, Ken, and Thresh when you're on red side, I mean, you can leave one of those picks up for them to first pick, or you leave both of them up and get a champion that Reginald's comfortable on. So if you say ban Fizz, because Reginald may not be as strong on that champion, then they're going to first pick Ahri.
Sure.
If you leave both up, then you say, well, maybe there's a chance Reggie can outplay Ahri, or do you ban them both and just ban something like Zed, Ahri, Fizz? So it's a little, they must have been very concerned. Clearly, we're very concerned about Thresh and Kennen in that situation. So I think there's just a lot of threats on Lemondogs.
But why not just have Reggie play a champion who's not going to get categorically countered in a 1v1 matchup where Nukeduck straight up beats him? They know the Fizz is coming out. Reggie's been playing the game for 4 years. Pick a different champion.
He may have been confident from the last game that they played, in which Reggie had a very strong showing against Nukeduck and his ability to outplay him. I don't know.
Okay, get some quick final thoughts from Doublelift and Crepo.
Well, I think TSM's strategy coming into these picks and bans, they first picked Ezreal Sona. That means they say, okay, our bot lane's good enough to handle itself. We need to give our soul lanes counter picks. That's what happens when you first pick your dual lane. You say, I'm going to let my dual lane get counter picked, but we're going to counter pick your soul lanes. And it actually ended up working in reverse, where both soul lanes, even though they had the opportunity to counter pick, they lost lane, which is just a big misstep by TSM.
Anything to add to that, Crepo?
Yeah, sometimes limited champion pools just don't do you well. Although Ahri can still beat a Fizz in a matchup, maybe he was just really confident in his ability to beat the Fizz, and maybe he expected maybe more jungle help. They did fall behind a little bit early after a jungle skirmish. You can never know until you play the game.
Yeah, very true. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for TS in this game. They will be playing Gaming Gear a little bit later today, but let's check out how that matchup affects the Group A standings. OMG SKT still sitting at the top of the table. They have not played any of their games left today. Lemondogs sitting at 3-4 now overtake TSM into third place, and Gaming Gear round out the bottom of the table. Guys, it is time to use your vision wards and gaze into the future, even though they don't do that. Gaming Gear versus SK Telecom. But before we get to the vote, like I said, I've got to give Crepo a love. He's now 15 games in a row correctly predicted. So,
Dang.
Is it going to be number 16? Let's start with you, Crepo. Who's your victory for this this matchup? Gaming Gear versus SKT.
I think it's pretty obvious it's going to be SKT here. They might try up some new strategies, but yeah, let's face it, they're probably going to win this game.
Yep, nothing really much to expand on here, SKT.
SKT for me as well.
SKT, same reasons you guys. They're obviously the stronger team here. I think without something crazy happening, it's a likely win.
Yeah, very, very strongly in favor of SK Telecom. They are sitting second in the group. Then we'll be battling OMG later today. Guys, we do need to take a very quick break. When we return, Gaming Gear EU fights for their first win of Worlds against SKT. Plus, we'll be joined by Lemondogs juggler Dexter up in the interview lounge. Don't go anywhere. Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
In my lane, for the top lane, Impact really does make an impact from SKT. I can't punish him, I can't like do certain things. If I make one mistake, I'm screwed for the rest of the game.
Impact lands the stun. Dyrus maybe should not have gone back in. He's going to go down for first blood.
He's beaten like players like Shy, Flame, Insect, who just came into the top lane. And for him to get past all of it and just come to the world stage. It's just like a whole new level for top lane.
因为他的对线技巧非常的很强，然后对于游戏的理解啊，然后对中单这个位置的一些理解都要比我强一点。
Oh, he grained all the way back to the turret. He got some airtime on that one. Cool's going to be going down, and Faker with a beautiful play by himself.
然后团战的话，就是有一次我记得我和打野吧，还是辅助来，然后去抓他，然后我大到他，然后他很难死，就打不死，像大魔王一样。
DS over on Cool.
Face check.
There it is. As the shockwave come in and the Stranglethorn pops them up, but there's not enough to finish. Oh, he flashes the wall.
就 Faker 大魔王。
Welcome back to the group stage of the Season 3 World Championship. I'm Joe Millen. Before we get to our next game between Gaming Gear and SKT T1, I'd like to welcome a Lemon Dogs jungler, Dexter, to the interview lounge for the first time. So we're going to start almost right at the very beginning now. Dexter, this is the first time that you've played on a stage of this caliber. How does it feel, number one, to get here after a great summer split, and what's your experience of the stage?
Well, the stage is not really different from the one in like Europe. Like we had Tenerife and DreamHack and all those events where we could like play on the stage a bit, and like we don't really feel any difference here. It's just like the teams we play are like international and not really European. So
you know, other than the fact that obviously you guys aren't going to make it to the playoffs, we have to talk about this half of the year for the Lemon Dogs, because you almost came out of nowhere into the summer split, had a strong start, but not a magnificent start like Alternate did, but your finish was absolutely incredible. I mean, you guys have to be very proud of where you've come in this half a year's time.
Yeah, like when we first started playing and practicing for the first weeks, we were like, okay, maybe we can get top 6 in the European LCS, like just stay in LCS. And then we made the roster change with Smithy, and we were like, okay, we start beating teams like more consistently, and when we scrimmed teams, like we pretty much won everything, and our results were like better. And then week for week, we just like climbed the ladder pretty much, and then at the end we were like 18-10, I think, and yeah, that's pretty much how it went for us.
So you guys said, you know, coming into this tournament, you're a team that doesn't have a massive fan base out there. You're still a new team technically in terms of, you know, when you look at other teams and how long they've been around. Do you have anything to say to those people that have stuck by you and had faith in you since the start of the summer split, then, you know, ending up here at the World Championships?
Well, I guess I just want to say thank you for everyone who supported us from the start and people who just joined us to support us. And yeah, I think like even when we didn't make it through groups, I think we did a really good job at representing Europe, especially as like a 3 month or 4 months old team. And yeah, we just have to learn and see how it goes for us next year.
Thanks a lot, Dexter. I'm sure that Europe is very proud of where you've come in that time, and definitely be seeing a lot more of you in the future.
Yep.
So, guys, we're going to dive right back into the action then with Demon and Jatt. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Joe. It is time for our 8th match of the day. The wildcard winners, Gaming Gear EU versus Korea's SK Telecom T1.
And SK Telecom T1 was probably the favorite coming into this group. It was an upset when OMG was able to take them down, but they do seem to be steadily improving as this World Championship progresses.
Absolutely, and of course, we do see them on your screen. The two teams, Gaming Gear, you know, they're a team that have come into this tournament. Obviously, they came in as the international wildcard winners. You know, basically the developing regions. The experience that they're going to gain from this, they're going to go back to Lithuania. And if they stay together as a team, which I really hope they do, I think they're going to go a long way after this.
Yeah, they could absolutely take a lot from this. I mean, the fact that they did win the international wildcard tournament kind of speaks for itself. And this game in particular, though, knowing what happened earlier in, I believe it was the Mineski versus... Who were they playing game that went a little crazy?
Oh, well, they had a little bit of fun. That was Fnatic, that was.
And Fnatic.
Yeah.
We might see something similar here between Gaming Gear and SK Telecom because, you know, Gaming Gear is the team that locks over Teemo almost every single game. You might see something.
Maybe they're going to lock it in at last. You know, Mineski have gained a lot of fans from their performances here. You know, they've had a good time of it at the Worlds. And Gaming Gear, you know, we saw them, even though they were getting destroyed by maybe OMG in one of the previous games, they all had smiles on their faces. They're loving their time here, you know, enjoying it. And I've been speaking to Arnold, their manager, a number of times, and he's like, well, the guys are having fun.
Hey, they're taking it for an experience right now. They know where they're at the tournament. They know they're eliminated, and you got to take what you can from it.
So let's check out those starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is going to be Gaming Gear EU, and the top laner is NBS. Alanir in the jungle, Mazarine as that mid laner, Deadly Brother the AD carry, and Inspyro as support.
And on the red side, it is SK Telecom T1 with Impact in the top lane, who we just heard Dyrus talking about, Bengi in the jungle, Faker, the legend in mid lane, Piglet on AD carry, and Pumandu on support.
So what are we expecting from picks and bans here? We've focused so much on Faker in previous matches.
Yeah.
Probably going to be the same again for Gaming.
I want to see some style coming out from SKT.
It's been taken out at the start. Yeah, I think he's out. Taking a while on these bans though.
Wonder why. They've known they've been playing SK Telecom for quite a while now. Caitlyn being banned away from Piglet is actually, even if we're expecting a little bit of craziness in this game, there's no reason for them not to go crazy in the picks and bans, because you don't want to play against Faker's Ahri, you don't want to play against Piglet's Caitlyn. Definitely not Zed. Everyone's seen the highlight video of Faker.
Yeah, that's for sure.
When there were 2 Zeds in a game.
Yep.
That wouldn't have been a problem.
You just set Twitch channel light, by the way. Explosion, mods going crazy. Caitlyn and Ahri have been taken away. There goes Vi. And the final ban from SK Telecom. What will it be? Not really spelling anything out either.
S-A...
There could be D. There could be
S-A-N. San. A
San.
message
San.
to
A
OMG's
message
AD
to
carry.
OMG.
They're already targeting to shut him down. He's got like a 19.2 KDA right now in the group stage. It's just through the roof because they've been getting so many kills. That would mean they have to ban Nautilus.
I'd love to see how close that is actually between him and Peke right now, because Peke's definitely put his stats right up there. It is actually Corki, so sack. Not really sure what they're aiming for with that one.
You just had to go for it.
I had to go for it. That's what they were spelling
Sacrilege.
out. Of course. That is exactly what they were aiming at, Chad.
Yep.
Thank you very much for that one.
problem.
Orianna is going to be the first pick for Gaming Gear EU.
And that's actually fairly standard for Mazarine.
Yes.
It's pretty much his main champion. That and Gragas have been the 2 things he's had the most success on. Gaming Gear as a team generally tries to play a conservative laning phase with a Lunar, trying to make as many plays as possible and then transition into a stronger teamfight phase. That doesn't work for them when they're overmatched in a lot of these games at the World Championships.
I'd love to hear from Monty exactly how much we've seen the Korean teams playing Aatrox lately, because in Europe, it's definitely been one of their main champions.
Not much.
In fact, really, it's one of those champions actually I think almost deserves a ban against the likes of Fnatic and Gambit, because Cyanide, Darien, Diamond, they're all going to be going for that champion. We do see Renekton getting locked in as well for Impact in that top lane, and it's actually fairly standard stuff so far. Zyra and Jarvan coming out from Gaming Gear.
Yeah, and actually to kind of touch on the Aatrox a little bit more, because I think it's an interesting storyline. The champions that Europe kind of used in isolation from the rest of the world, they played more Kassadin than everyone else.
Yep.
They were the first adopters of Fizz, obviously Aatrox jungle, and I almost want to say they were playing Ahri a little bit before everyone else as well. And especially with the success of Gambit and Fnatic over in Group B, so many of those champions are kind of just
bleeding
into the rest of the world's champion pool. Now you can see SKT as they move through this tournament kind of picking up a little bit more Aatrox. And I expect it more of it, because even at the Korean regionals, they were already playing a lot of Fizz matchups, and all of that is just really impacting the rest of the world.
Well, speaking of impact, looks like it may well be Gragas for Faker in this mid lane. We saw how he did previously up against OMG. No! Leona coming out for the support. I want to go back to your point for Kassadin, of course, for the European teams.
Yeah.
It amazed me that actually it was allowed through, because that is pretty much one of the first bans in Europe right now. It was throughout the summer because it got so strong, because the likes of Peke and Alex Each had got so strong on that champion, it surprised me that nobody really researched it enough to say, just let it through. Maybe that was why. It was like, oh, he's not playing that.
Yeah, and Crepo experienced it more than anyone else. I know that in North America, one of the big reasons Cassidy gets left through is there's not many Cassidy players. He's a champion who surprisingly requires an incredible amount of patience to play. And you'd also think, like, how hard the Cassidy pick is to pull off and how almost counterintuitive it is to the styles we're seeing, with everyone trying to put so much early pressure on mid lane with lane swaps and the like. To be able to withstand that with Cassidy, it just doesn't seem like it would work.
Well, Gaming Gear have been doing that all through the International Wildcard Tournament. Pain
Still
Gaming
gets a cheer.
We're not finding it impressive, to be honest.
No.
It's not.
But
I can tell you
Gaming
a story
Gear's
for
here.
Pain Gaming, though.
All right.
Pain Gaming obviously were in the
Brazilian team in the
were
International
the
Wildcard.
Brazilian team were obviously in the studios practicing a week before that international tournament, and the European teams, in their wisdom, decided to draw a big Mordekaiser on the whiteboard where they were practicing with a hue.
How'd they take it?
They took it in the spirit that it was meant. Of course, they enjoyed
Who
it.
doesn't like Mordekaiser? I love Mordekaiser.
Well, they never play it. That's the thing. the teams don't. Obviously, they do in solo queue, it seems. So, Varus and Kennen have been locked in. So, relatively standard team coming out from Gaming Gear. We're just going to see MBS on that Kennen in that top lane.
So, we're talking about the last pick for SKT right here?
NBS, we are going to get the last pick. It
Oh,
is
yeah?
going to be Gragas. We saw it
Yeah.
sort of hovered over earlier for Faker. Faker once again played a very good Gragas earlier.
Yeah, his Gragas against Cool really dominated. We've seen up and down Gragas play from many different people. His record so far here at the World Championships is actually not that impressive. Gragas has lost much more than he's won. But this is SKT we're talking about here. They have an extremely strong pile-on composition right now. It's a little bit of, you'd think, anti-synergy with Gragas and Leona trying to get the lockdown and disperse as well as Aatrox going in. But I feel like SKT is the type of team that could pull this off.
And the problem with Gragas is, you think back to the Season 2 World Championships with Alex Ich playing Gragas, actually. It's one of those champions that can have a highlight reel or a disaster reel.
Yeah.
You know, when those ultis miss, they miss Beta badly.
There's a little bit of variance
Yeah.
with him. We saw Peke dodging a lot of Gragas ultimates when Dade tried to play him earlier. And hey, like, even though we see very conventional teams coming out overall, at least we get to see Faker try to make some plays on Gragas.
Okay, so as the game loads up, let's have a look at what you guys, the viewers, have voted on this match. You lost the last one. You're going to make sure you get a one in here. Well, no surprise. You've all gone with what the analysis guys think. 93% of you give it to SK Telecom T1.
Not a huge surprise, knowing that Gaming Gear is yet to pick up a win. But we're going to see them try, right? Like, Gaming Gear has definitely been going for it in every single one of these games. They've had a couple close early games to end. Then it's really the mid game that really seems to be the disaster moment for them, where the team style and the playmaking really comes into account.
And the big problem there is that's where SK Telecom T1 come into their own.
Is the best.
That is where they really
Yeah.
dominate. So we're going to load into the game, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the beautiful arena set up here in Los Angeles. This is the final day of groups. We will be having the quarterfinals here as well. They'll be coming up on Monday and Tuesday, but right now it is all about Group A, and it's Gaming Gear as the blue team on your screen up against SK Telecom T1 as the red team. What are we thinking from this one, Jat? Obviously, SK Telecom, big, clear favorites. Probably not going to see any level 1 craziness.
If we see level 1 craziness, I'd expect it to come from Gaming Gear, because they're the ones who need to make the ridiculous plays early on to try and get a monstrous early game edge over SK Telecom. But at the same time, they just have Inspiro's grasping roots if they want to try to make a play. And Gaming Gear is actually setting up a relatively defensive line of scrimmage right here, and it's SKT who is grouped as 5. So if any type of counterattack happens, it will be late for Gaming Gear.
Safe check, Gaming Gear using that Demacia standard to keep them at bay. Alanir not falling for that one, keeping vision of SKT. And while this is all happening, we do see Gaming Gear, of course, going around and placing those wards. So standard, ward, invade, placing the wards. MBS, though, sticking around on top of one.
Yeah, SKT as well isn't going to want to give away anything of any type of crazy or creative level 1 strategy they have, because this is all planned. This is a very standard level 1 opening, and this is a danger ping right now. Look out, MBS. He's looking out.
He's looking out. He's already backed off. So MBS does step away from any danger, and we will see standard stuff. So SK Telecom, they're not really giving anything away for future quarterfinals,
Nor
are
they
they,
want to,
matchups? looking towards this one. Gaming Gear, they're playing for pride, they're playing for that place, they're playing for the win right now, frankly. And what better win than take the scalp of one of the teams that have qualified for the quarterfinals?
That's a powerful win. They're able to take the scalp off them right there. But anyway, SK Telecom would be quite a trophy. You're absolutely right. They were so hyped coming into this. They're still hyped moving through this, because just because they've lost to OMG doesn't mean they're out of this. We know that SK Telecom has the ability to adapt. And, you know, I'm really wondering how the quarterfinals are going to look out for a team like SK Telecom. Just because, and we're going to see in this game particularly how even though they're incredibly mid lane focused, how balanced their attack actually is. Impact is able to play higher damage and almost more technically complex top laners, but it still works within the general context of their team because Bengi knows how to have such a large influence over the game.
Well, we do see the two lanes have managed to switch up. They're going towards this top lane. Spyro was locked up briefly there by Mandu, but Spyro does react. He's going to get locked in. This is going to surely be First Blood. Exhaust was used. He's trying to give it to Piglet. He will give it to Piglet. First Blood SK Telecom.
Leona early on aggression right there. Zyra incredibly squishy at level 1. Needs to keep her distance. As soon as that Zenith Blade landed, it was trouble. And now, if they could have gotten the stun, that would have been a kill.
Oh, it doesn't manage to land the stun or the slow. And MBS burning that flash early on there. Mazarine in this mid lane. He's trying to keep Faker at bay. It's the only lane that is shoving in deep, and he's going to be careful. Bottom lane, we do see Bengi. He's coming around for round 2.
Yeah, and that lightning rush for Kennen is back up. It's all about whether or not you can slice and dice in range or get the knock up from that Aatrox Q. Can he get the Dark Flight coming in? There's also a counter gank coming from Aluna. The stun doesn't land again. MBS. Oh, they flash.
Oh, they flash for the stun. They get the knock up. They're going deep on the turret. Remember, he does have a passive, but Bengi, he is going to get that passive popped, and MBS escaped.
Yeah, he's a sneaky Kennen right there. He forced the flash out of both, or just Impact, but as well as the Ignite, and then they got the passive out of Bengi, thanks to Aluna's Dragon Strike right at the end on Jarvan. I gotta say, it's a decent fight from MBS in that lane against Impact, having to be the recipient of back-to-back ganks.
Yordle Ninja's the best ninjas, it seems, in this case.
Well, the other ones got banned.
The others did get banned out, so he's representing right now. Alinir will be taking a lane tax, is the phrase for what he's doing right there. Although, when MBS isn't there, it's not really a tax, it's just cleaning up free farm. Deadly Brother trying to land that piercing arrow on Piglet, just sidesteps it quite easily. Actually equal in farm between these two, but of course don't forget Piglet did get that first blood, that extra gold, beneficial to SK Telecom.
And the first blood hasn't really held its influence over the lane quite yet because Piglet is waiting to go and buy items. I'd imagine Piglet's going to be doing the Trinity Force Rush on Ezreal that we've seen pretty much everybody doing. The added move speed it gives is just too much for these guys to pass up nowadays that the Trinity Force has been added, as well as just the 200% damage on hit proc that Trinity Force provides compared to just the 150% before the Trinity Force buffs.
Spyro going out, warding out that Tribush, making sure that Bengi doesn't sneak up on them this time around. They have a ward in the bottom lane as well. And Spyro looking to do something here, but Faker just stepping off, taking away that vision and backing off. Piglet taking the piercing arrow. Deadly Brother keeping pressure down. The bottom lane, we see MBS coming in back on towards Impact. We just saw in the video how much of a Impact makes
one
as it work. Make one mistake, you're in all sorts of trouble. MBS so far has burned that flash, had the lightning surge away. He's had 2 lives used already, potentially could be a third one. Impact goes in, goes aggressive and comes out very strongly against MBS there.
I can't really say MBS has made that many mistakes early on against Impact, but at the same time, SKT hasn't been a team that shines brightly in the early game. They generally have done poorly to average in their early games, I'd have to say. They've played the early game 3v1 dives substandard as far as the rest of the world goes, but then once they get into the mid game, especially if they're entering it with a laning advantage that they are slowly building over Gaming Gear, it's going to be pretty painful.
That's quite a few question marks. They're worried, and they rightly should be.
Where are they going?
Alinir's down here, and that's actually baiting them into it because Faker's coming down, Bengi's coming down, MBS is going to lightning surge away. Alinir is going to slide in there. They're going to dive on. They catch both of them, bounce them in the air. Faker now is going to join the party. He's just hiding off in the Tribush.
Yeah, Faker's thinking better of that one because Bengi and Impact weren't able to get enough damage down onto NBS and Alunar. It means Faker's roam is just a bit of time wasted, and he's got to run back to that mid lane where Mazarine is holding his own.
And this top lane is actually pushing quite well from Gaming Gear so far. Deadly Brother and Inspiro criticized as one of the weaker lanes of Gaming Gear, but up against Piglet and Mandu, they're doing their thing so far.
Piglet and Mandu, despite the early kill, have not really been able to put a snowball on that lane. I have to really give credit. One of the big things, though, is Bengi and Pumandu have not shopped. I feel they should shop, and then they might be able to make more of an impact.
Big chunk of damage coming out from Bengi here. Alan here. Oh, there's Deadly Brother having to use that barrier. That will be a kill. Piglet's the one that picks that up. Mazarine, meanwhile, getting aggressed on, but you see Faker rain roll all across the map. We do see Alan here going away just about with low health. Faker's ulti was used on Mazarine, as well as Mazarine's Shockwave. A lot of aggression all across the map in every lane.
Yeah, even without shopping, Piglet and Mandu just got another kill. So even though it seemed like Deadly Brother and Inspire were holding their own in that lane, that was not the case. Both those kills actually happened before Pumandu hit level 6 on Leona. Bengi does have his passive up if he needs a little help, and MBS,
he doesn't need it. He's going to go aggressive on MBS. Lightning Surge will come out. That's going to put a lot of damage down on Bengi. Like you mentioned, he has got it, but Blood Price is on. Barrow comes in. Faker picks up a kill.
Stylish right there by Faker. He did not even have his explosive cask, but he gets him with the barrel roll. That's the type of kill that you don't want to give Faker, because Faker didn't even have to work for that one. And now Mazarine has to deal with that extra gold that Faker's picked up.
True Shot Barrage rattling past. Mazarine will pick up that blue buff though, but Bengi takes away that red, pretty much making Gaming Gear's jungle his own so far in that bottom area of the map. And you can see now Impact simply farming up between the lanes, making sure he makes every little bit of use of the advantage he's now gained over MBS.
Yeah, there's that one mistake almost. NBS running through the red buff, searching for a friend, but the friend was not really a friend, and it cost him his life.
And Inspiro, he's going to get locked up. That will be a kill. Who's going to pick it up, though?
Or is it?
May turn this one around. Deadly Brother wants to get himself a kill, and he will. Deadly Brother gets that one. MBS flashes away. Bengi gives chase. Red buff is on him. He should be able to dive and catch on towards MBS. Meanwhile, he's running into Faker. 3-man close on towards him here. Will he escape? Oh, not quite caught by that slow. He may have escaped here, you know.
I think he snuck around, ran the full circle around the SKT players, and it almost seemed like everyone on SKT thought someone else was going to finish off the kill. They didn't get the turret or the cannon. Great escape.
Great escape indeed. Gaming Gear, of course, with their first kill of the game in that top lane. Deadly Brother did pick that up, but now you see Piglet going very aggressive in a 2v1 situation. True Shot Barrage fired off, not going to find his home. The Mystic Shot will on towards Deadly Brother, though. He's going to have to back out of that.
Yeah, Trinity Force being rushed on Piglet as well. You can see he's already hitting for a nice little bit of damage with the early Sheen. I have the feeling if that True Shot Barrage would have landed on a Deadly Brother, it would have been a kill. So well done by Deadly Brother to get that sidestep in and prevent another death to Piglet in lane.
But let's look at this bottom lane. MBS, 36 CS. Impact, 81. This is a bit of a problem, and there goes the tower.
Yep. Top laners in the bottom lane.
Big difference.
Impact, Renekton, lane dominance. It's actually something that coming in I wasn't too sure of, because there were a few teams that really favored Renekton, even though he had been mostly non-existent from the European and the North American games for the most part. He had died out. Whereas China, when I was watching their regionals, Royal and OMG were competing for first pick Renekton many times. They were banning him out as well. And then also now, SKT's pulling out their Renekton as well. I was thinking Renekton might end up having actually a very low win rate in this tournament, just depending on which overall region that I thought was going to be weaker or stronger. I knew that Mineski was going to be playing or valuing Renekton very highly, but now that we see teams like SK Telecom coming in with Renekton as well, whole new ballgame.
Indeed, it's a whole new ballgame. It's a champion that Darian used to run a lot of in the spring, but like you say, it faded out. Didn't barely play it in the summer. Only towards the end of it, he started playing it. Faker, going to be the focus target by Alanir, but no chance is he going to fall for that one. Plenty of escape, can slide away if he needs to. Instead, he's buying time for the rest of SK Telecom to take this dragon down. It's a two-man dragon. They are not sure about this one.
Yeah, Bengi's a little bit low, and trying to do dragon against Kennen, even if it's just a 3v3, is a dangerous proposition. SKT's AD carry and support are killing it.
Not going to get the turnaround kill either. Mandu is not going to go down from that one. Deadly Brother with the Chain of Corruption just got simply exhausted out. Mandu walks away from it. It's 4-1 now for SK Telecom.
And Mandu's looking for another kill, or at least zoning out Deadly Brother. That lane is going to be running away from Gaming Gear, I think it's already gone.
It's great to see Leona making a comeback as well. That's one of the supports we haven't seen a great deal of. Yellowstar has run it a lot lately for the European LCS team. And
3 games.
If you think of the Crepo on the desk, he used to be formerly, I would say, one of the best Leona players in the world. You think back to the OGN 2012 spring, I'm going to say, that they were in, when they were up against Frost in the finals.
Yeah. I got to ask Crepo when he gives us his answer after this game. Why'd he stop, man?
Why'd you stop? Why did you stop playing Leona? I don't think he did. I think the rest of the team said no. I don't know. I'm making it up. But SK Telecom, they're going to pick up a Dragon here. And that will be a pretty clean, easy one for them there. That's going to stretch that gold lead to just around about 4,000 coming into the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, this is looking like an SKT team in control. And now it's actually just a matter of SKT kind of getting their footing in this group. They know they're already qualified for the quarterfinals. They do not know who they're going to be playing against because we're going to have our draw at the conclusion of today's games. And really what they're doing now is practicing their mid-game and making sure that they can execute properly and close out games, because a team of SK Telecom skill level right now, 4,500 gold up, only 13 minutes in, should be able to close, and as long as they are executing precisely.
Deadly Brother just getting locked up. Didn't get taken out in the end, though. Piglet trying to put some damage down. We do see Cataclysm going. Good piercing arrow onto Piglet. Has to be flashing away from that one. Lanier wants to finish him off. Has he got the damage? Oh, the Grasping Roots doesn't land. It will be Inspiro getting the kill, but now he's in all sorts of trouble. Bengi comes in. Mandu will pick himself up. A double kill.
Mandu was tired of feeding all the kills to Piglet, so he decided to take 2 of his own, even when Bengi was up there for the counter kill. And even though that worked out for SKT, you can see what teams try and do against Leona, and why some teams do shy away from her, is because as a melee support, and the fact that when she lands her Zenith Blade, it sucks her in, she is incredibly committed every time they go in on a fight, and is vulnerable to counter ganks. That's what a Lunar is continually trying to do to that lane. And here comes Faker.
Oh, he's going to try and catch on Mazzarini. Not going to happen. And Faker with that barrel just forces him away. There is a problem, though, because it's a 14-minute Trinity Force.
Yeah, that's a pretty big problem. I've seen 13-minute Trinity Forces.
Yep.
Those are slightly larger problems. But the Vam Scepter as well, I think, puts him over the top. 3-1 and 2 on Piglet. Both buffs were just stolen from Gaming Gear, which generally shows a total lack of control in the jungle. There's still not all 3 turrets down. I really do have to credit, thus far in the game, Mazarin on Gaming Gear, holding his own entirely against Faker. He's the only person on Gaming Gear who hasn't lost his turret. Faker picked up an easy kill in the jungle that was effectively gifted, and Mazarin hasn't let it affect him. 6 up on farm, and now it's really just the rest of the map collapsing in around it that's going to end up costing Gaming Gear that mid-turret.
And check out Bengi. He's actually just gone back and got that Bilgewater Cutlass, but he actually went for the Boots of Mobility. This is something we used to see back in the spring a lot from junglers.
Yeah, the Boots of Mobility double Doran's Blade before the Spirit Stone. We actually saw Aranea doing it on his Aatrox very recently over at Gamescom, and it's basically about forcing as many fights as possible, because as a heavily ganking jungler, especially if you have farm-centric mid laners, you're only about transferring your power to your laners as much as possible, and you're not caring about yourself. That's the way Bengi plays. I think the Chinese junglers go even a little farther towards that spectrum. I know sometimes Lovelin with the Moby Bear yesterday didn't even go to lanes. He was, or sorry, didn't even go to the jungle. He was a laner, essentially. And Bengi is a little bit more towards the farm, but without the Spirit Stone, it means he's definitely looking to kill.
BS down this bottom lane. He's got to be careful they don't dive him. They were diving him at level 4, so I don't think they're going to be worrying about it too much at level 11 here. Impact's just keeping him in tow. Interesting first item from MBS, though. Went for that needlessly large rod after double Dorans.
Well, he had pretty much already abandoned any hope of winning that lane, so he's not actually staying close to Impact. Otherwise, you'd think he'd go for a Seeker's Arm Guard earlier on, so he'd have some armor. But because he does not, he's just hoping he gets in a team fight, has that extra ability power, has slightly better farming with his long-range Q because he does more damage thanks to needlessly large rod, and he's basically just trying to catch up by skipping items.
Trying to skip items. We'll see whether that works out, because SK Telecom are going to take down the 3rd outer turret. That is systematic destruction of everything around the outside. 16 minutes gone. Actually, fairly slow in terms of Korean teams taking down those 3 outer turrets. So Gaming Gear grouping up in this mid lane. Piercing Arrow does manage to find its target on towards Piglet. I think it was just simply clearing out the waves. The bottom lane seems to be the next focus though. Impact hiding in the bush.
It's a big crocodile in a small bush.
They're going to dive in. It's going to be Alanir that does manage to get locked up. Bengi taking the tower damage, so we do see the Cataclysm coming out, but simply done. That is just locking his own team up. Not going to work out too well. Impact is going to try and get away from this one. There's a shockwave coming in. The damage, is it going to be there? Mazarine will pick it up. Now they're going towards Bengi. Faker also being pushed, punished here, trying to clone. Rolls out that barrel. Deadly Brother felt the full force of that, but while it all happens, Piglet takes the mid inner turret.
Hey, at least Impact was trying to laugh in the face of Gaming Gear right there, and they killed them for it. So Mazarine got the revenge, landed the shockwave, and picked one back up. And as we expected, this is a very controlled game more than anything else from SK Telecom. They're not trying to pull off any fancy rotations. They are playing as standard as possible because they know that all of their potential quarterfinals opponents are watching them right now, and they do not want to give away any vital piece of strategy.
Let's not forget, SK Telecom T1 came into this tournament as big favorites, has to be said. Everybody really had them down as the victors of this tournament, so they've got a lot to live up to. They've seen the Korean team Samsung Ozone going out in the group stages. SK Telecom have made it to the quarterfinals, but they're already realizing this is not a clean-cut tournament for the Korean teams.
I have to say, it must have been a huge shock to a lot of the people who follow the Korean League of Legends scene closely, because coming up and watching the quality of teams in the Champions League for OGN, it did seem like there was a chance Korea would come in here and just dominate the tournament. And that has not been the case whatsoever. Ozone going out was a complete shock. Even SK Telecom dropping a map to OMG early on means it's a totally open playing field right now. We'll effectively have 2 Korean teams in the quarterfinals, 2 European teams, 1 North American team, 1 team from Southeast Asia. You know, there's a lot of balance and anyone's game.
And we should point out that it's actually SK Telecom T1, that was MBS being melted down the bottom. SK Telecom T1, the fact that they won the summer against KT Rolls to B was the reason that Ozone got there in the first place. Because if they'd have lost that, they were 2-0 down, came back 1-3-2. If they'd have lost that match, we would have had KT Rolls to B here instead of Ozone.
And I think one of the things that may have affected the Korean team's almost lackluster performance early on here is how we talk about how the Chinese scene is isolated, how isolated the Korean scene had become. We're actually just going to take a look at this kill. Just a combo of ultimates. NBS dead to rights. It's the coordination from SKT right now. But really just getting back to the Korean teams in general, it seemed like they were only focusing on beating each other. And it's really come back to haunt them.
Uh-oh, they're trying to get the Chain of Corruption down. Faker's like, yeah, I know you're focusing me. I'm just going to walk away. Alanir in all sorts of trouble. Impact's going to try and slide in. Does get away. The barrel coming in, not quite going to get its target, though.
Faker really wanted that one. And I think overall SK Telecom is adapting a little bit better to the other influence. But just the fact that they had so much struggle against the 3v1 tower dives of OMG and even the 3v1 tower dives of TSM goes to show that they weren't necessarily invincible. No one's bulletproof. The quality of teams throughout the world now for League of Legends is really quite high because we have fairly developed scenes throughout. I mean, just the sheer amount of competitive games that the European teams played this year against each other means they're strong. This is going to keep happening.
Yeah, it's just dead. I mean, he wanted to just simply get a ward down. You could see it. That's all he wanted to do. Not going to happen, though. Didn't even get the ward in the bush?
Yeah, no. That's too quick. Not quick enough on the draw. Got to hit that ward button before you get CC'd to death. And even though it seems like Gaming Gear may just be walking around and some people will be like, man, you got to stop face-checking against SKT. SKT forces those moves because they have completely blinded Gaming Gear, and they are always making Gaming Gear think they're going to be in the next bush because they usually are, and that's why so many people on Gaming Gear are dying, and that's why that Baron was completely clean.
It was completely clean, and MBS now in all sorts of trouble. He's pushed that mid turret, suddenly the Lightning Surge away from that one as the rest of SK Telecom come out of the mid lane Baron and with themselves a buff. They're going to keep on pushing through here.
Yeah, we got the Spirit of the Ancient Golem on Bengi. Impact has went very tanky. He's got a red elixir actually running out from the base on Renekton. SKT might be going pretty quick here. Mondu's got his ultimate on Leona. It's level 11 as well for that extra little oomph of damage. And I wonder if Gaming Gear can even hold at this turret 4v5. SKT going to be a little bit aggressive here.
Piglet getting a little carried away there, taking some turret aggro. Instead of focusing on the turret, he was focusing on trying to kill MBS. Wasn't really happening for him.
Well, Piglet does already have 4 kills. He's wanting to get a little bit more of that. And they were waiting for Renekton anyway. Impact was running back to base. He's got his red elixir now. Freedom to pop it whenever he wants. Taking a couple shots so SKT can get a little bit more turret damage. And I would not be surprised if we saw Leona ultimate comboed in with a bunch of other SKT pain right
Deadly
here.
Brother almost certainly going to be the focus of target. That turret down to half hit points already. Faker desperately trying to set up. Chain of Corruption comes out. Shockwave goes with it. Piglet did manage to avoid the damage though. Got out of there. There's Faker with his ultimate. That blows them all backwards. Deadly Brother's going to run back to the fountain. There goes the inhibitor turret. SK Telecom continuing to push on through. Impact using that taunt to try and draw Gaming Gear into a fight, but instead it's not going to happen. Going to be a clean exit for SK Telecom.
Methodical play there by SKT, even though Mazarin tried to repel them with the Shockwave. And SKT didn't actually land any clean engages. The fact that the Varus ultimate was on all of SKT as they were thinking about a dive actually stopped them from all-in committing, but it did not stop them from putting damage down on the turret. And because there is still 2 minutes left on this Baron buff, the health regen that Baron buff adds is healing them up to full and allowing them to make yet another push.
SK Telecom seemingly with places to go and people to meet because they are not done here. They're pushing straight through, taking inhibitor turret down. They're going to see Impact going in. Inspiro's going to get locked up. We're going to see Slicing Maelstrom come and go very quickly from MBS there. Of course, like I mentioned, he hadn't really got a great deal of armor on him, only got that Seeker's Arm Guards. That's going to be another inhibitor going down for SK Telecom.
And that goes to show the Impact shutdown that happened to NBS. With all the ganks that Bengi helped him with, having no Zhonya's Hourglass on Kennen at 23 minutes means you do not have an influence over the game. You come and go with that Slicing Maelstrom. He couldn't even get a stun out because he died so quickly. And SKT is hanging around.
They want to finish this game off. You can see the Nexus turrets are the target. Super minions coming up that mid lane. They're already here. We do see Alinir going in. He's trying to slop in. That's going to be the Sunlight Fire knock-up. They're going to lock in there. Alinir is going to be the focus. Cataclysm comes out. Shockwave tries to land. Does get Bengi's passive, but that's all they're going to get. No! MBS does finally get the kill on him, but that's one Nexus turret down. SK Telecom, they're backing out.
SK Telecom still gets what they want, but I feel like Gaming Gear getting the kill on Bengi's got to feel pretty good too as well. There's only one person left on SKT that hasn't died. I feel like that is the next person in the crosshairs of Gaming Gear's assassination squad right now.
You know they want to get that kill on Faker.
You have to kill Faker.
I think everybody on the North American solo queue has been trying to get the barcode killer.
Everyone wants to kill the barcode killer right now. Faker, of course, on his North America practice account, was just wrecking some top-tier Diamond 1 and Challenger players. He played 23 Riven games. He actually lost 2 of them. So, a couple people...
Somebody got him.
Yeah.
Somebody somewhere has got screenshots.
Barcode killer
That's
killer,
for
AMA.
sure. Absolutely. Having a bit of fun here. It is SK Telecom in absolute domination mode. 15,000 gold ahead, 9-0 in turrets. Gaming Gear trying to shove those lanes out to protect their base, but with 2 inhibitors already down and a Nexus turret, it is unlikely that they're going to come back in towards this one. SK Telecom not being flashy, honestly. No. Nothing crazy coming out from them, just systematic destruction, clean play.
I was expecting a little bit of styling from SK Telecom, but I think they've kind of messed around enough for their coach's liking. I'm sure Koma, their coach, was not pleased whatsoever the fact that they lost so handily to OMG, and also some of their other victories haven't been very clean, and it's all business for SK Telecom because they're here for one reason, it's to win, and they're just trying to ramp up for that.
Chain of Corruption thrown out, only lands on Faker. That's the final inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor will tumble afterwards. That's going to be double super minions spawning out from SK Telecom's base right now. But they don't care about that because this Nexus turret is their final target. They slam on in there. Alinir locked up. Shockwave pulls in 3 members. We're going to see the Stranglethorns bouncing through them up. But look at that. Faker goes in. MBS gets wrecked straight down by Piglet. That's going to be the Nexus turret going down. The Nexus will follow. SK Telecom will be taking victory here in Game 8 of the day up against Gaming Gear.
26-minute victory there for Faker and crew. Only 203 on Gragas, so a very controlled game there by SKT. They're definitely trying to lay low a little bit as they move into the quarterfinals. We know the eventual goal of them was not just moving out of the group stage, which they are guaranteed to do so. It was to win the Season 3 World Championship, and this is just another step on their road there. They seem to be getting a little bit more comfortable here at the world stage. You know, for some of them, it was their first time out of the country. They definitely had a slow start to the group. And they are wrapping up.
Absolutely. Business as usual, it seems, for SK Telecom. So they do pick up another win. Remember, they've only got one loss so far. That's to OMG, who they will be playing as the final game of the day. It's going to be a tasty one, that's for sure.
I'm really curious what happens in that game, because both those teams have already clinched their spots, and they know there's a chance that they could be playing each other later because they really respect their skills. We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. For now, though, we're going to head over to Quickshot and Company for their take on SK Telecom's dominant performance.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about Aatrox first and foremost, and SK Telecom's team composition, because that felt very EU-esque to me. I want to highlight the fact that I believe that is Aatrox's first time in a professional scene for any Korean team. Freak, kick us off.
So this to me looked like them practicing, because we know there's nothing for them to lose, there's only things for them to gain. And we heard the commentary throughout the game being about the fact that these guys are looking for some like solid play, right? They want to close it out. They want to make sure that they're playing up to par because they've got quarterfinals ahead of them. And so I think it's both. Okay, what does Aatrox really do? Because you've seen how strong the two European teams that made it out of Group B were with Aatrox. Clearly there's something here because these teams are strong. And like, okay, let's see what it is for ourselves. We might as well use this as practice.
Yeah, not only that, and it is. Usually Aatrox, when I'm casting OGN in Korea, and we go through the picks and bans, and the players will hover over Aatrox, and the audience just kind of laughs. So it's never really been taken seriously as a competitive pick there, even though it has been used quite successfully in other regions. The Leona pick, a little bit interesting as well, but with how well Fnatic's been doing, and they've been pulling that pick, I think that was a bit of an experiment here. But really, what stood out to me was they were playing such a methodical, objective-based game. You can see they just tried to take every advantage, went through all 11 turrets, didn't try and close out the game early, took an early Baron, but the earliest safe Baron. And so they were just playing as textbook as they could. I think trying to get them more into that kind of mode that they want to be in going into the playoffs.
And I like that they did that, because against a team that's looked upon as inferior to yourself, you often want to go for those flashy plays. You just want to engage. You know you're better, so you'll play a little more dive harder. And I like that they went for the methodical approach, as Monty said, because it shows that they have respect for the game. They just what they want to do is learn from this, and it shows that even from these easier games, they can still learn.
I definitely want to highlight Pumandu's Leona, because I thought it was very, very good. I felt that the times we called the 2v2s, his initiation seemed good. He landed a lot of the abilities that he needed to. There was some counter ganks that cost some lives, but I mean, that's to be expected in a game like this, especially with a champion like Leona, who's so all or nothing in the matchup.
I wonder if they picked it based on Fnatic bringing it out and just wanted to practice it, or if it was basically a hidden pick that they just wanted to brush up again.
I mean, Mondu did participate in 12 out of their 13 kills, but there's a lot of drawbacks to Leona that won't come to you naturally just by thinking of the champion, such as the fact that she's really weak in 2v1 because she's melee, and the only thing that she can really do is dive. Leona has a lot of drawbacks, but obviously they've played really well. She's a really, really strong initiator, and she's cleans up teamfights so well.
Well, I want to take a step back and look at the duo lanes, because when the Leona was locked in, off camera, we're lucky enough to sit with these guys and talk about the game. And one of the things that we've been talking about a lot extensively is these 2v1 lanes. And because we've got an AD carry and a support and some casters here, let's talk a little bit about the 2v1s. When do you initiate it? Why do you initiate a 2v1? How important is the champion picks? Things like that. Give me some hints and tips as to why the game has evolved in this way. Because a lot of guys in solo queue that are playing in Go for LOLs, playing at home, I don't know if they've really thought about the theory behind it.
So originally, I feel like 2v1s came about because strategically, if you push a 2v1 onto a team that doesn't know how to deal with it, so you'll even see, even though Koreans are really adept at 2v1ing, they are not necessarily really good at dealing with the 3v1 dive as they came into Worlds. So you can push strategies like that and catch people off guard, but not only that, it allows you to have a weak duo lane and end up having them split even in CS with the enemy's 2v1 while simultaneously holding down the enemy's top laner. So, for example, if the enemy top laner was something like a Singed, who you need to hold down or else to become an unstoppable split pusher, you would want a 2v1 into that.
It's actually really interesting how it is developed. I still remember playing against World Elite the first time they swapped their bot lane up to top, and we were like, what the hell is going on? Why would you do that? So basically they did that with bad matchups. Either top lane matchup you don't want to face, that scales better into late game, or some matchups are really good on low farm. Say example, a Malphite, he doesn't really need much farm to be effective. He can just ulti in fights, take out priority targets, and if you dodge the matchups there, it was really interesting how World Elite started with that. They initially just put 2 people on top lane, and then the jungle joined. No ganks, nothing fancy. He just joined on the top lane, and they went for a 3v1 simple push. Later, people figured it out. They started defending it. Then people figure out, hey, why don't we send the jungle behind? It was such interesting development.
Yeah, for me, this has been one of the most positive influences on League of Legends because it opens up so many strategies. In addition to what these guys are saying, too, sometimes if you're playing a really fast-paced objective game, you may want to take your 2v1 because you're confident you can out-harass the enemy top laner and then push down that turret very quickly. I mean, we see a lot of Caitlyn Nami for that reason. You use that early range, use that Tidecaller's Blessing, you just constantly pick away at the top laner and take that turret.
Like Ozone did to Gambit.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting as well that there's more and more mind games that come out from this. So first of all, you talk about even setting up a 2-on-1, and it's, well, which lane do they go for? Back in Season 2, it was, well, red team usually goes top lane because of double golems, and there was a real reason to not do that. Then maybe you juked people out. But then secondary to that, you look at like jungle patterns, for example. I remember on one of the very first days, the blue side jungler got his blue into enemy red and was right there to dive the top turret well before SKT's jungler was there to defend it. And those kind of things are interesting as well.
Another thing that it really affects is picks. In terms of AD carries, Caitlyn's rise in popularity came largely because of 2v1s, because she is so strong in lane, people want to dodge against her. Let's say you're playing against a Caitlyn. You don't want to lane against Caitlyn, so you dodge into 2v1. That puts her in an amazing position, because Caitlyn is one of the best, if not just arguably the best, AD at 2v1 because of her pushing power, because of her range. She pushes down towers and minions really fast, and it lets you take the first tower, which is so huge.
Well, give some closing thoughts here, Crepo.
I just want to agree that it really influences the way you have to jungle, and it's no longer reactive jungle. You have to think about, if you 2v1, you will have to stick to the area where you are numbering the enemy team, aka those 2 buffs locate the nearest to your bot lane, wherever they are. That's where you need to go. So you need aggressive warding to find out what the other team is doing. You need to make sure you can't get contested on your first buff. It just adds way more depth and way more need for deep wards in the early game.
That's definitely something everybody has to think about. From 2v1s, now we're going to start talking about early wards and vision control. This will be a topic for another segment, I'm sure. Guys, with another win in SKT's inventory, let's check out the fresh new standings. SKT are now tied with OMG at the top of the table with 6 wins apiece. But of course, SKT still sitting at that single loss and 1 game extra. Lemondogs, TSM, and Gaming Gear sitting at the bottom of the table. We got some Twitter responses for you guys. And earlier today, we asked, which matchups would you most like to see in the quarterfinals and why? And here's what you guys had to say. Oh, man. They did this to me on purpose. At Shika Tsui says, Royal Club versus OMG. With OMG's dominance in Worlds, can they beat the team that knocked them from the quarterfinal spots?
And that's an interesting matchup too, because these two teams actually faced each other twice during the regional. First time around was in the winner bracket, where OMG knocked Royal down, and then Royal came back through the lower bracket, and if I recall correctly, 3-0'd to take the top spot in the bye here in quarterfinals. So it's a really good chance for vengeance here for OMG.
I do think if they learn from their lesson there and start banning out some key target players like Uzi's Twitch and not allow the famous Uzi Twitch Annie lane in the middle, knowing them, OMG will not allow that to happen again.
And I think that 3-0 victory in the Chinese playoffs was a big upset to a lot of people, because Royal's known for only really having one threat on the team, which is Uzi, while OMG is just solid all around, maybe with an actual weakness in their bot lane.
Well, we'll have to see how it comes to pass. We'll be doing the draws for those quarterfinals after today's games. At Omakalaya, you guys, they're doing this to me on purpose. C9 versus OMG would be epic. 2 amazing junglers, and both teams are famous for playing a fast-paced game and applying pressure. I want to kick this one to Monty. What do you think about the junglers between OMG and Cloud9?
Well, they're very different. They're very different. I mean, obviously, we've seen a lot more of that very quick pressure from Loveland as opposed to Meteos. Much more likely to gank at 2 with that only single buff. I would be fascinated to see this matchup as well. I would tip it in favor of OMG just because they have a stronger laning phase and they still have that excellent teamwork going on. But it would be very interesting to see this one.
I'm interested to see how the mind games are going to develop, because we know Loveland ganks at level 2, but what if he just farms everything and then try, and then the jungler for Cloud9 Meteos will just be sitting there waiting for that level 2 gank, and then you come up with a complete mirror match just because of the mind games. There's so much room.
That'd be crazy.
There's so much room for mind games in that matchup, so it would be a really sick matchup. Although it might actually be better as a semi-final.
I think it'll be an interesting matchup as well, just because, as you said, the style differences as well. And even though Cloud9, I think, gets a lot of flack for having like weak lanes, they tended to hold up in North America. And as we saw from this tournament, the North American laners themselves held up on the global stage. So I think some of these weaknesses might be overstated, and Cloud9 has a good shot.
Well, we have to see. They actually have to battle on the Rift for that to happen first. All right, congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mouse. And to the rest of you guys, keep hitting us up on your quarter-final matchups. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. Now, we've dragged this out a little bit, so let's keep our predictions short. I know you guys can be a little shy when it does come to expressing your opinions, but it's time to lock in those picks for OMG versus Lemon Dogs. I use that in the loosest of terms. So let's talk this. Let's start with Crepo again. 16-game winning streak. OMG versus Lemon Dogs. Is anyone going to be different on this table?
I'm going to go for OMG, even though I would love to go for Lemon Dogs, but I'm not going to risk it. I think OMG they won't drop the ball.
Double lift?
Yep, OMG as well. Lemon Dogs looked really shaky even in their win against TSM, so I'm going to have to give it to OMG.
OMG for me.
I'm a little bit shy. I don't really want to say it, but I guess I have to, so OMG. I think they're looking strong. They're still undefeated. Why wouldn't you say them?
Yeah, and there's a unanimous decision across the board, and we'll have to see if Lemon Dogs can surprise again. Guys, it is time for a very quick break. But when we come back, OMG looks to keep their perfect record intact when they take on the Lemon Dogs in their second last game here of the group stage. Plus, SKT's Bengi will join us in the interview lounge. Don't go anywhere. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the group stage of the Season 3 World Championship. The undefeated OMG is getting ready to dive back into the rift down on the stage. But up here, I'm happy to be joined by SK Telecom T1's Bengi. Welcome to the interview lounge. And I want to ask you about your Aatrox pick. It's the first time that you've played him competitively. What are kind of your impressions of him?
안녕하세요, 뱅기 선수. 그 인터뷰 라운지에 오신 걸 환영하고요. 첫 번째로 아트록스 픽에 대해서 얘기를 하고 싶은데요. 공식 경기에서 이번이 아트록스가 처음이시죠?
네, 아트록스는 처음 했는데 일단 그 북미 솔랭에서 처음 시작하게 됐고 좀 열심히 하다 보니까 대회에서도 쓰게 됐어요.
Yeah, I picked Aatrox and I started playing him a lot in North American live server when I came here. I started using him and I liked him, so that's why I ended up picking him.
Okay, now you guys are already through to the quarterfinals, of course, and later we're going to have a drawing who you're going to be up against. Do you have any preference who you want to play and why?
이제 8강 진출이 확정돼서 좀 있으면 8강 이제 대진표를 추첨하게 되는데요. 8강에서 만나고 싶은 상대 팀이 있으신가요?
일단 감마베어스를 좀 좋아해요. 그 아이콘이 좀 귀여워가지고. 그리고 C9을 만나고 싶어요. 그 메테오스라는 정글러가 그 유명하시더라고요. 그래서 한번 만나보고 싶습니다.
First off, I kind of like I want to meet Gamma Bears because I like their icon. I think the icon is kind of cute, and I also want to play Cloud9. I heard that their jungler is pretty famous and pretty good, so I want to play against him.
All right, that would indeed be a very cool matchup. Then finally, got a day's rest now before heading into those quarterfinals, but I imagine it won't be rest. What's the preparation look like? What do you look to improve on?
이제 8강 그 경기를 곧 있으면 시작하시게 되는데 8강 진출 전에 뭔가 준비를 하실 게 있으시면 어떤 준비를 하실 생각이신지요?
아직은 그 일정이 너무 짧아서 특별한 건 준비할지는 잘 모르겠고 일단 해봐야 할 것 같아요.
The schedule's kind of tight, so I'm not sure if we can, get something new going. But we're gonna try practice hard and get ready for the quarterfinals.
Okay, looking forward to it. Thank you very much. All right, that does it for me up here in the interview lounge. Now let's send it back across the sea of fans to D-Man and Jat at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. It is indeed time for our 9th match of the day. It is China's OMG versus Europe's Lemondogs.
Yeah, and in this one, OMG is going to be trying to hold on to their perfect group stage record. You know, the first game between these teams was actually very close. But the mindset of the teams coming into the rematch is obviously going to be a lot different because Lemondogs have already been eliminated here. OMG is going for the big stuff. And actually in the last game, we have to mention before we get into picks and bans, Lemondogs is down 1 ban this game because they talked during the pause in the previous game.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see how that works out for them. Seemed to work in Fnatic's favor, actually.
They used it pretty smartly. They managed to get Zed and Kasten out of the equation. That's not bad.
They did work very well. So while most of the people in the world didn't realize just how strong OMG was coming into this tournament, San and his team are finally ready to flex their muscle on the world stage.
RG3不愧是最权威的一个赛事，非常高兴和激动嘛，因为有机会向全世界展出我们战队自己的风采嘛。就是希望大家多多关注中国的战队，因为中国战队有很多嘛，但是名额却只有2个。好像其他国家都知道我们吧，我有了解到一点，了解的不是很多。
我们跟传统的中国战队是不一样的，我们是风格会比较快，我们会随时应变，就是随时都会换打法。
我们没有想到具体的，都是一视同仁。我们中国队很有信心，就是中国的粉丝们拭目以待吧，不会让你们失望的。一个队伍比较环环相扣，所以我也说不出来谁是最好的。
跟队友在一起，肯定比一个人有时候要好得多嘛。毕竟朋友就多一个氛围啊什么的。然后
感觉就是很和谐，因为每天睡醒都有5个人陪你一起训练，跟你一起努力的去奋斗。这样我觉得在这条路上不会孤单，会有很多回忆。
就这么多人嘛，然后我们去坐饮料车，然后有的人他就会
走的就是在我们前面，然后他就会抢那个前面的那个座位，然后后道的呢就只能够坐几个人挤后面。
然后对粉丝的话，谢谢粉丝的支持吧，因为我们是起初就是不是被人看好，然后到现在取得了一个进资格赛的进 S3的资格赛，所以我觉得应该把握好这次机会，
充分的信心吧。我觉得影响也是好的影响吧， 但是也还是没有太大把握。但是我的话就会还是比较平稳。
我觉得每个队都有可能吧。但是我觉得应该对自己有点自信，所以我觉得我们吧，
不管成绩怎么样吧，什么结果都有可能。
So finally, it's time to be cocky. Time to feel a little bit confident. That's a danger.
Well, the interesting thing about that is I was actually talking to Kobe a bit about their play style yesterday and how much he loves Loveland because he says he doesn't have any consistent patterns. And it syncs up with what they were saying in that video, how they play fast and aggressive, but mostly that they improvise a lot, which makes them incredibly dangerous to themselves and enemies.
Yeah, they are very aggressive, the Chinese teams, and we're going to be seeing the exact same from Royal Club when the quarterfinals get underway, just how aggressive those teams can be. But for now, let's check out those starting lineups. In the blue corner, it is going to be OMG. Going that top laner, Loveland in the jungle, Cool in the mid lane, San, the AD carry and leading KDA man, I believe, and Big Pamelo as support.
And on the red side, it is Lemon Dogs coming off that win against Team Solo mid. Zoro in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck in mid lane, Tabs on AD, and Mithy on support.
So, what are we expecting from these teams? Are we going to see something fast and furious from OMG? Or are Lemon Dogs going to be able to slam on the brakes for the Chinese and maybe take away that perfect record?
I heard once that nothing is faster than a Lemon Dog. So we'll have to see if that works out. That doesn't make any sense.
Does not make any sense at all. I don't know where that comes from. Nevertheless, the picks and bans are underway. So let's see if the two ninjas get taken out of the game early on. And that is, of course, Zed and Shen. Well, I guess if you're an American, it could be Z.
Z? Yeah, it's not a zebra. It's a zebra. Get it straight.
Tomato. But right now, it is going to be Elise actually taken away from the Lemon Dog. So respect ban taking it away from Dexter there.
Oh, these teams are going to be going fairly serious, I think. I don't think OMG is taking this lightly whatsoever. The Chinese teams are very serious about their execution. It's eat, sleep, and play. All the OMG guys, the only thing that has actually been coming out of all their Chinese Twitter accounts are pictures of them sleeping here at the studio because they were just playing and in between games or taking a rest and they're getting up and practicing again. They brought a bunch of food as well, just so they would make sure they had the right food they wanted to eat, and that's all they've been doing. So I don't think they'd be messing around in this game because they're here to play.
Of course, that first ban being passed by Lemon Dogs, so they're not able to use that one. They do only have 2 bans, so that means, of course, that's why you see that second corner blank. Fizz will be taken away from Nuke Duck, and you see the nodding from Lemon Dogs. Actually, Nuke Duck doesn't look too happy about that.
It's like, really wanted to play Fizz against Cool. I know Cool had played against a lot of White's Fizz, who is going to the mid laner for Royal, who we're going to get to see in the quarterfinal. Didn't work out very well for him, so I can definitely understand that ban.
Well, Z1's taken away, so we're not going to see Cool running around the jungle or the mid lane everywhere. In fact, everywhere, to be honest. If you see any of his highlight videos, he does cover it. There's the second ninja, of course. Shen being taken away, which means Ari may well be the next ban.
You're good at this.
Right on score. It's almost like we've seen a couple of these games before.
Well, here we go. What's going to be the first pick here for OMG? Jarvan or... No, you know what? Loveland plays too many different things now.
I reckon he may go Aatrox. Something crazy like that. Maybe just switch it up a little bit. Lee Sin, maybe? Yes.
Lee Sin.
Just a split second too late on that call. I was thinking Dexter, the other thing he plays is Lee Sin, and of course, that is what Loveland plays. No, don't do that.
They are the jungle team.
I know they are, but I don't want to see a jungle Yorick. I'd like to see a Veigar. That would be awesome.
Our first pick, Veigar.
That would be a little
cocky.
Little foolish as well. Holy cow, they've got it done it.
Well, the time has come for them.
To be a little cocky.
Yep. So they have clinched, obviously. If Lemon Dogs wins this one, it means Lemon Dogs finishes third, which doesn't move them onto the group, but it does guarantee them third.
It also stretches that champion pool out a little bit further. It's definitely started to expand today. Ezreal may get picked up by Tabs here. Caitlyn is available. Has been a champion.
Picks Veigar first?
I don't know.
Yeah. Go going
Maybe,
does, I suppose.
Maybe no Jackie.
Not Jackie, but first? Like all the things you want to first
That
pick.
could be a support Veigar.
All right, sure. I'll roll with it.
You'll just roll with it. We'll see. It's effectively doing the same thing as an Annie, not quite with the same burst damage. We do see Vi already locked in, along with Ezreal, though. So standard stuff from Lemondogs. They want the win.
Yeah. OMG, they want something else entirely right now. Probably a win, but most likely some champion diversity coming in. I know that Zitai, the mid laner for IG, was known for his incredibly diverse champion pool, and IG's been a little bit dethroned, along with Team WE, by OMG and Royal, who are here at this World Championship. The Jungle York complements Veigar very well because you trap the enemy inside the stun cage so the ghouls can beat on them. And it's usually incredibly effective. Additionally, the Nidalee spears can hit the stunned target from the Veigar stun. So it's all coming together.
We're seeing a whole plethora of champions coming out from OMG that haven't really been used in the same combined force. And right now, it seems that they're definitely going to be throwing Lemondogs off track. But instead, Lemondogs are saying, no, stick to the ball game, guys. Get Zoro0 back on Renekton.
Hey, when all is said and done, and we're looking back on this a year ago, and people look, who was the only team to beat OMG in the group stage?
Yes.
It would still count for Lemondogs. So they definitely want to pick up this win. They want to end the World Championships on a very positive note.
Let's not forget, also would keep them above TSM.
Yes, that's actually very important for them.
Yeah, and it's very important. There's money at stake, there's pride at stake, and of course, you know, taking away one of those teams that potentially could go on and win the tournament. That's, of course, we could say, well, we're the only guys that beat them in the group stage. Zyra being locked in as well. So Zyra, Ezreal for Mithy and Tabs.
So Lemondogs will probably be picking an Assassin with that last pick, maybe even a Kassadin. I feel like the Kassadin would work very well. See, at this point, they should just lock it in.
They're just like, pick it.
I don't see any reason why they wouldn't.
I think they are. I think they are actually going to lock it in.
Yeah, they should go Maokai Darius bot lane. I've actually ran
AD Maokai?
No, support Maokai, actually. Because he's the person who... He actually does a lot of damage. You'd be very surprised at how much damage support Maokai can do. But specifically bottom lane Darius.
Oh, wow! Cassiopeia locked in. We just don't know what's coming here. OMG are definitely going to be having fun with this game. Fiora being selected now. I just don't know anymore.
No, neither do I.
No.
What are they? We're going to...
That would be the first standard champion of the tournament for them.
So we're going to go down these lanes now.
Wow, there it is. So there's no ranged AD carry unless it's going to be Nidalee. Nidalee is going to be the AD carry. This is actually... Hosan's done the same
How do you know if Nidalee's AD carry?
Well, it could be AP.
What if Aatrox is the AD carry? He has attacks.
I'm going to go with Veigar support, Cassiopeia in the mid, Aatrox.
I was going to say Cassie mid, Nidalee support, Aatrox AD.
Maybe. What are they? But look at Lemondogs. They've gone for the double AD. And I forgot about this. Nuke does play Ezreal in that mid.
Yeah. I'm not as interested in that, though. I'm more interested in OMG's team composition.
Okay, break it down for us, Jack. Gonna put you on the spot right now.
All right.
Check out these team comps.
You called it from the very start. Big Pomelo is on the support Veigar, and that is only to set up the rest of OMG's team composition. They are going to trap Lemondogs in an area of unpassable terrain, known as
you could say
the Event Horizon. It's the Event Horizon, actually.
Okay.
And then the rest of OMG is going to combo on their normally hard-to-land skill shots to these stunned targets. Everyone's going to dive in.
It's going to be a dog pile, I believe is the phrase that you like to use. But nevertheless, let's check out what you guys at home have been voting. According to lolesports.com, 81% of you have gone with the analysis, guys, and gone for OMG. So can they stay perfect for the Worlds? It's going to be an interesting one.
I bet they didn't see that support Veigar coming.
I bet nobody saw it coming.
No.
No.
No. Okay. So this is something new for us.
You're excited
we were
for
hoping,
this. I can see it in your eyes. There's a little glint right there.
We were thinking something like this might happen in the Gaming Gear game, but it didn't.
No.
SK Telecom was very taking care of business. And then we're thinking with the Chinese team in OMG, all the food they brought over, all the time they're practicing. It's like there's no way that they would be the ones to pull out something crazy.
Well, they said it in the video. Maybe it's a time to get cocky.
Absolutely.
And this could well be it. Let's see if they can do it in style, ladies and gentlemen, because we are getting underway for the 9th match of the day. It is OMG versus the Lemon Dogs. And we'll see, can the Lemon Dogs break that perfect record, or will OMG, with their surprising team comp? I'm interested to see what the analysis guys have to say about this team comp as well, because
I want to hear him break it down.
I want to see them break this one down.
Yeah. I know that Loveland's Jungle York is actually something he's done a lot of, and I know the top lane Aatrox is a very real thing. Ooh. See you later, Ward.
No
Get
Ward
here.
for you. Puts a second and a third one in there just to say, screw you guys. See if you can take those all out.
They don't even have a pink ward.
Nope.
To counter it.
Don't need it.
No, Veigar doesn't need pinks.
So, Big Pomelo on Veigar. Cool is indeed on Cassiopeia, as you can see. Going on Aatrox. Loveland in the jungle. That's definitely something we've seen before. And San on Nidalee as their 80 carry stroke AP. We'll see how this one works out. That's actually something we've seen in the European LCS. We saw Hosan running it in the spring split.
We did, and it actually worked out very well for Hosan.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
It was didn't he go AP in Italy and then poke with it later?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big thing that is actually kind of striking in this team composition is the rest of OMG, like the top lane, the mid lane, and the jungle, are all very formidable picks. Cassiopeia is an incredibly aggressive laner early on.
Uh-oh. That's foolish. I feel that's a little foolish. Zorazero would be strong here. He has got the support of San. He is going to catch that Event Horizon on him. San's going to come around as well. But this is actually going to be a 2v1 lane in that top, it seems, as the game develops. There is a potential invade coming from Lemon Dogs.
And they want to shut down this Jungle York before he gets going. Jungle York in the first place is not that powerful of a jungle, and the late invade has arrived. OMG's got to get out of there right now. Or not.
No, or not. They are going to keep him busy, though. Mithian Tamp's here. Nukduk has returned. Lovely taking a lot of damage now this time around. You can see he's being bullied away from this one. They're going to make him force that smite. Yeah. He does use it.
And they got a substantial amount of harass. What Lemon Dogs did miss out on, though, was a decent amount of experience in the lane. They have lost the first 3 minions. 2. They made it for the third minion there. But they were not able to push in early, and also it means going hadn't gotten harassed early on either.
He hadn't got going, that's for sure. Zorazero pressured San and Big Pomelo, which I'm never going to get that name right eventually.
Big Pomelo. Pomelo.
Pomelo.
Big Pomelo.
Yeah, I was right.
Yep.
So blue buff will go across to Loveland. That's the double buff. Let's see what he does with it. Nukduk up against Cassiopeia. Probably not a lane he was expecting. Didn't see Ocelot in the house, so he used to be his champion of choice way back when, but we haven't really seen a great deal of Cassiopeia, if at all. I'm trying to think back through spring or summer.
It has been a very long time. There was a Cassiopeia game that Chuper of Complexity played in the spring split that was not very effective, but we have seen it in Season 3.
Well, we'll see how it does against the Ezreal in that mid, and we'll see how he builds Ezreal, actually. Nukduk is obviously been used to playing Assassin, so he's doing something different around. Nukduk has played Ezreal a number of times before, so it's not something he is alien to. Don't forget, Lemon Dogs, they want a victory here. They want to take that win. How good would it be to take it off OMG, no matter what champions were played?
Hey, and like I said, the Aatrox, Yorick, Cassiopeia are the regular picks, in a sense. Cassiopeia is a very legitimate mid pick. The Big Pomelo, San, Nidalee, Veigar, 2v1, that's the curveball that they're throwing at us right now.
Well, Dexter coming in, of course. He has played Vi a number of times before. Good damage onto Nukduk in this mid lane from Cool so far. Let's not forget, Cassiopeia is a fantastic farmer and will shove that lane, whether she wants to or not.
Yeah, and especially once Cool gets a little bit of AP, it'll be very hard for Nukduk to counter back against that.
Exhaust used on the bottom. They dive on towards it. Could it be first blood here on Mithy? Loveland thought about going deep on that one. The Ghoul's not quite enough. The Ignite's taken. No! He survives. 31 hit points. He had it covered.
And the way Loveland plays Jungle York is not so much as a jungler as just a roaming jerk, almost. If you can imagine a blue buff Yorick in a lane, he's already very annoying to lane against without the blue buff when he has mana problems. He doesn't have mana problems in this, so he actually just runs from top to mid, or top to bottom, harassing as much as possible and pushing people out of lane.
Tabs 90 caliber Netten out of this one. They're going for Big Pamelo, and they're going to try and get the lockdown on him. They do get the ignite, but the Event Horizon locked them down once again. Sand not flustered by this, continues to keep those spears flying.
Yeah, that Nidalee is actually working out better than the Tabs lane right now. If we look at the farm, 34-21, mainly because Loveland has had such a larger influence on that lane than Dexter's Vi has against the Veigar and the Nidalee.
Cool, continuing to keep pressure, but it's all about this bottom lane. Look at this, they've been farming between the lanes the entire time. Loveland and GoGo, and effectively using themselves as a 2v2 lane. Loveland, like you mentioned, just being a gigantic pain in the rear of Lemondogs. Now they've pulled in a third member. They can see if they can bait it in. They're going to go in there. It is actually GoGo in. They're going to bait out. He has got his passive available. Dexter will manage to get the last hit down. There he goes, slammed on. The rest of Lemondogs will close in. Will he be able to get away from this one? GoGo going to get locked up. There's the Piltover Peacemaker, but unfortunately, it is Mithy that picks up first blood.
And a nice counter gank there. You could see Loveland actually became a little bit predictable there against Lemondogs because he was very obviously sticking around. Dexter trying to make it 2 for 2.
Dexter is coming around on towards Cool. Can they collapse on towards him? You can see Nukeduck trying to get in position. They really are very scared of pulling that snake by the tail.
Yeah, the level 6 Cassiopeia is a formidable foe in that mid lane, especially if she can get into a brush, because it is so unsafe to face check against her Petrifying Gaze. I always compared Cassiopeia to almost like a turret of magical damage. More damage than Ryze does when she's standing there and fighting, but less reliable. As soon as you let her stun you with the ultimate, you're basically dead.
It was a great lockup once again on Zoro, forcing him out of lane. We are seeing that top turret being taken down very heavily here by OMG. Don't forget that bottom turret. They were farming between the lanes. There was a lot of damage and pressure put on there by GoGoing and Loveland as well. So, despite these interesting team comps, we are seeing the gold advantage for Lemondogs. Big Pamelo wants to get the finish. Oh, that spear just missing out on Zoro.
That was almost the synergy right there. They had the stun from the Event Horizon, but he didn't have enough ranks in it to stun him long enough for the Javelin toss to take down. But also, San is maxing his heal on Nidalee as well. So that's the way they're kind of trying to sustain around that lane. And I feel like they want to dodge out of this Caitlyn lane as much as possible based on the matchup. But the experience is actually telling me they might stay in it, only because Loveland spent so much time in that bottom lane. Tabs and Mithy are only level 4 compared to San and Big Pomelo, who are level 5.
Well, the one big pressure, of course, with that double AD comp is they need to get going. And at the moment, it's not working out. OMG keeping that pressure down on them. And every time you can see the lanes, where is Loveland going? He's getting around the back side of Zoro. He could be in trouble in this bottom lane.
I wonder how effective the Yorick gank actually is in this situation, because he's actually walking through a ward. GoGoing is going to close in. Don't stick around, Loveland. They're going for a fight.
Zoro is going to get that slice onto Loveland, though. He will get the dice across the trees, and he will escape to victory. No problem there. Meanwhile, we do see the lane switches around. It's going to be 2v2 in this top lane.
That's generally what you expect from a Yorick gank as well. Now we might see a delayed invade coming in from Loveland and GoGoing, trying to get this blue buff back. And if they can actually get a blue buff onto Cool, it will be such a huge detriment to Nukeduck in that lane. They do pass it over successfully for Cool. Now GoGoing actually hops onto Dexter, gets him low. Loveland flying in as well. I think they're going to get this one, D-Man. GoGoing, can he get the kill?
He does get the kill. It's going to be GoGoing on towards Zoro now. Can he get focused down? He does get slowed. Nukeduck in pressure at the side there. Cool putting the poison down. Zoro gets back into the turret. Is it too deep for GoGoing? I believe it is, but you can see the ghouls come out. It's a little bit too late. Doesn't matter. It will be a trade. But it's a 2-for-1 to OMG.
It's a trade in deaths, but it's not an even trade in actual map pressure, because OMG got a whole bunch of power. They stole the blue buff onto Cool. Cool is probably going to have a dominating advantage over Nukeduck in that mid lane when they return.
We do see Tabs very low in the top lane, as well as San. Pressure all across the map so far. It is 12k to 10.5, and it's actually OMG with that lead, remember. They've taken that bottom turret down. Pressure's still on the top. But we just saw Cool. He was so aggressive on towards Nukeduck there. Caught him out by off guard.
Yeah, Cassiopeia loves to be a little bit aggressive. Oftentimes, Cassiopeia, as a random aside, was actually my second most played champion in Season 1.
Wow.
Because I love Cassiopeia.
I love him.
He's like my favorite, before I found Victor.
Before you found Udyr.
He's my favorite mid player. Well, I'm talking about mid laners right here. Udyr has always been true for me. But really, Cassiopeia, Cool's actually doing what I did as well. He's maxing Q instead of E on Cassiopeia, because against Ezreal, once you land the 1Q, that's effectively enough, and then you're going to tick him out. Exactly. Yeah. Ezreal can escape the E-spam that most Cassiopeia mids used to rely on, but every time Cool lands a Q, it's going to be about a third of Nukeduck's health. So he just has to land a couple, and he crushes him right out of the lane.
Those Twin Fangs just sinking in, and that's going to be potentially the second turret of the game at OMG. And despite the fact they're playing unconventional champions, they're playing exactly like they do with main ones and keeping that pressure on. Third tower of the game goes down. All of the outers now out of it. Crazy stuff from OMG.
And I think they're going to be opening up a bit of a... I'm just going to invent a team comp right now, a poke dive comp. Because with the AP Nidalee and the Cassiopeia plus Yorick, they have an immense amount of ranged poke damage. You can see San already going Tear of the Goddess, and Sorcerer's Shoe is going to try to land some long-range spears when he gets a few ranks in that. But because Cassiopeia has that flash-in potential with Petrifying Gaze, they might go for a dive comp in with Aatrox once they get a little bit of poke damage down.
Assault and Battery on Go-Going may have gone a little too deep for that one, Dexter, but he does get the kill. Loveling's going to be focused on. He's going to get caught down. Nukeduck comes in on towards that Ghost of Go-Going. Now he's going to get focused down. Ooh. Fantastic stuff. Dexter taken so low. That Ghost almost manages to get himself a kill, but it was a 2-for-0 trade. 2
great kills picked up by Lemondogs, and they really need it because we just look at the gold difference right now. 3,000 still. 2,250 of that is because 3 turrets have already went down for OMG. Lemondogs, with their slower style of play, is just not able to keep up with all of the lane pressure and aggression that comes out from this first place in the group OMG team.
So Lemondogs, they need to get themselves a turret sooner or later because the pressure keep being applied. Is all on them. San may get caught out here, but look at that. Nukeduck wanted to join the party, but Big Pamelo was not falling for it. Dexter hasn't got that Assault and Battery available, but he does put a lot of pressure down. Cool is there to cover them off. Stranglethorns get thrown out. Big Pamelo will get taken down. Dexter picks up the kill.
That was not the most impressive burst rotation from the support Veigar. He took down about a third of the health, and then he got chased down for death right now. Lemondogs is trying to exploit OMG's weakness here, not having a real AD carry, not having a conventional support for peeling, and with the Dragon up, we could see some fighting over this next objective.
And you see Lemondogs moving around there. They have got ward coverage. Nukeduck, though, is not quite with the party, and while this is all happening, Go-Going is just continuing to shove on that top lane. Zoro will be coming across to deal with him. No passive available for him just yet, but he's going to be doing a lot of damage. You can see he's gone that damage Hydra build.
Yeah, that is a favorite of many top lane Aatroxes, at least recently. Not as much in competitive, but we've definitely been seeing an increase of it in general popularity. He's going to be a pain to deal with because he instantly shoves waves and will always require a friend to go up there. Zoro nicely, though, getting both of those double goals.
Keeping the pressure down. Tabs trying to push his bottom. San still in there, doing a fantastic job, I might add, in terms of keeping the CS. Look at it, 115 to 86 of Tabs.
Yeah, and so much of that I really feel has to do with what Loveland did to Tabs and Mithy at the start of the game with his jungle Yorick, or rather just, I'm just going to call him blue buff roaming Yorick, just sitting around in that lane and being a pain.
A pain is what he is being. Lemondogs, though, have 5 members grouped up in this mid lane, and they do know that OMG are around the side here. They may try and cut them off here. You see Mithy trying to get down there, thinking of going for the grasping roots instead. They also have positional advantage around this mid lane. Which way will they focus? That's the question. Dexter, with that Assault and Battery, is going to go for someone. Event Horizon catches Zoro, but he does avoid the damage.
If OMG catches the right Event Horizon, they will not be afraid to have Cool flash in with Cassiopeia and land a Petrifying Gaze as well. You can see OMG aggressively trying to take away this blue buff. Lemondogs did get in and burn it with a smite, but that means there's no smite up for Dragon if OMG decides to go that way.
Well, OMG are all 5 members here. Pink wards and ward coverage from Lemondogs, actually. So San's going to keep on throwing those spears. Actually, so far, to Lemondogs' credit, have dodged those spears very well. They're not really getting caught out. That's going to be the Dragon, though. Lemondogs maybe going to focus this one.
Bursted it down. They knew there's no way Lemondogs could come in for a steal. And that's the objective-based play of OMG. One of the big reasons they stormed atop the Chinese scene, even though there had been a long reign of dominance by Team WE and IG, is because OMG was the first team to really embrace the objective game, and they did it better than anyone else in China.
Everybody from Lemondogs spreading out, backing off towards, trying to take away everything from that jungle. They realize that OMG may be going to try and move in aggressively by force. Instead, it's San left to fend off this mid lane, and Lemondogs actually may steal themselves a bit of a charge on this mid. There's only one member of OMG there.
Yeah, and I think this could be a point in the game where Lemondogs' conventionalness of their team comp actually starts working in their advantage. They have a very strong initiation if they want it. Dexter can single out someone to get destroyed by Ace in the Hole and True Shot Barrage. It would effectively destroy pretty much anyone on OMG right now, since all of them are building extremely offensive itemization.
Going goes back. Hydra completed. It's what we were expecting, and it will mean that that lane push from Going will be huge. He's going to be off on the sides, or maybe just joining the team, because if that Event Horizon lands, he gets in towards them and the team decide to go all in. That's going to be a heck of a lot of damage coming out from him.
Yeah, and San just went back, built the measures. Second, he has initiated the Soul War right now.
Well, we saw Dade with it earlier. Didn't quite work out like he planned and ended up having to sell that item.
Now, he backed out from the Soul War, but I don't feel like San's the type who backs out from wars like that.
No, indeed. We'll see if it works out for him. Infinity Edge almost completed by Tams. Lemondogs pushing in towards his mid lane, and they may get it. OMG are going to start reacting to it. We do see Cool coming up from the side, and Lemondogs do back away from this one. They are fearful so far of OMG collapsing on them.
And it seems odd, but the fear of a Flash Event Horizon initiation from Veigar is very real. That would completely lock down Lemondogs if he can land it right on the edge of the stunning cage, and it would allow a full-on dive from OMG. We know OMG is all glass cannon, but that definitely means that if they get a long-duration stun on many people, they're going to die before the fight starts. That is actually a very real possibility.
The problem I see here from OMG is they've got real no siege capability. They've got the spears from San, but that is it. Whereas Nuke, Duck, and Tabs will wipe out those waves very, very quickly. So it's going to just keep them away from the turrets.
Yeah, that's definitely a detriment, which is why I think Going is so aggressively trying to split push with that Ravenous Hydra. He's trying to pull two people from Lemondogs up for him, and that would maybe allow OMG to make some other type of play. But it's not seeming to work out right now for OMG. First Spear does land them.
As I say that, they took a good chunk off that turret there. Going's taking away those raids. He has got his passive belt now. And once that passive is available, I wouldn't be surprised to see him flying in there.
And Event Horizon at max rank is actually a 2.5-second stun area of effect. Veigar just never sees play, but that is the longest duration area of effect stun in League of Legends. So they might be able to get a good dive off if they get it. And you can see Lemondogs is actually respecting that stun potential.
Thought about going for it there, Loveland. Taken low. They're going to go aggressive. There's the Stranglethorns going down. Assault of Battery gets on towards Cool. Cool hasn't used that ultimate just yet, but Dexter does go down. And now OMG can turn this one on its head.
Well, they didn't get Cool in position to do damage, and they're so low that I think they're going to end up backing away. But getting the kill for nothing does show that they have good enough disengage potential. And the extra synergy here that we actually haven't mentioned is back in Season 2. Yorick top lane and Cassiopeia mid was a very common team composition because Cassiopeia had so much sustained damage in chase that the Yorick clone was extremely effective. They have that combo even with the Yorick jungle.
And if I do recall, actually, the start of Season 3 Spring Split, that was actually one of the banned combos. Teams ran it back then, but of course, teams found out how to counter it.
It's run away.
Well, Lemondogs weren't around back then, so maybe they're unsure other than running away, which they kind of tried to do there, but they did lose one member, and that's the downside of Assault and Battery. You kind of find yourselves pretty deep in the team, a little bit like Maokai's Twisted and Vance. Zorazuri in the top lane now, clearing those waves with that Sunfire Cape. We do see Going continuing to farm. He's going to have a lot of gold on him, I feel, because he's starting to stack up. He keeps just going back towards that top lane and shoving it in.
Yeah, 1,500 gold on Going. I wonder if he's going to continue to go Glass Cannon Aatrox or if he's going to build a bit of defensive itemization. Most of the Aatroxes I've seen will stop at that one offensive item and then start going a little bit tanky because Aatrox has pretty tremendous base damage values. Looks like OMG really loves fighting over this blue buff, and they're not letting Lemondogs get back their territory.
Well, you can see the blue buff is going to get fought over. And it wants to be Cool that's going to take that one away. No, it won't. It was Loveland. Loveland used it, wants to get those blue ghouls going. Nukeduck kind of trapped in there, uses the arcane shift to get around, and OMG continuing to push on this lane. They're not going to be afraid to dive it. Spear lands on Nukeduck. That's going to put pressure down on towards them. OMG keep on pushing. Those ghouls, of course, going to be taking those tower hits as well, and OMG sieging down Lemondogs.
It really does seem like OMG is hesitant to dive, but that's because they are against a Zyra. One of the hardest champions to dive onto in a game. If OMG can somehow get Mithy out of the fight, I think they'll be more willing to dive. But as of now, since they are all squishy, unless they can guarantee a few kills coming in, they might not go. But now that Mithy's low, we could see some action.
Yeah, 3 members of Lemondogs already taken down by their spears. You can see Tams, Nukeduck, and Mithy all low. And they're going to back away from this one. Just off the side, Go really wants to get aggressive here. He wants to dive in towards them with that passive available. True Shot Barrage not going to find its target. Big Pamelo was pretty low, so still OMG going to keep on sieging. That tower ever so slowly going down.
OMG's side lanes are pushing up pretty heavily right now, so if OMG doesn't go for that, they're losing out on a lot. I expect them, since they're staying, to dive very soon.
Ever so surely. He's going to thought about locking in. He got knocked up, actually. Dexter managing to keep going away. There's the Event Horizon going down. There goes the tower. Nukeduck catches that spear. And surely enough, OMG finally take down the 4th turret of the game.
The Siege comp right there coming in from OMG. I wonder if they've played this team composition before. I haven't seen it, personally. But they definitely seem to know what they're doing. It's an amazing amount of coordination considering this team comp seems so thrown together at the last minute. It's the improvisation skills of OMG, it seems, right now. Because we did say, you know, their top lane, jungle, and mid lane are things they should definitely have some comfort doing. And then they're just throwing in the bot lane that we have not seen before. And that's working out for them.
And look at San now with that Seraph's Embrace completed. Going to be pretty tanky, actually, for a Nidalee. And, well, Nidalees you don't catch. He's split pushing around the side there. Zoro Zero taking very low in that mid lane. Cool. Putting a lot of pressure down on towards him along with Loveland. That really is a team comp that's starting to annoy the Lemondogs, I feel. And I wonder when they pick this double AD comp, whether they realize what they were going up against. Because OMG, let's not discredit this, that, you know, they've gone with something fun here. They're not actually showing their hand. I don't expect to see this coming out in the quarterfinals.
No, this is their build for the grand finals, man. They're going to bring it out right again. Seriously, this is improvisation. Very well. This is an improvised team composition from OMG, but they are playing it just to fit their style of play, and it just shows how practiced OMG actually is, that it's working so well for them.
Nukeduck trying to go aggressive on San there. San himself with a fantastic KDA in this tournament. Cool. Up in the top, waiting for Zoro Zero to go aggressive, coming in to see if he can keep him away, hoping that Zoro Zero will go aggressive on Going, but Cool not falling for it. Now don't forget Going, he could just pop that ultimate right now and just wreck this turret.
Thing is, Going's sitting on nearly 3,000 gold, so fighting right now is not taking advantage of the gold lead that OMG has accumulated while keeping Lemondogs trapped in their base, but at the same time, OMG doesn't want to sacrifice the map positioning that going back would actually have. So they might actually stick around and try to get something right here.
Right on towards Dexter, taken very, very low from this one. The Ignite's not going to be enough to finish him off. Zoro Zero now with those twin fans taking on him from Cool. Going will back away. That turret not quite enough to take him down and pop that passive.
And you saw the damage that came out from Cool right at the start of that. He doesn't even have his Zhonya's Hourglass yet. The Cassiopeia is getting extremely dangerous in this one, knowing that there is a Yorick clone for Cool as well.
Yeah, this could be a real problem. This is actually going to be the 5th turret of the game by OMG, and Lemondogs again stepping away from this one, not able to go up and fight them. Nukeduck keeps trying to get aggressive on San, trying to pull him into that fight, but San's still not having it anyway. You can't catch a Nidalee.
No, you really can't at this point, and it's interesting how OMG is able to set up these sieges without such strong disengage, but it's because they're getting enough poke down beforehand, and Cassiopeia alone is enough counter-initiation, I think, to scare off Lemondogs from really going all in. That means Dexter goes in kind of a little bit alone, they focus him down, and the rest of the team hasn't been able to follow up, as well as OMG just always being split up as long as Lemondogs has a chance to initiate. It's an interesting playstyle that OMG is executing pretty well.
Okay, let's talk about the late game, because we're at 24 minutes. Lemondogs, we know, they like that longer game. They are falling quite heavily behind in gold. This is actually going to take it to almost an 8,000 gold differential between the two. Of course, there's 5-0 in turrets. Honestly,
San stole the dragon from his own team.
Stole it from his own team with that spear. 2 for 2 now with dragons as well. 5-0 in turrets. That bottom turret pretty damn low as well. You can see that's going to be OMG going for their next focus target. Lemon Dogs, though, have they got a bit of an advantage as the late game develops? Because Nukeduck and Tabs are going to become incredibly strong.
I think if they could keep the gold close, they would have an advantage. But the gold is very quickly slipping away from them. Knowing that Lemon Dogs can't really defend any of their turrets basically tells me they're going to continue to fall behind here. I also want to point out that Going did not go for a defensive item.
Nope.
He's got a little bit more lifesteal now. Blade of the Ruined King and a Ravenous Hydra. That actually means his lifesteal sitting at 27% right now, on top of the healing that Aatrox already has. That is an annoying split pusher if I have ever seen one.
That is going to be a very annoying split pusher. Dexter is going to get those wraiths despite the fact they tried to steal him away from him. And OMG, look at this, split pushing away, going. Someone's got to deal with him. That turret's going to go down before Zoro gets there.
Yeah, I'm a little flabbergasted right now, D-Man, about the success of this OMG team composition. Unfortunately, Big Pomelo has not landed an awesome event horizon that set up the combo I wanted to see.
Look at Zoro getting chunked down in that top lane. He's had to use Dominus. Goin's going in. He's going to get the kill here. The passive will get popped, though. Tabs comes in. Is it going to be getting out of tower range? No, he's not. The tower will pop back up, but he won't hit on towards him. True Shot Barrage comes across from Nukeduck. They will finally get Going down.
But at what cost? Let's see if OMG can catch anyone right here. Burns a flash and an arcane shift over the wall. You gotta say, Going's definitely distracting a lot of people on Lemon Dogs. He is also 80% of OMG's deaths this game.
Absolutely. 3-4-0, but he doesn't care. He's going to keep split pushing. And look at the top lane, Lovelin. He's keeping shoving it in there as well. So you've got Yorick continuing to be annoying. And mid lane's getting shoved up as well because Cool and Cassiopeia will continue doing that. Lemon Dogs at the moment are finding it hard just to keep those waves from crashing on their towers.
Yeah, OMG's just a giant boa constrictor right now, just wrapping around Lemon Dogs and suffocating them inside their base. I don't see how Lemon Dogs breaks out of this because right now Lemon Dogs would want to catch a good team fight after they get a little bit of Ezreal or Caitlyn poked down. But just the power that has been loaded into the rest of OMG right now is kind of telling them they can't do that. The gold lead stretching to 9,000 seems like it's getting very close to being insurmountable.
Sand continues to close on the damage. Those spears are going to start hurting quite incredibly on Lemon Dogs. And let's not forget, Tabs and Nukeduck and Mithy are all very squishy targets. So their spears, they're going to start getting to the point where they're doing over half the damage.
Yeah, and they're bursting down this Baron really quick. This isn't one of those super timed out, control the wards, make sure they don't face check Barons. They're just going for it, and it's actually throwing Lemon Dogs off guard. Here's improvisation once again from OMG. They made up their mind, they're going.
Big Pomelo's waiting with that Event Horizon, lands in on towards Tabs. It's going to be too late for Lemon Dogs. They have to turn tail and run here because OMG are going to give chase. Can they lock on towards any targets? That's the question. They haven't really got anything to gap close. Going is the only man that's going to go towards it. Mithy will have to put the Stranglethorns down. He's going to go down. Sacrificial Lamb maybe. Can they get any more? Nukeduck's going to get focused on. Lovely's managed to lock him in. Cassiopeia ultimate comes out. That's going to be, not going to land. Ace in the hole came out. Zoro trying to go towards Big Pomelo. Going at the back there. Nukeduck with the Ignite running. He's going to go down. Going will get dropped, but the ultimate from Yorick was used on Lovelin, and just being the big pain that he is, keeping the damage going. Dexter trying to run away from this one. The ghouls from Lovelin not going to be enough to take him down. This is a big, crazy exchange. My word. The spear and poison combined from Cool manages to pick up the kill.
Tabs thought he was so safe over top of that wall, but the surprise poke from Sans in Italy cuts through, and the Baron is still on OMG. There's the stun.
Nukeduck gets caught out there. The Twin Fangs in there. Sans going to try and chase. He's going to tank up the turret just enough. Throws out the spear. Nukeduck now going to go aggressive. He's going to try and chase on towards San. Feeling confident here. The rest of his team do come back around. They saved the inhibitor turrets and OMG's own aggression there with that Baron buff. And it backfired. They didn't really pick any objectives up.
Yeah, after they got the Baron and a couple kills, especially after they killed Tabs over the wall, OMG could have went for that middle turret, but they got a little bit distracted trying to finish off Nukeduck. We have to watch this snipe over the wall again. Lovelin helped a little bit out with Yorick. The Miasma was sitting, so he jumped actually back into the Miasma, and it ended up granting Cool the kill.
Well, we do see OMG stepping back and clearing out those giant waves. Lemon Dogs, they're going to get themselves the first turret of the game. It will be the mid lane. They're going to get straight in there. That top turret also taken low, but not low enough. It will be saved by Lovelin. There it is, the first turret of the game for the Lemon Dogs. There's a lot of gold out there from claiming those turrets. but they can't get near it because OMG continue to be aggressive. Zoro0, the tankiest member of the team, getting chunked down there by Gogoin.
I never really thought I would see a competitive glass cannon Aatrox in a game. Gogoin's doing a pretty good job of it. Specifically in this team composition where everyone is a glass cannon and they have the Yorick cloning capabilities, he is the AD carry effectively in this game. They have just swapped the early laning positions to fit and then transitioned into having a melee AD carry instead of a ranged one. And in that sense, they just have a poke composition.
Oh, Two-Shot Barrage got it. Nukeduck stole it. That's a plus in the books for Lemondogs. They are still 12,000 gold behind. Let's not get carried away here. Dragon will be up in 5 seconds' time. I think Gogoin could take that one himself, no problem, because he's wiping that wave out in a matter of seconds. 100 CS advantage over Zoro0 right now. Zoro0 not really even close to being tanky enough to fight these teams.
No, and I don't know if he's going to get to that point. I feel like Gogoin is just going to go for a Bloodthirster after this one. I think a Last Whisper would serve him better. That's not as stylish. So at this point on Aatrox, he really wants to just max out his lifesteal to get as much sustain off mini waves as possible. And we're into this game again. I wonder if Lemondogs is going to be able to stay safe over the wall, or if Gogoin is going to try to burst down. Thing is, if a mini wave pushes back, he's healing up in 2 hits.
Well, you see Gogoin, but that's something that they need to be careful of. He will have his passive, but Muruman has been completed by Nukeduck now, along with that Trinity Force. He's going to be doing a lot of damage if he can get onto someone.
And the fact that he stole that blue buff, it means he's completely safe. But that was 1 spear.
That was 1 spear.
2 is death.
He's got the Rabadon's death cap now, so he's got that completed Source Boots. He's had that Soul Steal for a long time. He's only got 2 assists since he's had that Soul Stealer, so not really stacking it out just yet. Gogoin getting caught out there. Event Horizon does come down. We do see the ultimate. Oh, look at Tabs took a tower hit there once again. Assault Battery on towards Lovelin. No focus targets here from Lemondogs though, and they're forced to back away. Both teams get a siege out, but the spear manages to find its home, and Dexter goes down.
Right in the back right there. Dexter falls again. He's the only one able to go in at this point, and it's a poke composition by OMG being executed right now, and it's a 4v5. OMG's going to continue to poke. Stun!
You can't get out of it. Mythy, once you get caught in that Event Horizon, that spear will find its target. Gogoin taking that front-loaded damage. Ace in the hole's only going to hit 1 target, but there's the first inhibitor turret of the game going down. OMG continue the slow, grinding push with those spears.
And this is looking a little bit frustrating for Lemondogs because they just can't touch OMG right now. It's a very low kill game, which is not typically OMG's style that we've become used to, but the amount of pressure that OMG is putting on the map is very much their style. The 7 turrets to 1. This is more what OMG was doing when they first found a lot of dominance on the Chinese scene in the spring split of the LPL, and it's working very well despite the crazy, absurd, unknown picks.
Gogoin is cleaving its way through those waves. OMG going to pick themselves up the Dragon. Another one. 32 minutes gone into this game. Going to keep that gold lead piling on this way, and OMG in full control. 3rd of 3, of course, being taken down. Gogoin, well, he's doing what Nukeduck was doing in the previous game against TSM. He's laying in wait with that kill. I don't think anyone from Lemondogs is going to fall for that one, though. They don't want to go near him.
Why would they go that far away from their base at this point? Because Lemondogs has basically found their new home. It is inside their inhibitor line, and it's not very safe. Gets broken into a lot. Going out into a bad neighborhood right now, especially with Gogoin walking around, is not advised.
Yep, it is 9-7 in kills, but that's not really the story of this game. The story is the interesting team composition that's came out from OMG, seemingly working very, very well against Lemondogs' double AD poke comp, which in itself is being pressed up. And you know, we said this so many times throughout the summer when we did have this double AD comp that came out a few times, is once a double AD comp falls behind, it never gets back into it.
Yeah, and that's why the analyst desk was talking earlier, specifically Monte Cristo, about late scaling double AD comps being a bit of a disaster.
Yeah.
Because you actually need to take the turret advantage early on in the game, and you need to use Caitlyn's early power and Ezreal's early ultimates to just kind of get the pressure on. They didn't do that against OMG, and it's kind of failing for them.
Well, Nukeduck's being baited into this one. Cool is there, does manage to flash away. Can he try and turn the aggression around? No, he's going to get it hit, and that poison's just going to tick him down.
That was some confidence right there from Cool. He had the Ignite on him pre-flash that Nukeduck went into the bush because he actually didn't have a poison ticking from a previous Cassiopeia Q, but he had him down. As long as as long as he didn't let himself get hit for any potential lifesteal that Nukeduck may have in his rune page. Just walked away, and now they have the Baron timer with a 4v5.
Well, Morello Nomicon has been also completed by Sand, so he's just going to keep those spears flying. The cooldown there, that's going to be another Baron for OMG. Absolutely zero being done about this one by Lemondogs. They're just going to be held up in their base. Effectively prisoners right now inside their own fountain.
17,000 gold against a support Vigar. Big Pomelo's got to be feeling happy about that one pick. I want to see more Event Horizons. I want to see the big combo come out from OMG right now because Cassiopeia's got 640 ability power. San's got 621. Aatrox has 351 attack damage as well.
Yeah, he's got that Infinity Edge now.
Yeah.
Why not? Just go full AD Glass Cannon.
He is the AD carry after all.
He is going to do a lot of damage if he gets jumps onto someone. And those AD carries don't have a lot of hit points, so he would just slam them down. Cool comes around the side. Used that ultimate a moment ago, but it is just back up off cooldown once again. And looks like it's going to be OMG pushing the bot lane.
And the top lane, because Going wants to have a fight with 0-0, and the rest of OMG I feel like is just playing a different game. Going's died 5 times. He doesn't mind diving for a little bit of fun. If Going dives, it's going to bring an extra member over from Lemondogs, and it would mean the rest of OMG could push in. But actually, OMG has other plans. Improvising here, Loveland has entered the base.
Well, of course, the Super Minions coming around. Nukeduck's going to get locked up. Oh, he doesn't get quite popped. Big Pamelo does finally get himself a kill on the board. Tabs now comes out. Look at that, though. The spear comes back in. Slammed in by Loveland. And Going comes in to pick up the prize, and that is the inhibitor turrets and the Nexus. Will he be focused on? Dexter tries to go aggressive, but he's going to take a couple of spears in the rear for the damage there. The rest of Lemondogs desperately trying to fight this one off.
Doesn't seem like they got a chance here, D-Man. It's 5 people pushing in. Both AD carries, therefore. Primary damage threats on Lemondogs are down. Headshot there, 4 kills. They might just go for it.
That's the Fountain Spears landing. Oh, another one finds its target on Dexter, keeping that poison ticking on towards him as well. Don't be surprised to see a couple more spears finishing out there, but Going and crew have been wrecking these turrets down. All the Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus will follow. It is a clean victory for OMG, keeping their perfect record intact.
14 kills to 7. They only gave up 1 turret the entire game. And even though they already had the group clinched up, that's one of the most impressive ways to kind of send a message to the rest of the world here. Just doing some very crazy things that we have not seen in competitive League of Legends, and then making it work against a team who was very clearly trying to win against it and is a top team from another region. That is incredibly impressive by OMG, what they've just done.
Well, it's what we talked about for SK Telecom. We said, let's see them win this in style.
Yeah.
OMG have just done that. That was style points to the max there. We saw the AD carry going with a Nidalee, throwing those spears out, getting a 500 AP Nidalee going on. We saw an AD carry Aatrox wrecking turrets down in seconds in that top lane. So full style points awarded to OMG there.
And that was also most of the world's introduction there to Loveland's Jungle York. Something that has actually drawn multiple bans, and he hasn't been able to bring out yet here at the World Championship. But the specific thing that was so effective for it in this game isn't his jungling at all. It's the fact that when he runs into a 1v2 lane, that 2v2 instantly swings in the favor of the 2v2 because blue buff York is too much to handle for non-sustained lanes.
And if you think back, it was Aatrox he was helping out, and that's what started that snowball rolling. So let's see what the guys over at the desk with Quickshot make of that interesting comp.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And for the sake of discussion here, I would like to officially classify the composition that we've just seen. Stick with me for a second, because Jat was highlighting it as a poke dive comp. I'm going to rename it as the OMG most annoying comp. And then for multiple reasons. Yorick, you can't do a thing to him. You can't push him out of lane. You can't get through his sustain. He's going to revive somebody. Cassiopeia, poison, stun, CC slow. Vigar, Event Horizon, Nidalee spears. And in case all of that isn't enough, you have to kill Yorick twice just to bring him back to life. But, as fun as the composition was, if you actually break it down on a theoretical level, we quite liked it at the desk, let's kick this off with Krepa.
Yeah, at first glance, you're like, oh my god, what they're doing. But if you look at it, all the points you've raised already, they have so much synergy between every single pick. They have heals for the Aatrox. Aatrox just dives in, knows he can go super hard, even if he gets revived by Yorick again, as you said already. But what I really liked was the siege potential they had. They basically had the Veigar cage, allowing for guaranteed poke with Nidalee Spears, with Cassiopeia cage, and Cassiopeia follow-up rather. They had disengage with the cage being there. People could not charge through it, so they would have to flank them. If they would charge through it, they had to go through Cassiopeia as well. And yeah, imagine if Lemondogs actually had an AP, and then that would make Veigar's ulti even better than that. It's just, if they survive the early game, they can get really good sieges off.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, though, is that as much internal synergy as this composition had for how creative it was, it still operates fundamentally on being ahead. And if they ever had fallen behind, because it only goes one direction, and that's into sieges, right? If they were trying to defend with this, it wouldn't have been quite so easy, because you want to use that event horizon next to a tower to really zone them off. But I think what was most scary about this game for me was if you look at OMG, they played the same style of aggressive forward zone heavy laning with these new champions. And they still crushed that. They still crushed through that laning phase and got that big advantage. And most impressive is that they played their dive style and they still knew their limits. They knew their limits on champions we don't see them playing. Yeah. And that is absolutely terrifying to other teams.
Yeah, these are very, very experienced players, and I would expect it coming in that OMG still plays OMG style, right? The controlled dives, and at the very least, and we talked about this a little bit, the jungle Yorick not being an obscure pick for this team. So some mix of comfort, some mix of new stuff. But then, yes, you talk about this comp having to work well ahead, but that's what OMG excels at. They, like 95% of the time, do get ahead early, and it's just a different way to close out the game.
And I really like random supports that Big Pomelo pulls out, like Annie and Veigar, because I feel like Zyra and Sona and Thresh, people know the limits of those champions really well, and it's easy to play around them. But like, if you're up against the Veigar and you're like 600 AP on, well, not this game, obviously, because they had double AD, but if you have a really strong AP carry late game, it's actually really strong. Like a 2.5-second AoE cage is pretty OP.
I was really interested to see what he would build on that, because looking at that, yeah, it might look at first glance a little bit of a troll pick, but it worked really well as a support, and he just did a standard support build, no AP needed. I think it would be really good against actual teams that run an AP carry, because Veigar's ulti is really so good against AP carries as well. I like what Event Horizon brings in teamfights. I just think you probably have to dodge the 2v2 matchups early, because in a 2v2 trade, I don't see how Veigar is gonna win out the trade unless you have a really favorable matchup in which your AD carry completely outranges or outtrades the other AD carry.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And to sort of continue the topic of what you can do about this composition, assuming this continues to make it in competitive play. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it certainly had some legs here. And we were discussing the fact that you have, I think, two main recourses here against this composition, one of which being incredibly hard dives, something bigger than just Vi, maybe like Malphite Orianna, following up with support Annie, for example, things with heavy engage, or alternatively, heavy flanking, things like Twitch/Shen/Evelynn, right, yep. And coming in behind the team, because the disengage is one-sided. Cassiopeia stuns one side of the fight, Veigar stuns one side of the fight, and then you have to start brawling.
I would actually love to see what Curse of the Sad Bullet Time would do against a composition like this.
Yeah.
That sounds like a mess. I'm visualizing that team fight, and
everywhere,
I think just
boom,
everything
boom.
just on top of one another. It's definitely a scary idea. Let's take a look at how the Group A standings have been affected coming into the final two games. ONG still undefeated at 7-0. SKT1 sitting 6-1. Lemondogs 3-5. TSM 2-5. And Gaming Gear at the bottom of the table 0-7. All right, we have 2 games left, and we've got to take a look at the analyst desk standings right now. The viewers continue to impress. 32-6 at the top of the table. Casters as well as Monty sitting in second place at a 30-8 record. And tied for what is effectively fourth place is Doublelift and Krepo. So catching up, Krepo's catching up.
Getting there, eventually. I'll learn about the game enough.
I'm glad we can finally teach you, Krepo.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look forward and get your predictions for the next match. It is going to be TSM taking on Gaming Gear. Let's start with some apple pie pride and kick this off with Doublelift.
Yeah, I'm always down with the apple pie pride. TSM all the way. They didn't play very well today, but quite frankly, I think they're better than Gaming Gear.
Strong cheers. Monte Cristo?
Yeah, TSM for me as well. I'll take the next hot slice of apple pie. And How about you, Crepo?
Yeah, TSM.
You really like saying that.
I love that, dude.
At every opportunity off camera that Crepo gets to go, TSM,
Why
he
not?
throws it out.
Why not? But yeah, on a serious note, they're probably better than Gaming Gear. They didn't have the best performance earlier, so I really think they want to prove that, hey, we're still relevant. We can do a good showing, and I think they're going to come in really hard against Gaming Gear.
Freak, closing it out?
Yeah, I agree with the TSM pick here. I think they are the favorite to win this. As we saw in the last game for these guys, Apple Pie was not as strong as Lemon Meringue, but as there's no real pie for Gaming Gear, I think TSM has a pretty good edge.
It has been a very long day, and I don't think you're allowed to do those anymore. I think I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off.
Only Crepo now?
We've got a little bit of time left before we jump into this game. This is going to be TSM's very last game at the Season 3 World Championships.
Same for Gaming Gear, right?
It is the same for Gaming Gear as well. Going to be their last game, but I just want to touch on the fact that we're in NA, we're a massive TSM, fan base watching. I actually feel like they impressed me in the group stages, and I'm going to pepper this by saying that even though they lost their games, I did actually expect them maybe not to perform quite as well. They traded fairly evenly with SKT, even with having Dyrus very far behind. We've seen they demolished Lemon Dogs the very first time they played. And I've actually been fairly impressed with how they've shown up on the world stage.
And they ran a pretty good first game against OMG as well. They really stretched out that one. They didn't get demolished in a way a lot of teams did by OMG. And I have to say, TSM impressed me as well. I didn't think they would be as strong as they were coming in, and they put up a pretty good fight.
And I really like the fact that when they played OMG and SKT, they never got stomped, really. I mean, they would have... Yeah, obviously they would lose, but it was never just a complete one-sided, just blow-away game. They actually rose up to the occasion, and they played really well for the expectations that we had.
What I like about them, they didn't play scared. They had respect for their opponents most of the time, and they just went for it. I like their conceptual play in early game as well. You could really see that TSM could actually teach a Korean team something about 3 versus 1 dives, which is really interesting for me. I like the way Wild Turtle came into the tournament. He played really solid. I think Corki coming up in this tournament was really good for him, and you could see that he was playing very, very confident.
Yeah, this particular event, we heard about it coming in. We made some jokes. This time, Dyrus and TSM, they had the sheets. They had their information, and they were talking about that they were more prepped for this event than I think many previous coming up to it, and they've shone well. I definitely think that Reginald silenced many people questioning his play. He really stepped up to the plate and actually traded in certain situations very, very well.
To the point where even Monte Cristo mistakes him for Faker once in a while.
Yeah, that's right. It just gets so muddled up in my brain now.
They are similar players. Yeah, Reggie actually still had a couple of shadows into a wall that didn't go anywhere. There was one of those in one of those team fights from TSM. But yeah, he held equal. Actually, he chunked out Faker, got ward control, and secured his team a dragon. These are plays most people can never say they'll ever do against one of the world's best mid laners. There have been legitimate good plays here by the individuals of TSM. They came close. They never quite sealed it, but you certainly got to consider them a strong team.
Now, I also want to highlight the other team that's going to be playing the very last match here at Worlds. It is going to be Gaming Gear, along with Mineski. These were the two heavy underdogs of the entire tournament. They've both gone 0-8. And, what an experience, what a learning curve for these guys coming into an event like this. We do have to move along, but, what do you think teams like Mineski and Gaming Gear can take away from Season 3 Worlds?
I mean, I just talked to them outside right before this game, so they are in very good spirits. I said, buck up, you guys. This sets you up really nicely for the EU LCS qualifiers. You got tons of valuable experience playing teams all around the world. That doesn't happen that often in League of Legends anymore. There's so much they can take and absorb and work on those LCS qualifiers, but they weren't feeling too bad. They were mostly just having a good time.
Yeah, and these guys actually did a really good job of building themselves fans as well. The cheers for both these guys when they come out with picks that you don't see all the time, and keeping the smiles on their faces is a good way to get yourself a following for the next time you show up on the world stage.
Yeah, a few crazy Kaigu fans out there in the audience.
Oh, yeah.
All right, guys, let's move this one along. All week long, we've been asking you to head over bit.ly/worlds1 and answer a couple of questions to help us upgrade our future broadcasts. And today is no different. It's fun, it's easy, and it's Crepo Lift approved. All right, guys, we do have to jump to another advert break, but when we return, Gaming Gear EU has one more chance to pull off an upset and go home with at least one win at Worlds under their belt. But Reginald and Team Solomid might have something to say about that. I'm sure this audience will as well. Stick around, guys. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back.
Playing against better teams is the fastest way to improve. It's definitely also a humbling experience for them, and they're gonna be like, we got to Worlds. It's a big accomplishment already.
I think their weak link is the mid laner. If we play at the top of our game, we can beat TSM.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship. I'm Riv, aka Rivington Bisson III, and bellying up to the broadcast desk with me for the last 2 games of this group stage is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. And are you ready to get to it?
I'm ready.
Absolutely. So let's get to it. Our 10th match of the day, North America's Team Solo Mid versus Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU. Both of these teams, once this match ends, so does their time here at Worlds. After failing to beat a Korean team for the 3rd year in a row, Reggie and his team are heading home early from the World Championship once again here.
Team Solo Mid has gone out of their way to thank their fans for their support, but nothing would thank them more than a win in their last game of Season 3. And for Gaming Gear, this is their last chance to grab a win at Worlds. So even though this match doesn't really matter as far as the tournament goes, it means a whole lot to both of these teams.
All right, let's get right to it. Let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It's Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Otto in the jungle, Reginald already communicating with the team in mid, Wild Turtle on AD, and Special at support.
And on the red side, it's Team Gaming Gear EU. Up top is NBS, and the jungle is Alanir. Mazarin is mid, Deadly Brothers the AD carry, and Inspyro the Dragon is the support.
And you can tell that both of these teams are still, it's kind of been a whole motto of the day, just good feelings, smiles on faces. Dyrus was on social media just now, and he said, if I have 5 wards, I can't die level 1.
Oh.
So we'll see what he can do for himself. They're obviously coming in here with a smile on their faces, good-minded. So we'll see what these guys bring for each other.
Dyrus has been giving up a lot of first bloods, but he's been getting camped.
So targeted. There's been a target on his back the entire time. We see it game after game. Usually, when he was playing Jace in the NALCS, he'd be like, well, I could just throw the hammer down and just carry on Jace. But now that a lot of champions are seeing that Jace isn't the one in the 3.11 patch, it's affected a few of those picks, and everybody's kind of had to fend for themselves with this tournament being a very mid-oriented tournament for those players, and the ADs with Triforce.
And a lot of these guys starting to let off steam.
Yep.
It's the end of the group stages.
Absolutely.
We've seen it already, just warning people that are tuning in now. The champions that are going to be selected here are going to have a bit more variance than usual.
Just a tad. We've been, I believe, within the past few days with that, with everybody kind of testing their own waters, seeing what's good for them.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone past that 50 mark used. We're like 60-some champions now that have been used in the tournament because of that little spice up that the teams have been doing. But we do see the Aatrox out. Interesting that we saw Korea bring that out now. They said, well, we played it in A, and we started to like it a lot.
I do also want to point out that, OMG just won with a lot of these champions that people do not really see. And they, as soon as they saw the champions locked in, they immediately discounted this team, yet they performed spectacularly with those champions. So
I think, my favorite thing that they kept kind of reiterating too is how do you adjust to something that isn't a pattern, something you haven't seen before? And you can't. You have to be reactive the entire time. And when you're on your toes like that, it almost puts you on your heels, if you will, because you're never the first one making the move.
China going with that composition instead of, pulling out another strategy actually means that they're being more competitive now.
Yep.
Because they're trying to hide everything possible from all the teams that they're going to face later in this tournament. So, with that, let's take a look at this game that we're in. All the bans already done.
The TSM on blue side here, first pick, first ban. That went to an Aatrox, Elise, and Zyra, as they are all out. And they may be looking for that Thresh Special, the all-star, one of the all-stars of the team. And that's what he used up there.
Oh, yeah. All-star Thresh play. I remember back to the North American LCS where he interrupted St. Vicious on 6 consecutive Jarvan flag combos
Each
with
one
his play.
Was just as amazing as the last. And then Saint stopped ganking that lane.
He learned his lesson.
Didn't want to go
a while.
Back. Somebody we've been seeing banned out quite a bit now through is Corki. He has always really seen the purple side ban. If you're on blue, you're going to try to force something out to get yourself going. But on the purple side, it looks like he does get through for a second pick on GG's 1 and 2 here.
It really has been the rise of the Trinity Force carries here so far at Worlds. Corki's pretty much the front runner among all those AD carries as well.
Safe picks here coming in for Alanir. Takes his Jarvan up so he can be a menace around the jungle. If you can hit all those lanes with Jarvan in the first few levels, then you can put fear in your opponent's eyes and really make an impact in every lane gank after that because they know you're looking for blood. So that's what we're going to be looking at doing.
He's a strong jungler and coming in and ganking lanes just for harass as well. All right, we warned you.
Yep, there it is. That gets a bit of a standing ovation from the Teemo lovers, but we cannot lie. Any Teemo lover is also a Teemo hater. So it's a love-hate relationship.
You know, I think Reggie might hold on to this champion pick because Reggie's gotten a lot of bad press. And this is really getting him back in, as you can already hear, with a lot of the fans. I think he's going to hold on to that Teemo. They're probably going to do some switches here.
There's an Orianna. We got to remember, that got locked in with the Teemo. So how much more is that of a mind game?
Meanwhile, on Gaming Gear, we've got a composition that they've used over and over again, all the way since Gamescom. Nothing new here. Jarvan, definitely one of Alanir's favorite junglers, likes to get going early. Mazarin Gragas plays. We can't talk him up enough because he pulls the Baron steals. They are going to be red side.
Red side? Oh, man. Alrighty, somebody's going to be annoyed by blinding darts. We know this is on the plate for this game upcoming. We see Hecarim now jumping into the tournament for the first time here, so we're going to get a little horseplay from the odd one. But it's where the Orianna goes. It looks like it will be that Vlad, the AD carry turtle here on a little bit of Teemo.
So they have 2 more seconds there. Now they can't switch. This is actually going to be...
They have to pick.
Oh, just kidding.
You're ahead. You just want to get into the game.
I want to be done with this day. All right, let's get going. We got one more pick here for GG. Tryndamere is a good lock-in for them because, back at Gamescom, they had good success with the split pushing Tryndamere. And if they can get him a static Shiv, then he can actually hold on to a lane with Vladimir. Not many people can actually do that.
Lock it and rock it. These are your compositions coming in here.
All right.
The 10th game of the day, because we had that extra one. So this, or 9th.
So that,
10th, 9th, 10th. You guys are here with us. You know what it is. Turn it up one more notch. We're going for this one. 36 seconds left in the pick ban phase. The teams have what they want right now. Hecarim and Teemo making an appearance here. So
once we get down to that 20-second mark,
no more switching.
There's no going back.
So Dyrus and Xpecial are playing with fire right now.
Boom.
It's actually after 20 seconds. Not with 20 seconds. So they're already there.
Yep. I have a pretty good story here, backing this one up. Before this game, actually, after the last one, Dyrus and Xpecial played. They said, 1v1 me, bro. Xpecial and Dyrus went 8 times in the top lane. Xpecial won 7 of those. So he actually earned the right to lane top. And he said he was going to show Dyrus how you get through the first 5 minutes without dying. So big talk from Xpecial here. We'll see if he can actually pull it off.
Sometimes you just have to have your teammates hear the right thing, and you'll motivate them in the right direction.
Showing is a good way to teach.
Teams are about ready to head onto the Rift. Before they do, let's see how the fans voted on this one. The current count on LOLesports.com is 92% for Team Solo Mid. The analysts said Team Solo Mid, but they don't count in that 92%.
All those people voted. They are now, fans of Teemo. They can't renege on that. They're locked in. They're Teemo fans.
That's something you might regret at some point in time, but right now they're feeling pretty good about it. These teams are ready, and these teams are on to the Rift. TSM versus Gaming Gear EU. As we hop on, Riv and Kobe bringing it to you live here. Everybody in the crowd, pats and backs. Everybody watching at home, thank you for sticking with us all day long. Worlds isn't even over. We're just starting.
So Space Teemo started out with a red elixir as well. Reggie's looking to get this party started very early.
AD, wait.
All right.
AD Orianna. Yes, I like it. I've actually seen it before. Didn't work too well, but I've seen it.
So there's also, TSM's a very old team. There's some good history here. Wild Turtle actually has played mid professionally.
Yes.
He subbed at
Leaf
IPL.
Turtle.
He subbed at IPL as a mid laner. This is a legitimate role swap. We'll chalk that one up as
He
a
is
legit one.
hatching that ward right now, so they are going to walk right off of that. MBS safe in the try. Team Solo Mid going on Mission Impossible here. That wasn't that impossible.
Mission success.
Success.
All right.
Both teams reading each other perfectly. These are open books right now, but I don't think they're going to get to the next chapter just yet. They make their way out to the other side of the river. Good rule of thumb. Don't cross the river alone.
Ooh.
That's what they're putting into use here.
Reggie's crossing the river alone.
Oh, man.
He's scouting ahead.
Oh, dear. He's on duty. And he's going to be on duty.
Okay, he's setting
middle of the lane.
Some traps here. Sometimes when you set a trap by yourself, you catch way more than you can actually deal with. He's actually got no backup right now. We'll have to see how Dyrus' support skills can actually come in here, because just Reggie being behind a minion wave and running into a Corki Sona, he would actually die in that matchup.
So you are correct. We are going to get Reginald on the AD carry position. Wild Turtle moves himself back to the mid lane here. We'll see how this works for him. Dyrus.
Okay,
Dyrus
delaying the
on
minion
support.
wave.
I like this.
Delaying the minion wave so that the waves are actually pushed up a little bit
They
more.
have to know, though. They're like, wait.
Reggie's just getting himself into a whole heap of trouble here. It's a whole...
How didn't he feel him? Oh, man.
He's not that furry, I guess. He's covered in the
Right
spacesuit.
on top of him. He's got to be running out of oxygen. He's going to come out soon. Oh, the flash flame, but they go for Sona. Some of the lowest HP in the beginning of the game. Reggie gets first blood for Reginald, but he goes down valiantly.
All right. Reggie gets the badge for sneak attack.
Right out the gate.
He's earned it. That is going to give early level 2 here to Deadly Brother, though. And it's going to be up to actually Dyrus on Thresh to carry this lane, it seems.
Teemo doing what Teemo does, already causing Inspiro to pull some of his hair out on that one, but he'll get back to lane. This should be all right onto this, and it looks like now the focus onto Wild Turtle in mid. Alunir creeping up slowly from the left side here.
Wild Turtle's doing a good job. He's gonna want to hug that bottom side of the river because that's where his ward is. Oriana's got her built-in speed burst.
Boom.
And he able to walk away.
Nice little play there by Alunir. He could definitely put some damage on, but I like his play without the vision on the odd one. He said that might be a bad idea. I may tunnel in. He makes his way back to his own jungle and sees that pressure can be applied in the bottom lane. But where did Reggie go again?
Master Captain Reggie comes back for Deadly Brother.
Oh, that's...
Too many minions. Too many minions.
Yeah, that's a bit of a trade in the favor of GG. He did get some damage on a Deadly Brother, though, but the sustain, surprised they're not able to get this back up yet. Finally, a level 2 coming in from Inspiro as the odd one starts to wreak havoc on the jungle here.
They trade Wraith Camps, and that is actually going to be Alunir heading towards the bottom. This is a Red Elixir Teemo, though. This is not your ordinary Teemo.
So now this is the 3v2 dive. They're increasing it and taking it to the next level every game. They say 3v1, we just want more kills. We'll put 2 people in that. They're thinking about it. Looks like they are going to disregard.
Nobody wants to dive Dyrus for it. That's scary.
Why
Special,
not?
by the way.
They've done it all tournament.
Special's 1 minute away from proving himself to Dyrus, saying it's not that hard.
Oh, the dodge back and forth. The quick feed coming out from Wild Turtle puts on the shell, a bit more defense for himself. The party goes down. Is the ignite there? Turtle goes down. He can't dance it out. The odd one will not be able to finish. They get out with a 300 combined HP.
Yeah, go back to the bottom lane, Turtle.
Doing what he can. They're putting
All right,
hard
well,
pressure
we got to
on.
give him another chance. We got to give him another
As
chance.
a jungler, though, you got to say that was a good game. They came in strong. They gave him health. They weren't able to really come back on that one. And also, this is the odd one now being an extension of Reginald or of Turtle. This is different. He's usually that right hand of Reginald. So that's different play they're having in the mid lane.
It does take a while to build that synergy. The jungle mid synergy.
Yep.
Wild Turtle and the odd one having some problems there.
Let's look at this top lane. MBS versus Xpecial. A little Vladimir here, as Kobe was saying. The Xpecial versus Dyrus lane matchups 1v1 as they were having fun. Went to Xpecial, so we'll see if I can hold his own in this top lane. He is at 24 CS to the 37. But at the turret, Vlad's not the worst last hitter, so he should be okay for himself. 2-1 now. We're 5.5 minutes in with that first blood coming fast from Reggie in the bottom lane. And TSM still is applying that aggression.
Also, you know, Xpecial is actually no stranger to AP carries. Before he joined solo mid, he was a solo mid player himself. He would always go towards the mid lane, and he was only forced onto support because, you know, Reggie takes precedence.
Xpecial looking to do some damage here. No, try to get the Tides of Blood on, but he couldn't grab it. Looking around, that's great. Thanks, Mazarin. 34 to 30 CS. Actually, it's 34 to, where are you, Turtle? 29. So that's not too bad in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Everybody's
rearrange
kind of
those.
hard hats on right now. They are kind of mixed up since they switched up lanes. So to add the CS together will be a little different. As we look at the beers, the tiers in
Mazarin's
the
got your
inventory.
beers for you.
Mazarin has the beers. He's burping himself away. But the tier in the inventory for Wild Turtle means he's going for that late game Ori. And tier's not really something you see on Ori unless it's been lately. NALCS as well as around the world.
Yeah, it's interesting. He did not go with the Chalice for the built-in magic resist. Rather just go straight tier. Don't know what to make of that.
Nope.
That's all I got.
Faster beers. There you go.
All right, Xpecial though. All right, see how Xpecial deals with this gank, because this is actually the first true test. If he fails here, I feel like he can't give Dyrus any more flack.
All right, so this is the point in his mind when he's thinking, wait, I usually have an AD carry to pawn this off on, but it's me now. It's only me. He gets the flash. Do they have it?
No.
Oh, he turned around in a spinning slash. Great job by MBS. The follow-up there on the rebound. They're able to get another kill for themselves. 600 gold only, but they're really making the junglers work for this. At least Elenir, because he's been in every lane so far trying to make it happen for his team. Odd1's doing all the counter jungling, 46 to 21 in CS.
And he has hit level 6 here too. Odd1
Yeah.
does have his ultimate ready, so he's going to go help out Dyrus and Reggie down bottom. Get that Teemo fed.
Oh! Right through the turret to the backside. Deadly Brother tries to get out, but it's going to be all about Inspiral. Oh, he gets out of this. They get the flash play once again. Horseplay coming in.
Reggie will tank the turret. Oh,
What?
Well, and he'll die for it.
All right, so the Teemo suit does not give you any more defense. It just looks cool. You can't tank turrets like that. Turtle coming up, the speed steroid. That was a pretty good shockwave.
Dyrus has been missing all his hooks, but he always follows up with the flash flay.
The harder one. Flash flay, whatever. I don't want to throw the hook. I'll wait 5 minutes and flash flay again. That's what he's saying. So we may see, no, Turtle goes back. We won't see the first turret going down here. Odd1 clearing out mid lane, so everybody's just regrouping. I don't think they've definitively figured out what they want to do yet, which is why they're not going anywhere. They said, yeah, we got a few kills, but I don't think we have enough ground to really make that move. And TSM's been the one to control objectives. They don't really have the team to do that, but neither do both teams. You don't have the Renekton, you don't have a Nasus. So it's really just both of these teams feeling each other out for the next move.
I saw TSM's game plan before this match, and it was really just a page printed out with First Blood Teemo, and then it was ... Profit.
Those were mushrooms. On the map.
They got the First Blood on Teemo. That was really all that they thought through.
What happens during that mid-game part? Oh yeah, we're going to get there again. We'll see.
Pretty substantial lead here coming from Gaming Gear too. This is probably the best start that they've had to any of their games here at Worlds. Alanir sneaking in down to this bottom lane.
Yeah, they got all the... Oh, he throws out the hook. See, it wasn't a flash flay. It would have been guaranteed flash flay.
Yeah.
But the hook goes out. That means with the hook down, the pressure is a little bit off. Reginald taking a phosphorus bomb right to the nose there. And it looks like this will be quite a formidable gank. A level 7 Jarvan to the 6 and 5 here.
Even in the mid, too.
Oh,
NBS
Turtle!
is getting his gank on.
What? Oh, he got it. He actually hit it as soon as the auto attack went out. Tries to get the dueling down, but it cannot happen. The blue buff there on Mazarin has him pick up the kill. They could go hard on Reggie here. There's the aggro. He jumps in with the hook. He says, you want me? You got me. Going in as the odd one from the backside. Getting that horseplay in there. And Spyro takes another turret shot. That's only going to help to solidify the kill. Odd1 coming up big on CS. Now 2 kills for himself. They may just go for Deadly Brother. He's going to have the red buff as soon as he gets that. It's all said and done.
Odd1, one more turret shot. Does get out. And he's going to recall in the Fnatic bush.
Right in the... Oh, level 8 to level 8. The ultimate's still there. Tryndamere can throw down that rage. Special. No, he turns it around. He gets enough distance without the spinning slash to be up. You got to keep the consonants in the right place.
It was a little bit early on that ignite there from Xpecial.
Kind of alerted him. Said, I want to kill you. 6 to 4 is Xpecial. We've talked about this before. That turret will go down slowly. Vladimir keeps throwing things at it. 15,600 to 14,600. So with everything that has happened slowly but surely around the map, it is only 1,000 gold, which always can come back from right now. The one turret in favor of Gaming Gear is going to be that mid turret. So they do open up a little bit of access to the buffs in that dragon if they really want to start pressuring more with deep wards.
Teemo's got his mushrooms, so he can spam those around the dragon pit. And TSM They've already passed up their 8-minute dragon that all the analysts keep talking about. They're so well known for. You can see they're deviating from their normal path here.
Nuh-uh.
Just a little bit.
So again, Odd1 is at Alanir's blue buff. He has been there every single time so far. And if you actually, I was going to say Odd1's a little too high in CS, but there are 79s and 99s on the board. I was going to say he's almost maxed out with his lanes right now, but Wild Turtle does have him at 84. Mazarin looking to roam a little bit here, but the ping's going down. Odd1 is being super patient. He gets a cookie for this one.
Meanwhile, down bottom here, Deadly Brother has gone with the Vamp
dear.
Scepter, so Trinity Force will be delayed, and Odd1 comes in hot.
Going on to Odd1, comes in again, and Spyro rather tries to flash out, but he gets the great pushback, the double knockback here. Alanir doing what he can. This is going to make it a 2v1 or 3v2 coming in, if they can make it. See what they can do to this. Alanir taking damage onto Dyrus now. Reginald already pieced out of this fight. They're still going.
That was another beautiful flash play there from Dyrus. Got 2 with this one. They ended up trading kills in the end, though. So, again, Gaming Gear really starting to pull away with this one.
Hey, man, if you 5 minutes, a kill every 5 minutes is a pretty fast pace. To wait for that flash play to come up every time has been an advantage, and it has worked out for them. They're trying to grab up Dragon here, thwart a little bit of what Team Solo Mid has been doing around the map, and continued their gold lead, pressuring it. About 900 more gold up. And they make way off of that. The wards are still going down good for both teams. It's really once we get these team fights in here to see how these compositions really work, because you got guys that want to keep them in the center with Alanir's Cataclysm, but then you got Exploding Cask. It's going to blow you out right to the outside of the ultimate and its forest edges, with Inspyro trying to crescendo you. So that's coming out of Gaming Gear. Dyrus, we've seen the Flash Blaze. Odd1 has been going in from Nocturne length ganks and still making them happen here. We'll see. Both of these teams pressing themselves to the limit.
Well, Odd1's gone with those Swifty boots, so he's going full speed right now. Wild Turtle gets hit.
Huzzah! Right into the wall, but he throws down the shockwave. I don't think it's going to be enough. The 1-2 and the belly slam to the backside is going to be enough to take down Turtle.
Mazarin's Gragas is not to be trifled with. He is a legitimate hardcore Gragas player, and Turtle right now is feeling the pain.
Uh-oh. Reginald putting on the move.
Nope.
Getting the quick feet to get out of that one. So with the turret down, they really haven't tried to activate too much. They did go for the Dragon after good pressure in the bottom lane. Special and NBS here on top on an island. I don't think they're going to see too much of anybody. Hook there by Dyrus, pulls himself in, but he looks to be throwing himself in the fire. Now Odd1 is able to act on it. Now Reginald's able to act. Mazarin says, peace out, goodbye. And he's going to get help to get out from Inspyro.
Reggie coming and doing his part as well. Another assist for Teemo. Special really has done his part up in the top lane. One more hit on that turret.
Do you think Special had an easier time because he's not Dyrus?
That may have been a large factor. He did end up dying to the first gank that went there, though.
That's true. That is true. They kept the eyes on the top lane. We'll see if leaving Special alone comes back to hurt them. That turret in the top lane goes down, so they answer the structures at 1-1 now. 15 minutes into the game, NBS forced to stay in the top lane, but they may try to activate something once again. Looks like he's going to try to sneak into this bush. Mazarin getting the pings on going up as well.
They know where that Gragas is. Odd1's seeking him out. You've entered the General's jungle. Now you're going to exit it. That's fine.
So we have the next Dragon coming up within at least 3 or 4 minutes. We did just see that go down in control. On the bottom side of the map is Gaming Gears, which isn't really normal for TSM in the early game. Like we say, they grab that objective, which means they're going to probably have the first turret that went down, which they haven't. They did grab one for themselves in the top lane, but again, answered in the bottom lane now. Gaming Gear really adapting to everything that TSM has tried to do, not letting themselves be thrown off by the early first blood. Turtle gets hit back, but like I said, it pushes them away. They want to focus their power into one spot, but the time spent there was looking to where they were going. Alanir not end of the fight. Dyrus comes in, the crescendo goes out. It is not going to dance the odd one as he gallops himself to a double kill. Now going on to Inspyro. Always the focus here. You can see the look on his face. He is not happy about this right now. He is going to try to run. It is hard to run in a dress, and he is going to go down.
Oh, Reggie can't even get that one, though. Dyrus had to commit to supporting the rest of TSM, though, so this allows NBS to answer with this top turret.
Triforce coming out now. Deadly Brother, he gets a little bit of burst into his kit there. We see the Archangel as well as the Sork Boots coming out. So the long game, as we saw before from Turtle and team, the tier being stacked up. Look around the map, we do see the Lizard item going on to the odd one, looking for more of that burn with his red buff, but he's also looking to mitigate. He's got the Negatron and the Wardens as well, so he can consistently make these dives without having to worry.
Yeah, the heal from Hecarim extremely strong, so giving him a lot more effective health when he stacks those resistances.
Yep.
NBS, though, he still could have fought the odd one 1v1. Didn't want to turn around because he had no vision. Didn't know if there was a Teemo going to pop out behind him. Just jumps over the wall. He's fighting invisible monsters right now.
He got it. There it is. It was hiding behind the small one. That's all.
All the golems look alike? What are you saying, Riv?
Yeah, actually. It's. I was going to say something, but it wasn't going to be funny. 9-9, 17.5 minutes. 2,000 gold for Gaming Gear. They've held quite a lead onto this one, and kind of TSM on slow and steady. They're not. It doesn't seem like they're too worried about it, but they're also not falling too far behind. They're like they have a plan at some point in the game. Maybe to lead them into a minefield of mushroom satellites. Maybe a dragon fight? A Baron dance?
Dragon fight, that would be in another minute. So
it can happen.
Reggie's going to have to get some mana and lay his minefield before that happens, or else they really will not have an advantage.
Well, he's going back to get the mana, but the minefield won't be there for a while. We'll see what they can do. This is, yeah, Gaming Gear having the timer on Dragon saying, let's get these lanes pushed a little bit more, figure out where they are, and do some damage. Looks like they're going to try to contest here. The pink ward is going to give them a good upper hand. It gets Inspiro. Does he connect? No, Dyrus does not choose to pull the chain.
Take the lantern.
But he does take the lantern to safety. Very nicely done.
They still have that top laner jungler synergy, even though Dyrus is now on Thresh.
Yeah. See if they can get the... Oh, they're going to get pinched in here, but I don't think GG is going to have the full side swipe. Yep, TSM is going to make their way out. They're going to say,
10 seconds on that drag.
You take ours, we take yours. The blue buff will be huge for Turtle to have during a dragon fight. Orianna being able to duel and provide safety for your team with that blue buff on is huge.
There's so much vision for GG right now.
So
Dyrus is on the wrong side of the map.
If he had 5 wards, he would have known where to go. He flashes out of this one. He's all right. He does actually have that many wards, so he did know where to go.
He's also got a longsword, so he's got some extra attack damage. That extra 10 damage could be the difference here.
We'll see. If somebody lives with 5 HP, then he needs another longsword. 3-1 in turrets here as we have Gaming Gear really putting the pressure on. The 3 outer turrets have gone down, and overall, that just opens up the first half of your jungle.
This is definitely go time here.
Reginald takes a barrel to the face. He's going to start chasing off on the right side, but Alanir says, no way. Peel duty coming in. Reginald inside Cataclysm. Mazarin with a body slam takedown. NBS on a Wild Turtle. They will still turn this fight. A very nice box going down by Reginald by Dyrus that stops the team, but TSM was almost inside and on the other side of that box.
Oh, Expresso's the last hope!
Is the dragon? Wait, oh, on the chase. Who tied their Nikes tighter? Uh-oh. No, don't walk into it. Oh.
Mazarin pulls up the ace. Gaming Gear really was Stranglehold now. The extra dragon, that's gonna pretty much do it here for TSM.
Mazarin pushing down mid. He should be able to get some good damage. No, timers are way too low still. 10s, 12s on the map. We do have Mazarin at 14, NBS at 13. That gives them a 2-level and 1-level advantage on 2 of the members on their team. Great job by Inspiro taking down that dragon with the help of Deadly Brother as TSM tries to regroup. See if they're formulating Moby Boots going on to Dyrus so he can make more Flash Flay plays. Looks like we will have somewhat of the Hextech Gunblade, as well as possibly Azonia's coming out on the side of Xpecial for his Vladimir, but Reginald has actually gone for Teemo Blade of the Ruined King, which is quite interesting. But then again, Teemo's close because you can blind. So.
Yeah, that's a good item completed for him, but meanwhile, NBS has a Blade of the Ruined King plus his Static Shift, so that is the split-pushing Tryndamere combo, and he's just going to be a monster right now, so it's going to get ugly from this point on for the TSM fans.
And Odd1 is definitely taken to the jungle this game. 115 farm, 5-1-4, which is still pretty good for the amount of CS he's actually gotten because it's not lane taxing. He's been in the jungle, and then it's almost like I took a jungle camp of the enemy team. Now I must gank. It's like his camps are the kills that other teams act off of to take turrets. So he's definitely making moves this game for TSM. But a 5,000 gold lead with all that pressure from Odd1 is still in the hands of Gaming Gear. They found a way to kind of work their way into the woodwork here.
And with Gaming Gear grouping up mid, TSM are looking to force that 4 vs 5 situation. All that Gaming Gear have to do is keep their distance, wait for the split push to occur.
Reginald back in the bottom lane, which means actually that's going to be Deadly Brother called down. The top lane being pushed by NBS, and way more of a threat here than we have Reginald going onto the turret. They should be able to drop that. We'll see if they get a 1v1, but that's what I'm talking about. NBS just going, wreaking havoc right now. That blade in his favor. He's going to be able to get through this one. The Hemo play is going to hit him up. He'll throw on the ultimate. The last hit goes down, and Alunir tries to get in for the standard assist, but he wasn't there in time.
All right, Gaming Gear going to push all 3 lanes now because they won all 3 lanes. NBS has no ult.
Oh, Odd1 taking good advantage of that. Looks like he also wants a refresh on that red buff, but he changes his mind. He gets hit up on. Actually, that was a flag and drag I saw on the minimap. Looks like man Shockwave down. Mazarin gets hit up, and the crescendo goes back. A great bounce out by the exploding cast. Mazarin somehow makes it out alive on the ball movement. Oh, Dyrus gets the minion. It's a little bit of gold, but not what he wanted. Misses that play because he didn't flash. Mazarin picks up the kill from across the side. Alunir throws himself into the fire. Turtle with red buff is still going to hurt pretty good with those auto attacks stacking up on Orianna's passive, but it's not going to be the ball movement. It's not as good as a duel, and he may actually go down here as Mazarin getting himself healthy.
Turtle is pretty comfortable on Orianna with no mana, returning to his AD carry roots with that red buff. But meanwhile, down bottom lane, Deadly Brother takes another turret, and the gold lead extends.
Bad news bears. Nope. Oh, maybe not. Special, reading this out, playing support. He's checking the minimap. He's saying, actually, Turtle, I think you're in danger. Coming to help. Turtle backs. Safety has been secured. 24 minutes in here, it's 17-12. Safety is secured for them, but this game is not yet. Gaming Gear is on a tear right now, and a 6.5 thousand gold lead. 3 turrets in their favor, which means they've hit a second-tier turret on the map. This is just getting worse and worse for TSM.
Yeah, this game's pretty well handled by Gaming Gear. They kept cool under pressure, even with the first blood from Teemo. The game after this, with the OMG versus SKT1, I'm already wondering, you know, what kind of champions they're going to pick, if they're going to stay serious or not, because that's actually one of the most look forward to matchups. Yep. First round was won by OMG, and we'll have to see. I think SKT1 will probably be wanting to take that one back and even it up, but OMG have already shown that they can perform no matter what champions they choose.
Oh, Reggie getting very close there, but he does have a few mushrooms around to keep him safe for a good escape. Everybody on TSM seems to be backing right now. We'll see what they put in their inventories. No home guards yet. They aren't strung out that far, but they really need to start saving things here and there. Multitask, but they do need to get these lanes pushed. They have to figure out a way to get back in it. Being down 6,000 gold and Vladimir being your split pusher is stopped over and over by Tryndamere.
Dyrus laughing his butt off over here on Thresh. One of the scarier laughs, though. Could be confused with his taunt.
We still like all the sounds from Korea. Like the Lysandra, the screams. Those ones are those are pretty amusing. Reggie back in the bottom lane. And we have to consider that Reginald isn't going to provide a whole lot for his team. So this is why we got the Teemo split pushing, trying to be a menace with his mushrooms. But is it going to be enough? Move speed is not going to get him up here in time. Baron at 25 minutes could be in the hands of Gaming Gear, and it looks like there's no contest from TSM. The chat's going out from Inspiro. They're saying, I think we should push the Nexus after this.
That's generally the game plan for League of Legends. They got the Baron buff, so giant advantage secured. Reggie is not giving up on this bottom turret, though.
Whoa! A 26-minute endeavor finally pays off. The return on investment may not be there, but it's all about that it happened. 44 to 37,000. Oh, Special getting hit up here by Elunir. He is going to have Tryndamere just on the other side. Will they decide to go for the Valkyrie over the wall? No, he did make it in. Kind of squeezed himself into the Cataclysm there. Corki teetering on the side of the rocket. Special!
Oh!
Very nice Thresh Lantern. Dyrus getting him to safety there. Dyrus says, that's how you do it, Special.
Maybe Dyrus is the one with the upper hand in this switch, actually.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, he gets Mazarin. That I was going to say, that'd be scary. That'd be your death sentence if you hooked onto that one, going out into the middle of a 5-man brawl by himself. He does have the ult up. He does have flash up, so he will get the flay. We'll have to see if they can perform that. As long as everybody groups up around Gragas here, they can't do much.
NBS can continue split pushing because we've already seen him solo X-Special. Nobody really can go answer that, and the rest of Gaming Gear can just wait for Mazarin to land one of those ultis. Knock some unsuspecting member of TSM to the rest of the team.
Ooh. Dyrus feeling some good pain there. NBS being a menace in this top lane. And it's really just GG feeling out where TSM is. Once they get the one pick that they need, they're going to be going in. Deadly Brother to do quite a bit of damage here. Expect that. Onto the turret, brings it down to half health. Pretty good siege protection here from TSM, but it's only a matter of time. The turrets are taking more damage than they would like per push.
The mid one's fairly healthy, though.
Yep.
It's only got a couple knocks on it. Rest of the team closing in, though. Elunir joins the fight.
So this is going to be even worse now. If they can't take down one and then the other, they're going to have both. So once they take down that one, they easily win the fight and walk to the other one. It's going to take them no time as they are now prepping both of those inhibitors to be taken down for a pretty much unstoppable push that they would have. If this fight is won, they go out under Reginald. A little bit of hate there coming out. Wild Turtle goes down, though. A global taunt from Teemo, too much.
Wild Turtle with the sort of half smile there. That's like the smallest smile I've ever seen on Wild Turtle's face. I don't know if TSM are having as much fun as they thought they would with this mix-up.
This is going to be big on the top lane. There it is, the 1, the 2 to the inhibitor turrets. They easily prep them for the kills. 29 minutes in, NBS going on hard to X-Special. He gets the choke down, but they can't continue. And that damage from Mazarin so big right now that TSM is forced to take it and keep going back to the fountain.
Reggie's still smiling, but that's because he got to play Teemo.
Joke's on you guys. So only 3 turrets left on the map here for Team Solo Mid. An 11,000 gold lead, hefty now in the hands of Gaming Gear, which means the 11,000 gold is definitely a few core finished items within a few members. It is going to be an impact when these fights start to come out. We have the Rabadons and Seraph, which is good on Turtle, but we have to remember these guys are still down a level. It's why these fights aren't being impacted so much, and it's why Gaming Gear is slow and steadily winning the race.
Yeah, Wild Turtle is doing his part up there. Level 17 at least. But we just saw how little that mattered when Mazarin was able to land his combo. First in down, 100%. Wild Turtle's gone. Glass Cannon Orianna here.
All right, we'll see what they can put up. Red buff being grabbed up. That can't be too much more. Once you're grabbing the buffs at this point, you're not farming. You're ready for that last pressure, ready for the last go. You can see the Aegis ring right there under the feet of Jarvan. He has set himself up with a locket finished up off of the Iron Solari there. The last Whisper coming out in the hands of NBS, which means he is just going to be cutting through people right now, and the only one standing in front of him is going to be the odd one. So these guys looking pretty good to win this 18-12. Could be a final push here, Kobe.
It better be. Gaming Gear, they've got 2 inhibitors down already, and they've got plenty
This is that take control moment
of power to back this one up. They're looking for their first win here at Worlds. It's going to be their last game, and they're going to finish it out strong.
They're not going to lie. TSM still has the ultimates that would make you disengage. You'd have to get out of there. The Chemo Plague AoE, the Command Shockwave AoE, the damage you can do off a Hecarim ultimate, the Spirit of the Dread going as well, trying to get that damage as well as heal himself, and things like that could stop the push.
Very good job there by TSM, taking the initiative, but with that down,
I like
2 very, very important ultimates down. They can't pull that twice.
Gaming Gear showing they know they're ahead. A lot of teams hesitate at this point. Everlast
Alaneer,
after
let
losing
yourself
one
out.
member. Closes the Cataclysm finally, almost couldn't get that down. MBS throws himself in, a 3-man crescendo. The knockup after, the crowd control follow-up is so consecutive. TSM finally moves after a good 3 seconds, and this is what I'm talking about. That disengage, the AoE one after the other, the ability to stop the final push.
TSM comeback starting right now. 31 minutes in. Able to get a few kills for themselves. No more no more inhibitor turrets left for them to defend with. So it's going to have to be all them catching Gaming Gear off guard, and I don't think Gaming Gear are going to let this one slip away. They see this win in their sights, and they're finally going to take it.
Don't jinx them. Don't jinx them, Kobe. 56-46. They're keeping the gold lead, which means they're not really giving up too much. Yeah, they're losing a few on each pressure, but they're always gaining a turret. They're getting damage on those inhibitors, and they're making sure that they're giving TSM a hard time. It's not like TSM can walk out of the base after this. It's all cleanup mode for them right now. They got their janitor buckets out. They're trying to mop up base.
Gaming Gear have that Baron timer down. So they're just going to wait up there, instantly take it, and then push in for the win. They haven't missed a step here, though.
The next step looks like it is going to be Baron once more. And Oracles keeps him clean. They time this one out. So this definitely going to make it a little harder, especially with the Mikhail's Crucible coming in on Inspiro. He's finished up his items. Everybody's pretty much, not max, but where they could be for this game. It's gone definitely down the right path for Gaming Gear here. So coming out of this with the Baron, we should see a final push. But TSM, I'm not going to give up so easily. You can see Reggie smiling. He's like, yeah, I'm clearing this wave. You're not pushing bottom.
Right there, he was just remembering, hey guys, remember that time where I got first blood with Teemo down bottom? He was reminiscing.
And then everybody says thanks. And then we lost. Odd one up to the front. Every time he makes a step, he has been in the fight. So I don't even expect him to kind of hesitate here. But he did. You can see level 16, 17 there. A lot of 18s on that side of NBS. Bit of pressure onto the inhibitor. The focus really can't be anywhere yet. It's going to be the odd one. It's going to be special. It's going to be the odd one. They're trying to micro each other back and forth. Put the fear into Gaming Gear. Back onto Inspiro. They try to lock down the Crescendo, but he gets it out. Xpecial takes just about his full HP bar in an exploding cast. One after the other. TSM begins to fall. Inspiro, the only one here for Gaming Gear. And they look to clean up the base with 40 seconds in the death chambers.
All right, Gaming Gear closing in on their first win of Worlds.
Locking it down. The Nexus turret's there. Dyrus not flashing for the last flay. The flash was down. So are the Nexus turrets. Gaming Gear picking up the W in this last matchup versus Team Solo Mid in the group stage. Ended too fast for Mazarin. He wanted that kill there. TSM gave their fans a game. These guys came out. They played really well. They played their heart out, and they had fun. It really counts. Great game.
They gave their fans a game.
Gave their fans a game.
Truer words never spoken.
We said on social media, they were joking it up. Not to say this game was a joke from them, but they were having fun. They knew they came into Worlds. Both teams fought very hard. Worlds showed that there is just so much power that has not been seen around the world. And I think China has shown that here as well. I mean, OMG kind of put a stamp on their strength, so we're going to have to see what Royal can bring out.
Yeah, we'll look forward to our OMG going to finish this whole group stage undefeated. The next game is the last game of the group stages. SKT1 versus OMG is a giant matchup. A lot of people have been saying those are the two best teams that are even here at Worlds.
It's going to be different. We've definitely keep saying it. It's a mid-lane centric kind of tournament coming into Worlds here with what's been going on. Faker, Cool, you know, even Reginald, ManCloud, everybody around. It's been pretty big, so we'll have to see what these teams have for each other. But right now, we're going to send it over to our 5-man analytical team for an autopsy on TSM's team comp.
Thank you very much, Riv. And I'll sum it up for you in one word. Teemo.
Hey, that's not fair. Teemo did what he could. He got first blood.
Worth it. It was totally
Yes, it
worth
was.
it.
Yes, it was.
The one thing that I think I want to just quickly chat to you guys about that I think is a little more resounding, the idea of swapping roles, of having top lane play support, etc. Krepa, for example, is the best in Nivea in all of the European LCS, 100%, undefeated record, better than Froggen.
Represent.
I mean, Froggen went, what, 0-3 in the summer split? But in all seriousness, why do we not see players swapping roles more often?
Because this can happen.
I think
that was brutal. That was just brutal.
Come on. They set up for a less serious game. Okay, they didn't win. They knew there was one of the possibilities. They could have done it. I think role swapping is fine if both players master all the champions. I think some people in TSM just wanted to play certain things, and you end up always with somebody getting forced in a role that they weren't as comfortable with. The game I played back in the day when Froggen swapped me, I wasn't comfortable. I just had to shout like, "Don't touch my farm! Get away! Get away!" So yeah.
And kept hoping the camera wasn't on you for your stunts.
Oh my god, my CS as well.
I think it's worth pointing out as well that I had predicted Gaming Gear to be the dark horse of this group, and they did pull a win, so...
Hindsight's a beautiful
ironic,
thing.
Ironic that the dark horse team picks up a victory against Hecarim in their last game. I'm just saying.
Although, if it was your dark horse, where was your prediction for them to win?
I pulled a double lift here.
Yeah, good shit. Good job, Krieg.
In retrospect, I should have had more faith in them. But, oh well. I mean, when you have Teemo, you can't vote against Teemo.
All right, Double Lift, we're putting a muzzle on you now.
Well,
I failed you guys.
Let's talk a little more
Failed you
serious.
guys.
Let's step back and talk about what's just happened now. Kobe mentioned the fact that the next game is going to be the last game of groups. It is OMG versus SKT. This is more bragging rights than anything else. And of course, what we're going to be doing after that game is the quarterfinal draws. For the viewers that might be wondering the format, we're going to invite the captains of all of the teams that got buys individually onto stage. They're going to make a draw for where in the bracket they will be finding themselves, in the top half of the bracket, bottom half of the bracket, and they will draw who their opponents will be. So we will be determining those quarterfinal matchups. And just to give everybody a rundown of the teams in the group, Fnatic, Gambit, Cloud9, Najin Shield, SK Telecom T1, Royal, OMG, as well as the Gamma Bears.
Yeah.
So let's talk about these teams. For the teams that have a bye, what sort of advantage do they have having watched 40 group games and being able to prepare? Talk to me a little bit about that.
They've definitely got a better handle on the teams. These guys have had to fight for their lives specifically in these matches. We'll take Group A, for example. TSM put very close games against OMG and SKT1. Those teams had to play their hardest to make sure they got out of groups. Same for Group B. You saw how hard Gambit